Once, the state spent billions to create a divine hammer, now it merely lies as a common hammer in a corner, gathering dust. Even though it was powerful, no one used it, but upon my first sight of it, I decisively knelt down and begged it to become my destined profession. Those present laughed at me as a fool, yet I ignored them, for I had also awakened a divine forging talent. Not only was my success rate in forging items a perfect 100%, but I could also bestow upon them extraordinary, heaven-defying properties. At this moment, I was kneeling in front of my father, my hands gently holding up, trembling all over. Suddenly, a sound came to my ears, detected that the host has been wrongly shamed and humiliated. The system is now offering you choices. Choice 1, kneel and admit your mistake. Reward, masterpiece Les Miserables. Know it like the back of your hand, and obtain a declining physique, where you fail wherever you go, endlessly. Choice 2, flip the table. If you disagree just fight. Reward, berserker profession, gain a furious passive, become a fighting machine, a madman who lives for battle. Choice 3, sever ties, cut the twin bond, take saving China as your ultimate mission. Reward, divine blacksmith profession, obtain divine forging arts, divine enchantment arts. If the host does not make a choice within 1 minute, the system will depart. Hearing this, my heart leapt with joy, the system finally arrived. Which choice should I make? The first option, I had already tried in my past life, not wanting to repeat the same mistakes. In the family before rebirth, it was because my father awakened the shield warrior profession, and my brother Lin Yang awakened one of the top 10 combat professions, making our Lin family the absolute overlord of Lin City. However, I was just a fool, almost ignored by the family, all resources were given to Lin Yang. But reborn me knew, it wasn't that I lacked talent, but there was a twin bond between me and Lin Yang. No matter how hard I studied, Lin Yang could inherit double on his side. That is, Lin Yang could lie at home, do nothing, and still advance quickly. So the harder I studied, the bigger the gap between the two of us grew, until on my deathbed in my past life, Lin Yang finally told me this secret. At this time, I shook my head not wanting these thoughts, and quickly looked at the second option. It was the berserker, among the top 3 in combat power. Although this profession was not bad, the overly rigid are easily broken. As far as I knew, no berserker in my past life lived to become a war god. The third option immediately caught my eye, divine blacksmith. This, in everyone's eyes, was the most useless life profession, but I, with the memory of a past life, knew that only after the demon beast frenzy erupted in the future, everyone would realize that the blacksmith was the strongest support profession. Fully equipped with a complete set of good gear, a blacksmith could significantly enhance a warrior's combat power. Even, it is not an exaggeration to say that a level 20 warrior equipped with a platinum set could directly challenge a level 40 lord-level demon beast without falling short. Also, in the later stages, the blacksmith was also one of the strongest professions for humans to combat demon beasts. Yet an ordinary blacksmith could not save China, but as a divine blacksmith, I could stack attributes, turning everyone into war god level figures. When facing the demon beast frenzy, if every Chinese was a war god, perhaps it really could save the whole situation of China, then directly enter the beast's nest, and destroy the beast emperor. You should know, after the game merged with reality, China was the fiercest first war zone, and it was everyone's duty to fight desperately for China. To combat the demon beasts, the Chinese abandoned other professions, all focusing on the high-explosion warrior profession, sacrificing hundreds of millions to protect their homeland. And then, those Western powers took advantage of the situation, planning to divide China's resources. Even so, China did not give up, countless righteous people fought successively for China. The mountains are full of loyal bones, why bother to wrap the corpse in horsehide? In my past life, I also fought to the last drop of blood for China, but even when I was promoted to warlord, I could not stem the tide, and could only watch helplessly as my homeland fell. However, now that I have been reborn, I must choose a path that can truly save the country. Then I took a deep breath, and already had my decision, I choose 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a successful choice, divine blacksmith profession activated. Name, Lin Dunu level, 1 life, 100 attack, 10 defense, 10 enchantment value, 10 experience stored, 0/100 profession, blacksmith level, forging bloodline divine forging arts. According to the forging book materials combined with forging, the success rate is 100%, currently can only forge black iron equipment. Divine enchantment arts, spend enchantment value to perform enchantment on equipment, with a chance to upgrade the equipment level, and gain special properties. Not bad, from now on, I, Lin Dudu, also have a cheat device by my side. Just as I was pleased with myself, a roar suddenly pulled me back to reality. Lin Dudu. Are you deaf? I told you to kneel down, can't you hear? You are truly defiant to the utmost. I see you are planning to taste the family's dog-beating stick, aren't you? The voice echoed in my ears, and I squinted at Lin Sanxing on the edge of a rampage. Quickly a firmness emerged on my face. This time, I must resist, live for myself once, go crazy once. I shook my head at Lin Sanxing. I'm not deaf, I hear every word you say. At this moment, seeing me standing upright, with no intention of admitting fault, Lin Sanxing angrily grabbed the fury whip. For those who are not obedient and hard-mouthed, this is the most effective. Watching Lin Sanxing step closer, I still did not fear, but loudly voiced my own heart. Lin Yang is your son, am I not your son, Lin Dudu? Have you ever cared about my feelings, understood my thoughts? Even not caring about the truth of matters, only venting your anger on me. Clearly, it was Lin Yang who peeked at sister taking a bath. P.S. My name is Lindong. But you, without discerning right from wrong, attack me directly. Is this fair? Lin Wanner, seeing that Lin Dong was unrepentant, was filled with deep sorrow and anger. At this moment, a soft exclamation interrupted Lin Dong's words. Enough! Lin Dong, stop making excuses. How dare you slander Lin Yang? If Lin Yang hadn't stopped you loudly just now, I might have been completely exposed to you. In truth, Lin Wanner didn't know who had been peeking outside the door. But Lin Yang's false accusations made her instinctively believe it was Lin Dong. When Lin Sanxing heard Lin Dong dare to accuse him of being unfair, his face grew even darker. Look at this. Does this sound reasonable? This child has done so many rebellious things, all because of jealousy toward Lin Yang? Even going as far as accusing Lin Yang of such filthy behavior like peeping on his sister bathing? These bad habits are utterly irredeemable. Lin Dong is just a high school student, yet his rebellion has reached this level. If not disciplined now, he'll be a scourge to society. Parents educate him for his own good, yet he shows no remorse and even dares to talk back? Is he no longer listening to his parents? Shouldn't a parent's word be law? As a child, when parents educate you, you should obey their orders. How dare you question their mistakes? Even if parents are wrong, shouldn't children still absolutely obey them? After all, parents can make mistakes, but how can children make mistakes? And Lin Yang is his younger brother, yet as an elder brother, he's jealous of him? Compared to Lin Dong, Lin Yang is still a child and has been outstanding since a young age. What's wrong with us loving him more? Should we not favor the gifted Lin Yang and instead cherish someone as useless as Lin Dong? We're not even old yet, and Lin Dong is already this rebellious. How can we trust him to take care of Lin Yang after we're gone? If a little extra affection for Lin Yang causes Lin Dong to develop such a twisted mind, then this child is better left abandoned. It's better to get rid of him now than to let him disgrace the Lin family. A chain of dozens of rhetorical questions flashed through Lin Sanxing's mind, and his anger skyrocketed. He snapped the belt loudly and moved closer to Lin Dong. You beast! You have no idea how much your mother and I put into educating you based on your capabilities. Since your talent is poor, unlike Lin Yang's brilliance, we decided to make you endure more hardships to grow better. But you hold a grudge instead. You simply don't understand. You and Lin Yang are not on the same starting line. He's excellent enough not to need the struggles you do. He deserves the best resources to excel further. Most importantly, Lin Yang is destined to be the war god of China. Comparing yourself to him is ridiculous. At that moment, Lin Dong wanted nothing more than to spit out the phlegm he had saved up for 18 years right into his father's face. Lin Sanxing's words could be summed up in a few shameless words: if you can endure hardships, then endure more. Such despicable reasoning, cloaked in noble rhetoric. This Lin Yang inherited his shameless genes, which is why he's so detestable. Without the constraints of their twin bond, how could Lin Dong have ended up so miserable? Used as a stepping stone, ridiculed by others, yet still expected to work like a beast of burden for the family. Thinking back to the old Lin Dong. What a joke he was. At that moment, Lin Sanxing's belt lashed out without warning. Ungrateful child. Today, I must fix these bad habits of yours. 003 Such a family, better left behind. Lin Dong raised his hand and caught the belt firmly. Enough. Stop pretending to be righteous and moral. With such blatant favoritism, you're unfit to be a father. What outrageous defiance. Lin Dong actually dared to fight back. Just as Lin Sanxing was about to explode in rage, Meng Qinqiu stepped in to hold him back. The child is acting rebellious for the moment. He must have some unresolved issues. Let me talk to him. Lin Sanxing looked at Meng Qinqiu's somewhat swollen eyes and helplessly lowered his arm. They say a kind mother spoils her son. Lin Dong's rebelliousness is all your fault. If an outsider who didn't know the truth heard this, they would think that Meng Qinqiu treated Lin Dong very well. But for Lin Dong, these words sounded a bit harsh. Because his mother had never loved him, never even held him from childhood to adulthood. While Lin Yang, who was 18, would still often act spoiled in her arms. Just a slight comparison, and the family's hierarchy was immediately clear. Meng Qinqiu stopped Lin Sanxing and then turned to look at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, apologize to your father. And promise you will never defy him again, and take good care of your younger brother. She was halfway through speaking when Lin Dong interrupted her. Lin Dong was truly fed up. Up until now, neither of them understood what he, Lin Dong, truly wanted, only endlessly scolding him to apologize. Stop this absurd blame. I hope you understand, the problem now is that Lin Yang is framing me, but you're not even investigating the truth. Are my words really so worthless? Does no one believe me? From the start until now, none of you have said a word about Lin Yang, the real instigator. Spreading rumors is easy, but clearing them up takes effort. Lin Dong knew no one believed him, including this seemingly reasonable mother. And Lin Yang was seizing the opportunity to gain attention, kneeling in front of Meng Qinshi. Mom, brother is right, it was all my fault, punish me, don't make things hard for brother. Ha! Why didn't Lin Yang just reincarnate as a prostitute? His purity act is perfect. Go away. Stop pretending to be pitiful. Disgusting. Lin Dong shouted at Lin Yang. Meng Qinshi looked at the enraged Lin Dong, and after a moment, tears filled her eyes, seemingly not believing the words that had just come from Lin Dong. Lin Yang had just spoken up for him, and she couldn't understand why he had responded so harshly. Lin Yang had endured so much. Lin Dong must be twisted in his heart because they favored Lin Yang. But the two children had different foundations, she was just teaching them according to their abilities. She had to resolve Lin Dong's inner conflict and make him stop focusing solely on the surface, to have a higher pursuit. Lin Dong, enough. How can you repay kindness with hatred, rubbing salt into the wound like this? You're both my children, my love for you is the same, just expressed differently. You need to have higher spiritual aspirations, don't stay at the material level like Lin Yang. My expectations for you are higher, but I hope you can get used to it. If you don't understand, I hope you learn to get used to it. Lin Yang is already used to being pampered, you can't speak to him like that. A soft knife is still a knife, it hurts to stab, too. Lin Dong had already lost any hope of defending himself, because no reasoning was going to work. At this moment, Lin Yang suddenly started crying loudly. He protected Lin Dong, as if speaking up for him. He even hypocritically placed the transfer card back into Lin Dong's hands. Mom and Dad, stop criticizing brother, all of his mistakes are because of me, because you treated me too well. At this point, Lin Yang was still acting. But Lin Dong slapped him away. Go away. You're a disgrace to China. If it weren't for you running away at the critical moment causing the collapse of the front line, how could so many innocent lives have been lost? At this moment, Lin Dong couldn't help but speak his true feelings. He thought about the tragic situation from his previous life, his anger surged. It was because of Lin Yang that China almost faced destruction by the demon beasts. Lin Dong was about to step forward to teach him another lesson when Lin Sangxing pulled him back and slapped him across the face. Beast, you can lay a hand on your own younger brother. I don't have a son like you, get out of here. Before you leave the job change card, don't delay Lin Yang from becoming a warrior. Lin Dong felt a surge of sadness from within. As expected, he was the one who wasn't cared for. He threw the job change card fiercely onto the ground. Covering his red and swollen cheek, he looked at his father, Lin Sangxing. Just now, that slap was heavy, and a slap mark had already appeared on his face. It was because of that slap. He no longer had any psychological burden. He could now cut off all ties without hesitation. Fine, this is what you said. I just hope you will never regret it. From today, I sever all ties with the Lin family. Lin Dong is no longer a member of the Lin family. Decisive, with no attachment whatsoever. After saying that, Lin Dong threw his head back and laughed, walking out the door, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. Ding, the host has completed the choice task. Ding, granting the host 10 initial enchantment points. Ding, level 1 forging bookstore has been developed, the host can receive one forging book for free every 24 hours. Ding, today's free forging book has been received, purification handkerchief forging book, no level, Ding, issuing a temporary task, successfully create a purification handkerchief, reward, 50 proficiency points. The reward has been received. The beginner task is also here. Lin Dong immediately cleared away his gloomy mood, straightened his chest, and walked even more upright. Looking at Lin Dong's disappearing back. Lin Yang sneered coldly, thinking Lin Dong's resistance was incredibly laughable. Crazy. Lin Dong is crazy. How dare he say such things? Without this family, let's see what he eats and drinks. But it seemed he forgot, Lin Dong hadn't taken a penny from the family for many years. All of Lin Dong's clothes, food, and living expenses were earned by carrying people to clear dungeon instances. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to gather enough money to buy the job change card. But does the truth matter? Lin Sangxing slammed the table so loudly it cracked. This is outrageous. Just because I said a fair word, this child holds a grudge and directly runs away from home? When he suffers enough outside, I'll see if he comes back to me and doesn't get a good lesson. Only his mother, Meng Qinshi, suddenly felt an emptiness in her heart, as if something important had been lost. Yes, it was lost forever. Child, come back, your father's words were all out of anger. Why pity him? Throw all his things out, and it's best if he never comes back. Lin Sangxing seemed unconvinced and exchanged a look with Meng Qinshi. Things? It seemed like there were no personal belongings of Lin Dong in this house. They were arguing, but Lin Dong could no longer hear them. At this moment, Lin Dong was in the school dormitory, carefully studying the system. He had to grow stronger quickly. To save China, he needed to enter the upper echelons of China quickly and gain enough growth resources. Even if a person grows to above Battle King, they can't kill many monsters. But now he was a divine-level blacksmith, he could forge a large number of weapons and arm China's warriors to the teeth, turning everyone into battle gods. Before the monster tidal wave arrives, they would have the ability to defend China and defeat epic-level monsters. He possessed the memories of his past life, allowing him to lay out many things in advance, which would help him grow faster than in his previous life. For example, right now, he had a chance to directly secure a special admission spot at the Battle God Academy, stepping into the upper echelons of China. Others didn't know, but the admissions supervisor of the Battle God Academy, Xinjiangnan, was currently at their Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school. And he, Lin Dong, planned to start with Xinjiangnan. Xinjiangnan, a 68-level holy warrior. An elite battle god from China's Battle God Academy. He once single-handedly entered a 65-level legendary dungeon, successfully slaying the ultimate boss, the Fear Demon King, and came out unharmed. He was a legendary figure among the battle gods of China. However, this battle god-level figure had a troublesome matter. The legendary weapon related to his life, the Thunder and Wind Spear, was contaminated by poisonous venom when defending China against a monster attack. Now, the Thunder and Wind Spear had lost all its attributes. It had turned into a piece of scrap iron. Lin Dong looked at the purification handkerchief forging manual given by the system, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. It seems that this time, Old Shin will owe me another favor. Purification handkerchief, no level cleanses and removes all negative effects, has the ability to repair all equipment below legendary level. After purifying an item, it needs to rest for 24 hours to regain its purification ability. The reason he said another was because, in his previous life, he had helped this hot-tempered old man many times. And this purification handkerchief seemed to be tailor-made for Xinjiangnan, as it could repair his weapon, the Wind Thunder Spear. Without his trusty weapon, Xinjiangnan couldn't even fight against an ordinary platinum-level beast lord. But legendary weapons were extremely expensive. Even if he sold everything he owned, he couldn't afford one. So he had no choice but to search everywhere for a way to repair the Wind Thunder Spear, but even the greatest blacksmiths were powerless. This time, he had come to Jiangcheng No. 1 High School to seek help from the school's elder, Mo Yenzi. He hoped that Mo Yenzi could repair his legendary weapon, the Wind Thunder Spear. This Mo Yenzi was one of the few remaining legendary blacksmiths in China. He was also Xinjiangnan's last hope. If Mo Yenzi couldn't fix it, he would become a legendary warrior without fangs. But Lin Dong knew that Mo Yenzi was also helpless in this matter. In the end, Xinjiangnan had to sell everything, even take out huge loans, just to buy a legendary weapon called Judgment. But he could never fully unleash its power. This time, however, Lin Dong had the purification handkerchief forging manual, and he could help. And this was also Lin Dong's chance to appear in the eyes of China's high-ranking officials. So he had to forge the purification handkerchief as soon as possible to gain Xinjiangnan's favor. 004 saving him is saving China. If the weapon repair failed, Xinjiangnan might leave Jiangcheng at any time. And the consequences would be enormous. Lin Dong remembered that in his previous life, this incident forced Xinjiangnan to leave the southwest front line. Without Xinjiangnan, China's southwest front line quickly collapsed under the fierce assault of the beasts, leading to the deaths of millions of Chinese people. Time was tight. He had to meet Xinjiangnan as soon as possible and repair his weapon. Otherwise, a catastrophe would be inevitable. Saving him was saving millions of Chinese people. Lin Dong's mind stirred. All the crafting information from the forging manual became clear to him. Purification handkerchief, no level cleanses and removes all negative effects, has the ability to repair all equipment below legendary level. After purifying an item, it needs to rest for 24 hours to regain its purification ability. Required materials: purification handkerchief forging manual plus cotton cloth plus 1 enchantment point. Removes all negative effects. This was a godly skill. Although it had a 24-hour cooldown after use, it was still heaven-defying. Lin Dong believed that as long as he forged the purification handkerchief and presented it, even China's high-ranking officials would be shaken. It was no exaggeration to say they would treat this purification handkerchief as a national treasure. Because on the front lines, warriors' weapons were often weakened by the negative effects of the beasts. For example, poison, curses, evil spirit entanglement, and seals all drastically reduced the weapon's power. But purification potions that could counteract these effects were extremely rare and never enough. The most crucial part was that purification potions could only repair equipment of the corresponding level and had poor effects on others. So every day, a large number of damaged weapons were sent to repair shops and stored for slow restoration. But the purification handkerchief given by the system was different. It could cleanse and repair all equipment below legendary level. Such a powerful item was actually rated as no level, meaning even a mere apprentice blacksmith like him could easily forge it. The system is truly incredibly generous. So Lin Dong found some cotton cloth. This was something that dropped from monsters when he cleared level 1 dungeons. It was just a common material. He already had the forging book, and now he had the cotton cloth. He only needed to spend 1 enchantment point to have a 100% success rate in forging. His divine forging technique had a guaranteed success rate of 100%. But his level was too low right now. He could only forge black iron equipment and level-free equipment. Equipment was categorized by level: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, sky, mythical, epic, divine, supreme, and eternal. If he successfully forged the purification handkerchief, he would gain 50 proficiency points. Then Lin Dong could become a rookie forger and start forging bronze equipment. Begin forging. Ding! The divine forging technique has activated. The item has been placed into the system forging furnace. Ding! Forging successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully forging the purification handkerchief. Reward: 50 proficiency points. The purification handkerchief was successfully forged. He glanced at his own status panel. Name: Lin Dong. Level: 2. HP: 150. Attack: 15. Defense: 15. Enchantment points: 9. Stored EXP: 100 of 200. Profession: Forger, Forging level, Rookie Forger, Proficiency 50/100. Divine Forging Technique, forges equipment according to the material ratio in the forging book. Success rate: 100%. Current forging level can only forge equipment below bronze level. Divine Enchantment Technique, consumes enchantment points to enchant equipment attributes. There is a chance to upgrade equipment quality and gain special attributes. Ha! He leveled up. He didn't expect that increasing proficiency would also raise his personal level. This was a pleasant surprise. Since he had already crafted the purification handkerchief, he could go find Xinjiangnan now. But if he went directly, he would definitely be turned away. After all, he was just a nobody and had no right to meet the war god. So he needed someone to introduce him. He chose his homeroom teacher, Zhao Qingshui. At this moment, Zhao Qingshui was teaching a senior class. Today is your final lesson before graduation. Tomorrow is the day you awaken your profession. Before class ends, I want to say a few heartfelt words to you. Our blue star has been invaded by the game world for 300 years. The monster invasion point is right at the borders of our Huaxia. Huaxia is the main battlefield against the monsters. Compared to other nations, we have sacrificed the most. In the past 300 years, Huaxia has lost 101 warlords, 1,357 war gods, 30,219 war kings, and over 200,000 great warriors. These people did not only sacrifice for Huaxia, but for all of humanity on Blue Star. Yet, despite our sacrifices, the great powers of the world are still targeting us. Because they are not directly facing the monster invasion, they can level up safely in dungeons. Now, their overall strength in warlords and war gods far surpasses ours. When Huaxia invited them to join us in defending humanity from the monsters, they took advantage of our crisis, demanding unfair treaties and trying to carve up Huaxia. This is a disgrace to all of humanity. Students, listen carefully. After you awaken your profession tomorrow, you must grow strong and serve your country. Become the pillars of our nation, protect our homeland, and never give these great powers or the monsters a chance. Alright. I wish you all the best in awakening a great profession tomorrow. Let's meet again at the peak in the future. The classroom instantly erupted with voices full of indignation. These Western great powers are truly despicable. If the monster invasion point were in the West, Huaxia would never just stand by and watch, let alone make such shameless demands. Huaxia has sacrificed so much for all of humanity, and yet they still scheme against us. The monsters should just devour them all. Teacher, we will do our best to grow strong and turn Huaxia into an impenetrable fortress against the monsters. Zhao Qingshui looked at these students with pride, her heart surging with emotion. Though their faces were still young, they were the future of Huaxia. She wondered how many among them would become war gods. How many people, I wonder, will die at the hands of the monsters? Lin Dong, listening from outside, couldn't help but clench his fists. When the monster frenzy comes, no Blue Star Force can avoid the impact of mutated monsters. Those great powers, they'll come to China asking for help then. With a shout of class dismissed, Zhao Qingshui walked out of the classroom. She saw Lin Dong standing outside the door. Today's class was a self-study period, and the students could participate freely. So Lin Dong was not skipping class. Moreover, Lin Dong usually had excellent grades, so Zhao Qingshui had a good impression of him. Lin Dong, you've come, why not go inside the classroom? Is there something you want to ask me? Looking at this bombshell of a teacher, Lin Dong nodded. They walked together into Zhao Qingshue's office. Teacher, I need your help with something. What kind of help? I want to meet the war god of Jiangnan. Zhao Qingshue's expression changed. The news about the war god of Jiangnan coming to Jiangqing's first high school was very secretive. How did Lin Dong know about it? Thinking of how tomorrow was the day for career awakenings, many students were trying all sorts of ways to enter universities. Zhao Qingxue suddenly had a guess. Could it be that Lin Dong wanted to use backdoor methods to enter the War God Academy? She immediately straightened her face, speaking seriously. Lin Dong, one must be upright. You can't go through backdoor methods. But Lin Dong directly took out the purification handkerchief and showed it to Zhao Qingxue, his face full of confident light. Teacher, you've misunderstood, I came here specifically to help the war god of Jiangnan solve his problems. It's good that you have the heart, but the war god of Jiangnan's troubles are no small matter. Lin Dong, you shouldn't get involved in making it worse, this one, What is this? My god. This is unbelievable. Seeing the handkerchief's effect, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but show a shocked expression. Remove all negative effects from legendary grade and below equipment? Thinking of the main purpose of the war god's visit to Jiangcheng, she hesitated for a moment. The skill attached to this purification handkerchief is a bit exaggerated. Are you sure this thing will be useful for the war god of Jiangnan? Seeing Zhao Qingxue attracted by the purification handkerchief, Lin Dong began to seize the opportunity. Because he knew that Zhao Qingxue's identity was not ordinary, she was the daughter of the school board member Zhao Banshan. As long as she was willing to help, she could definitely speak with people like Mo Yezi and the war god of Jiangnan. Teacher Zhao, you don't want to see us lose a first-class war god, do you? If the war god of Jiangnan's weapon is not repaired properly, it will be a huge loss for China, even affecting the morale of our soldiers fighting the monsters. This purification handkerchief can just help him. I'm not using a backdoor, I'm acting to protect the war god of China. Heavy illnesses need strong medicine. Lin Dong directly brought up the national righteousness, raising his own prestige a bit. What he meant was that whether or not he used a backdoor was not important, what mattered was his sincere patriotic heart. The patriotic Zhao Qingxue, after hearing Lin Dong's words, immediately began to view him differently. China needed this kind of young man who was willing to step forward, take action, and be the first to take responsibility. After all, when facing monsters, what was needed was this kind of courage, not afraid of sacrifice. She nodded, gently taking the purification handkerchief in her hand. It was cool and soft to the touch, and even her spirit seemed to be lifted a little. Good stuff. Perhaps, it really could help the war god of Jiangnan. Zhao Qingxue admitted that, at this moment, her heart was moved. She was ready to give Lin Dong a chance. Zhao Qingxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. Equipment information never lies. Since it shows it can remove negative effects from sky level and below equipment, then it must be useful. If it can help the war god of Jiangnan, she could also gain the friendship of a war god, with no harm and only benefits. But such a precious thing, where did Lin Dong get it from? This purification handkerchief, calling it a national treasure would not be an exaggeration. If it was really forged by Lin Dong, the country would probably send a guard team to protect him immediately. Such a talent, the country treats as a precious treasure. I remember last year, a genius sword saint appeared in the neighboring Yun city, and the country sent a helicopter overnight to take him away for protection. They say he was not allowed to leave until he became a war god. It was all to protect such talents from harm, to prevent them from perishing on the way. She even thought about reporting it to the relevant authorities immediately, to share this good news. After all, Lin Dong is her student. If Lin Dong becomes a national protected target, she would also feel honored. Her hand had already touched the phone in her pocket, but she suddenly stopped. No. Wait. Is this really forged by Lin Dong? What if there is a mix-up? She had to figure it out thoroughly. So, Zhao Qingxue made a serious face and asked Lin Dong. Lin Dong, this thing is extremely precious. Be honest with me, where did you get it from? You must know that Shen War God may not accept things with unknown origins. Lin Dong scratched his head, this point he had not thought about. After all, there had been incidents where foreign forces poisoned the Chinese war god using equipment. If the origin is unclear, it might really not be accepted. Luckily, the origin of this equipment was transparent and clean. Lin Dong patted his chest and winked at Zhao Qingxue. This was really forged by me. You forged it yourself? Zhao Qingxue looked at Lin Dong with suspicion, unable to believe it. Wait, you mean, you actually awakened your profession ahead of time? You must know, to awaken a profession, one must go to the awakening stone with a profession card. And the school will only hold the awakening ceremony tomorrow. How could Lin Dong have awakened ahead of time without the awakening stone? Lin Dong nodded and cancelled the hidden status of his profession information, making it easier for Zhao Qingxue to view. Novice blacksmith level? Can only forge bronze and below equipment? Although Zhao Qingxue felt what was happening in front of her was unbelievable, the facts were right there, and she had no choice but to believe. She had heard that some people with god-level talents could awaken their professions early, but never thought she would encounter one today. However, the blacksmith profession was really a bit useless. You must know that the blacksmith profession is called a trash lifestyle profession because it burns too much money. Even with blacksmithing books, the success rate is ridiculously low. Forging a low-level bronze equipment often requires dozens of materials just to succeed in one. This is something that only experienced blacksmiths can accomplish. How old is Lin Dong? Where did he accumulate so much experience? Moreover, Lin Dong's family situation is also known. Poor as can be. He has no extra funds to buy materials. Not to mention, Lin Dong is currently a novice blacksmith, so his proficiency must be very poor. So Zhao Qingxue still didn't believe that the purification handkerchief was forged by Lin Dong. Zhao Qingxue looked at Lin Dong with strong suspicion, scrutinizing him again. Even if you've awakened the blacksmith profession, that doesn't prove this purification handkerchief was forged by you. Lin Dong, you are an honest student, you can't deceive your teacher? Lin Dong smiled slightly, knowing that what he said was a bit shocking. Teacher, you don't believe what I'm saying? I don't believe. Then what must I do for you to believe? Unless you forge an identical purification handkerchief in front of me. It's not impossible. Lin Dong never thought that Zhao Qingxue just wanted to witness his forging ability firsthand. This was not very difficult. So he looked at the level 1 system store that had been opened. Right now, the store only unlocked the purification handkerchief forging book and was empty. And buying the purification handkerchief forging book. It takes 1 point of enchantment value. Buy. Now is not the time to hesitate, I must hurry and see Xinjiangnan. This is the fastest way to directly connect with the upper ranks to save Huaxia. After getting the forging book, Lin Dong awkwardly looked at Zhao Qingxue. Teacher, do you have any cotton cloth? Just a small piece will do. Cotton cloth? Such low-grade stuff, she wouldn't have it. As a 13th level mage, the worst thing she carries is leather armor. Suddenly, a flush appeared on her face. The sanitary napkin that helps her sleep well at night seems to be made of cotton cloth. Pa! Lin Dong must be thinking something inappropriate. So she immediately put on a stern face. Her voice was sharp. No. What do you need cotton cloth for? Looking at Zhao Qingxue's inexplicable blushing in anger, Lin Dong scratched his head again. What's up with teacher today? So strange. He turned around and took out the forging book, pointing at it as he spoke. Forging purification handkerchief, one of the required materials. Zhao Qingxue focused and looked at it carefully. Only then did she realize she misunderstood Lin Dong. Required materials, purification handkerchief forging book plus cotton cloth. In fact, there is also 1 point of enchantment value in the required materials, but this is a hidden option in Lin Dong's system, which Zhao Qingxue cannot see. At this moment, Lin Dong said, I have some cotton cloth in my dorm, I'll go get it right away. The god of war Jiangnan may leave Jiang City at any moment, we must hurry. If we miss it, it will be a huge loss. But Zhao Qingxue stopped him. Because of the safety zone isolation, the student dormitory building is very far from the office building, it would take about 2 hours to go back and forth. Lin Dong said the time was tight, she couldn't just sit idly by. What if what Lin Dong said was true? The god of war Jiangnan is known as the closest to the war god of Huaxia, a pillar in the fight against the beasts. It can be said that as long as Jiangnan god of war is there, the southwest defense line of Huaxia is solid as a rock. But without Jiangnan, there will be huge gaps in the southwest defense line. After all, Huaxia is surrounded by beasts on 3 sides, and the war god is simply not enough, almost every position needs a warrior. However, the Western powers are unwilling to send their own war gods for assistance, and the southwest defense line is in a precarious situation. Once the beasts break through the defense line, who knows how many innocent people will suffer from the slaughter? What if because of her delay, the god of war Jiangnan and the purification handkerchief miss each other? Then she would be a sinner of Huaxia. In the face of national righteousness. What's wrong with her little sacrifice? Don't go too far. She said, a little embarrassed, hesitating. I do have cotton cloth, but its shape is a little, not elegant. Lin Dong didn't mind at all, seeming not to notice Zhao Qingxue's expression. As long as you have it, it's fine. It's just an experiment. Zhao Qingxue gritted her teeth. Fine, turn around. Ha? What's going on with teacher today? Lin Dong turned around, his mind full of big question marks. Only when Zhao Qingxue told him to turn around, did Lin Dong notice the cotton cloth shape was a bit, not elegant, it even had wings. Teacher, this might not be good. It's not a mask, we don't need to wear it outside for others to see. Do you want me to print I love Huaxia on it? Zhao Qingxue's face darkened, and she glared at Lin Dong. Don't mind these details, just tell me if this piece of cotton cloth is enough. It's enough. Lin Dong quickly stored the materials into the system furnace. Start forging. Ding, God-level forging technique activated, item stored in system forging furnace. Ding, forging successful, congratulations to the host for successfully forging the purification handkerchief. Proficiency plus 10, reward 100 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 3. Level up again. Lin Dong glanced at his personal panel. Name, Lin Dong. Level, 3. Life, 200. Attack, 20. Defense, 20. Enchantment value, 7. Stored experience, 200/300. Occupation, blacksmith, blacksmith level, novice blacksmith, proficiency 60 out of 100. God level forging technique, forge according to the materials in the forging book, success rate 100%, currently can only forge below bronze level equipment. It seems that just like blacksmiths forge equipment, and warriors slay monsters, both can level up quickly. With that in mind, Lin Dong knew the path ahead was clear. He took out the purified wing-shaped handkerchief he had just made and placed it in Zhao Qingxue's palm. As her fingertips lightly touched it, Zhao Qingxue's face turned even redder. Lin Dong still didn't notice these changes. Teacher, you can test the effect of the purification handkerchief. Zhao Qingxue nodded. Testing its effect was a must. Otherwise, if she gave it to war god Xinjiangnan and it didn't work, it would be embarrassing. Everyone would have damaged equipment, and Zhao Qingxue was no exception. She had a beloved ice snow staff, but the core crystal inside had been polluted, causing it to collect dust in her storage ring. At this moment, she took it out to test the purification handkerchief's effect. Equipment, ice snow staff, silver grade. Information, possesses the power of ice and snow, can freeze and imprison monsters below the gold level lord for 3 seconds. Evaluation, damaged and unusable, scrap condition. Would it work? She felt a little nervous. After all, this was related to her own interests, and she hoped the purification handkerchief would work. She became very careful while wiping the ice snow staff. Until the purification handkerchief passed over the core crystal. At that moment, the diamond-shaped crystal suddenly emitted a cold aura of ice and snow, and the entire staff began to glow with a white light. Boom! It works! It really works! At this point, Zhao Qingxue couldn't maintain her usual composure, jumping high like a little girl. She excitedly held the ice snow staff, dancing with joy. After the staff was repaired, she could now enter the 10 to 20 level bronze dungeon to grind monsters. Even facing level 20 monsters, she wasn't afraid. In her excitement, Zhao Qingxue even picked up Lin Dong and embraced him. Lin Dong struggled to breathe. Teacher, could you move your 36D a little? I can't breathe. Zhao Qingxue awkwardly stuck out her tongue. After all, Lin Dong was only level 2, so he couldn't handle her 13. Zhao Qingxue rubbed her eyes, feeling dizzy. Just now, Lin Dong was clearly level 2, but how did he suddenly become level 3? Did she remember wrong? Lin Dong finally regained his freedom and took a few deep breaths. Teacher, can we now go meet war god Xinjiangnan? Yes, of course. Lin Dong's talent was now completely worthy of national attention. With this strength, even the war god of Jiangnan would welcome him with open arms. Zhao Qingxue snapped her fingers. Her gesture didn't look like a teacher's, but more like a young lady from the underworld. She had already imagined Lin Dong being featured in the news, and helicopters picking him up overnight. Such a genius must be immediately reported to the country. Lin Dong's ability to make such a precious purification handkerchief would even earn him special treatment from the top officials of China. With him in charge, perhaps a war god army could really be created. At that time, they might even sweep the entire beast tribe world, bringing peace to Blue Star. So she took out her phone and called Principal Qinzhong, briefly introducing Lin Dong's situation. At that moment, Principal Qinzhong was accompanying Xinjiangnan in Mo Xiezi's estate garden, waiting for Mo Xiezi to create a legendary purification potion. He couldn't judge whether Zhao Qingxue's words were true or not, but he vaguely told them to come over. If he could make purification handkerchiefs, he was qualified to meet war god Xinjiangnan. However, it was still unclear if it was true, so Principal Qinzhong's enthusiasm wasn't very high, but he didn't reject the idea. Zhao Qingxue wasn't satisfied with Principal Qinzhong's attitude. After all, Lin Dong was a top-tier genius. But she thought about it and understood Principal Qinzhong's dilemma. The principle is probably the same as before, not believing anything unless she sees it with her own eyes, feeling uneasy. But going to Elder Mo's place, there are some things that should be told to Lin Dong in advance.
Xinjiangnan, the god of war, is currently at Elder Mo Yenzi's house.
That Mo Yenzi has a really strange temper, especially his apprentice, Qing Niu. His face looks like a dead man's, like everyone owes him 8 million. The profession of a blacksmith has already declined. I really don't know what he is so arrogant about. When the time comes, if their attitude is bad, just endure it, don't take it to heart. As soon as Zhao Qingxue finished speaking, she immediately saw Lin Dong's strange expression. Her heart tightened. She suddenly remembered that Lin Dong was also a blacksmith now, and a god-level blacksmith at that. Based on Lin Dong's previous statement, his success rate could reach 100%. What she just said about blacksmiths being in decline must have hurt Lin Dong a little. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Zhao Qingxue playfully stuck out her tongue again.
Oh, don't misunderstand. I meant that blacksmiths were in decline before, but maybe you can bring back their glory. Lin Dong smiled.
He didn't argue over these things. The most important thing right now was to meet the god of war, Jiangnan, and obtain the qualification to enter the War God Academy. The War God Academy was known as one of the 7 sons of China's national defense, an elite institution specially nurtured by the top levels of the country. As long as he got in, he would receive a vast amount of resources. Just the admission reward alone was as high as 1 million dragon coins. For Lin Dong, who was short on money, this was already a considerable fortune. He could use it to buy forging materials and level up his blacksmithing skills. By that time, just taking out a few pieces of equipment would be enough to astonish the old masters of War God Academy. And the frontline warriors would undoubtedly see their combat strength soar because of the equipment he forged. When Zhao Qingxue brought Lin Dong to Elder Mo Yenzi's courtyard gate, they heard the sound of hammers clanging inside. Mo Yenzi's apprentice, Qing Niu, was holding a basin of heavenly pool snow lotus, drying it at the door. The moment Lin Dong saw the heavenly pool snow lotus, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but move closer to take a look. Legendary forging material, heavenly pool snow lotus. This is the main ingredient for making the legendary purification potion. Qing Niu lifted his eyes and glanced at Lin Dong, whose eyes were burning with excitement. He waved his hand impatiently. Stay back. Don't get it dirty. This kind of precious material isn't something a broke student like you can afford to pay for. This Qing Niu really had a bad temper. Not a single smile on his face, looking like a bitter woman. At this moment, Zhao Qingxue quickly stepped forward and cupped her hands. Qing Niu, Lin Dong, and I came this time to present something to the god of war, Jiangnan. It might be helpful for his wind and thunder spear. Let us go in and pay our respects to Elder Mo Yenzi and the god of war. Zhao Qingxue spoke very politely. But Qing Niu rolled his eyes and stretched his long face. No way. My master is at a critical moment in his forging. You can't go in and disturb him. If you cause this batch of forging materials to be wasted, even your Zhao family won't be able to compensate for it. The commotion at the gate clearly attracted the attention of those inside. At this moment, an old voice came from inside the door. It was Mo Yenzi's voice. Qing Niu, is that Zhao girl outside? Let her in. This girl hasn't come to see me in a long time. From Mo Yenzi's words, he seemed to be quite familiar with Zhao Qingxue. Since the master had given permission, Qing Niu had no choice but to step aside. Zhao Qingxue made a face at Qing Niu. Clearly, she and Qing Niu did not get along well. But just then, Qing Niu reached out again to block their path. You can go in, but he cannot. Saying that, Qing Niu pointed at Lin Dong, looking down on him with his nose. Why? Zhao Qingxue was a little displeased. Master only said to let you in, not him. Qing Niu snorted coldly. It seemed like he didn't take Lin Dong seriously. At this moment, Zhao Qingxue was completely displeased. Qing Niu, you're just a doorman, why act so arrogant? Let me tell you the truth, Lin Dong has something that can repair the Xinjiangnan war god's weapon. If you stop us from entering, it means that we, China, will lose a war god level figure. Anyone can throw around accusations. Just now, Qing Niu was making random accusations, and now Zhao Qingxue directly threw one back at him. She had the confidence to do so because Lin Dong's crafted purification handkerchief really worked. At that moment, a loud laugh came from inside the door. It worked. It worked. Immediately, Xinjiangnan and Principal Chen Zhong's laughter followed. Hearing the sound, Qing Niu immediately forgot about stopping them and ran inside to witness the miracle. Zhao Qingxue stood there, stunned. Could the Feng Lei spear really have been repaired? If so, they had come for nothing. Lin Dong had the same doubt. But according to the memory from his previous life, Mo Xiezi shouldn't have repaired it yet. The memory couldn't be wrong. So, Lin Dong took big strides and stepped onto the stairs.
Let's go inside and take a look.
Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Dong realized what it worked really meant. It turned out that what Mo Xiezi meant by it worked was that the legendary purification potion had successfully been forged. After wasting 3 sets of materials, the 4th batch finally formed successfully. Xinjiangnan, the war god, couldn't help but smile widely, extremely pleased. Mo Lao, this 25% success rate for forging is terrifying. If word gets out, it might scare people to death. After all, the higher the level of the forging material, the lower the success rate. For legendary level equipment to have a 25% success rate, it was already unimaginable. Mo Xiezi stroked his goat beard proudly, then urged. Hurry up and try it, let's see if it works. Principal Chen Zhong hurriedly stepped forward to help, wanting to witness this important moment. He carefully picked up the container of the legendary purification potion and gently poured it over the foam lay spear, which was dark green and dull. But as time passed, the foam lay spear showed no signs of change.
Why is this happening? Is it because I did something wrong? Principal Chen Zhong couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead, feeling that something wasn't right. He was about to pick up the container again to pour more purification potion. But Mo Xiezi raised his hand, stopping him. No need, the poison of this mutated poisonous dragon cannot be purified by the legendary purification potion. How could this be? Xinjiangnan's face became serious as well. He had spent so many materials and gotten such a result, feeling a bit unwilling. But Mo Xiezi shook his head and made an astonishing guess. That mutated poisonous dragon's bloodline must be extremely high. I suspect it's at least a sky-level bloodline, or maybe even a legendary-level bloodline. Otherwise, the legendary purification potion wouldn't fail to work. Your weapon, I'm afraid there's no one in all of China who can repair it. Mo Xiezi's words made Xinjiangnan completely despair. Just buying the materials for the legendary purification potion had emptied his savings. If he needed to forge a sky-level or even legendary-level purification potion, it would probably cost dozens of times more than a legendary weapon. You have to know, a legendary weapon costs 10 billion dragon coins in the market. And even more advanced materials. He couldn't afford it, he absolutely couldn't afford it. What a sin! Could it be that there's no chance left for me, Xinjiangnan? There is. At this moment, a handsome young man stepped forward from the crowd. It was Lin Dong. 007 doubt me? How naive. Lin Dong's tall and straight figure made everyone cast astonished looks at him. Mo Xiezi stared with his strange eyes, squinting as he looked at Lin Dong. You have a solution. Mo Xiezi was a mischievous old man, with a straightforward and blunt temper. He had just said that no one in all of China could repair it, and this young man jumped out right after. This is not slapping his face. In the last life, Lin Dong also knew Mo Xiezi, and even fought alongside him after the beast tide outbreak. He knew that this old man had no bad intentions, he just cared about his face. He wanted to have a little fun with this old friend. He looked at Mo Xiezi with an arrogant expression, nodding seriously. Yes, I have a way. Mo Xiezi blew on his graying beard, his whole body jumping in fury. Kid, are you a blacksmith? Blowing hot air here. I am. Lin Dong's expression remained unchanged, still smiling at Mo Xiezi. When Mo Xiezi heard Lin Dong say he was a blacksmith, the anger on his face suddenly disappeared. He sized up Lin Dong from head to toe, seemingly in disbelief. The young generation now all fight to become warriors with fast growth and great achievements, but very few are willing to be hardworking and unappreciated blacksmiths. But even if you were a blacksmith, being this young would make you at most an apprentice, and being able to forge black iron gear would already be impressive. Thinking of this, his expression softened a bit. Even if you are a blacksmith, it is absolutely impossible to repair a legendary weapon like the Wind Thunder Spear. After all, even legendary-level purification potions can't repair it, and you, a rookie, can't forge anything above legendary-level potions. But Lin Dong just blinked and still had that defiant expression. What Mo Lao said is right, purification potions can't repair it, but the purification handkerchief can. He shook the purification handkerchief in his hand. He demonstrated it in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted. Purification handkerchief, no level cleanses and removes all negative effects, has repairability for all equipment below legendary level. The purification item needs to rest for 24 hours to restore its purification ability. Cleansing and removing all negative effects? Mo Xiezi, Xinjiangnan, and Principal Chen Zhong's eyes all brightened at once. Maybe it really works. But Qing Niu suddenly burst into laughter. He said in a low, rumbling voice, "Isn't this just a piece of toilet paper that can be purified infinitely? Lin Dong, how disgusting, are you really going to reuse this worthless thing?" Mo Xiezi glared at him. This foolish cow, who let him come out and embarrass himself? Can't he see the real value of the purification handkerchief? really embarrassing him as a teacher. So, he said impatiently. Fool, step aside, this is not a place for you to talk. At the same time, the look in his eyes toward Lin Dong grew hotter. Purification handkerchief, why didn't he think of it? This kid, thinking outside the box, very unexpected. If he could take him as a disciple. Shin Jiangnan, with his fiery temper, couldn't wait when he saw the possibility of repairing the weapon. Kid, give me the purification handkerchief in your hand, let me see. Lin Dong, upon hearing this, respectfully handed over the handkerchief. Shin Jiangnan, with his fiery temper, immediately took out the Wind Thunder Spear. This weapon, which was once wrapped in electric arcs, now dimmed and lost its glow. The entire body was covered with dark green lines, looking very eerie. He couldn't wait to start wiping it with the purification handkerchief. At the same time, his heart was in his throat. If it didn't work, it would all be in vain. He wiped and prayed in his heart. May the ancestral gods of China protect me. At the moment he wiped with the purification handkerchief. Suddenly, a spark of electricity jumped out. Ah! A familiar sensation spread throughout Shin Jiangnan's body. Then, a trace of uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. It works! It really works! The dark green lines on the Wind Thunder Spear instantly disappeared, replaced by jumping arcs of electricity. After wiping, the whole Wind Thunder Spear once again emitted the sound of wind and thunder, with rolling currents shooting out everywhere, catching everyone's attention. He gulped a mouthful of saliva. Shin Jiangnan was completely shocked. This purification handkerchief not only removed the venom, but even repaired the previous hidden injuries. At this moment, the Wind Thunder Spear displayed its full glory. Chen Zhong and Mo Yezi exchanged a glance beside him. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. This purification handkerchief was a treasure. It could eliminate the negative effects of weapons, and although it had a 24-hour recovery period, it was already enough to make even god-level warriors flock to it. Zhao Qingxue proudly lifted her chin. She stuck out her tongue at Mo Yezi. Mo Lao, Lin Dong is my student, isn't he amazing? Mo Yezi, despite being teased, wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Lin Dong with great interest. This young man was extraordinary. He was just a beginner blacksmith, yet he could forge such miraculous equipment, it was simply unbelievable. It could be predicted that in the near future, he would surely soar to greatness, becoming a pillar of China. After all, in China, a truly outstanding blacksmith was even more significant than the highest-ranking warrior. Lin Dong's excellence made him envious. In comparison, his own disciple, Cheng Niu, had poor talent and was naturally dull, he was not suited for this field. Lin Dong, perhaps, could be properly nurtured to inherit his legacy. Just as Mo Yezi was turning over thoughts in his mind, Shin Jiangnan spoke up. Lin Dong, how much for this handkerchief? It is very useful to me. But Lin Dong shook his head. This made Shin Jiangnan feel a little disappointed. Not for sale? Not for sale, I'll give it to Jiangnan War God, it's just a small thing that isn't worth much. A small thing that isn't worth much? Shin Jiangnan swallowed his saliva. This truly shocked him. A reusable item that could repair legendary weapons, how could it be just a small thing that isn't worth much? Based on his estimate, if this purification handkerchief was sold on the market, it would probably be worth more than his Wind Thunder Spear. Even those at the top of China would be tempted to buy it. For warriors like them who frequently fought, such an item was invaluable and extremely rare. Such a valuable thing, and Lin Dong wanted to give it to him, he certainly couldn't refuse. So, he quickly folded it and put it into his pocket. At the same time, he looked at Lin Dong with satisfaction. Kid, if you have any needs, just tell me, anything I can do, I'll satisfy you. This was exactly what Lin Dong wanted to hear. Since Shin Jiangnan said so, he wouldn't be polite. I want a special recruitment slot to the China War God Academy, to go to a broader stage and create equipment for the warriors of China. Oh? Such a simple request? Shin Jiangnan stroked his chin. Just with the purification handkerchief forged by Lin Dong, he was more than qualified to be the Academy's resident blacksmith. He never expected that the other party only wanted a special recruitment slot. This was easy. Shin Jiangnan showed a somewhat embarrassed expression, thinking that Lin Dong's request was too little. After all, after such a great favor of repairing the Wind Thunder Spear, a mere slot didn't seem like much. But this expression, in the eyes of his disciple Cheng Niu, meant something else. He secretly thought to himself. Ha, Lin Dong has overplayed his hand and irritated Jiangnan War God. If I use this chance to show off, and attract the attention of Jiangnan War God, maybe the special recruitment slot will fall to me. So, he jumped out and wore a mocking expression on his face. Lin Dong, I've long known you had ulterior motives, and now your foxtail is finally showing. This purification handkerchief is so miraculous, how could it possibly be forged by you? I bet you must have stolen it from somewhere and presented it to Jiangnan War God, hoping to get into the China War God Academy. To expose your true nature, I challenge you right now. If you truly have the strength, dare you join me in forging a piece of bronze-level equipment, and let everyone take a look. The reason Xing Niu said this is because he is a bronze blacksmith. Especially when it comes to forging the acceleration gloves, his success rate for bronze equipment is as high as 60%. He is very confident that he can beat Lin Dong. At that time, the outcome will be clear, and perhaps the war god of Jiangnan will recognize his talent and give Xing Niu a special admission spot. His mind was racing with plans. Xing Niu provocatively looked at Lin Dong. But Lin Dong helplessly blinked his eyes. Provoking me? Doubting me? I have a cheat, Xing Niu, are you being too naive? I really don't want to slap your face. Dare you? Xing Niu pressed further. I'm not sure. Lin Dong hesitated. After all, Xing Niu is Mo Shezi's disciple. And his goal has been achieved, he didn't want to stir up more trouble. But the moment he said this, Xing Niu thought Lin Dong was afraid. If you're afraid, it means this purification handkerchief was not forged by you. I guessed it right, you're a fraud, just pretending to be famous. When Xing Niu said this, Mo Shezi, War God Jiangnan, Principal Chen Zhong, and the others all started to look suspicious. Seeing Lin Dong's unwilling expression, could it be that the purification handkerchief wasn't really forged by him? After all, Chen Zhong is the principal, and Lin Dong is a student of their school. He felt it was necessary to step up and investigate the truth. Lin Dong, is this purification handkerchief really forged by you? You need to tell the truth. Otherwise, you might be blacklisted by the War God Academy and never hired. Xing Niu sneered coldly. Principal Chen, I don't think you need to ask, this definitely wasn't forged by Lin Dong. Among everyone present, only Zhao Qingxue knew that Lin Dong had this ability. She had seen Lin Dong's strength, and those who had used it all said it was amazing, incredibly strong. She encouraged Lin Dong. Lin Dong, don't be afraid, accept Xing Niu's challenge and prove yourself. Lin Dong scanned the crowd, knowing he couldn't hide anymore. Right now, he is a beginner blacksmith, capable of forging bronze equipment. As long as he has the blacksmithing books and materials, he can forge successfully 100% of the time. So winning against Xing Niu wouldn't be hard at all. However, he didn't have a bronze equipment forging book right now, and a skilled cook can't cook without ingredients. So, he shrugged. I don't have a bronze equipment forging book right now, I can't forge it. But Xing Niu, standing beside him, thought Lin Dong was making excuses. He immediately pulled out 10 acceleration gloves forging books from his pocket. Ha, kid, I knew you'd make excuses. I have the forging book, and I have the materials. How about it? No more excuses now. If you won't compete with me, you're just a fraud. Actually, this was all of Xing Niu's wealth, and taking it out made his heart bleed. But in order to show off in front of Jiangnan War God, he threw it all out. If he could get into the War God Academy, he could earn back 100 or 1,000 times. Lin Dong looked at Xing Niu's generosity, moved to the point of tears. What a good person. Xing Niu was really a good person. He didn't even make Lin Dong pay for the materials, and he gave him a chance to become famous for free. There aren't many good people like him. So Lin Dong didn't hold back and directly took a piece of material, putting it into the system's furnace. He glanced at the information on the forging book. Equipment, acceleration gloves forging book, bronze level. Forging materials, acceleration gloves forging book plus deerskin gloves plus bronze energy stone plus gale grass plus borax. The original forging book materials didn't have enchantment value. But after putting it in the system's furnace, the forging materials list suddenly had an extra 1 point of enchantment value material. Lin Dong's heart moved. Looks like this enchantment value is a necessary material for adding special enchantment entries by the system. On the other side, Xing Niu was a bit confused, staring at Lin Dong. Seeing Lin Dong's look, he had already started refining. But did he only need one material? Even though his success rate for forging is only 60%, he still needs to prepare at least 2 materials to guarantee success. But he didn't say anything, and put the materials into the furnace, starting the forging process. 1 minute later, Lin Dong had already opened his eyes. He had forged it successfully. Ding, host successfully forged bronze equipment for the first time, experience plus 100, skill plus 20, enchantment value plus 10. But it seemed that, wanting to give Mo Yezi and his apprentice some face, he didn't hurry to take out the speed gloves. Instead, he waited for a full half hour. Xing Niu, covered in sweat, finally stopped forging. After all, he didn't have the system furnace and had to control the physical furnace to forge. He never expected that his luck today would be this good, that he could succeed with just one set of materials. And the quality was even better than the ones he had forged before. Thinking about this, he looked at Lin Dong with pride.
He saw Lin Dong standing there doing nothing, holding nothing in his hands, and suddenly became mysterious. Lin Dong, I knew you would fail at forging, but there's no need to continue comparing because you can never reach my level. Saying this, Xing Niu proudly took out the speed gloves in front of everyone. Equipment, speed gloves, bronze level. Attack +5. Attack speed +5. Dodge +1. His master, Moyezi, immediately lit up with excitement. Attack speed +5 gloves are already a top quality item in bronze equipment. Ordinary speed gloves only have an attack speed of +2. Unexpectedly, Xing Niu had made such great progress, today truly making him proud. Xin Jiangnan also nodded. Although he couldn't use this low-level bronze equipment, the +5 attack speed was still a very good piece of equipment that could be used by the younger generation for practice. And at this moment, Lin Dong gave a slight smile and took out his own speed gloves from the system furnace. Sorry, showing off. Show off? Xing Niu looked at Lin Dong in surprise. Could it be that Lin Dong also forged successfully in one go? But even if he succeeded in forging, it would still be nothing compared to his excellent speed gloves. But the next second, his eyes were wide open. No way. Holy crap. Attack speed +50? Am I seeing things? With Xing Niu's scream, Moyezi also focused his attention on the speed gloves Lin Dong had forged. This is insane. Seeing Moyezi so surprised, Xin Jiangnan also moved quickly, focusing his gaze. My god, what am I seeing? Equipment, speed gloves, bronze level. Attack +50. Attack speed +50. Defense +10. Magic defense +10. Magic resistance +10. Shadow Fist, every 60 seconds, release 100 shadow punches with +100 attack. He mumbled and swallowed hard. Is this really a bronze level piece of equipment? His Wind Thunder Spear only has 800 attack. These speed gloves, with just the Shadow Fist skill, can deal tens of thousands of damage every minute? This is too crazy. A genius, Lin Dong is absolutely a genius. The front line of the battle between the Chinese army and the beasts is tight, and to get a good piece of equipment, many soldiers are injured every day. Recently, it's been strange, the equipment dropped by the beasts is getting less and less, with a drop rate so low it's appalling. And the beasts have become even harder to kill, with their health constantly rising. If these speed gloves were sent to the front line, to the battle gods, the efficiency of monster farming would probably increase by dozens of times. But why send them to other battle gods? Why not personally take them to the front line? After all, this looks even stronger than his Wind Thunder Spear. And since it's just a pair of gloves, it can be paired with the Wind Thunder Spear. Looks like coming to Jiangcheng First High School this time, I found a treasure. And Lin Dong's value is far greater than these speed gloves. Perhaps, Lin Dong can mass-produce these bronze-level weapons. Thinking of the scene where every Chinese warrior has a bronze-level speed glove, Xin Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh excitedly. With this person here, who in the future of China could stand against him? But at the same time, he had a question. Lin Dong, why do the equipments you forge always have skill attributes? I rarely see these skill attributes on other equipments, how did you do it? Lin Dong smiled slightly. He did not hide anything. Because there was no need. At this moment, he had to show his greatest value to attract higher attention. This is a special ability of mine. If you don't believe me, Jiangnan War God can give me your Wind Thunder Spear, I can prove it to you. Oh? Jiangnan's expression changed. He handed the Wind Thunder Spear to Lin Dong with some doubt. Lin Dong looked at the Wind Thunder Spear crackling with electric arcs. A line of information appeared. Equipment, Wind Thunder Spear, legendary level 8266/10,000. Owner, Jiangnan. Status, bound. Attack, 800. Magic resistance, 150. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 300. Wind Thunder Entanglement, attack speed +5, damage increase +10%. Forging plan, can upgrade to Sky Level Weapon Storm Thunder Hammer, Sky Level Forging Book + Eye of Storm + Thunderwood + Sky Level Energy Stone. Exceeds host's forging ability. Suggest direct enchantment. Without hesitation, Lin Dong immediately enchanted it. This enchantment consumed 6 enchantment points, current remaining enchantment points 10. Ding, enchantment successful. Awakening experience 100% bonus attribute. Ding, quality enhancement chance triggered, equipment quality upgraded to Sky Level. Ding, host crafted Sky Level Weapon Storm Thunder Hammer for the first time, reward experience +1600, mastery +150, enchantment points +100. Ding, host leveled up to level 12, unlocked level 2 system shop, can obtain 1 forging book of golden quality or below every 24 hours. Oh no! Level up again.
Lin Dong checked the panel. He felt that this time, he really hit the jackpot. High-level equipment provides a significant experience boost. Name, Lin Dong. Level, 12. Health, 1200. Attack, 60. Defense, 60. Enchantment points, 110.
Stored experience, 2000/4000.
Class, Blacksmith, Blacksmith level, Blacksmith Artisan, Mastery 230/500.
God level forging skill, forging according to materials from the forging book with a 100% success rate, currently able to forge silver and below equipment. God level enchantment skill, spend enchantment points to enchant equipment, with a chance to increase equipment quality and gain special attributes. Level 2 system shop, obtain one forging book of golden quality or below every 24 hours. At the same time, Lin Dong was secretly thinking. This enchantment has a chance to improve the equipment quality.
Once it's upgraded, it's much easier than forging. Lin Dong was lucky, this time the enchantment directly upgraded the Wind Thunder Spear's quality.
As Lin Dong finished enchanting, dark thunder clouds gathered in the sky, and thick electric arcs slashed down, striking the storm thunder hammer.
The entire Jian city was filled with an apocalyptic scene. Sky-level weapon appeared, accompanied by a strange phenomenon. But as the owner of the storm thunder hammer, Jian Nan was even more surprised. Just now, he had actually received the experience feedback of the storm thunder hammer. All the monster experience he had killed before was now 100% added to him again. The intense experience boost made him directly jump from level 68 peak to level 70. He jumped 2 levels in a row. You have to know that every level after this requires a huge amount of experience. How many war gods get stuck before level 70, spending their whole life but can't cross that barrier? But now, Jiang Nan received the experience feedback. It made him break through the Battle Sovereign barrier he had never been able to cross before with ease. Battle Sovereign. The highest military power in the Blue Star nations. Currently, there are only 8 in China. And from now on, there's one more. Jiang Nan himself was extremely shocked. How could this happen? Where did these experiences come from? When he saw the upgraded weapon attributes, he understood everything and laughed out loud. Equipment, Storm Thunder Hammer, Sky Level 16532/100000. Owner, Jiang Nan. Status, Bound. Attack, 16,000. Magic Resistance, 3,000. Physical Defense, 6,000. Magic Defense, 6,000. Armor Piercing, 1% chance to ignore the opponent's defense. Wind Thunder Entanglement, Attack Speed plus 100%. Injury increased by plus 20%. Experience 100% bonus, killing monsters gains double experience. Experience bonus. Rare attribute words. Xinjiang Nan looked at Lin Dong with an intensely fervent gaze. Talented person. With this kid around, the combat power of the Huaxia warriors will surely multiply. However, the commotion caused by Xinjiang Nan's promotion to Battle Sovereign was far from over. The thunderclouds in the sky were still gathering, combined with the stormy thunder hammer, causing the entire Jiangqing area to be filled with dazzling lightning and thunder. Of course, this is not a thunder disaster. It is merely the magnetic field vibrations triggered during the promotion to Battle Sovereign. The abnormal phenomena in heaven and earth at this moment caught the attention of many people. With such a huge commotion, it was hard not to attract attention. After all, Battle Sovereign is the top combat power on Blue Star now. Since the Beast Tide invaded Blue Star, no one has reached the level above Battle Sovereign. In any country, when someone promotes to Battle Sovereign, they have to hold a grand banquet to celebrate. The principal of Liaozhou Battle God Academy, Xiao Beizhou, was worried about negotiations with Eagle Sauce and other powers. Our Huaxia has resisted millions of magical beasts for Blue Star, yet they don't know gratitude and even secretly plot against us. Our Battle God Battle Sovereigns are all at the front lines, unable to spare power to deal with their backstabs. It's truly infuriating. Even the country of Tianzhu is recently trying to restart border negotiation lines, aiming to take advantage of our predicament. However, when he sensed the magnetic field disturbance, a rare hint of joy appeared on his old face. That's right. That's right. This is the commotion of promoting to Battle Sovereign. The scroll in his hand fell to the ground as he became extremely excited. With Huaxia adding another Battle Sovereign, we will be much tougher in negotiations with Eagle Sauce and John. Haha, the timing of this promotion is perfect. Even Qi Tianyu, a Battle Sovereign at the far northeast Huacheng Academy, stood up, feeling the disordered magnetic field in the world. Battle Sovereign. Haha, our Huaxia has produced another new Battle Sovereign. In over 20 years, the only person from Huaxia to promote to Battle Sovereign, we old fellows finally have successors. Quickly check to see who it is. In the southwest, is it Xiang Hong of the Xiang family or Ouyang Zhantian of the Ouyang family? I can't wait to go and drink a toast. At the other end of Blue Star and Eagle Sauce territory, countless battle sovereigns were also alarmed. Because this momentum was too strong. Oh no, a new battle sovereign has emerged in Huaxia. They mainly focus on the warrior path, with extremely high burst potential in the later stages. Once they promote to battle sovereign, it's equivalent to 2 or 3 magic sovereigns of the same level. Hurry and inform the Emperor of Sacred City to continue applying pressure to Huaxia in the negotiations. We can't let this juicy piece of meat slip away. The entire Blue Star became turbulent due to the emergence of a new battle sovereign. One must know, with a population of 100 billion on Blue Star, there are not even 100 battle sovereigns, each one is a household name. But deep in the whirlpool, Xinjiangnan had no mood to care about these matters. Because his current focus was entirely on Lindong. Lindong, your special ability truly surprises me. Are you sure you only want a special recruitment quota? I feel you could easily lead the entire Battle God Academy's Forge Master Guild. Lindong originally intended to control more resources to serve the greater good of Huaxia. If he could become the president of the Forge Master Guild, of course, he would not refuse. If there can be more benefits, I certainly won't refuse. Xinjiangnan laughed heartily, this kid knows how to climb up the ladder. But now that he has been promoted to Battle Sovereign, his words hold much more weight. He believes that no one will reject his recommendation for Lindong. So he sent Lindong's information to the Battle God Academy's conference group. And expressed his opinion. Enrollment Supervisor Battle God Xinjiangnan, I recommend Lindong to become the honorary president of the Battle God Academy Forge Master Guild. But his message immediately sparked a rebuttal from other teachers in the group. Tactical Guidance War God Ding Taichiu, looking at the age, isn't this just a freshman? What qualification does he have to become the honorary president of the Blacksmith's Guild? Dungeon Management Director War God Dongfang Jian, Xinjiangnan, what are you stirring up? The Blacksmith's Guild is an important logistical force, how can it be treated lightly? Freshman Counselor War God Li Shinho, you, a crippled war god, what qualification do you have to recommend someone in the group? I think you're not even qualified to stay in the group. Principal Xiao Beizhou also shook his head helplessly. Xinjiangnan is good at everything, but his temper is too impulsive and reckless. He acts without thinking, without any clear reason or outcome. Principal War God Xiao Beizhou, Jiangnan, any position requires an assessment, it's not just something you can casually claim. If you want to recommend him, at least show his achievements. Freshman Counselor War God Li Shinho, the principal is right, our assessments are very strict, people with no contributions can never pass the evaluation. What achievements could this freshman possibly have? Xinjiangnan, you're not trying to use power and money for backdoor dealings, are you? What evidence, Xinjiangnan couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. You better keep your eyes open. Anyone with heart disease better take a pill quickly, or you might not be able to handle what you're about to see. After hesitating for a moment, he first took some pictures of the purification handkerchief with his phone and directly sent them to the meeting group. The next second, the meeting group exploded. 010 Honorary President? I, Xinjiangnan, have decided to make Lindong the one. F***K. 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 Tactical Guidance War God Ding Taichiu, although I know as an educator, saying F***K is not elegant. But I can't find another word to express my feelings right now. Bounty Task Publisher War God Huiting Xiong, can this purification handkerchief really remove the negative effects of legendary and lower level equipment? My endless battle blade is begging for a test. Dungeon Management Director War God Dongfang Jian, my golden judgment has also been cursed with negative stats, can I experience it first? Principal War God Xiao Beizhou, actually, I also have a wine gourd that needs cleaning. Xinjiangnan looked at these war gods shamelessly begging for favors, and suddenly felt that all his previous frustration disappeared. Even Principal Xiao Beizhou was tempted to step in, which was enough to show the extraordinary nature of the purification handkerchief. It should be known that Principal Xiao Beizhou's wine gourd was not ordinary, it was a sky-level weapon, the Blood God Gourd, which once trapped a sky-level lord and took 3 years to turn into blood water. That blood water was later turned into a strong body pill, and every student who made a significant contribution was rewarded with one. But Xinjiangnan didn't forget his goal, he was here to help Lindong secure the position of honorary president of the Blacksmith's Guild. Every guild has 3 honorary president positions, and there is 1 vacancy left in the Blacksmith's Guild. He had to help Lindong secure it. Otherwise, he would feel guilty for boasting earlier. However, at this moment, freshman counselor Li Shinho began subtly sowing discord. He and Xinjiangnan had never gotten along, and seeing Xinjiangnan in trouble, he couldn't wait to kick him while he was down. Recalling Xinjiangnan's purpose for going to Jiangcheng this time, Li Shinho came up with a bold guess. Freshman counselor War God Li Shinho, this purification handkerchief must have been forged by Mr. Mo Xiezi, right? With such a national treasure appearing, why don't you hand it over to the country immediately? Could it be that you want to keep this handkerchief as a private possession? Even flaunting it in the group. These words made the people in the group become more cautious. Yes, just now they were all thinking of keeping it for themselves. Good things, of course, should be handed over to the country to bring greater value. Li Shinho displayed his high awareness at this moment, making others feel embarrassed to fight for it. But this was something Xinjiangnan didn't want to hear. Giving it to the country is a must. But what does your sarcastic tone mean, Li Shinho? So, he immediately began to rebut. Admissions supervisor, battle god Xinjiangnan, don't change the topic, this is not old Mo's work, this is exactly what I recommended earlier, created by Lin Dong. Just tell me if he is qualified to be the president of the Blacksmiths Guild. His words instantly drew a scoff from Li Shinho. Freshman counselor, battle god Li Shinho, a freshman blacksmith, how could he possibly forge such a treasure? Xinjiangnan, could you please come up with a better excuse before talking in the group? We're not fools. Admissions supervisor, battle god Xinjiangnan, then what do you need to believe? Freshman counselor, battle god Li Shinho, at least send a video of him forging it live, otherwise how can we believe it? Xinjiangnan nodded. Li Shinho made a fair point. But pictures alone really couldn't convince anyone. So he turned his gaze towards Lin Dong. Kid, can you forge an identical purification handkerchief? Lin Dong blinked. A bit awkward. I can, but I don't have the materials right now. How about forging an acceleration glove instead? The materials are already available. As he spoke, Lin Dong mischievously glanced at Qing Niu. That guy had caused him trouble earlier, so he definitely had to take this chance to make him bleed a little. Plus, he really didn't have the materials to forge the purification handkerchief, since when he forged it for Zhao Qingxue, he had borrowed cotton fabric from her. Seeing Lin Dong look over, Zhao Qingxue's face turned bright red. She recalled the scene in the office earlier and couldn't help but twist her long legs, so embarrassed. But when Xinjiangnan heard Lin Dong could forge the acceleration glove again, he became very excited. If another acceleration glove appeared, it would be truly shocking. So, he turned his gaze towards Qing Niu. Hurry up and give Lin Dong a few materials. Ha! Qing Niu's face turned as bitter as a melon. What kind of sin had he committed? Not only was he handing over materials for free, but he was also helping Lin Dong's reputation. Mo Xiezi saw him hesitating and immediately knocked on his head. Fool, do I need Xinjiangnan to say the same thing a second time? Oh. Reluctantly, Qing Niu threw a piece of material at Lin Dong and turned his head to silently cry. What a loss. A huge loss. But Lin Dong smiled slyly at him, not making any move. Qing Niu, I just remembered, blacksmithing usually requires several pieces of material. One piece might not be enough. Damn you. Qing Niu cursed silently in his heart. This Lin Dong was clearly setting him up. But the situation was stronger than the man, so he had no choice but to take out 2 more pieces of material. Lin Dong was satisfied as he collected all the materials and then began to perform. Let's start forging. During the forging, he deliberately took the system furnace out from his space to make it easier for Xinjiangnan to record the video. The forging process was incredibly simple. Even Mo Xiezi, the legendary blacksmith, was greatly shaken. What kind of technique is this? I actually feel like I'm learning a lot from it. 1 minute later. Ding, host has successfully forged bronze-level equipment, proficiency plus 10. Ding, enchantment successful. This time consumed 1 enchantment point. Awakened the suppression of healing attribute. Ding, quality enhancement triggered, equipment quality upgraded to silver level. Ding, host successfully forged silver level equipment for the first time, experience plus 100, proficiency plus 30, enchantment points plus 15. Oh no. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed. He actually triggered the quality enhancement chance again. He transformed an ordinary bronze equipment into silver level equipment. And this time, the attributes were even more outrageous. Equipment, acceleration gloves, silver level. Attack plus 500. Attack speed plus 35. Defense plus 100. Movement speed plus 20. Suppression of healing, suppresses any form of healing ability for monsters with less than 30% health. Silver gloves with plus 500 attack? This attribute is probably something only a diamond level weapon could reach. And it even has a suppression effect that prevents healing, which is simply a perfect counter for magic beasts with healing abilities. Xinjiangnan has already imagined the scene of holding 2 acceleration gloves, with the left hand holding the shadowless fist and the right hand suppressing healing. So impressive. Invincible war sovereign. He smiled happily as he quietly sent the picture of the bronze-level acceleration gloves and the video of Lin Dong making silver-level acceleration gloves on site into the meeting group. This time he didn't say a word. He just stood there grinning. Now, Li Shinho has no way to refute. Sure enough,
his 2 messages quickly turned to read status.
There are only 32 people in the group, but now it shows 32 people have read. Clearly, these 2 pieces of equipment caught everyone's attention. With the on-site forging video as proof, all doubts vanished.
Many school higher-ups, who had originally been silent, could no longer sit still.
Board member War God Nan Batian, Jiangnan, ask this young man if the suppression healing acceleration gloves are for sale. I'll buy them for 10 billion. Damn, the lord boss of this ancient demon god dungeon is so annoying. Every time I'm about to die, it instantly goes back to full health. Board member War God Zhuge Yuan, oh, this boy is not bad, come join our Blood Fiend Guild as a supporter, much better than the honorary president treatment of the Forgers Guild. Student Council War God Ling Feng, isn't this little junior from Jian City, my fellow townsman? Come join our student council, I'll make him the vice president. Combat Readiness Group Leader War God Yui, this little brother is so handsome, emotionally stable and reliable, I want to discuss. Principal War Sovereign Xiao Beizhou, ahem, Jiangnan, you bring this Lin Dong back to me, I've been feeling restless lately and want to take an apprentice. Looking at the lively scene in the group, Li Shenhoff's face changed a bit. Damn it. Shin Jiangnan has fooled us again. He pretended to be silent in the group but was closely watching the dynamics. He even started to hate Lin Dong too. This kid is extremely hateful. He actually helped that old dog Shin Jiangnan deal with me. When you come to school, I'll make you pay. At this time, Shin Jiangnan seizes the opportunity and asks in the group. Lin Dong is the honorary president of the Forgers Guild, is there anyone still opposing? 011 in this day and age, who doesn't have a circle of friends? Opposing? What to oppose with? Why oppose? A genius forger like Lin Dong, they are eager to curry favor with him. After all, warriors rely heavily on equipment.
A war god without legendary equipment might even lose to a war king with a full set of gear. Noticing that many war gods in the group hardly have any legendary level equipment, most are wearing diamond gear. Like the newly promoted war god Ling Feng of the student council, he doesn't even have diamond gear and is in a full platinum set. If they can gain the friendship of a genius forger like Lin Dong, it would be immensely beneficial to them. After all, who would ever say they have too much equipment? Of course, the more, the better. So the group was instantly filled with agree +1 messages. Shin Jiangnan also began to show his mathematical talent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 31? Still missing one person who hasn't agreed. Shin Jiangnan loudly shouted in the group with voice messages. Who is so out of tune, why not agree? If you have something to say, just say it quickly to avoid complaining later that your opinion wasn't considered. As for who didn't agree, everyone knows in their hearts. Who else but Li Shinhoff? Now being relentlessly targeted by Shin Jiangnan, Li Shinhoff felt like he was going to explode with anger. You, Shin Jiangnan, really are a petty person who has found success. So you found an exceptionally talented forger. Look at how arrogant you are. I just questioned you a bit, do you have to hold on to it so tightly? Must you make me lose face in front of all the teachers? On the other side, Shin Jiangnan still hasn't vented his anger and keeps sending voice messages in the group. Admissions Director Shin Jiangnan, voice message, 59 seconds. Admissions Director Shin Jiangnan, voice message, 36 seconds. Admissions Director Shin Jiangnan, voice message, 27 seconds. Although it was clear that Shin Jiangnan had nothing good to say, Li Shinho still couldn't help but click and listen to the entire message. What Shin Jiangnan said was so harsh. He almost called him out by name. Damn it! Is this never going to end? At this moment, Principal Xiao Beizhou tagged Li Shinho in the group. Principal Zhanzun Xiao Beizhou, Shinho, hurry and say something, or Shin Jiangnan will end up cursing us all out. When the principal spoke, Li Shinho had no choice but to pinch his nose and agree. But the hatred in his heart grew deeper. Today's shame will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Didn't you recommend this blacksmith to be the honorary president? Hee, I'll go to the Blacksmith Guild and whisper something in President Yan Linglong's ear. After all, Yan Linglong's nephew, Yan Liangchen, also wanted to compete for the honorary president position. With a little embellishment, the entire Blacksmith Guild will be against this Lin Dong. The chat in the group continued. Principal Xiao Beizhou specifically reminded Shin Jiangnan a few times. Principal Zhanzun Xiao Beizhou, Jiangnan, make sure you protect this Lin Dong well, and don't let anything happen to him. If this kid gets cultivated, we may see an equipment revolution in China. Not exaggerating, China may rise again and completely turn the tables in adversity. Shin Jiangnan agreed repeatedly. In fact, he thought the same. Lin Dong's value was self-evident. From the few pieces of equipment he had forged, it was clear that his potential was almost revolutionary. Giving equipment 100% skill tags was something that had never been seen before on Blue Star.
If a team of war gods could be armed, they could probably sweep through the beastmen without any resistance. Coming back to his senses, Shen Jiangnan looked at Lin Dong again. Lin Dong, I've already taken care of the honorary president position at the Blacksmith Guild for you. During this time before school starts, I'll secretly protect you. You will be completely safe. With Shen Jiangnan's assurance, Lin Dong could freely enjoy himself for the time being. This was Zhang Zun, one of the top 9 in China. As thanks, Lin Dong placed the 2 acceleration gloves in front of Shen Jiangnan. War God Jiangnan, thank you for your care. These 2 acceleration gloves, take them first. When I become a sky-level blacksmith, I'll craft a full set of sky-level gear for you for free. If the country needs more acceleration gloves, I'll forge a few more. These 2 are yours. Lin Dong's words made Shen Jiangnan's eyes light up. This kid. He's thoughtful. Worth getting along with. Smiling, he put the 2 acceleration gloves into his space ring. Shen Jiangnan suddenly remembered something important. He planned to set up a special opportunity for Lin Dong. After the enrollment season ends every year, our War God Academy selects outstanding new students for practical combat training. They go to challenge higher-level dungeons. This kind of dungeon experience is crucial for both team and individual growth. It's also the best way for us in China to cultivate team combat awareness. In the past, many excellent new students grew and gained insights in these dungeons. Some even reached level 30 or higher before school started, becoming elite warriors. Although you're a blacksmith, if you pair well with a team, there might be unexpected results. If you're willing, I can get you a spot for the practical training. If Shen Jiangnan said something seriously, it was certainly a good thing. And with someone leading him to run dungeons, his safety would surely be guaranteed. Anyone who doesn't want to join this kind of opportunity is out of their mind. So Lin Dong immediately agreed. I'll follow whatever War God Jiangnan arranges. Good. Once the career awakening is finished at the first middle school in Jiangxing tomorrow, I'll pick a few talented students, and we'll head back to War God Academy immediately. After arranging things for Lin Dong, Shen Jiangnan. Unable to resist, he took out the acceleration gloves again, holding the Storm Thunder Hammer, walking around a few times with a mighty and awe-inspiring air. Wearing this outfit was simply too thrilling. Right now, he couldn't wait to return to the southwest front and take down the mutated poison dragon that almost made him lose his qualifications as a battle god. He believed that with this set of equipment, he could definitely drive the monsters on the southwestern front of China back into the abyss crack. Come on, little brat, hurry up and take a few pictures for me, let me enjoy my own beauty for a moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong found a good angle and took several pictures of Shen Jiangnan, showing off his majestic and domineering appearance. Shen Jiangnan was in high spirits, after all, he hadn't revealed his promotion to Battle Lord to anyone yet. So he decided to announce it to the world and directly posted it on his moments, to boost the morale of the Chinese people. Sigh, I accidentally leveled up. Who understands this kind of trouble? Unexpectedly, just a few seconds after posting, the comments on his moments exploded to 99+. Shit. Our new Battle Lord in China is you. This is too unreasonable, I remember your level experience is not more than mine. What are you talking about upstairs? This is our noble Battle Lord, the backbone of China, our pride. Please watch your mouth. What kind of trash is this diamond weapon in my hand? It's even worse than a bronze-level acceleration glove. When did China have another sky-level weapon emerge? This Storm Thunder Hammer seems familiar, is it modified from the Thunder Halberd? Meanwhile, Zhao Qingxue also secretly posted something on her moments. Who says blacksmiths are weak? There are no useless professions in this world, only useless practitioners. As long as you work hard enough, no matter how small, you can shine. Students, keep up the effort. Her intention was to encourage the hard-working students. The accompanying screenshot was a picture of a purification handkerchief with wings. Whether it was intentional or not, Lin Dong's back was visible in the photo. After all, it was just Lin Dong's back, she didn't believe anyone could recognize him. But, there's always an exception. Bored at home, Lin Yang suddenly scrolled through his phone and saw this moment's post. After seeing Zhao Qingxue's subtle hint, Lin Yang became curious. This back? Isn't this Lin Dong? Could it be that this purification handkerchief was forged by Lin Dong? Has he awakened his profession in advance? He quickly jumped out of bed and ran out of the bedroom. Dad, Mom, I want this purification handkerchief. Let Lin Dong quickly make one for me, I need it now. He seemed unaware that Lin Dong had completely severed ties with their family. Still acting as if nothing had changed. Father Lin Sonqing was shocked upon hearing this. The value of the purification handkerchief was self-evident, it could probably make their family some money. This little bastard, how dare he do these things behind our backs? Doesn't he know that everything should prioritize the family's use? This is getting more and more outrageous. I'll call him right now and make him come back to make one for Lin Yang. 012 You want me to come back? Why should I? Lin Songqing dialed Lin Dong's number. He couldn't help but frown. The phone rang for more than 10 seconds, but Lin Dong still hadn't answered. This Lin Dong was really getting too big for his boots, not even picking up the phone immediately. Lin Dong is becoming more and more disappointing. Does he still see me as his father? He doesn't even follow the basic etiquette anymore. Zhao Qingxue, who was just begging Lin Dong to forge some equipment, heard the phone ringing for a long time and couldn't help but remind Lin Dong. Lin Dong, the phone's ringing. Do you want to answer it? Lin Dong glanced at the phone and directly hung up. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's puzzled expression, he smiled slightly. Oh, just a spam call. Don't mind it. Zhao Qingxue didn't suspect anything and continued begging Lin Dong. Lin Dong, can you forge a set of bronze equipment for the teacher? Just a bronze set will do. She grabbed Lin Dong's arm and shook it vigorously. Like a spoiled little girl, she didn't show even a hint of the calm demeanor she had in class. Could it be that teacher Zhao is really like this in private? The contrast to her cold, stern face in class is just too big. But before Lin Dong could respond, his phone rang again. Lin Dong frowned. It was still Lin Songqing calling. They had already severed ties, so why was he calling? Was he trying to drag him back to be a workhorse again? He was done with that kind of life. He absolutely wouldn't allow himself to jump into the same pit twice. He hung up the phone again and conveniently blacklisted the number. Zhao Qingxue blinked and noticed that Lin Dong's expression was not good. What happened? Why didn't you answer? Is it someone you hate? A guy selling property insurance? He's trying to trick people into investing without any real returns. Lin Dong casually replied. He felt no attachment to the Lin family whatsoever. Zhao Qingxue echoed with a frown. Right, those guys selling property insurance are really annoying. They trick people every day. They're worse than monsters that eat you without spitting out bones. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's face filled with anger, Lin Dong formally responded to her earlier request. Teacher Zhao, didn't you just say you wanted to create a bronze set? Since we're with old Mo, and he has all the forging books and materials, why don't I just help you forge it? Lin Dong changed the subject, instantly capturing Zhao Qingxue's attention. She had already witnessed Lin Dong's forging skills, so there was not a shred of doubt. If he was willing to make her a bronze set, it would probably be the most exaggerated bronze set in history. Zhao Qingxue could barely contain her excitement. She couldn't help but hug Lin Dong and give him a kiss. You truly are the best student. You are the pride of your teacher. Ahem. Teacher, can you loosen up a bit? I can't breathe. Zhao Qingxue shyly released Lin Dong, feeling she was a bit too excited just now. And Lin Dong looked at Zhao Qingxue's terrifying figure, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Teacher, please go prepare the materials. Zhao Qingxue nodded and began to act spoiled with Mo Yazi. Grandpa Mo, I need all the forging materials for the deerskin magic boots, demon hat, magic helmet, mysterious ring, and force staff. Can you help me find them? Lin Songqing had a grim face. He hadn't expected Lin Dong to hang up on him twice. He slammed the table in anger and exploded. Ungrateful brat. Hanging up on me again. He's testing my patience. And Lin Yang was there fanning the flames, completely unaware of Lin Dong's resolute attitude. Look at how Lin Dong is, Dad. How can you stand it? You raised him this much, and he's not grateful at all. He's just a heartless wolf. His conscience must have been eaten by dogs. Lin Songqing looked at Lin Yang with a doting glance. At least Lin Yang understood. He knew parents should be respected for raising children. But looking back at Lin Dong, he was nothing but a perfect example of what not to do. He suppressed his anger again and dialed Lin Dong's number. The phone wouldn't connect. Beast. He actually blacklisted me. I only told him to get lost in anger. How could he take it seriously? He's actually sulking with me. Recalling the scene from the morning, Lin Songqing's anger reached its peak. But facing a blacklisted phone call, he felt like there was nowhere to vent his anger. So he looked at his mother, Meng Qinxie, and said displeased. Look at what you've spoiled Lin Dong into. It's too outrageous. He's rebellious to the point of defiance. But surprisingly, Meng Qinxie didn't say a word. She carefully reviewed the past 18 years and felt Lin Dong was like a little transparent. She couldn't recall any moments spent with him. Why, after living alongside Lin Dong for 18 years, did her memories feel so pitifully scarce? She couldn't help but ask herself. Am I such a failed mother? How could I not recall any time spent with my child? All these years of energy have been poured into Lin Yang, causing Lin Dong, the older brother, to have absolutely no presence. When I was organizing Lin Dong's personal items this morning, I should have noticed that there was not a single thing of Lin Dong's in the house, but Lin Yang's personal items had already filled up the room. But why didn't Lin Dong tell me after enduring so much grievance? If he told me, how could I just stand by and do nothing? Lin Sanxing looked at Meng Qinxie, who was in a daze, and couldn't help but frown again. Qinxie, what are you doing? Hurry up and call this ungrateful son. Tell him to come back and purify Lin Yang's handkerchief. Meng Qinxie lifted her head, her face full of disappointment that she couldn't hide. She looked at Lin Sanxing seriously and said what had been on her mind after much thought. Sanxing, have we been wrong in the way we've educated our children? I have a bad feeling that Lin Dong may never come back to us. We owe our child an apology. Lin Sanxing looked at Meng Qinxie with confusion. He didn't understand what was going on with this woman. Why would parents apologize to their children? Even if parents were wrong, they couldn't possibly apologize to their children. That would ruin the authority of the parents. Besides, he didn't think he was wrong. He was just exercising his normal rights as a father. What's wrong with you? Give me the phone, I'll call him. With that, he snatched Meng Qinxie's phone and dialed Lin Dong again. But at that moment, Lin Dong was busy helping Zhao Qingxue research a book on forging deerskin magic boots, so he hung up the phone again without hesitation. Not a second wasted. While preparing for the forging, Lin Dong made a new discovery that left him puzzled. Because the content in the forging book provided by Mo Yezi was quite different from the plan offered by his system. Normal deerskin magic boots. Forging requirements: deerskin magic boots forging book plus mutated 7-star demon deerskin plus diamond sand plus energy stone. Systems: deerskin magic boots. Forging requirements: deerskin magic boots forging book plus mutated 7-star demon deerskin plus water blue crystal stone plus bronze beast demon core plus energy stone plus violent magic energy stone. The systems plan definitely won't be wrong. But the difference seems too great. The other equipment isn't that different, but this deerskin magic boots is almost completely different. At the same time, he realized that the existing forging books in the world might not be entirely accurate. So, Lin Dong wrote down the materials again and handed them to Zhao Qingxue. Teacher, please prepare a new list of materials. Zhao Qingxue took Lin Dong's plan and went to Mo Yezi. Grandpa Mo, the materials just now were wrong. I need to prepare a new list. Mo Yezi looked at Zhao Qingxue in surprise. How could the materials he prepared be wrong? He then took a look at Zhao Qingxue's materials list and was immediately so angry that his beard stood up high. Nonsense! This violent magic energy stone can only be produced in platinum-level dungeons. Using it to forge bronze equipment is pure nonsense. Bronze equipment can't withstand this violent magic energy. This is ridiculous. Zhao Qingxue pouted. She didn't expect Mo Yezi to have such a big reaction. But this is the material Lin Dong asked me to find. At these words, Mo Yezi froze as if struck by a spell. The room instantly fell silent. Oh, so it was Lin Dong who said it. Then it should be fine. I need to research it carefully. Watching Mo Yezi start to select materials again, Zhao Qingxue's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Lin Dong's power has become this great now? Even the legendary blacksmith Mo Yezi, who is one of the last remaining legends in China, needs to refer to his opinion. But just at this moment, a phone call came in. Ha! It's Lin Dong's mother's call? Why is she calling me? Zhao Qingxue secretly glanced at Lin Dong. She found that Lin Dong was completely focused on sorting materials and forging equipment. But she did not disturb him. Instead, she gently pressed the answer button. Hello, Lin Dong's mother, what's the matter? A sweet voice, overflowing with sugar. It instantly reduced more than half of Lin Sanxing's anger on the other end of the phone. Facing such a sweet-voiced teacher, he felt the need to show his gentlemanly side. Just now, after Lin Yang's reminder, he had called Zhao Qingxue. After all, Lin Dong's phone was completely unreachable, and if he was with Zhao Qingxue, he might be able to find him. Ah, Teacher Zhao. I am Lin Dong's father. This child is usually mischievous. I've troubled you a lot. Zhao Qingxue glanced at the phone number. It was indeed Lin Dong's mother's number, so why was his father calling? Slightly puzzled, she began to suspect the reason for his call. Because Lin Dong's parents had never called to ask about Lin Dong's situation before, they only ever called about Lin Yang. This time, it was like the sun had risen in the west. Why were they suddenly mentioning Lin Dong? But she also knew that he was just being polite. Almost every parent said something like this when they called. As a teacher, she remained objective and responded based on the facts. Mr. Lin, I need to clarify something with you. Lin Dong is not mischievous. On the contrary, he is the pride of his teachers, the pride of our school, and even, in the future, the pride of the entire nation.
Compared to his younger brother, who acts like a giant baby, always fighting with classmates at school, Lin Dong is outstanding beyond measure. And today, Lin Dong received a special admission offer from War God Academy. Even a War God level figure personally praised him. You should be proud of Lin Dong. This statement was purely the truth from Zhao Qingshui. As a teacher, she knew every student well. But to Lin Sanqing, it sounded completely unacceptable. Teacher Zhao, you must be mistaken. How could trash like Lin Dong be the excellent student you described? Even if War God Academy accepted someone, it should be Lin Yang, the obedient and sensible one. I think your school's understanding of students is too superficial, unworthy of a teacher's standard. At first, Zhao Qingshui was patient enough to listen. But as she listened further, she found it unbearable. What did Lin Dong's father mean? He was belittling such an outstanding son as if he were worthless. This was beyond ridiculous. She had seen unreasonable parents before, but most were overly protective of their children. This was the first time she had seen one belittle his own son so severely. Mr. Lin, please watch your words. And do not question my professionalism. As their homeroom teacher, I understand these twins very well. We have conducted thorough research on them. As parents, you know nothing about Lin Dong's excellence. Don't you find that laughable? Zhao Qingshui's sharp rebuttal made Lin Sanqing furious again. This teacher knew nothing about the real situation, yet she dared to interfere in their family affairs. This was overstepping her bounds. She was just a teacher. How could she know more about his own son than he did? Lin Dong was nothing but useless mud that could never be shaped into anything. How did he suddenly become a model student in her words? Meanwhile, the son they had pinned all their hopes on, Lin Yang, was not getting a single word of praise from this teacher. Was that fair? A teacher who misjudged people like this was nothing but a parasite in the school and should be fired. Teacher Zhao, if you don't understand, then don't make baseless judgments. This only makes me doubt your abilities even more. Is Lin Dong with you? Give him the phone. Tell him to come home immediately. Otherwise, he will never have a chance to mend this relationship again. Lin Sanqing's tone was severe. Even without putting the phone on speaker, those around could hear him clearly. Zhao Qingshui covered her swollen ears and looked at Lin Dong with some concern. It seemed that there were some irreconcilable conflicts in Lin Dong's family. At that moment, Lin Dong smiled and looked at her. He was holding a pair of deerskin magic boots in his hand. Teacher Zhao, if I remember correctly, you are a magic tutor. These deerskin magic boots are perfect for you. Then she took the phone from Zhao Qingshui's hand and shrugged. Don't worry, let me handle things at home. Sorry for causing trouble for you, teacher. Lin Dong took the phone, his face very calm. We no longer have any relationship, so please stop bothering each other. And your son will always only be Lin Yang. I'm just a tool. Whether I exist or not, what difference does it make to you? Hearing Lin Dong's voice, Meng Qingxian's eyes finally had some color. She immediately snatched the phone from Lin Sanqing's hand, her voice trembling. Lin Dong, stop being angry with your father. Mom has fought it through. Over the years, I truly feel guilty toward you. Can you forgive your mom? Come back home, our family will be harmonious. I will never ignore your feelings again. Lin Dong furrowed his brows. Why did she suddenly try to play the emotional card? But delayed love is worth less than weeds. Just because you regret it, should he turn back? Moreover, he had already chosen to sever ties and activate the system. His body had already been pledged to China, and from now on, his heart had no other thoughts. There is no possibility of going back. I'll call you mom one last time. Goodbye. We won't meet again. With that, he hung up the phone and returned to Zhao Qingshui's side. Meng Qingxian anxiously shouted a few words at Lin Dong, but the phone had already gone to a busy signal. At that moment, it felt as if all her strength had been drained. A deep sense of loss surged inside her. The son who had always been low-key and sensible had now completely drifted away. She slumped on the sofa, feeling a little bitter in her heart. The consequences of the seeds she had sown, she now had to bear herself. Zhao Qingshui looked at the deerskin magic boots in her hand. Her earlier dissatisfaction was instantly replaced by shock. This, oh my god. Did I really not see it wrong? The attributes were simply two words, overwhelming. Equipment, deerskin magic boots, bronze level. Attack plus 80. Magic power plus 2300. Movement speed plus 100. Evasion plus 30. Flash, every 10 seconds, it can tear space and instantly leap 50 meters ahead while moving. Rejuvenation, 5% chance to heal 300% of the damage taken when hit. Let's not even talk about the 2300 magic attack power. Just those two attribute lines alone could be described as overwhelming.
Flash and rejuvenation were both ultimate skills for survival. When in danger, they could turn peril into safety. If she were willing to sell them, probably even godlike warriors would be willing to pay a high price for these deerskin magic boots. Could this really just be a bronze-level item? Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Lin Dong once again. This thinly dressed young man suddenly appeared taller in her eyes. Even Emochiezi, standing nearby, couldn't help but praise aloud. The deerskin magic boots with the violent magic stone actually have such a magical change. Simply based on the attributes, it already surpasses legendary-level equipment. No exaggeration, these bronze-level deerskin magic boots attributes might even rival the sky-level demon god battle boots. What's crucial is that such equipment can be worn by low-level magic tutors of levels 10 to 20, this makes no sense. With Lin Dong around, the combat abilities of our Chinese warriors are unimaginable. It might lead to a situation where everyone is a warrior. Emochiezi's words were heartfelt. Equipment, the higher the level, the higher the attributes. To wear equipment with higher attributes, you must have the corresponding level. But Lin Dong's forging method completely overturned this traditional concept. On low-level equipment, such an exaggerated attribute could actually appear. A low-level warrior is able to unleash an unbelievably strong power that surpasses their level. This is absolutely fantastic news for the Chinese soldiers who have been desperately resisting the attacks of the beasts. Emochiezi couldn't help but step forward to touch the deerskin magic boots, his eyes full of admiration. I also need to post on my social media, to open the eyes of those old stubborn ones. Sigh, the times have changed, we old guys really should retire. He also had a social media account, and his circle of friends consisted of top-tier blacksmith masters. Unexpectedly, his post immediately caused a stir, bringing out many ancient masters who had been in seclusion for years. As soon as these old monsters saw the attributes of the deerskin magic boots, they got up and rushed to Jiangchang. Because this equipment, for blacksmiths like them, was simply a groundbreaking product. For a time, the small city of Jiangchang was in turmoil. It became the battleground for various forces. Heaven did not give birth to Lin Dong, forging the eternal night. Oldly, have you seen the deerskin magic boots from Emochiezi's social media? Peng Hualong, head of the Pengcheng blacksmith family, held a magnifying glass carefully examining his phone, while speaking on the phone with Li Shijun, the head of the Lianqing blacksmith family. I've seen it, this deerskin magic boots are totally out of line. A bronze-level magic item, how can it be this strong? Li Shijun, also a legendary blacksmith, had forged countless proud masterpieces. But many of his works, when compared to this bronze-level deerskin magic boots, were overshadowed. Because, in his whole life, he could never craft a piece of equipment with attribute lines. Yet, this bronze-level deerskin magic boots had two, and both were exaggerated life-saving skills. It truly shattered his worldview. At the same time, a faint guess started forming in his mind. Old Peng, do you think Emochiezi, that old monster in Jiangchang, has advanced further, becoming a sky-level blacksmith? Then, simplifying things, made a breakthrough on the blacksmithing path, and that's how this masterpiece was forged. Peng Hualong was startled, and immediately connected some clues. The more he thought, the more likely it seemed. Yeah, I heard that Xinjiangnan from the War God Academy went to Emochiezi to repair his weapon, suddenly advancing to War God level, and his original weapon, the Wind Thunder Spear, also successfully upgraded to the sky-level Storm Thunder Hammer. And Emochiezi posted the deerskin magic boots on his social media at the same time. If we connect these two clues, Emochiezi might have really broken through too. Peng Hualong and Li Shijun suddenly spoke in unison, a sky-level blacksmith. No, I have to go to Jiangcheng in person to witness this miracle. I'm going too. Since the passing of Master Mei 100 years ago, we haven't had any sky-level blacksmiths in China. But recently, there's been so much good news. I feel like China is about to welcome another great age. I'm going to Jiangcheng as well. That afternoon, Peng Hualong and Li Shijun boarded a plane, heading to Jiangcheng. They were not alone, many other old monsters were also on the move. Their goal was the same, to go to Jiangcheng and witness the blacksmithing miracle, the deerskin magic boots. At the same time, they wanted to see if Emochiezi had truly advanced to a sky-level blacksmith, as the rumors suggested. As the few remaining legendary blacksmiths in China, their actions immediately caught the attention of China's top officials. In the command room, a stern-faced military man was listening to a report. General Xiao, just this afternoon, all of China's legendary blacksmiths have headed to Jiangcheng. It said that a newly discovered bronze-level equipment has driven the entire blacksmithing community crazy. Xiao Zhini, with his square face, showed a hint of surprise. Just a piece of bronze equipment, almost the lowest level of gear, how could it attract so many legendary blacksmiths' attention? Is there specific information about this equipment? Send it to me. However, the guard brought it over not only with images of the deerskin mage boots, but also with pictures of the purification handkerchief, acceleration gloves, and a video of Lin Dong forging the acceleration gloves. Just one glance, Marshal Xiaozhen's gaze was completely captivated. This equipment, unbelievably amazing. He struck the table with his fingers, a storm of excitement swirling in his heart. Bronze-level equipment with legendary and even sky-level attributes. Moreover, each piece of equipment comes with its own special properties. It is simply a blessing for low-tier warriors. Even someone like him, a great battlemaster, couldn't help but feel the urge to claim them as his own. He finally understood why those legendary blacksmith monsters moved in droves. Because these pieces of equipment have overturned all knowledge about equipment and weapons. If such equipment appeared in batches, it could directly rewrite the current battle situation. After a long moment, his eyes lit up completely. So, these pieces of equipment are all the works of this bronze blacksmith Lin Dong. And those old-timers gathered together just to see this groundbreaking creation in person. The guard lowered his eyes and nodded. From the information gathered so far, this is indeed the case. Marshal Yi couldn't help but smile a little. He hadn't laughed for a long time. With the war against the beasts continuously compressed and the Western powers seizing the opportunity, he felt an immense pressure. This was the only good news he had heard recently. Let's go, secretly take me to Jiang City, I want to meet this surprising young guy. Oh right, urgently dispatch a team entirely composed of platinum warriors to secretly protect Lin Dong around the clock, we cannot let anything happen to him. I heard that Xin Jiangnan, who just advanced to Battlemaster, is also in Jiang City, let's leave this matter to him. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, who was at the center of the storm, remained completely unaware. He was still diligently forging equipment. What he was crafting was a complete set of bronze armor suited for a mage. During the forging process, Lin Dong made a new discovery. His god-level blacksmith system would adjust forging materials and attributes based on the user's profession. This discovery thrilled Lin Dong for quite a while. After more than 10 minutes of forging, the deerskin mage boots, demon hat, magic helmet, mysterious ring, and force staff were all successfully completed. Lin Dong took a look at the attributes and was very satisfied. Equipment, demon hat, bronze level. Health plus 2000. Magic power plus 800. Attack plus 10. Defense plus 100. Magic defense plus 100. Invisibility, when attacked, there is a 2% chance to enter an invisible state, causing the opponent's attack to fail. Equipment, magic helmet, bronze level. Health plus 1200. Magic power plus 900. Defense plus 110. Magic defense plus 110. Reflective armor, when attacked, there is a 30% chance to reflect the damage back. Equipment, mysterious ring, bronze level. Magic power plus 1100. Magic points plus 600. Mana Regen, provides a recharge speed of 30 mana points per second. Equipment, force staff, gold level. Magic power plus 6800. Health plus 1500. Attack plus 300. Magic points plus 3000. Remove level limit, no level limit when using this equipment. Ice enchantment, every 60 seconds, releases an ice enchantment causing 1000 damage that lasts 5 seconds at the target, consumes 300 mana. Extreme cold storm, every 600 seconds, can unleash a snowstorm causing 1500 damage per second in a 10-meter range, consumes 3000 mana. And beside him, Zhao Qinxue was already speechless with surprise. With this set of equipment, she felt she could go fight platinum dungeons. So powerful. Intensely powerful. Lin Dong urged Zhao Qinxue to put it on and looked at her base attributes. Name, Zhao Qinxue. Level, 13. Health, 7000. Magic power, 11900. Attack, 1900. Defense, 210. Magic defense, 210. Movement speed plus 100. Dodge plus 30. Magic points, 4900. 7000 health had already surpassed that of an ordinary gold warrior. Even reaching the level of a platinum warrior. You should know that magic masters are fragile, with base health much lower than warriors. This kind of tank-type magic master is a first to be seen. And with that 11,900 magic power, it means every normal attack deals 11,900 damage. This is not the combat power of a bronze magic master, even a legendary warrior couldn't deal this much damage. Looking from above, one can only summarize it in 2 words, freakish. And Xin Jiangnan, the battle lord, was also very surprised. Unable to resist, he had a spar with Zhao Qinxue. The two fought for nearly half an hour without a winner. In the end, Zhao Qinxue was exhausted and had to surrender. A bronze magic master, fighting for half an hour against a battle lord with a sky weapon, and not losing, who would believe this? This terrifying amplification gear can only be created by a god-level blacksmith like Lin Dong. Mo Yezi, who was watching the fight, couldn't help but sigh. If not for Lin Dong, the Forge of Eternal Night would never have been achieved. But at that moment, suddenly the loud voice of the Green Bull echoed from outside the courtyard. Stop! What are you people doing? My teacher is in closed-door forging. If you cause him to fail, can you afford the consequences? The familiar voice and tone made Lin Dong chuckle. He blinked and looked toward the door. There, two elderly figures with extraordinary presence were standing at the door, debating with the Green Bull. This young brother, could you please go inside and report to Mo Lao? I am Peng Hualong, a legendary blacksmith from Peng City, and this is Li Shijun, a legendary blacksmith from Lian City. Your master has crafted a bronze-level deer hide magic boots, and we are very interested, especially coming to discuss it with him. But what they didn't know was, the true blacksmith wasn't Mo Yezi, but the thinly clad young man inside. 015 You were looking for him, not me. Peng Hualong and Li Shijun thought that after revealing their identities, the Green Bull would respectfully let them in. But they didn't expect. The Green Bull immediately pulled a long face, showing great arrogance. You say you are Peng Hualong, but are you really? I could also say I am General Xiao, the Minister of Military Affairs of China. The Green Bull always viewed people through colored glasses. He saw that these two old men were dressed plainly, with none of the haughty arrogance of a great family, so he concluded that they were lying. But this statement offended three people at once. Outside the courtyard, at a hidden eaves, General Xiao, who had just arrived, almost fell off the wall. Good heavens, this young man with the horse face really has no filter, he dares to say anything. At this moment, his guard, Jiang Fan, instantly became furious and asked General Xiao for permission. General, this horse-faced monster disrespected you. Should I go and teach him a lesson? General Xiao waved his hand. He wasn't offended, and he still had that bit of grace. The two of them continued to hide in the shadows, observing the situation. And Peng Hualong and Li Shijun, who were blocked outside the door, were stunned on the spot. Wherever they went, it was always a sea of people welcoming them. If they wanted, even the high-ranking officials in China would come to greet them personally. This time, they were in a hurry and hadn't brought their guards. But they never expected, they were now being blocked outside by a mere doorman. It was simply outrageous. Inside, Lin Dong, seeing this scene, instantly covered his mouth, fearing he might laugh out loud. Sigh, this Green Bull, truly like a little cow pulling a train, so impressive, but this time, he's probably kicking a steel plate. Seeing the awkward expressions of the two legendary blacksmiths, Lin Dong immediately felt a sense of balance in his heart. No matter how high the status of the people coming here, everyone must first pass the test of Qingnyo. To cover his embarrassment, Peng Hualong coughed into his hand. If I remember correctly, you are Mo Laogui's disciple, Qingnyo. Hearing Peng Hualong call out his name directly, Qingnyo's face beamed with pride. After all, being the disciple of Mo Yezi was his only claim to fame and his pride. It seemed this old man had recognized his strength. So he curled his lip and said, What, you've heard my story? Peng Hualong was surprised again. Do young people these days speak so confidently? Or is he just approaching things the wrong way? Li Shijun observed Peng Hualong's embarrassment. So he stepped forward and said seriously. When Mo Laogui accepted you as a disciple, we were at a banquet together. Qingnyo, surely you recognize us both, right? Upon hearing Li Shijun say this, Qingnyo's eyes widened, and he carefully scrutinized the two people, feeling a sudden panic rise in his heart. Oh no! The more he looked, the more familiar they seemed. Could they really be Peng Hualong and Li Shijun? The Peng family and Li family are both renowned forging families. They have an enormous heritage and even hold significant influence over the upper echelons of Huaxia. They are not at all comparable to his master, Mo Yezi, a solitary old man. If these two really are Peng Hualong and Li Shijun, he would be in serious trouble. At the same time, he also complained in his heart. Why can't big shots like you be more obvious, like Xinjiangnan, the god of war, striding in such a way that everyone can recognize you at a glance? Dressing so plainly, like a little old man exercising in a park, isn't this deliberately setting him up to make mistakes? Just as Qingnyo hesitated, Mo Yezi came out from within, grinning widely to greet them. So it's you two old guys, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? Peng Hualong blinked and deliberately put on a grumpy face for Mo Yezi. Ha, if it weren't for this sudden visit, I really wouldn't have known that the door to your house is so hard to enter. Mo Yezi definitely knew what was going on. He shot a glance at Qingnyo and kicked him on the backside. You clueless thing, hurry up and organize the materials for forging. Qingnyo scampered off to the side, not daring to speak loudly. Watching the three elderly men so close together, he felt a sudden wave of dread in his heart. At the same time, a sense of expectation arose within him. The Peng family and Li family are both major forging houses. If I could join them, it would be much better than living a hard life with my teacher. He had this rebellious spirit ingrained since birth. If his father hadn't saved Mo Yezi's life once, he would never have had the chance to become Mo Yezi's disciple. Seeing that Qingnyo was no longer in the way,
Pang Hualong's face finally broke into a smile as he cheerfully took Mo Yetzi's hand. Old Mo, hurry up and take us to see the deerskin magic boots, your craftsmanship has evidently improved. To be honest, we came all the way here just to witness this miracle. Li Shijun chimed in, playfully patting Mo Yetzi on the shoulder. Yes, Mo Leagway, you've made us suffer so much, hurry up and tell us, how did you break through to become a sky-level forger? Mo Yetzi looked at the eager expressions of the two. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his old face. So it turns out you two came for this, I thought you came just to see me? But if you came for the deerskin magic boots, then I can only tell you that I didn't forge this treasure, nor did I advance to become a sky-level forger. As he spoke, Mo Yetzi spread his hands in an exasperated manner. The two saw that his expression didn't seem to be fake. And were instantly astonished. Could it be that in this small Jiang city, besides Mo Yetzi, there? Is it possible for others to become sky-level blacksmiths? Or has a sky-level blacksmith traveled here and accidentally achieved inspiration, just in time to forge those deer leather magic boots? So, Peng Hualong could not wait to say. Mo old monster, stop keeping us in suspense. Who else in Jiang City can forge those deer leather magic boots besides you? Li Shijun also kept his eyes on the door, pulling Mo Yetzi's hand and heading inside. Is there a sky-level blacksmith visiting you? Quickly take us in to meet this master. Mo Yetzi was pushed into the door by the two. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He planned to shock these two old friends. So he raised his hand and pointed at Lin Dong, who was studying equipment with Zhao Qingxue. Look, the master you're looking for is him. The two turned to follow Mo Yetzi's gaze. Suddenly, they frowned. They thought Mo Yetzi was playing a joke on them. Lin Dong was younger than Shang Niu. Even if he became a blacksmith, he was just a rookie. How could such a divine artifact have been forged by him? Is this a joke? Him? Mo old monster, this is not funny at all. But Mo Yetzi seriously walked over to Lin Dong. His demeanor was not that of an elder to a junior, but rather a student to a teacher. Lin Dong, these two are looking for you. Lin Dong and Zhao Qingxue turned around at the same time. They looked at the two legendary blacksmiths. In his previous life, Lin Dong had some contact with these two. They made significant contributions to defending Huaxia against monsters, and are respected elders. Even in his previous life, a piece of precious armor he had came from Peng Hualong's hands. Lin Dong had great respect for these two. So he took a step forward, cupped his hands, and bowed deeply, being very polite. Elder Peng, elderly, I greet you. However, at this moment, Peng Hualong and Li Shijun completely ignored Lin Dong's actions. They were both looking at Zhao Qingxue, who was wearing a full set of bronze equipment. Oh my! How is this possible? A full set of bronze with attribute tags? I must be seeing things, right? How can every piece of equipment have tags? And the attributes are so exaggerated? The two old men ran faster than the youths, instantly bypassing Lin Dong and surrounding Zhao Qingxue, turning around her endlessly. They looked as if children had gotten their beloved toys, unable to let go. Zhao Qingxue felt a bit embarrassed. It was the first time she was being stared at like this by two old men. Had she not known they were the renowned heads of a blacksmith family, she would have thought they were being perverted. Ahem, Elder Peng, elderly, if you want to see the equipment, I can take it off for you. Peng Hualong and Li Shijun nodded. They felt a bit out of line. Standing behind them, Lin Dong had a black line on his forehead, thinking these two old men hardly regarded him. Seeing Lin Dong's changing expressions, Mo Yetzi had no choice but to remind them. Hey, you two old geezers are too rude. The one who forged this entire set of equipment, Lin Dong, is standing right here. Can't you at least say hello? But Peng Hualong and Li Shijun didn't even turn their heads, completely ignoring Mo Yetzi's words. Because they simply did not believe that this equipment was forged by that young kid. In the blacksmith profession, without decades of experience, it was impossible to create such equipment. They stared with wide eyes at Zhao Qingxue undressing, utterly captivated. Even Xiao Dashuai and the guards outside, who were watching secretly, couldn't take it anymore. Undefined novel _translation _request. This, sigh, aren't those two being way too outrageous? At their age, staring at a young girl changing clothes. I have to say, the way those two elders looked, they seemed like complete perverts. But in reality, their eyes were fixated on the equipment the entire time. Every time Zhao Qingxue took off a piece, they couldn't wait to rush over, carefully inspecting the gear while clicking their tongues in amazement. Luckily, Zhao Qingxue was wearing a suit she used for classes underneath, otherwise, there was no way she would have changed so openly in front of everyone. Even so, her face still turned bright red with embarrassment. Once all the equipment was off, she quickly hid behind Lin Dong as if fleeing for her life, poking her little head out from behind him to peek at the two legendary family heads who seemed to have gone a bit mad. At this moment, the two family heads were completely immersed in a state of pure ecstasy.
This demon hood is simply a stroke of genius. From this piece of equipment alone, I've gained new insights. The bottleneck I've been stuck at for years seems to have loosened just now. Hey, take a look at this primal force staff. This is a true masterpiece. I feel like the craftsman's skill has surpassed the sky level and reached an even higher realm. Originally, these two had come for the deerhide magic boots, but now they didn't even spare them a glance. They cradled the equipment in their hands, eyes glowing with excitement, completely lost in their emotions. Pang Hualong swallowed hard, unable to suppress his excitement. Oldly, this kind of equipment can be worn even by bronze-level warriors. Doesn't that mean a bronze-level warrior could wield the power of a war god? Exactly. If that's the case, we could mass-produce war gods in Huaxia, and we'd never have to fear magical beast invasions again. Meanwhile, hiding outside the door, Marshal Xiao was also sporting a look of utter shock. Before coming here, he had already held Lin Dong in high regard. But after witnessing all this, he was even more impressed. To forge so many pieces of bronze-tier equipment in such a short time. This Lin Dong was practically the savior of Huaxia. As his emotions surged, a plan to create a legend slowly formed in his mind. Huaxia was currently facing both internal and external crises. Magical beasts constantly threatened their borders, while Western powers kept exerting pressure, leaving the nation in a precarious state. The entire population was filled with pessimism, believing Huaxia was on the verge of collapse. But Lin Dong's sudden emergence filled Marshal Xiao with hope. It's time to create a god everyone can revere. Only then can we boost Huaxia's fighting spirit. And such a genius must become my disciple. As Huaxia's top-ranked war sovereign, this was the first time Marshal Xiao ever felt the urge to take on a student. Back inside, after savoring the marvel of the equipment, Pang Hualong and Li Shijun once again turned to Mo Yanzi with pleading eyes. Old Mo, where did you get this bronze set? Who's the craftsman behind it? Yeah, old Mo, you're killing me here. Hurry up and introduce us to this master craftsman. Mo Yanzi rolled his eyes dramatically. He'd introduced Lin Dong multiple times already, but these two acted as if they hadn't heard a word, leaving both Lin Dong and himself completely ignored. And now they were excitedly asking again, as if he were some kind of broken record. Crossing his arms, Mo Yanzi raised his eyes to the sky, refusing to pay them any attention. Just as Pang Hualong and Li Shijun stood there puzzled, Zhao Qingxue stuck out her tongue and whispered from behind Lin Dong. Old Pang, old Li, the person you're looking for is right in front of you, it's Lin Dong. After all, she had been the... So Zhao Qingxue's words finally caught their attention. They looked Lin Dong up and down. After staring for a while, they shook their heads. They absolutely didn't believe this young man could forge such a bronze set. Him? Unless he can forge such an item right here on the spot. Otherwise, I will never believe it. Little girl, are you playing tricks on us old bones like Mo Lao Gue? If he can forge something of this level, I'll immediately take him to the Li family for training. Humph, if it's him, the Pang family wouldn't mind cultivating him either. This clearly showed their disbelief. In their hearts, they believed that the sky-level blacksmith must be an elderly man older than them. Under the influence of this preconceived notion, they couldn't offer Lin Dong the respect he deserved. And the only person who could convince these two old men, Battle King Xinjiangnan, had already received the secret signal from General Xiao and was heading to meet him. Seeing the skeptical looks on the two old men, Qingniu smirked. These two old guys are probably about to be slapped in the face. At this moment, Lin Dong had no interest in talking, standing there woodenly without making any moves. He had been questioned too many times today, and if he had to demonstrate for every person who doubted him, it would never end. Moreover, he had already gained Xinjiangnan's favor, and his goal had been achieved, so there was no need for more demonstrations. Zhao Qingxue noticed Lin Dong's bad mood and shook his shoulder. She knew that this was an opportunity for Lin Dong, and he absolutely couldn't give it up. The Pang and Li families were famous blacksmith families, much stronger than someone like Mo Yeji, a lonely old man. If Lin Dong could win the favor of these two old men, he would certainly soar in the future, so now was not the time to throw a tantrum. Lin Dong, it's normal to be doubted, don't feel upset. These two are legendary blacksmiths who are highly respected, just forge another item for them to see. Please, I'm begging you. Zhao Qingxue blinked her big eyes. She looked at Lin Dong with anticipation. She was really afraid Lin Dong might get hot-headed and refuse this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Dong, smelling Zhao Qingxue's fragrance, helplessly nodded. The hardest thing to resist was a beautiful woman's request. All right. Zhao Qingxue had helped him a lot with his studies, even helping him secure the qualification to enter the newbie dungeon to farm coins. If it weren't for Zhao Qingxue begging him like this, he wouldn't have been willing to forge another piece of equipment. After all, he had already earned the qualification to go to the War God Academy. Even if these two old men acknowledged him, it would only be a bonus. So for him, it wasn't necessary to go out of his way to earn their approval. Their earlier actions had indeed made Lin Dong feel a little displeased. But since he had agreed to Zhao Qingxue, Lin Dong decided to forge the equipment properly. At this moment, he also lacked some life-saving equipment. He was a blacksmith, and didn't need to go to the battlefield himself, but that didn't mean he wouldn't encounter danger. A piece of life-saving equipment was very important. Lin Dong glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Lin Dong. Level, 12. Health, 1200. Attack, 60. Defense, 60. Enchanting value, 105. Stored experience, 2500/4000. Class, Blacksmith, Blacksmith level, Blacksmith Craftsman, proficiency 280/500. God level blacksmithing, forge according to material ratios in the forging book, success rate 100%. Currently, the forging level can only create silver grade and lower equipment. God level enchanting, spend enchanting value to enchant equipment with attributes. There's a chance to improve the equipment's grade and gain special properties. Level 2 system store, obtain one forging book of golden grade or lower every 24 hours. Current available forging books: Purification Handkerchief, Acceleration Gloves, Stormhammer, Deerskin Magic Boots, Demon Hat, Magic Helmet, Mysterious Ring, Force Staff. 1200 health points are really too few. Although he can now forge silver level equipment. But at level 10 to 20, he can only wear bronze level equipment. Among the bronze level equipment, the strongest armor in defense that Lin Dong knows is chainmail. Then let's forge a piece of chainmail. So Lin Dong looked at the nearby Mo Yetzi, rubbing his hands eagerly. Hee, Mo Lao, can you help me prepare a set of forging materials and a forging book for chainmail? I want to prove my strength, Lin Dong, to Mo Lao and Li Lao. Mo Yetzi smiled slightly. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Those two old guys would surely be slapped in the face by Lin Dong, feeling ashamed of their arrogance. Even Xiao Dashuai, who was secretly observing outside, began to focus and widen his eyes, afraid to miss a single step. After all, hearing is not like seeing. Whether Lin Dong is really as valuable as he heard, it all depends on now. The materials were quickly prepared. Lin Dong directly collected them and placed them into the system furnace. The system furnace had already been moved out of the system space and was now placed in the yard. As the materials were placed in, the originally ordinary furnace suddenly lit up with mysterious totem array runes. This scene also made the previously doubtful Peng Hualong and Li Shijun's expressions become serious. This kid is a bit strange. Looking at his confident and earthy appearance, could it really be that we were wrong? That furnace seems to be quite extraordinary. It gives me a feeling of being both ordinary and extraordinary, really strange. At this moment, Lin Dong was completely focused on forging his equipment. Because he noticed that the enchanting value consumed in this forging actually amounted to 2 points. Generally speaking, bronze-level equipment would only consume 1 point for additional attributes. If it consumes 2 points, I wonder what kind of magical reaction will occur. Even he himself is looking forward to it. 1 minute later, the flames in the system furnace suddenly went out. There was no other way, forging in the system was just this fast. But this scene didn't look the same in the eyes of Peng Hualong and Li Shijun. Just now I actually had a glimmer of expectation for this kid, but this technique is just too clumsy. The flames went out during the forging process, committing the most basic mistake of a blacksmith. Yeah, such a good batch of materials just got ruined like this. If it were to forge legendary equipment, just thinking about it makes my heart ache. But the next second, both of them tactfully shut their mouths. Because they realized that Lin Dong actually opened the furnace door and took out a grayish armor. This armor looked unremarkable, just like something picked up from a pile of junk. Equipment, chainmail, bronze level. Defense, +5. Magic defense, +5. Magic resistance, +5. Just an extremely ordinary bronze equipment, nothing saying it was good or bad. Peng Hualong immediately lost interest and no longer paid attention to Lin Dong. A rookie who just started, being able to forge a piece of bronze equipment in such a short time is considered a little genius. However, Mo Lao Guai, this kind of equipment can be found everywhere on the street. How could it compare to our attribute bronze set? You're not trying to recommend this kid to us, purposely telling us he is that sky-level blacksmith, right? Li Shijun also shook his head. He echoed, Mo Lao Guai, the facts are already clear, don't tease us too any longer, quickly bring out that sky-level blacksmith. Mo Yetzi was also very puzzled. Lin Dong had forged 7 pieces of equipment before, and each had attribute properties, and the attributes were extremely exaggerated. Why did this forging suddenly fail? Or is it deliberate concealment? This left him puzzled. Outside the door, General Xiao also showed a trace of disappointment in his eyes. The once eager expression on his face began to cool down. Perhaps this was the normal reaction. Lin Dong's previous success in forging those pieces of equipment might have just been a stroke of luck.
The green ox, who had been defeated by Lin Dong several times, had a face full of schadenfreude at this moment.
Trash, this is just a piece of trash. Only Zhao Qingshue's eyes were filled with deep disappointment. Her heart kept sighing. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Doesn't this mean Lin Dong has lost his only chance to enter the forging family? Though somewhat unwilling, the die was cast. The opportunity was only once. It was already irretrievable. She could only comfort Lin Dong and tell him not to be discouraged. Lin Dong, I know that forging requires luck, it's okay if this time doesn't work out. Even if you can't enter the forging family, you can still go to the God of War Academy. But at this moment, Lin Dong had no look of disappointment on his face. He looked at the plain chain mail with a gradually fading smile. A divine artifact. It's simply a divine artifact. The chain mail in his eyes was completely different from what outsiders saw. Equipment, chain mail, bronze level. Life, plus 8,000. Defense, plus 500. Magic defense, plus 500. Magic resistance, plus 500. Attribute deception, hides real attributes, displays normal attributes of equipment at the same level. Invincible shield, after receiving an attack far beyond defense, activates the invincible shield, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. Substitute puppet, at the moment the chain mail shatters, it randomly teleports the wearer 10 kilometers away, leaving a fake corpse in place. 2 points of enchanting value, activating 3 attribute entries, which were simply astonishing. Since the arrival of the monsters on Blue Star, equipment with 3 attributes had never appeared. This could be said to be the very first of its kind. This piece of equipment, when brought out, would undoubtedly shock the entire Blue Star. Right now? First, conquer Elder Pang and Elder Li and then talk. Lin Dong took a step forward and raised the chain mail. Then gently closed the attribute deception entry. Who said this is a piece of trash? 018 General Xiao takes on disciples, I am your super apprentice. As Lin Dong's words fell, outside the door, General Xiao suddenly stood up. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Good boy, you even managed to deceive me. Xinjiangnan, hurry up and lead the way, I want to personally take this little guy as my apprentice. However, the atmosphere in the courtyard was somewhat strange. Hearing Lin Dong's confident words, Peng Hualong and Li Shijun nearly burst out laughing. Today's young people really don't know how high the sky is. Dare to speak such words in front of us legendary forging masters? It's simply ridiculous. A bronze chain mail with a defense increase of 5, and he dares to show off? They could take out equipment from their spatial rings that was thousands of times better than this. So Peng Hualong directly scolded. Enough. Stop this limitless farce. We are not monkeys, don't play with us anymore. Li Shijun also angrily looked at Mo Yazizi, his expression very cold. Old Mo, to toy with us like this, isn't it a bit too unkind? We traveled a long way to come here, not to see such a farce. But Mo Yazizi was laughing, shaking his shoulders. He was referring to the equipment in Lin Dong's hands. He gestured for the two of them to take a closer look. You two have such short sight, how can you scoff at such a divine artifact? I can only say you two have missed a huge opportunity. The opportunity Mo Yazizi spoke of referred to Lin Dong's friendship. Peng Hualong and Li Shijun had repeatedly ignored Lin Dong, and it was probably very difficult to win back his friendship again. He was quite optimistic about Lin Dong, this rising star of Huaxia. It probably wouldn't be long before Lin Dong would become famous throughout Huaxia and become a true legend in the forging world. At this moment, instead of trying to get along with him, they mocked him with sarcasm. In the end, they might just end up sighing in regret. However, Peng Hualong merely curled his lips, his goatee sticking up high. Chance? This kid certainly missed a chance. He had time to argue with Mo Yezi. But not a moment to glance at the equipment in Lin Dong's hands. At that moment, footsteps sounded again outside the door. Xinjiangnan, the battle saint, had returned. Behind him, General Xiao and his guards walked in at a leisurely pace. It turns out that General Xiao, seeing Lin Dong cancel the attribute deception effect, finally decided to appear. As soon as his figure appeared, it attracted the attention of everyone present. Peng Hualong, Li Shijun, and Mo Yezi all hurriedly stood up and saluted, showing great respect. General! General Xiao! General Xiao! General Xiao waved his hand, signaling them not to be too excited. His gaze did not stop on these legendary blacksmiths. Instead, he walked forward and smiled at Lin Dong, his eyes full of admiration. Lin Dong, you are very good. Lin Dong's eyes sparkled as he looked at General Xiao with excitement. In his past life, he also knew General Xiao, but he never expected to meet him so early in this life. This person was one of the highest leaders of China. If he was willing to back Lin Dong, then Lin Dong's plans could proceed much earlier.
And behind General Xiao, Shen Jiangnan was now winking at Lin Dong. Clearly, he was encouraging Lin Dong to seize the opportunity. After all, such a great figure was rare to meet. As long as General Xiao casually made a promise, it would be enough to benefit Lin Dong for a lifetime. So Shen Jiangnan was doing his best for Lin Dong, hoping he could secure a bright future.
Lin Dong understood the hint. Unable to contain his excitement, he shouted out loud. General!
General Xiao was slightly surprised. Connecting it to the fact that Mo Yezi and the others had called him general earlier, Lin Dong shouting this way was not strange. After all, he was a clever kid.
Since you know me, then it's much easier. I came to Jiang City specifically for you. Would you be willing to be my disciple?
Lin Dong smiled slightly.
How could he refuse such a good thing? Of course, I am willing.
Saying that, Lin Dong knelt on the ground and gave General Xiao 3 quick bows. His movements were so quick that everyone present was stunned. As he knelt, the chainmail he had been holding was also placed on the ground.
This chainmail finally entered the sights of Peng Hualong and Li Shijun.
Both of them had been wondering why General Xiao would take Lin Dong as a disciple, but now, their pupils suddenly contracted, and their eyes narrowed. Hiss! Both of them inhaled sharply.
Equipment, chainmail, bronze grade. Health, plus 8,000. Defense, plus 500. Magic defense, plus 500. Magic resistance, plus 500. Attribute deception, hides true attributes, shows normal attributes of equipment at the same level.
Invincible shield, after receiving an attack far beyond defense, an invincible shield is activated, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. Sacrificial puppet, when the chainmail is shattered, it randomly teleports the wearer 10 kilometers away and leaves a fake corpse at the original spot. These attributes are simply too outrageous.
Peng Hualong couldn't help but shout out loud. Impossible?
It was clearly a piece of trash with plus 5 defense earlier. How could it now have plus 500 defense and 3 additional effects?
Old Peng, it's our fault for not seeing this. This equipment has an attribute deception effect. We were deceived just now.
The two of them were now filled with regret.
Only now did they understand what Mo Yezi had meant by a missed chance. A talent like this, they actually missed it.
But now it was too late to regret. With General Xiao personally stepping in to recruit him, the two of them, from renowned blacksmith families, had no chance to recruit Lin Dong anymore.
General Xiao looked at Lin Dong with satisfaction.
A rare smile appeared on his face.
The guard's expression suddenly became serious.
General Xiao hadn't smiled for a long time, but today, he had already smiled for the second time. And both of these smiles were because of Lin Dong. At this moment, the guard looked at Lin Dong with eyes full of reverence.
This child. To gain General Xiao's recognition. His future achievements are limitless.
General Xiao personally extended his hands to help Lin Dong up. Then he continuously looked Lin Dong up and down.
Lin Dong, my disciple is not so easy to become. There are a few requirements you must pay attention to.
Lin Dong nodded.
Please speak, teacher. This humble and eager to learn appearance made General Xiao like him even more.
If Lin Dong were not a blacksmith, he would really want to pass on all his lifelong learning and fighting skills to Lin Dong. But since Lin Dong is a blacksmith, and he knows nothing about it, he can only give Lin Dong the title of disciple. But the reason he gave Lin Dong this title was to make it easier for Lin Dong to work in the future. So he cleared his throat and stated a few requirements.
First, you must take the revitalization of China as your own duty, making it your ultimate life goal, and everything you think and do must consider the overall situation of our China. Second, you must take the lead, doing the hard work, the tiring tasks, and the difficult duties first.
You must not be arrogant or bully others with your talents, but rather maintain the long-term peace and stability of our China. Finally, I will appoint you as the Minister of Blacksmithing, handing over the Blacksmith Engineering Department of the Chinese military to you to manage, producing excellent equipment for Chinese soldiers.
Did you remember these 3 points?
General Zhao's gaze was full of expectation.
And his words left Peng Hualong, Li Shijun, and Mo Yazi shocked. All 3 of them were legendary blacksmiths with significant influence in the blacksmithing world. However, asking them to become the minister of the military's blacksmith engineering department was still far below the requirements.
The current minister was originally a disciple of Master Mei, with solid roots. And now, General Xiao was directly appointing Lin Dong to be the minister. This felt like a huge pie falling from the sky. But since this was General Zhao's word, they didn't dare to voice any opposition, only silently watching Lin Dong, wanting to see how he would choose.
All eyes were on Lin Dong.
They believed that he would never refuse such a lucky chance. But knowing that the beast tide would erupt in 3 years, Lin Dong bowed his head and began to think seriously. Seeing Lin Dong hesitate, Zhao Qingxue, Shen Jiangnan, and others couldn't help but worry for him.
This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Dong, what are you hesitating for?
You should know that General Xiao is a man of his word.
Lin Dong might miss out on this huge opportunity just because of a moment's hesitation. Even Peng Hualong and Li Shijun shook their heads. This young man was too unaware of how to seize opportunities. What was he showing off in front of General Xiao? But Lin Dong had his own plans. Because when the beast tide arrives, not only will there be sky-level, legendary, epic, and mythical super beasts, but even king-level and eternal-level beasts will appear. In the face of such powerful beasts, even the strongest humans would be overshadowed and unable to resist. He must seize the time to create a batch of the strongest fighting forces for China to handle the crisis. And although the minister of the military's Blacksmith engineering department sounds glamorous and holds real power, the daily official duties would waste a lot of his time. So this was not a good choice for Lin Dong. He did not want the tragedy of his past life to be repeated. After thinking carefully for a moment, Lin Dong decisively shook his head. Master, I have no objections to the first 2 points, but as for being the head of the engineering department of the Chinese forging division, I cannot take on that role. Lin Dong's words made Peng Hualong and Li Shijun unable to hold back from calling him a fool. Before, they looked down on Lin Dong because they didn't believe in him. But now, after witnessing his talent, they had a newfound appreciation for him. Peng Hualong was the first to step forward, his face showing a kind of "how can you be so stupid" expression. You are foolish. Lin Dong, do you think anyone can be the head of the forging engineering department? It's because General Xiao truly values you that he gave you this opportunity. Li Shijun also sighed deeply, feeling confused about Lin Dong's choice. Young man, I advise you to think it over carefully. General Xiao is a man of his word. Once you refuse his offer, this opportunity will never come again. The two elders had changed their attitude drastically, from high and mighty to flattering him, which was astonishing. Even Mo Yezi looked at them strangely a few times. But Lin Dong remained unmoved, still standing there with a firm gaze. General Zhao's gaze shifted, looking at him with great interest. No one dared to easily contradict or refuse his opinions, and Lin Dong was the first one to do so. He pretended to be stern and looked at Lin Dong, wanting to see why Lin Dong rejected him. Are you sure you want to refuse my appointment? Lin Dong nodded. Master, I just want to forge more and stronger equipment for our China, not deal with interpersonal relations and tedious tasks. So, Master, you can give me the authority of the forging engineering department head, fully supporting me in forging equipment, but I don't want to take on the duties of being the head. These words stunned everyone present. What a kid! He wants the benefits but doesn't want to take on the responsibilities. He's trying to take all the good parts for himself. And daring to negotiate with General Xiao, his courage is beyond measure. But General Xiao looked at Lin Dong with great interest. He already understood Lin Dong's thoughts. This kid is worried that work will take up his time and interfere with his forging. But Lin Dong's words also made sense. A genius blacksmith like him should not be dulled by the work of the engineering department. Alright, I will give you the benefits of being the head of the engineering department, without requiring you to do any actual work. I will fully cooperate with your forging. But as my disciple, Xiaozhini, you cannot shirk responsibility. If you become a sky-level blacksmith in the future, the responsibility of being the head of the engineering department will still fall on you. General Zhao's words shocked everyone present. General Xiao actually compromised for Lin Dong. Was Lin Dong's value really that high? After all, General Xiao had always been a man of his word, never compromising with anyone. This was the first time he had made an exception. As a result, when the crowd looked at Lin Dong, their gazes became more serious. It seemed they had underestimated Lin Dong. General Zhao's actions clearly showed he had recognized Lin Dong's immense potential. However, what they didn't know was General Zhao's admiration for Lin Dong went far beyond this. Before they could finish recovering from their shock, General Xiao spoke again. Lin Dong, there's one more thing. I need your cooperation. Upon hearing this, Peng Hualong's heart stirred again, waves of shock crashing inside him. I didn't hear wrong, did I? General Xiao is speaking to Lin Dong in a tone of negotiation? This is the attitude of a master toward a disciple? He is treating Lin Dong as an equal. Zhao Qingxue also couldn't help but tremble her eyelashes. Her heart was filled with excitement. She knew that from this day forward, Lin Dong would definitely soar and become someone of immense value. But Lin Dong, who was accustomed to big occasions, only smiled slightly, respectfully looking at General Xiao. Master, please speak. General Xiao looked at Lin Dong with satisfaction, admiring his composed and respectful demeanor. The more I look at this guy, the more I like him. He gently pinched his fingers, unfolding a current situation map in midair, and then pointed to the position of China, saying, Our China is facing the greatest crisis in history. It's not an exaggeration to say that we are in a life and death struggle with both internal and external troubles. Recently, many high-level dungeons have seen a large number of high-tier beasts, and even sky-level beasts have occasionally appeared.
Just yesterday alone, we lost 2 battle gods, 13 battle kings, and 291 great warriors.
The fighting spirit of the warriors has been greatly affected, and even some battle zones are starting to become apathetic towards the fight.
The frontline struggle against the beasts has become precariously unstable.
If the defenses of the dungeons fail, the beasts will invade and occupy our China in an instant. By then, the over 1 billion people of China will have no safety left to protect.
The Western powers, taking this opportunity, actually want to divide up our China. Their wolfish ambitions are clearly evident. As Marshal Xiao said this, the atmosphere in the room became heavy. The enormous crisis presented itself before everyone, making it hard to breathe.
Has the situation in China become so critical? Why is their production and daily life still proceeding normally, with almost no impact? At this moment, they finally realized how much sacrifice the frontline warriors had made to maintain stability at the rear. Just then,
Marshal Xiao suddenly placed his hand on Lin Dong's shoulder. Lin Dong, if you hadn't appeared, our China might still be compromising with the beasts and the Western powers.
But now, I want to implement a plan to create a new god. A new god for our China. Severe illness requires strong medicine.
With your emergence as this new god, we can surely boost the fighting confidence of our frontline warriors and save the crumbling situation.
Creating a god.
The terrifying energy behind these 2 words made Peng Hualong and others gasp in shock.
Marshal Xiao is going to elevate Lin Dong to new heights.
And Lin Dong also felt the heavy weight on his shoulder. He put away his previously careless attitude and looked seriously at Marshal Xiao.
Teacher, what do you need me to do?
Looking at Lin Dong's determined eyes, Marshal Xiao knew he had chosen the right person.
Tomorrow is the day of professional awakening for Jiangchang No. 1 High School.
I will arrange for all major media in China to live broadcast this grand event. At that time, you will appear as the finale and create a super bronze equipment with attribute tags on site. I will personally step in to accept you as my disciple, and you must guarantee that all frontline warriors will use this equipment.
By then, over 1 billion viewers in China will remember your name.
And you will truly become our new god of China. As Marshal Xiao's voice came to a stop, everyone's heart shook.
Marshal Xiao wants to rekindle the fighting spirit of the apathetic frontline warriors.
And Lin Dong is the perfect candidate for this.
At this moment, the emergence of a divine blacksmith is even more shocking than that of a battle revered.
And the conspiracy of the Western powers will collapse as a result. This 2 birds with 1 stone plan, perhaps only Marshal Xiao could think of it. And Lin Dong smirked slightly. If he really became the new god of China tomorrow, those people at home would probably regret and cry.
020 Enhancing equipment quality, creating China's first battle saint. After finalizing the matters mentioned above,
Marshal Xiao seemed to not have ended the conversation, but gazed at Lin Dong meaningfully. Being stared at by such a deep gaze, Lin Dong felt a bit uncomfortable all over. He scratched his head.
Teacher, do you have something else to instruct? Marshal Xiao nodded.
He took out his weapon, the Golden Dragon Breaking Sun Halberd. In fact, Marshal Xiao had long reached level 81. But he had kept silent all along, fearing that the news would leak out and attract attacks from Western forces. Yet, lacking suitable weapons, his combat power remained at the high-level Battlemaster qualification. If he had a legendary weapon, General Xiao could unleash all his power and become a true battle saint. I heard from Xinjiangnan that you can enchant equipment, with a chance to enhance its quality and increase its stat attributes.
Could you help me enchant this sky-level weapon, the Golden Dragon Breaking Sun Spear?
Upon hearing General Zhao's words, Mo Yazi's eyes lit up, and excitement could not be contained on his face. Xinjiangnan advanced to Battle Master because his weapon, the Storm Thunder Hammer, has a property that gives a 100% experience boost. If General Zhao's weapon can also activate this property, doesn't that mean we in Huaxiao will give birth to a legendary warrior beyond the Battle Master? Mo Yazi's words left Peng Hualong and Li Shijun utterly shocked. They extracted a key piece of information from this statement.
That is, Xinjiangnan's weapon was most likely also enchanted by Lin Dong.
This was even more shocking than seeing that bronze set. At this moment, Peng Hualong's hands began to shake. He couldn't help pointing at Lin Dong, his voice dry.
Mo Leagui, are you saying that he, a mere novice forger, actually has the ability to improve the quality of advanced weapons?
Li Shijun was also filled with excitement, his old eyes full of disbelief. If that's the case, then doesn't that mean our Huaxiao's entire combat power has the possibility of being upgraded by 1 level? Seeing the two get more and more outrageous, Lin Dong had no choice but to step forward and clarify. He awkwardly cleared his throat a couple of times.
It's not as miraculous as everyone says. Upgrading the quality of equipment has a probability, and it doesn't always succeed.
Moreover, the awakened attribute stats are also random. I can't specify the stats. Although Lin Dong vehemently denied it, it was equivalent to a disguised acknowledgement of his ability to enhance the quality of high-level equipment, which was already quite admirable. At this moment, Peng Hualong's attitude towards Lin Dong became even more respectful, even beginning to support him.
Of course, it's probabilistic. If enchanting could always enhance the weapon's quality, that would be utterly astonishing. Li Shiju nodded in agreement, deeply endorsing this viewpoint. Compared to Lin Dong, we legendary forgers are practically just names. I've spent my whole life and never managed to enhance a single piece of equipment. They themselves didn't realize that their attitude towards Lin Dong had shifted to one of admiration. But at this moment, Lin Dong's eyes were fixated on the Golden Dragon Breaking Sun Spear. Equipment: Golden Dragon Breaking Sun Spear, Sky Level. Attack: 13,000. Defense Break, plus 120. Magic Break, plus 180. Armor Break, plus 300. A standard Sky Level weapon. However, for a weapon-strapped Huaxia, this weapon was worth up to hundreds of billions. On the dark market, someone was willing to offer twice or even 3 times the price to buy it. But in Lin Dong's eyes, this weapon was far below the Storm Thunder Hammer. Holding it in his hand, Lin Dong closed his eyes, preparing to start the enchantment. Dang, this enchantment was successful, consuming 8 points of enchantment value, awakening the Great Sun Fire Dragon art attribute, current enchantment value remaining 95 points. The awakened attribute did not enhance the quality. However, General Shao, who observed the changes in the Golden Dragon Breaking Sun Spear, was already very satisfied. Great Sun Fire Dragon art: when attacking, summon a Great Sun Fire Dragon every 10 seconds, dealing 200,000 points of damage to the opponent. This attribute was already outrageous, allowing the summoning of 6 Great Sun Fire Dragons in a minute, adding up to 1.2 million damage. Not counting normal attacks, just the Great Sun Fire Dragon could wear down a sky-level monster with a 10 million health pool in 10 minutes. Therefore, General Shao stood up happily. The applause began. Lin Dong, you truly amaze me. But before he could finish his words, he was completely stunned by the scene before him. He saw flames suddenly erupting from the Golden Dragon Sunbreaker Spear, with 9 fire dragons roaring up into the sky. The immense power once again changed the color of the heavens and the earth. This time, not only Jiang City, but the entire Jiang province was enveloped in rolling thunderclouds. What is this? Marshal Shao swallowed hard, his heart surging with indescribable joy. Meanwhile, Lin Dong smiled at him. Because just moments ago, he had performed a second enchantment on the Golden Dragon Sunbreaker Spear, successfully elevating its quality to legendary level. Equipment: Sun-Crushing Flame Dragon Spear, Legendary. Attack: 98,000. Defense Penetration, plus 3,000. Spell Penetration, plus 1,500. Armor Penetration, plus 3,800. Attack Speed, plus 100. Enhanced Solar Flame Dragon Technique: when attacking, every 10 seconds summon 9 Great Solar Fire Dragons, each causing 200,000 points of damage to the opponent. Petrification: inflicts a 3-second petrification effect on the target, preventing movement, with a cooldown of 1 minute. The second enchantment added the ability of petrification to the weapon and enhanced the Solar Flame Dragon Technique. With the Solar Flame Dragon Technique, it could deal 8 million points of damage per minute. Even facing legendary beasts with billions of health points, it could still fight them. And now, Xiaozhini, the hidden strength battle saint, finally had a weapon that matched his power, becoming the true #1 battle saint of Huaxia. At that moment, roars of beasts echoed from the high sky. It turned out that the commotion from the weapon's advancement ignited the ferocity of the sky-level monsters on the southwestern border of Jiang province. The legendary beast, Great Wilderness Kue Niu, hidden within the dungeon, was violently crashing against the barrier, seeking to break free. For a moment, the entire Jiang province shook as if experiencing an earthquake. Marshal Shao already knew about the Great Wilderness Kue Niu hidden in the dungeon. He had secretly sealed it with array magic. Clearly, the earlier stimulation caused the Great Wilderness Kue Niu to break free from the array. But this time, Marshal Shao was filled with fighting spirit, having confidence to battle it. He stood up, raising the sun-crushing flame dragon spear. Perfect, I will use this Great Wilderness Kue Niu to test my newly upgraded weapon. After speaking, Marshal Shao soared into the sky, using a teleportation stone to enter the nearby sky-level dungeon in Jiang province. He aimed to protect the billions of people of Huaxia from the monster's onslaught. Meanwhile, the commotion in Jiang City quickly caught the attention of Huaxia and even the entire Blue Star. In the western holy city, the Emperor of Magic slowly opened his murky eyes, filled with horror. The knights and magic lords around him all wore solemn expressions, as if facing a great enemy. A legendary beast, this kind of commotion must be from a legendary beast. As expected, this time the legendary beast has descended first in Huaxia. If Huaxia does not agree to our division terms, Huaxia shall be destroyed. 021 Golden Horn, Team Morale plus 10,000. The Emperor of Magic in the Western Holy City. He is a legendary Grand Mage, respected by the Western powers. With Huaxia standing on the front lines resisting the beasts, the Western world can worry-free clear dungeons, leading to the birth of this Grand Mage, Newbies. Since he became the Emperor of Magic, the entire Western strong powers began to follow his lead. However, Emperor Nubis is ambitious, and this plan to divide Huaxia was devised by him. Now he believed that the strange phenomenon in Jiang province was caused by the legendary star beast Great Wilderness Kueino. He completely ignored the commotion of the legendary weapon sun-crushing flame dragon spear. Of course, even if he was told the truth, they would not believe it. Because since the appearance of the beasts on Blue Star, whether in monster drops or in artificially forged equipment, a legendary weapon had never appeared. So they would rather believe that. This terrifying noise is caused by the emergence of a monstrous beast. His fingers tapped on the golden throne, and the staff in his hand couldn't help but radiate bursts of golden light. This time, the emergence of the legendary fierce beast has once again increased our leverage in dividing China. Quickly let the negotiating envoy raise our demands. 1/3 of the land is no longer enough for us. This time we want half. On the Jiangcheng side. After General Xiao left, everyone was filled with worry. Because the power of that great wilderness Kuaijia was simply too strong, making everyone who heard its roar feel a chill run down their spine. No one knew if General Xiao could withstand this great wilderness Kuaijia, otherwise, the entire Jiang province might fall. But Lin Dong was not worried because he believed that General Xiao, holding the sun-exterminating flame dragon spear, should easily handle the great wilderness Kuaijia. And Lin Dong also reaped great benefits. The system's feedback had already arrived. Ding, the host has successfully forged a legendary level equipment for the first time, reward experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 500, enchantment value plus 1,000. Lin Dong checked his personal panel. He was pleasantly surprised. Name, Lin Dong. Level, 16. Life, 1600. Attack, 100. Defense, 100. Enchantment value, 1087. Stored experience, 12500/20,000. Profession, blacksmith, blacksmith level, skilled blacksmith, proficiency 780/1000. Divine forging technique, forge according to the materials specified in the forging book, success rate 100%, currently, the forging level can only forge gold and below equipment. Divine enchantment technique, spend enchantment value to enchant equipment with special attributes and increase equipment quality. Level 2 system store, receives 1 book of forging lower than gold quality every 24 hours. Currently owned forging books, Purification Handkerchief, Acceleration Gloves, Storm Thunder Hammer, Deerskin Magic Boots, Demon Hat, Magic Helmet, Mysterious Ring, Force Staff, Sun Exterminating Flame Dragon Spear. He had risen 4 levels in total and reached level 16. He never expected to rocket up to level 16 in just one day. This was much faster than farming experience in dungeon levels. It seemed that to level up quickly, crafting high-level equipment was also a great way. Moreover, he had reached the level of skilled blacksmith, able to forge golden-level equipment directly. After organizing his gains, Lin Dong emerged from the deep meditative state and heard the anxious voices of Xinjiangnan and others. Sigh, I can't participate in battles at this level. That great wilderness Kuaijia is too fierce. Don't be fooled by its one leg, it can unleash powerful earthquake shocks endlessly. The moment I showed up, I was directly knocked out of the dungeon. It's completely beyond what a battle respect can resist. After hearing Xinjiangnan's words, Mo Yizi and the others turned pale. Even a battle respect is no match for this great wilderness Kuaijia. Could General Xiao be in danger? Yes, General Xiao is our spiritual leader in China. If he encounters danger, there may never be another pillar like him. No, we must immediately summon the border troops from the southwest region. We must rescue General Xiao. Clearly, upon hearing about the strength of the great wilderness Kuaijia, everyone was in a panic. A legendary beast, according to level conversion, possessed 10 times the blood and attack power of a sky-level beast. Even if they gathered all of China's wars, it would be difficult to counter it. Facing such a powerful foe alone, even with a legendary-level weapon, General Xiao might face great danger. Among those present, perhaps only Lin Dong remained calm. His gaze was always fixed on the high sky in the southwest because he knew that General Xiao would surely return victorious. 10 minutes later, a crack suddenly opened in the sky. General Xiao, surrounded by 9 fire dragons, came down, covered in blood, carrying a giant bull horn. He walked out from inside. Seeing General Xiao covered in blood, Xinjiangnan and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts sink. General, you're injured? General, it's really great that you're alive. Next time, please don't take such risks. You are the spiritual pillar of all of China. You shouldn't endanger yourself. General, I will lead the border defense army and, even if it costs me my life, I'll stop that twin Kuei bull. We can't let it invade China. General Xiao, who had been smiling, paused when he saw the anxious expressions of the group, and rubbed his chin in confusion. What's going on with these people? Didn't they see me bringing out the spoils of war? Just now, I showed my great power in the sky-level dungeon, cutting off the great wilderness Kuei bull's horn and forcing it to retreat back to the beast world. Such a thrilling battle. Such a glorious achievement. Why does it sound like I fled in defeat when it's coming from these people?
He then coldly snorted in displeasure.
He flew down rapidly from the sky. His feet slammed into the ground. You bunch of cursed mouths. If you can't say anything proper, then don't speak next time. That mere great wilderness Kuei bull is no longer my opponent. Didn't you see I cut off its horn?
Only then did the group of people's eyes turn to the huge bull horn.
And Lin Dong's eyes instantly lit up.
Ding, detected legendary material, the system issues a temporary quest. Ding, use the great wilderness Kuei bull's horn to craft a golden horn. Equipment, golden horn, skill, battle frenzy, when blown, for 5 minutes, the team's morale plus 10,000, for each person added to the team, all members attack plus 1, defense plus 1, current team size limit 10,000, cooldown time 1 hour. Ding, the golden horn forging book has been issued.
Golden horn.
It has the effect of boosting the team. It is truly a divine tool for large-scale group combat.
According to the system's explanation,
a team of 10,000 people, even ordinary people, can deal 10,000 points of normal attack.
Doesn't this mean that each person has the attack power of a war god?
If they encounter a fierce beast like the great wilderness Kuei bull again, as long as the golden horn is blown, 10,000 ordinary people can instantly kill it. So Lin Dong excitedly raised his head. He looked at General Shao. Teacher, please give me the great wilderness Kuei bull's horn.
For tomorrow's profession awakening ceremony, the equipment you asked me to forge, I've made up my mind. I want to forge the golden horn. 022 Zhao Qingxue quickly kills monsters, Lin Wan's shock.
General Shao wants to turn Lin Dong into a god.
He asked Lin Dong to forge a shocking piece of equipment at Jiangcheng First High School's profession awakening ceremony.
This way, he could attract attention, cause a sensation, and boost morale. But Lin Dong was a bit troubled about what kind of equipment to forge.
Because equipment like the acceleration gloves could only be used by one person. Even if he worked non-stop to forge them, he couldn't equip every soldier in the army.
After all, each army had hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Although he could forge one piece of equipment per minute, it would still be a monumental task to equip the entire army. Acceleration gloves were the best, but they couldn't inspire every soldier. But equipment like the golden horn was different. It could provide powerful support and enhance the overall combat strength of the team. Just by having one extra person in the team, all team members attack plus 1 and defense plus 0.05, a 10,000 strong army could instantly kill legendary beasts.
At that time, the frontline soldiers would no longer fear the beasts.
Instead, they would find ways to hunt them down. So, if Lin Dong forges the golden horn at tomorrow's ceremony, it will undoubtedly greatly increase the confidence of all of China in fighting magical beasts. After Lin Dong shared his thoughts with General Shao, General Shao immediately laughed heartily.
Good, we'll do exactly as you said, Lin Dong.
Unexpectedly, the single horn of this great wilderness Kuei cow can actually serve such a purpose.
It's not in vain that I fought with it.
To personally witness Lin Dong forge the golden horn,
Marshal Shao broke tradition and abandoned all his tasks, settling down at Mo Yezi's house.
For a time, in this small Jiang city, 3 legendary-level blacksmiths, 1 battle general, and 1 battle saint appeared, as if the world was shifting, with tigers crouching and dragons coiling. And because of the previous deerskin magic boots, more blacksmiths were still on their way.
The professional awakening ceremony at Jiang City First High School was about to become a grand gathering of blacksmiths. In the following days,
Lin Dong was secretly assigned a task by Marshal Shao. He urged him to hurry up and forge a batch of acceleration gloves.
If the materials are enough, Lin Dong, how many acceleration gloves can you forge in one night?
These gloves are so useful for our warriors on the front lines. I plan to first forge a batch for the Battle Warrior Decapitation Squad, specifically to eliminate the Lord-level bosses in dungeons, so all level dungeons will be just like normal people leveling up. Looking at Marshal Zhao's eager eyes, Lin Dong stroked his chin and thought for a moment. After all, he still had to prepare for the professional awakening ceremony tomorrow, so he needed to leave himself enough time to rest. Seeing Lin Dong hesitate,
even Marshal Shao couldn't help but feel nervous. He was mentally calculating. If Lin Dong could forge 10 acceleration gloves, then his Battle Warrior Decapitation Squad plan could be completed. But looking at Lin Dong, it seemed he was somewhat troubled. So, rubbing his palms, he nervously asked. The acceleration gloves are crucial to my plan. At least 8 must be forged, no, at least 5, no fewer than that. Seeing Marshal Shao so nervous, Lin Dong smiled slightly. He hadn't even spoken yet.
Had Marshal Shao already lowered his request? So, Lin Dong stretched out one finger,
smiling at Marshal Shao. But Marshal Shao looked somewhat disappointed. 1 glove is too few, it's simply not enough. Lin Dong, your forging speed is so fast, can't you make a few more? The frontline warriors are in such a tight situation. Many high-level monsters have appeared in the dungeons, and every minute, many warriors are dying. You must help ease the burden on the teacher. But Lin Dong shook his head. His face always wore a smile. Teacher, you misunderstand. What I mean is, I can help you forge 100 acceleration gloves. Because forging acceleration gloves requires enchantment value and consumes a lot of physical strength, tonight, my limit is 100 acceleration gloves. Originally deeply disappointed, Marshal Xiao was overjoyed when he heard Lin Dong's words. Sure enough, Lin Dong's arrival was to save them, China. He couldn't help but hug Lin Dong tightly, patting his back with great force. Good boy. Our China is saved. Lin Dong remained as calm as ever. Smiling, he nodded. Teacher, this is what I should do. Since I'm now your student, I should help you share the burden for China. That night, Lin Dong was busy forging acceleration gloves. Fortunately, there were the three legendary blacksmiths Mo Yezi, Pang Hualong, and Li Shijun around. Otherwise, forging so many acceleration gloves would have been impossible without the materials, and they wouldn't be gathered in such a short time. Even so, they nearly used up all the materials in their spatial rings. And Lin Dong's teacher, Zhao Qingxue, after parting ways with Lin Dong, couldn't help but want to test her own bronze set. After all, she was only level 13, while Lin Dong, after forging the Sunset Dragon Spear, was already level 16, far surpassing her as a teacher. For some reason, she felt a little lost in her heart. She didn't want to be surpassed by Lin Dong, and she wanted to catch up with Lin Dong's pace. Some inexplicable emotions began to stir in her heart. There are many level-based dungeons within Jiangcheng. These dungeons are only released to different regions after being tested for safety by the military for ordinary people to level up. The levels of the dungeons are also divided by rank. The beginner dungeon can be entered at level 0, but it only drops low-level materials and no experience. The Black Iron dungeon can be entered at level 1 to 10, dropping a small amount of black iron materials and some experience. The Bronze dungeon can be entered at level 11 to 20, dropping a small amount of bronze materials and some experience. And so on. All dungeons have a level requirement for entry. As for Zhao Qingxue, she can currently only enter the Bronze dungeon. After entering the dungeon, she silently calculated in her mind. Killing a bronze monster only gives a little experience. I currently have 4,200 experience stored, but in order to catch up to Lin Dong, I still need at least 5,800 more experience. That means I have to kill at least 5,800 bronze monsters to catch up to Lin Dong's level. The thought of such a terrifying number of monsters made Zhao Qingxue's scalp tingle. Based on her previous dungeon experience, killing 50 bronze monsters in one day would be good. Now, having to kill 5,800 small monsters, she didn't know when she would finish. Of course, she could also choose to kill small bosses with 10 experience points or big bosses with 50 experience points, but those boss-level beasts were ones she had never dared to face head-on before. But after entering the Bronze dungeon, her worry slowly started to fade away. Because with her bronze gear and the power staff, her combat strength had reached the level of a battle god. These bronze monsters with only a few hundred to 1,000 health points would almost always be killed with one strike. Even the high defense bosses with around 5,000 health couldn't withstand 2 of her attacks. Therefore, she was almost unstoppable in the Bronze dungeon. The large Bronze dungeon had nearly been wiped out by her. Her level was rapidly soaring. Level 13. Level 14. Level 15. Level 16. Level 17. Zhao Qingxue even felt that she could directly reach level 20 tonight, gaining hundreds of thousands of experience points just in this dungeon. Her heroic performance, of course, caught the attention of other players in the dungeon. Lin Dong's sister, Lin Wan, was an 11-level assassin. At this moment, she was in a team with 3 friends, grinding down a 1200 health wild boar with spiked fur. Everyone, put in a little more effort, this wild boar is about to be defeated. This small boss can give us 2 experience points each, and maybe drop rare bronze materials. As an assassin, she was waiting for the right moment to strike, constantly looking for the boar's weak spots, while cheering on her 3 struggling teammates. Because assassins are too fragile, without her 3 teammates, she wouldn't be able to solo a dungeon. However, just then, a dazzling figure appeared in the distance, wearing luxurious bronze gear. That is Lin Dong's class teacher, Zhao Qingxue? She had already heard that she was the little princess of the Zhao family, but was she really this rich? To wear a full set of bronze gear to a bronze dungeon. Because Lin Wan was distracted, the nearly dead steel-spiked wild boar suddenly found the opportunity and charged towards her. Its huge tusks suddenly appeared in front of Lin Wan. Help! Help! Lin Wan was so frightened she nearly lost her soul. She was an assassin. Her defense was pitifully low. If the steel-spiked wild boar hit her, she would probably die or suffer broken bones. At this moment, she regretted secretly looking at Zhao Qingxue. If she hadn't gotten distracted, this situation would never have happened. For the boar, Lin Wan was the biggest threat and the one with the weakest defense. As long as it took her out, the encirclement formed by the 4 people would be broken, and then it could escape. So, the boar's final fatal attack. It also erupted with enormous survival potential, even stronger than its usual attacks, at least twice as powerful. And the other 3 male companions, at this moment, were all forced back by the steel-spined wild boar. They wanted to step forward to help, but distant water could not quench near thirst. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Wan was pushed forward by the steel-spined wild boar. Just at this critical moment, everyone heard a delicate shout. Ice seal. The once fierce, bloodied steel-spined wild boar suddenly froze, its movement stopping, turning into a white ice sculpture. It turned out that Zhao Qingxue, who had been grinding monsters, heard Lin Wan's cry and rushed to help. The ice seal had a 5-second duration and dealt 1,000 points of damage per second, more than enough to deal with a bronze boss, let alone a steel-spined wild boar with only 1,200 health. In an instant, the steel-spined wild boar lost its life force and fell straight to the ground. Having narrowly escaped death, Lin Wan patted her proud chest, still shaken, and said, "Thank you, Teacher Zhao. If you hadn't helped me just now, I might have been killed by the steel-spined wild boar." Zhao Qingxue smiled faintly. At this moment, she also clearly saw Lin Wan's face, which bore some resemblance to Lin Dong. After recalling briefly, she knew this was Lin Dong's sister, Lin Wan, about the same age as her, around 23 years old. Upon seeing that she was Lin Dong's family, Zhao Qingxue inexplicably felt a desire to please her. Logically speaking, the Zhao family in Jiangcheng was a prestigious family, much stronger than the small Lin family, and there was no need to be polite with Lin Wan. But Zhao Qingxue was very polite and nodded at Lin Wan. "You're welcome. You are Lin Dong's sister, Lin Wan, right? Lin Dong has helped me a lot, so it's only right that I save you." However, upon hearing Lin Dong's name, Lin Wan couldn't help but furrow her brows. She had no tolerance whatsoever for this brother who had run away from home, defied their father, and even spied on her while she bathed. Humph. Teacher Zhao, what could someone like Lin Dong, the treacherous, lascivious, and rebellious person, possibly have helped you with? Don't try to flatter him, he doesn't deserve it. Upon hearing Lin Wan describe Lin Dong like this, Zhao Qingxue's face couldn't help but show a hint of anger. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Wan was Lin Dong's sister, she might have already lost her temper and argued with her. Right now, Lin Dong was her proud student, and she felt there was something more she might feel for him. So, she couldn't help but gently ask. "How could someone as outstanding as Lin Dong be the way you describe him? Lin Wan, do you perhaps have some misunderstanding about your brother?" But Zhao Qingxue's words only triggered another round of complaints from Lin Wan. As for her brother Lin Dong, she couldn't care less about him. Compared to the excellent Lin Yang, Lin Dong was a waste, with no likable qualities at all. Misunderstanding? There's no such thing. Lin Dong has always been the disgrace of our family. He often steals things and makes our parents angry. My mother's silver-level magic spirit crystal hairpin was stolen by him and sold to buy a warrior class change card. Just this morning, he even spied on me while I was bathing. When our parents only gave him a few words of punishment, he threatened to sever ties with the family and run away. A son like him deserves every insult I throw at him. Upon hearing Lin Wan's description, Zhao Qingxue finally understood the depth of the misunderstanding between Lin Dong and his family. No wonder Lin Dong preferred to stay at school and never wanted to go home. From Lin Wan's attitude, she could tell how badly his family treated him. That warrior class change card was something Zhao Qingxue had helped Lin Dong purchase. Lin Dong had grinded countless low-level dungeons to save up enough materials to exchange for it, spending a whole million to buy it. Although the silver-level magic spirit crystal hairpin was precious, it was just scrap made from the remains of silver-level beast materials and was only worth about 100,000 Chinese yuan at most. Even if sold, it could not buy a warrior's job change card. So this life falls apart on its own. Could Lin Wan possibly not know such a simple thing? She definitely knows, but just pretends to be confused, unwilling to admit the truth of Lin Dong's hard work. Having thought through these connections, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but frown and decided to give Lin Wan a proper lesson. "Lin Wan, I won't allow you to speak about Lin Dong like that. I can only say that your family has no eyes and cannot see Lin Dong's excellence and strength. Lin Dong is now a prestigious god-level blacksmith. Do you see my bronze-level gear? It was all crafted by Lin Dong. Every piece of equipment on me has someone willing to pay 1 billion huaxia coins for it. Do you think Lin Dong would steal your mother's silver-level magic spirit hairpin just to sell it for a mere 100,000 huaxia coins? Please think with your brain, who would hold a mountain of gold and silver and still look down on trash on the ground?" After saying this, Zhao Qingxue had lost her interest in talking. With a cold face, she left to continue farming monsters. Although Zhao Qingxue's words were harsh, Lin Wan didn't dare to refute at all. After all, the Zhao family has immense power in Jiang City. She didn't want to attract trouble for the Lin family because of her recklessness. However, Zhao Qingshue's words made Lin Wan begin to think seriously. Logically speaking, Zhao Qingxue, as a little princess of the Zhao family, had no need to lie to her. Zhao Qingxue would never defend Lin Dong just because he was her student. This means that what Zhao Qingxue said could very well be true. Moreover, the gear Zhao Qingxue wore had attributes so exaggerated that it could not possibly belong to bronze-level equipment. Didn't she see those monsters getting killed instantly by her? At this rate, Zhao Qingxue could level up to 20 in one night. If Lin Dong really forged this gear, would he still be lacking money? Indeed, a silver-level magic spirit hairpin is only worth 100,000 huaxia coins. It couldn't even buy a warrior's job change card. This means that this warrior's job change card was genuinely bought by Lin Dong's own hard work. Could it be that she really misunderstood Lin Dong? But how could she explain Lin Dong peeking at her while she was bathing? Suddenly, a new possibility surged into her mind. Could it be that it wasn't Lin Dong, but her younger brother Lin Yang who peeked at her bathing? Unable to resist, she grabbed her phone and began checking the living room surveillance. This surveillance was secretly installed by her, the other family members were unaware. Her purpose was to monitor Lin Dong, the thief. As long as Lin Dong appeared, she would be on guard to prevent him from doing bad things at home. But Lin Dong had always acted within the rules, so she had never caught him in the act. However, as she reviewed the footage now, she suddenly found Lin Yang's actions becoming suspicious. Lin Yang not only often took valuable things out of the house, but he also frequently loitered at the door when she was bathing, even pressing his ear against the door to observe closely. In an instant, Lin Wan realized she had been wrong all along. Recalling the times she had brought him lunch while he was in school, the times he rode a bicycle to pick her up from work, she suddenly discovered she had wrongly blamed this younger brother. Lin Dong, it turns out I've always wronged you, I'm so sorry. Scenes she had previously overlooked flashed through her mind like a movie. The little things Lin Dong had done for her made her unable to hold back her tears. It turned out that this younger brother, whom she had neglected for so long, had done so much for the family, but she chose to ignore it completely. Lin Dong has suffered so much, why hasn't he spoken out? If he doesn't say anything, how would we know? He is simply a fool. Lin Wan clenched her fist hard, blaming Lin Dong involuntarily. In fact, deep inside, she wanted to apologize to Lin Dong. But now, she couldn't reach Lin Dong and had no idea where he was. She could only wait for tomorrow when the Career Awakening ceremony at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School would begin. All the major academies will attend the Career Awakening ceremony and select outstanding talents during the event. If Lin Dong wants to get into a university, even if he awakens as a blacksmith, he will definitely participate in the Career Awakening ceremony. It seems that tomorrow, I have to persuade my brother to come home. 024 Warrior Transfer Card? I don't need it anymore. Lin Wan naively believed that as long as she lowered her head and admitted her mistake to Lin Dong, he would obediently come home. But to make up for Lin Dong's silent efforts all these years, she still decided to give him a gift. Didn't Lin Dong want to become a warrior? Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought a warrior transfer card. Lin Wanner looked at all the materials in her spatial ring, which could be sold for about 800,000 huaxia coins. But a warrior transfer card was worth over 1 million, and she was at least 200,000 short. Moreover, since the Transfer Awakening ceremony was about to take place, the price of warrior transfer cards had skyrocketed. In the past 2 days, they had even been sold for 1.2 million huaxia coins. So she needed to prepare at least 400,000 more huaxia coins to possibly afford one. With a determined heart, Lin Wanner placed her bronze-grade weapon, the Moonwater Dagger, in her hands. This Moonwater Dagger, which increased attack speed by 2 points, was something she had bought for 500,000. Now, if she sold it at a discount for 400,000, someone would surely buy it. That way, she could gather enough money to buy a warrior transfer card for Lin Dong. As for a weapon, she still had a backup dagger. Although its attributes were not as good as this one, it would do for now. With her decision made, Lin Wan quickly logged into the equipment trading system and listed her Moonwater Dagger for sale. Within a few minutes, someone swiftly bought the Moonwater Dagger, and her account increased by 400,000 huaxia coins. Then, she sold all the various materials in her ring, finally gathering 1.2 million huaxia coins. She then searched for warrior transfer cards and found that the cheapest one had already been bid up to 1.15 million huaxia coins. Finding a bargain made her very happy because it meant she could save 50,000 huaxia coins, which could buy a lot of things. Without hesitation, she bought the transfer card and planned to give it to Lin Dong tomorrow morning before the awakening ceremony. After doing all this, Lin Wanner no longer felt regret. She believed this was enough to make it up to Lin Dong. As his sister, I have already done my best. I hope Lin Dong will appreciate it. This should also make up for the warrior transfer card that Lin Yang took from him after an all-nighter farming in the dungeon. Lin Wan arrived early at the Career Awakening venue at Zhengcheng No. 1 High School. After carefully searching, she finally spotted Lin Dong on the stage. At this moment, several elderly men were seated around Lin Dong. One look at them, and it was clear they were people of extraordinary status. This made Lin Wan frown. Lin Dong is really too rude. Those people are obviously big figures. Even if he wants to curry favor with them, he shouldn't be sitting among them. He should be standing. These big figures must be very well mannered to tolerate a kid sitting beside them. Otherwise, they would have already kicked him out. The people sitting beside Lin Dong were none other than Mo Yeji, Pang Hualong, Li Shijun, and others. Meanwhile, Shen Jiangnan and Xiao Dashuai, due to their special status, were seated in a secret chamber within the stage, silently observing everything. The transfer awakening ceremony was about to begin. They also wanted to see if another genius would emerge in Zhengcheng. At this moment, the appearance of a little girl caught their attention. According to the information, this little girl seems to be Lin Dong's older sister, Lin Wan. And Lin Dong has already severed ties with the neighbors. What is she doing here to find Lin Dong? Lin Wan had already arrived not far from Lin Dong. She was holding that warrior class transfer card in her hand, thinking about how to phrase the first sentence. Although she was prepared to apologize, when it came time to actually apologize, she found it hard to speak. As the older sister, even if she had misunderstood Lin Dong in the past, did she really have to apologize to him? Shouldn't Lin Dong take the initiative to explain all the misunderstandings to her? But as she hesitated, a beautiful girl in a school uniform suddenly stepped in front of her and greeted Lin Dong. Lin Dong, finally found you. How did you end up here? Ha? Old Mo, why are you here at the awakening ceremony? Oh my god, Grandpa Pang, Grandpa Li, you're here too? Did something big happen in Zheng City? This little girl was none other than the school beauty, Su Runan. The Su family has a war god in their ranks, stationed at the southwest frontier, known for their military achievements. As the daughter of the war god Su Lingyun, Su Runan naturally knew some high-level people, which was perfectly normal. At this moment, she greeted everyone one by one, acting very familiar with them. Ah, it's Su girl, still as mischievous as ever. When the three old men saw her, they chuckled and greeted her warmly. Lin Wan, seeing this scene, immediately grew timid and stopped in her tracks, too afraid to approach. She planned to wait for Su Runan to leave before approaching to find Lin Dong. Meanwhile, Lin Dong looked at Su Runan with a cheerful smile. For this so-called number one beauty in Zheng City, he had helped her out quite a bit. Su Runan secretly went to grind in a level 0 beginner dungeon without telling her family, almost getting injured by a monster. Luckily, Lin Dong showed up just in time to save her. After that, Su Runan kept pestering Lin Dong, asking him to take her to grind more level 0 dungeons to broaden her horizons. After a few such occasions, they became good friends. However, he didn't know that Su Runan's father was a war god, thinking she was just a hardworking, frugal girl like him. What are you doing here looking for me? Shouldn't you be preparing for your class awakening? Don't you worry about awakening some useless life profession later. Su Runan made a funny face and stuck her tongue out at Lin Dong. Then, she pulled out a fragrant Saint Warrior class transfer card from her arms and placed it in front of Lin Dong. The Warrior class transfer card and the Saint Warrior class transfer card were quite different. A regular Warrior class transfer card was worth 1,000,000 Huaxia coins, but the Awakened Warrior profession was random. The Saint Warrior class transfer card, however, was worth 100 million Huaxia coins, and once obtained, it would definitely awaken the Saint Warrior profession, one of the hardest professions to awaken. The warrior professions were divided into Saint Warrior, Berserker, Shield Warrior, Assassin, Blade Maniac, and Sword Saint, 6 main professions. Among them, the Saint Warrior was the most well-rounded profession and the most sought after, ranking first among the 6 warrior professions. Berserkers, Blade Maniacs, and Sword Saints were slightly weaker, while Shield Warriors and Assassins were considered the weakest professions among the 6 warrior professions. Of course, not everyone awakened as a warrior. Some awakened as mage, sorcerer, Taoist, or dark demon king professions. But other professions were very expensive and only suited for a niche audience. In Huaxia, due to the rampant monsters, people preferred to awaken the warrior profession, which grew faster. So the Saint Warrior class transfer card Su Runan gave to Lin Dong was extremely valuable, causing countless people to envy it. Even Lin Dong was taken aback by Su Runan's generosity. Su Runan, what are you doing? Put this important thing away quickly. Su Runan, however, smiled mischievously. The big eyes were always fixed on Lin Dong. This is for you. When we were together doing dungeons, you said that your dream is to be a warrior. Today, I will help you realize it. However, the scene she hoped for did not appear. Lin Dong laughed and shook his head. Thank you, Ruanan, but I really don't need it right now. I have already awakened the blacksmith profession, so this warrior transfer card is no longer useful to me. Su Ruanan thought Lin Dong was just lying to her. Lin Dong had always said he wanted to be a warrior to serve Huaxia. And the awakening ceremony had not yet started. How could Lin Dong have awakened a profession? Lin Dong must be lying to her. He just didn't want to accept her gift. So she took out another holy warrior transfer card from her bosom and waved it in front of Lin Dong. Lin Dong, just accept it. I have another one here, we can both awaken as holy warriors today. Actually, in his previous life, Lin Dong did accept Su Ruanan's holy warrior transfer card and successfully awakened the holy warrior profession, otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to the rank of battle monarch in 3 years. So he was still grateful to Su Ruanan and understood her feelings for him. He considered Su Ruanan the best friend he would ever have in this life. Ruanan, I'm not lying to you, I really have awakened the blacksmith profession. I no longer need the warrior transfer card. Su Ruanan looked at Lin Dong with a serious face. Her mouth dropped open in shock. Lin Dong's big eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Dong, you can't be serious, right? The blacksmith is a very costly living profession. Your family's situation. But halfway through her words, Su Ruanan covered her mouth. Clearly, she was afraid her words would hurt Lin Dong's pride. Isn't it said that boys are very proud? Would she offend Lin Dong by mentioning this? Su Ruanan knew Lin Dong's family situation. Lin Dong's father was just a great warrior, barely considered a middle-class family. To awaken as a blacksmith, even if one had hundreds of billions in assets, it could be burned through in the process of growth. So for middle and lower income families, awakening as a blacksmith basically meant a bleak future. Lin Dong blinked. He knew Su Ruanan was just concerned about him, treating him as a true friend. Having such a good friend made him very happy. Although this holy warrior transfer card was useless to him, it was still a heartfelt gift from Su Ruanan. If he forcibly rejected it, Su Ruanan would probably be sad. So he gently accepted the holy warrior transfer card. He smiled at Su Ruanan. Although I can't use it right now, since it's a gift from you, I will accept it. But since you gave me a gift, I should also prepare a gift for you. Su Ruanan saw Lin Dong accept the holy warrior transfer card, and her big eyes instantly squinted into crescent moons, clearly very happy. And Lin Dong prepared a gift for her, which showed he valued her. A sweet feeling rippled through Su Ruanan's heart. Lin Dong, are you serious? You have prepared a gift for me too? To be honest, Lin Dong did not have a separate gift prepared for Su Ruanan, he was just borrowing flowers to offer to a Buddha. Last night, using materials provided by Mo Yezi and others, he crafted over 100 pairs of speed gloves. Among them, he gave 100 pairs to General Shao for creating a great warrior execution boss team. The rest were stored in his spatial ring for future needs. And now, to return the favor to Su Ruanan, he just happened to have what was needed. However, seeing Su Ruanan's excited look, he was also too embarrassed to tell the truth, so he can only pretend it was specially prepared for Su Ruanan. But as soon as this acceleration glove was taken out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention around. Equipment, acceleration glove, bronze level. Attack plus 80. Attack speed plus 50. Defense plus 100. Crash Fist, every 10 seconds, release a Crash Fist causing 1500 damage, with a 3-second paralysis effect on the target. After seeing this stat, the previously calm Mo Yezi, Pan Hualong, and Li Shijun suddenly began breathing heavily. The stats of this bronze-level acceleration glove were just too insane. In 1 minute, it could deal 9,000 points of damage, and even paralyze the target for 18 seconds. That's 18 seconds of paralysis within 1 minute. In the entire Huaxia, only the legendary paralysis ring of the war god Ouyang Zhantian had a paralysis effect. And even that was probabilistic, even if it triggered, it could only paralyze the target for 3 seconds. Sometimes, after several minutes of fighting, it still wouldn't paralyze the target once. Su Ruanan was also stunned when she saw this acceleration glove. After a while, she suddenly realized, pointing at the acceleration glove in Lin Dong's hand, unable to say a word in shock. Lin Dong, you mean, this acceleration glove is for me? Su Ruanan was well informed. This acceleration glove, if placed in the equipment trading system, could sell for more than 1 billion. Such a precious item, and Lin Dong just casually gave it to her? Lin Dong, isn't this a bit too expensive? His Saint Warrior class transfer card was also valuable, but compared to this acceleration glove, it was nothing. But Lin Dong, on the other hand, waved his hand dismissively, looking unconcerned. What's so expensive about this? I have tons of this trash. But this acceleration glove looks too lonely by itself, these things are meant to come in pairs, so I'll just give you a pair. Saying this, Lin Dong took another acceleration glove out of his space ring. Once again, everyone's gaze was drawn to the acceleration glove. Equipment, acceleration glove, bronze level. Attack plus 100. Attack speed plus 30. Loot rate boost, plus 10%. Dominant Fist, every punch thrown at the target applies a burning effect, dealing 300 damage per second for 5 seconds, stackable. After seeing this acceleration glove stat, the three old men around them could no longer stay calm. Peng Hualong swallowed, and advised from the side. Kid, you're just giving this acceleration glove to little Sue like that? Don't you know how much this acceleration glove is worth?
I can tell you clearly, it's worth more than all the acceleration gloves you forged last night combined.
Peng Hualong wasn't exaggerating.
Because the effect of the dominant fist stat was just too terrifying. Although it only caused 300 damage per second for 5 seconds, adding up to a total of 1500 damage, its effect was stackable. Imagine if this acceleration glove were in the hands of a war god level fighter, they could throw over 100 punches in 1 minute. Every punch would add 1,500 points of sustained damage, meaning in just 1 minute, it could deal 150,000 damage. Killing a golden monster with millions of HP wouldn't even take 10 minutes. And with other attack speed equipment, this value could go even higher. In other words, even a legendary monster lord wouldn't be able to withstand the output of a war god for a minute. Such explosive output would be enough to make this bronze-level acceleration glove legendary. But now, Lin Dong carelessly gave it to Su Runin, which made Peng Hualong shout in disbelief. What a waste! Kid, are you trying to win over the Su family girl? But the next second, they were once again stunned by Lin Dong. Because Lin Dong directly poured out a pile of acceleration gloves from his space ring. They all piled up into a little mountain. Oh, I have plenty of acceleration gloves, just those with powerful abilities, there are more than 10. You can take them, Ruan Nan, don't worry. If you accidentally lose them, just come find me for a replacement. The 2 acceleration gloves were carefully chosen by Lin Dong for Su Ruanan. Su Ruanan hasn't awakened her profession yet, so she doesn't have a level. But the 2 acceleration gloves she took out had no level restrictions, so even without a level, Su Ruanan could wear and use them directly. Seeing so many acceleration gloves in Lin Dong's possession, Su Ruanan happily took them. She suddenly understood that Lin Dong awakening as a forger might not be a bad thing after all. If these acceleration gloves were all forged by Lin Dong, he might become the first person to get rich through forging. Then thank you, Lin Dong. I'm going to prepare for the profession awakening ceremony, and I'll come find you later. Lin Dong nodded. He watched Su Ruanan leave. At that moment, Li Shijun beside him was also stunned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, filled with shock. Wait, kid? How do you have so many acceleration gloves? We only provided you with 300 materials last night. I remember you gave General Xiao more than 100 this morning, and this pile in front of me is nearly 200. So, you mean to say, you didn't fail even once with these 300 materials? You forged them all successfully? And they all have abilities? That would be a 100% success rate. Even legendary forgers like them wouldn't be able to forge all 300 materials successfully, they would at least lose about 1/5. But Lin Dong managed a 100% success rate, which was simply terrifying. Seeing Li Shijun so shocked, Lin Dong originally wanted to be humble. But unexpectedly, the more he spoke, the worse it became. I just made a small effort. Not far away, Lin Wan stood, watching Lin Dong chat happily with great figures like Mo Yazi and Li Shijun, and she was equally astonished. She realized that she knew too little about her own brother. After all, the people her brother was interacting with were those she had to look up to. She lowered her head to look at the warrior job transfer card in her hand, then at the acceleration gloves on Lin Dong's desk, and her pupils suddenly shone with a strange light. 026 raising the price, who made you look down on me back then? Looking at the pile of acceleration gloves on the table, Peng Hualong and Li Shijun could no longer maintain their composure. Peng Hualong spoke first. Lin Dong, can you sell some of these acceleration gloves to the Peng family? Don't worry, old man, I won't take advantage of you. For these acceleration gloves, as long as they have abilities, no matter the basic attributes, I'll pay you 2 billion each. Although the Peng family is a family of forgers, many of their descendants are warriors. If they could buy some acceleration gloves back, it would greatly improve the efficiency of family members in leveling up in dungeons, and could even be passed down as a family treasure. Li Shijun had the same thought. His eyes became extremely eager. Although he knew these acceleration gloves were forged from the materials they provided. But who made Lin Dong such a miraculous ability? He turned those ordinary materials into priceless good equipment. Lin Dong, our Li family is also willing to buy a batch of acceleration gloves for 2 billion each. Among them, the calmest was probably Mo Yazi. This solitary old man had no children or daughter, just his one disciple Qing Niu, so he was completely indifferent to material possessions. He watched Peng Hualong and Li Shijun with a cold gaze, feeling amused inside. I didn't expect a legendary forger to also have a day of buying equipment from others. The world is vast, and there are wonders everywhere.
This sentence made Peng Hualong and Li Shijun feel a bit awkward. But in front of Lin Dong, they really had nothing to be proud of. After all, equipment with attribute tags is something one can only hope to encounter, not something easily obtained. The most crucial part is that this equipment can be worn even by ordinary warriors from level 10 to 20, drastically lowering the level requirement for gear. If they wear such acceleration gloves, family members can quickly level up to 30, 40, or even 50, creating a large number of young strong warriors. In the face of such temptation, is face value really important? Not at all. For them, family development is the most important thing. Even if they could only buy 2 pairs of acceleration gloves to take back, it could make a family rise rapidly. After all, Blue Star Continent has never seen such low-level, high-attribute equipment with tags. If this type of equipment appears in low-level dungeons, it would be a one-hit kill for monsters, and the experience gain would be astonishingly fast. Who needs to grind monsters step by step like now? They had reason to believe that an ordinary person wearing a pair of such acceleration gloves could increase 20 levels in one day. In the past, an ordinary person would need at least 2 to 3 years to reach level 20. This is also why characters like Peng Hualong and Li Shijun are so envious of Lin Dong's forged acceleration gloves. What kind of acceleration gloves are these? They are simply machines for mass-producing powerful individuals. So their attitude towards Lin Dong became even more humble. Of course, Lin Dong wouldn't miss out on a good opportunity to make money. However, these 2 old guys did ridicule him coldly yesterday, so he needed to show them a little color. Lin Dong is not the kind of person who doesn't repay a grudge, he must give them a little punishment. He raised his eyelids and grinned mischievously. Old Peng, Old Li, you are making things a bit difficult for me, since I have to prioritize giving them to my teacher, General Xiao. And I believe you know better than I do the value of these acceleration gloves. Giving them to the military would have far more impact than giving them to individual families. The 2 elders looked at Lin Dong's sly eyes and instantly understood. This kid Lin Dong wants to take the opportunity to squeeze some profit. They just don't know how big Lin Dong's appetite really is, so they need to feel it out first. So Peng Hualong pretended to sigh dramatically. Lin Dong, please don't let our family's future generations be angry. As a grandparent, I have worried about him endlessly. Since you care for this old man's beloved grandson, just sell me 1 wristband. Li Shijun also sighed sadly beside him. It seems he was really speaking from the heart. We also have an unworthy grandson who is stuck around level 10 and can't move. Lin Dong, show some kindness, I only want 1. Just name a price, as long as it's reasonable, both old Peng and I can accept. Lin Dong smiled at the 2 of them. He silently calculated the price in his heart. 1 pair of acceleration gloves, 2 billion huaxia coins, certainly a considerable value. Ordinary platinum equipment, and even legendary equipment, cannot reach such a price. But Lin Dong knew. He forged these acceleration gloves, but they were merely bronze equipment. The reason they were unique is entirely because of their added attribute tags. These attribute tags are things that one can only hope to encounter, not seek. As long as he doesn't flood the market, many of these pieces could become rare items, later being sold at unimaginable prices. So even if he sold the acceleration gloves for 5 billion huaxia coins, it could be considered a fair price. Therefore, Lin Dong extended 1 finger and waved it in front of the 2 legendary blacksmiths. Peng Lao and Li Lao, both of you are legendary blacksmiths. Do you know how hard it is to forge an equipment like this with 4 properties? This is the value of the accelerating gloves. I don't need to say much more, you must have a clear understanding of it. When General Lin said this, both of the elders couldn't help but feel a little contempt in their hearts. Is it really that hard to forge such a 4-property equipment? Maybe it is difficult for them, but for Lin Dong, isn't it as simple as eating and drinking? 1 accelerating glove per minute, it's so fast. Then, Lin Dong's tone suddenly shifted, and he began to lay his cards on the table. But the method you 2 elders want to use to quickly cultivate the pocket is really moving. I've decided to make an exception and sell you 2 a pair for 10 billion. After all, these accelerating gloves are part of a set, and if you buy a pair, your attack will have a 5% boost. Peng Hualong and Li Shijun both furrowed their brows. Are they buying the accelerating gloves for that 5% attack boost? Even if the attack of these gloves is higher, it's only 100 points, and a 5% attack increase is only 5 points, which can barely be called something helpful. Just as they were about to bargain, Lin Dong's face suddenly turned serious, and he deliberately put on a stern expression. Elders, this price is already very reasonable. If it were anyone else asking, I would never agree. You must know, these pieces of equipment in my hands are reserved for my master, General Xiao. If you don't want them, I'll put them away. After speaking, General Lin started putting the pile of accelerating gloves on the table, 1 by 1, into his space ring. At this point, Peng Hualong and Li Shijun had completely realized. This Lin Dong kid is definitely taking revenge for their disregard of him yesterday. Otherwise, how could General Lin sell them these accelerating gloves at such a high price so casually? But knowing this, they still pinched their noses and accepted it. After all, such things are not easy to come by for anyone. As they made the payment and each took a pair of accelerating gloves, Lin Dong suddenly noticed a familiar figure in front of him. He couldn't help but raise his head and frowned as he looked at the person in front of him. Lin Wan, what are you doing here? When Lin Dong asked her this, Lin Wan was at a loss for words and didn't know what to say for a moment. She had been greatly shocked when she saw Lin Dong take out the accelerating gloves. Originally hesitant, she, under the temptation of the accelerating gloves, couldn't help but come closer to Lin Dong's side. Pine Hualong and Li Shijun could see the value of the accelerating gloves. Of course, Lin Wan could see it too. Such good things, scattered outside, are truly a waste. If they were used to arm the family, the Lin family would rise quickly and even become one of China's top families. And these accelerating gloves would inevitably become the family's heirloom. Lin Dong is still too young. How could such good things be casually sold for a bit of money? He has no sense of family at all. Thinking this, she slammed the warrior job change card onto the table and couldn't help but speak. Lin Dong, this is the warrior job change card as compensation for you. The family owes you nothing, you don't need to use this as an excuse to run away from home. These accelerating gloves are very useful to our Lin family and should be prioritized for our use before considering selling them. Lin Dong raised his eyelids. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do I have anything to do with the Lin family? What qualification do you have to speak to me like this? Lin Wan had originally been accustomed to criticizing Lin Dong, acting righteous. After being retorted by Lin Dong, she immediately became furious. Just as she was about to erupt, she suddenly glanced at Lin Dong's cold, emotionless eyes. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Lin Dong wouldn't really want to sever ties with the Lin family, would he? Having already realized that Lin Dong was wronged, Lin Wan felt the calm anger that had settled within him. The whole family misunderstood Lin Dong, and they really should apologize to him properly. Lin Dong, what father and mother said before were just words said in anger, and I also did something wrong as a sister. I shouldn't have wrongfully accused you without thinking. Here, I sincerely apologize to you. After all, in that situation, everyone naturally would have thought it was you. But before she could finish her words, Lin Dong waved his hand with displeasure. Enough. Don't pretend to explain anymore, I don't need these explanations. You Lin family members can do whatever you want, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Wan looked at Lin Dong, who had a blank expression, biting her lip. She knew that Lin Dong was truly angry, and it wasn't something that could be solved with just a few words from her. But she still refused to give up and said, Lin Dong, this was all caused by Lin Yang's mischief. As your older brother, you should act like one, you can't be so petty. Mom and Dad are here today too, let's all go together and reunite as a family. However, Lin Dong merely raised his eyelids, scanned the venue, and then found the spots of Lin Yang, Lin Songxing, and others, before his gaze finally stopped. He clenched his fingers tightly, a faint sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Heh, I'm afraid Lin Songxing and Meng Qinqi are here to watch their good son Lin Yang awaken his profession. What does that have to do with me? Lin Wan, I hope you don't disturb me again in the future. This is the stage, not a place for idle people. Security, escort her out. To ensure Lin Dong's safety, before he arrived at the profession awakening venue, General Shao personally assigned a team of elite warrior guards to protect him. With Lin Dong's command, 4 guards dressed in the Huaxia Legion uniform suddenly appeared behind him, blocking Lin Wan's way. The tall and mighty guards filled Lin Wan's heart with shock. The Huaxia Legion's uniform is not something just anyone can wear. One must join the official Huaxia ranks, then undergo an assessment to reach level 40-50 of the elite warrior rank before they can wear it. In other words, right now, 4 elite warriors were standing right in front of her. As a mere bronze warrior, standing before these figures made her feel a wave of panic. How could Lin Dong command 4 such level characters? Could they be bodyguards he hired? But bodyguards of such a level would surely cost a lot. Lin Dong was really reckless. But considering that Lin Dong could forge acceleration gloves now, he seemed to have the financial power for it, and this might be the only way to explain it. After the 4 guards blocked Lin Wan, they stared coldly at her, exuding a killing aura. Please leave immediately. Lin Wan dared not make eye contact with the 4, instead, she leaned forward and called out to Lin Dong behind her. Lin Dong, do you really have to be so heartless? I'm your sister, don't you fear others gossiping about you behind your back? The 4 guards, upon hearing this, all turned their heads to look at Lin Dong. If she really was Lin Dong's sister, it would be awkward for them to use force. Even Mo Xiezi and others by the side had strange expressions. Logically, Lin Dong wasn't this heartless. How could he have fallen out with his family like this? Something must be off. But Lin Dong still remained cold, not even glancing at Lin Wan. I have already severed ties with the Lin family, she is not my sister. Throw her off the stage. Without my command, she is not allowed to step foot on the stage. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, the 4 guards no longer hesitated. They immediately took a step forward in unison, causing Lin Wan's face to turn pale with fear, and she hurriedly stepped back. Miss Lin Wan, Mr. Lin Dong has already given the order for you to leave. Please don't make things difficult for us. Otherwise, we will have to get rough with you. Lin Wan knew that Lin Dong had made up his mind, and she was deeply afraid of these four great warriors. After all, even her father, who was also a great warrior, couldn't stand up to these four people. She reluctantly looked at Lin Dong once more before retreating with a complex expression. If Lin Dong had acted as he did before, meek and obedient, she wouldn't have cared so much. But now, with his immense talent in forging, it was impossible to ignore him. In fact, one could say that Lin Dong now had the potential to help the Lin family rise in China. As an older sister, how could she not feel regret about such a genius? No, this matter must be reported to father and mother. Letting Lin Dong leave was our mistake. Perhaps with their persuasion, Lin Dong might reconsider. After thinking for a moment, she immediately turned and walked towards the location where Lin Sangxing and others were. At this moment, Lin Sangxing and Meng Qinqi were dotingly watching Lin Yang, instructing him on the matters regarding his career awakening. Lin Sangxing patted Lin Yang's head, which was taller than his own, and said lovingly, "Lin Yang, father has found out that the admissions director of the God of War Academy, Xinjiangnan, is currently at your Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school. When you awaken on stage later, be sure to defeat the test puppets as quickly as possible, showing your incredible talent. As long as you can defeat all the test puppets within 1 minute, Xinjiangnan, the God of War, will definitely recruit you directly into the God of War Academy." Lin Yang nodded. However, there was a trace of confusion on his face. Since Lin Dong left the Lin family yesterday, the bond between them, which had been like that of twins, seemed to have disappeared. Originally, he would receive double experience feedback every day, but today, he hadn't received anything, which had slowed down his progress in growth. Without Lin Dong's experience to support him, even if he awakened as a warrior, he would not be able to level up quickly and could only slowly grind monsters. Seeing Lin Yang's strange expression, Lin Sangxing thought he was a bit worried about the upcoming talent test. So he smiled and comforted him. "Lin Yang, you don't need to worry too much. As long as you follow my method to deal with the test puppets, getting through the 1-minute difficulty won't be too hard. And to help you clear the test quickly, I specially spent a large sum of money to buy a no-level battle knife. This knife has 2 points of attack power and will help you kill the test puppets quickly." Lin Yang curled his lips. A battle knife with 2 extra attack points probably wouldn't be very effective against the surprisingly strong defensive test puppets. But just then, Lin Wan squeezed through the crowd. Upon seeing them, Lin Wan immediately shouted excitedly, "Dad, Mom, little brother, I've found you. I have some shocking news to tell you. Lin Dong has awakened his profession early, and it's the blacksmith profession. Our family used to misunderstand him. He actually has extraordinary talent." Hearing Lin Wan's loud shouting, Lin Sangxing immediately darkened his face. "Look at you, what a disgrace. You don't even have the demeanor of a proper young lady. We already knew about that beast awakening as a blacksmith. What's the big deal? That ungrateful thing, I'll break his leg sooner or later." Lin Yang wanted the handkerchief he made, but instead of taking it back home, he hung up the phone on your mother and me. "It's simply outrageous." Lin Wan opened her mouth, and her throat moved for a long time, but no words came out. Once upon a time, she had been just as misunderstanding of Lin Dong as her father, but now it seemed. Father is ridiculously wrong. Dad, you are really wrong this time. What? I'm wrong? How could I possibly be wrong? 028 Occupational Awakening, Lin Yang got emo. Lin Sangxing poked his ear with his finger, his tone extremely impatient. This is a critical moment for Lin Yang's awakening profession, and he had no mood to hear any news from Lin Dong. Whenever this rebellious son was mentioned, Lin Sangxing felt his blood pressure soaring. Mother Meng Qinqin also shot a reproachful glance at Lin Wan, disapproving of her poor timing. "Wanner, your father is currently teaching Lin Yang the secret technique to quickly pass the talent test for the puppet trial. Do not disturb." Originally rushing over to explain the situation to Dad and Mom, Lin Wan suddenly felt like a clown. This feeling of being ignored gave her an illusion. She felt just like Lin Dong at this moment. Lin Dong must have felt this sense of helplessness at home all the time. A tremor ran through her heart, and she finally realized how wronged Lin Dong had been all these years. However, this talent test is a major matter and cannot be taken lightly, so she could only stand aside and wait. Father was acting more professionally than the teachers on stage, passionately explaining relevant knowledge to Lin Yang. Yang, although you have the warrior transfer card now, transferring to a warrior is already set in stone. But after awakening your profession, the most important thing is still the talent test. If you can defeat the test puppet in 1 minute, it proves that your talent can reach S level, qualifying you for admission to the War God Academy. I once served under War God Xinjiangnan, and as long as I reveal my identity, I believe that War God Xinjiangnan will remember our bond in the military and definitely give you a chance to enter the War God Academy. So the method I just taught you to deal with the test puppet, you must remember it well, and do not be careless. After all, War God Xinjiangnan is strict and impartial. Only if your performance meets the standards will I be able to fight for you. Lin Wan watched Lin Sanqing chatter incessantly and suddenly felt a bit envious. Father treated Lin Yang too well. When she awakened her profession last year, he didn't give her this kind of advice at all. Now that Lin Dong was gone, it seemed like she had automatically filled Lin Dong's position and started being neglected by the family. As Lin Sanqing spoke passionately, a burst of exclamations suddenly erupted around them. The first genius has appeared. Xiao Yi from class 3 of 5. Awakened as a berserker and defeated the test puppet in just 49 seconds. It seems there's hope for entering the War God Academy. Ah, you don't know this. This time, our Jiangqing First High School is not only being recruited by the War God Academy, I heard that Huolong Academy has also sent people. Maybe both academies will compete for students. Sai, what do you think Lin Dong and Lin Yang will perform like this time? They are known as the Lin brothers and shouldn't disappoint, right? Forget about Lin Dong, he works so hard, yet he can't catch up to even half of his brother Lin Yang. Talent can't be compensated by hard work. Hearing the discussions around about Lin Yang and Lin Dong, Lin Sanqing immediately perked up his ears. Sure enough, these teachers and students recognize talent. How could the fool Lin Dong compare to the prodigious Lin Yang? Lin Yang's talent, he witnessed with his own eyes. Anything he looked at, he instantly understood and learned, with the only thing lacking being effort. If Lin Yang had Lin Dong's effort, he would have soared to great heights long ago. Regardless, their Lin family would undoubtedly take off completely under Lin Yang's leadership, becoming one of the prestigious families in China. Today, it was just right to let everyone see how outstanding his son Lin Yang is. How ridiculous it was for that fool Lin Dong, not realizing he should be currying favor with his brother Lin Yang. Today was a watershed moment. He would also understand the true gap between him and Lin Yang. With a smug expression, Lin Sanqing looked at the testing list on the stage and instructed Lin Yang. Yang, after this one called Su Runan finishes testing, it will be your turn. Hearing Su Runan's name, Lin Yang's eyes instantly brightened. Su Runan is the unparalleled school belle of Jiangqing First High School. He has always had an inappropriate crush on Su Runan, but she has never paid him any attention. However, what puzzled him was that Su Runan seemed to have a strong liking for Lin Dong, often secretly sending things to Lin Dong's desk. But without exception, these items were secretly intercepted by Lin Yang, and Lin Dong had no idea about it. He stared at Su Runan from below the stage, unable to help but lick his lips. This beauty will be mine sooner or later. But in the next second, his expression became serious. What? Su Runan actually has a Holy Warrior job change card? Where did she get such a valuable item? If only this job change card were mine. That is a Holy Warrior job change card. It precisely locks in a profession. Unlike the job change card in his hand, which could awaken a profession, but the 6 warrior professions are random. What if he awakens as an assassin like Lin Wan? That would be terrible. Seeing the shocked Lin Yang, Lin Wan, who had been waiting for a chance to speak, finally spoke out. Lin Yang, don't get ahead of yourself. Su Runan is not someone you can reach. The Su family is a hidden family among the 4 families of Jiangqing, with a power that is unimaginable. If you provoke her, you'll be in big trouble. Watching Lin Wan scold Lin Yang, Lin Father's face immediately turned displeased. He looked at Lin Wan with reproach and knocked on the armrest of the chair. Lin Wan, how can you talk to your brother like that? Your brother's talent is extraordinary. Even if he has feelings for Su Runan, it's not a big deal. The Su family is just a local power in Jiangqing. As long as your brother gets into the God of War Academy, I will personally go to the Su family to propose. After lecturing Lin Wan, Lin Sanqing continued to focus on Lin Yang, and his gaze softened considerably. Yang, you don't need to worry. Although she got a Holy Warrior job change card through her family's wealth, passing the talent test is not that easy. After all, the level 0 beginner equipment only adds 2 or 3 points of attack at most. To defeat a test puppet with 100 health points, you still need the experience from daily training. I dare say she absolutely cannot kill the test puppet within a minute. However, as soon as Lin Sanqing's words fell, the scene erupted into another round of gasps. Among the gasps, there was disbelief. No way, what did I just see? Su Runan actually killed the monster in an instant? In 1 second, not even a full second. Jiangqing First High School will probably trend on social media. With such talent, she might rival a 3S level. I didn't expect Su Runan, who usually keeps a low profile, to be so powerful. Bathed in the praise, Su Runan couldn't help but tighten her grip on the acceleration gloves. These acceleration gloves had been disguised by Lin Dong. On the surface, they looked plain and were just ordinary gloves with a 2 attack speed bonus. But only she, the user, knew how terrifying these gloves truly were. Just now, with one punch, the talent test puppet shattered into pieces. Is this the effect brought by the acceleration gloves? Lin Dong, you really gave me a big surprise. Weapons with high attributes that don't require a job level to wear. I really don't know how Lin Dong forged it. Probably, such a weapon has never appeared in human history. In front of such a freakish weapon, talent becomes a ridiculous joke. Su Runin excitedly lifted her head and looked at the platform. There, a sunny young man was slightly nodding towards Su Runin. It was Lin Dong. On the other side, Lin's father looked as if he had eaten a fly, his face turning quite ugly. I never thought I, a great warrior, would make such a mistake. But Yang Yang, don't worry, even though your talent might not be as good as hers, your actual combat is definitely fine. I've seen your monster slaying experience, it's a full 40 points, almost level 1, which is the highest among all the testers present. Your father believes in you, you can definitely kill the test puppet within a minute. Lin Yang's lips twitched. He didn't have any monster slaying experience at all, these 40 points of experience were gained from the twin bond with Lin Dong. In the beginner dungeon, killing 2,500 monsters would earn 10 points of experience, 40 points meant he would have to kill over 10,000 beginner monsters, and he couldn't afford that hard work. Although he had experience, he had never actually fought any monsters. Now, he was about to face the test puppet in combat, saying he wasn't nervous would definitely be a lie. But now, it was his turn to take the stage. The tester on the platform also started calling out. Next tester, Class 5, Lin Yang. Lin Yang's uneasy heart finally died. He gritted his teeth and walked onto the testing platform, a little confused and unsure of what to do. Without the twin bond with Lin Dong, he was now just an ordinary person, and his talent was truly unimpressive. He tightly squeezed the warrior class promotion card and slowly pulled it out of his sleeve, looking at the awakening device in front of him. This scene immediately caused the crowd below to start murmuring. Oh my god, another warrior class promotion card. Is everyone today so rich? This is already the 5th warrior class promotion card, each worth over 1 million Huaxia coins, and now they're everywhere. They must have gotten the news early, waiting for the War God Academy and the Dragon Transformation Academy to come to Jiang City to recruit, only then did they dare to spend so much. Hearing the noise from below, Lin Yang finally made up his mind. I don't believe that without Lin Dong, I still can't enter the War God Academy. Boom! As Lin Yang directly used the warrior class promotion card, the machine shook. Ding! Awakening Holy Warrior class. With the machine's prompt sound, Lin Yang's heart, which had been hanging, finally relaxed, replaced by a burst of wild joy. Ah, Holy Warrior, I've awakened as a Holy Warrior. One of the top 3 warrior classes, I've made it. He proudly circled the testing platform a few times, completely immersed in wild joy. Lin's father in the audience showed a satisfied smile. I knew it, with Lin Yang's talent, he would definitely awaken a super warrior class, and indeed, he's the rare Holy Warrior. The Lin family is about to rise completely. The audience below also fell into amazement. Holy Warrior, this is a Holy Warrior. 2 new Holy Warriors appeared in Jiang City in one day, too terrifying. You know, in the last 300 years, less than 10 people have awakened as Holy Warriors in all of Jiang City. After all, the Holy Warrior class promotion card is something only the top big families can afford. And even they can't just buy it whenever they want. Each big family can only produce 1 Holy Warrior every 50 years. After all, the growth of a Holy Warrior requires a massive amount of resources. Once a family produces a Holy Warrior, they will invest all their family's strength into nurturing them. This means that for the next 50 years, that family won't nurture any new Holy Warriors. For this reason, even if Holy Warrior class promotion cards exist, these big families won't casually use them. For ordinary people, the probability of awakening as a Holy Warrior is so low, which is why Holy Warrior is a rare, 1 in a million class. But becoming a Holy Warrior, a class with both explosive defense and attack power. There are still many opportunities for ordinary people to turn their lives around. So ordinary people are extremely eager for such professions. And today, Lin Yang, with just a common job change card, awakened the Holy Warrior profession, truly having unbelievable luck. In the next segment, where he fought against the test puppet, Lin Yang spent 48 seconds and successfully killed the test puppet, causing another round of gasps. On the stage, Lin Dong squinted his eyes and calmly watched all of this unfold. As expected, just like in his previous life, Lin Yang awakened the Holy Warrior profession. However, he had already severed his twin bond, so Lin Yang's growth in this life would definitely not be as rapid as in the last. If Lin Dong remembered correctly, Lin Yang would enter the War God Academy, and in the coming days, he would enter the Black Iron Dungeon to level up by hunting monsters. Lin Dong rubbed his hands together, his eyes suddenly shining. Right now, he was very interested in taking revenge on Lin Yang. At that time, he would find a way to clear all the low-level monsters in the Black Iron Dungeon in Jiangcheng, so Lin Yang wouldn't be able to level up. Meanwhile, in a hidden private room on the stage, the principal of Jiangcheng First High School, Chen Zhong, adjusted his glasses and introduced the two elderly men in beside him. Wei Mingyuan, War God, Xin Jiangnan, War Lord. This student, Lin Yang, is a genius from our Jiangcheng High School. With his talent, he should have the chance to enter both major academies. Wei Mingyuan is the admissions director of the Hulong Academy, and Xin Jiangnan is the admissions director of the War God Academy. Both of them had come to Jiangcheng First High School today, making Principal Chen Zhong feel quite honored. However, at this moment, Wei Mingyuan politely looked at Xin Jiangnan, silently signaling to wait for Xin Jiangnan to speak. After all, Xin Jiangnan had already ascended to warlord, so Wei Mingyuan, a war god, had to stay humble. In China, there are 7 major academies, collectively known as the 7 Sons of National Defense. They are the Black Dragon Academy in the northwest, the Flying Dragon Academy in the northeast, the Rising Dragon Academy in the center, the Proud Dragon Academy in the southwest, the Divine Dragon Academy in the southeast, the War God Academy in Liao State, the Hulong Academy in Liao City, and the 9 Provinces Academy in Fengdu. The rankings are not in any particular order, and each academy's principal is a warlord-level figure. Originally, with General Shao from the military, there were 8 warlords in China. But now that Xin Jiangnan of the War God Academy had ascended to warlord first, the War God Academy's strength had surpassed the other 6 academies. Xin Jiangnan, now a figure of immense power, had the ability to create his own faction. As a result, even General Shao had shown some ambiguity towards Xin Jiangnan's position and even considered creating a new academy. But Xin Jiangnan had refused without hesitation. He was willing to remain at the War God Academy as the admissions director, while also guarding the southwest frontier, fighting against the rampant monsters. With such a great figure sitting right in front of him, Wei Mingyuan couldn't help but feel nervous. He politely glanced at Xin Jiangnan, somewhat awkward and unsure of how to proceed. War God Xin Jiangnan, what do you think of this student? Is the War God Academy interested in recruiting him? Xin Jiangnan curled his lip. He had already heard that Lin Yang was Lin Dong's younger brother. Xin Jiangnan had thoroughly investigated Lin Dong's situation in the past few days, and he had no good feelings towards such a parasite. Even though Lin Yang was incredibly talented, he would not recruit him. After all, compared to Lin Dong, Lin Yang's value was far less. He certainly would not sacrifice his friendship with Lin Dong for Lin Yang. So he shook his head, showing little interest. Our War God Academy has already pre-selected Su Runan. This genius, leave him to the Hulong Academy. Wei Mingyuan, the admissions director of the Hulong Academy, immediately brightened up upon hearing Xin Jiangnan's words. For a talent like Lin Yang, they, too, at Hulong Academy, valued him greatly. Since War God Xin has the intention to help, then I will represent Hulong Academy. Thank you, General Xinjiang. Xin Jiangnan nodded slightly, not speaking further. His gaze turned towards Lin Dong on the stage. According to the list, the next one to test was Lin Dong. According to the plan, by that time, General Shao would personally appear to accept disciples and have Lin Dong forge the Golden Horn, building momentum for Lin Dong. From then on, China would have a new god, or even a spiritual leader. And the soldiers at the border who were afraid of battle would become brave again because of Lin Dong's appearance. This time, the chaos caused by the beast revolt would be completely suppressed. Even the Western powers' plot to divide China would utterly fail. If all went well, China would usher in a great period of prosperity. But if all goes well, an unexpected event was about to happen. Far in the capital of China, the military was greeted by some unexpected guests. The visitors were the leader of the Western Holy Temple Knights, O Huang, and his disciple. He spoke in a very impatient tone, loudly shouting at the Chinese officials who greeted him. Where is your General Shao? Do I really have to stand here and wait for someone like me, a dignified elder, to see him? Although the Chinese officials were displeased, they still responded with great restraint and politeness. General Shao is currently handling some important matters in Jiangcheng. We kindly ask you, Mr. O Huang, to wait a few more days. Humph, I see General Shao clearly doesn't take us Western powers seriously. How dare he treat me with such disrespect? This is outrageous. O Huang slammed the teacup he was drinking onto the floor, splashing juice and fragments that hit the faces of the Chinese officials. Many Chinese officials stared angrily at O Huang. This guy was really unreasonable. However, O Huang ignored their anger. He, a dignified holy temple knight and a battle lord, did not need to reason in front of the Chinese warriors. Alright, since General Shao is in Jiangcheng, I will go there and find him. Let's see how long he can hide. The wind had changed. Was the blacksmith so desirable now? O Huang directly led his disciples towards Jiangcheng. For them, a 1,000-mile journey was nothing but a few hours of travel. Meanwhile, General Shao received the news. General Shao sneered disdainfully, not taking O Huang seriously at all. This Huang, relying on the Western powers behind him, thought he could do whatever he wanted in China. He was seriously overestimating himself. If he really dared to cause trouble in Jiangchang, General Xiao wouldn't mind teaching Huang a lesson. In his luxurious private room, he played with the spatial ring Lin Dong had given him. Inside the ring were the 100 acceleration gloves that Lin Dong had forged the night before. But what he didn't know was that Lin Dong had requested materials for 300 acceleration gloves, and there were still nearly 200 acceleration gloves with Lin Dong. However, for General Zhao's current plans, these 100 gloves were already enough. Although these acceleration gloves were only bronze grade, their exaggerated attributes and high-level affixes made these items even more precious than legendary equipment. Report, General, the 50 battle warriors you summoned have arrived. Good, let them in. General Xiao waved his hand, signaling the guard to let them in. These 50 battle warriors were all around level 49, considered peak battle warriors, only one level away from advancing to diamond warriors, or battle kings. The classification of warriors by level has customary names. For example, level 30 to 40 golden warriors are commonly known as great warriors. Level 40 to 50 platinum warriors are referred to as great battle warriors. Level 50 to 60 diamond warriors are called battle kings. Level 60 to 70 legendary warriors are called battle gods. Level 70 to 80 sky warriors are known as battle lords. Level 80 to 90 legendary warriors are referred to as battle saints. Huang dared to act arrogantly toward China because in his mind, until now, in the entire history of humankind, only one war saint has ever been born, and that is the Pope of the Western Holy City. The Pope, by chance, picked up a dying magic beast's core, which allowed him to break through to above level 80 and become a war saint. But that is ancient history. Now, Commander Xiao has also become a war saint and has even fought against legendary magic beasts like the Great Desolate Kueino, possessing real combat experience. This is also where Commander Xiao gets his strong confidence when facing the Western powers. Looking at the 50 great warriors streaming in, Commander Xiao nodded in satisfaction. He directly poured out the acceleration gloves from his spatial ring, forming a small mountain on the ground. One pair for each. Put them on well. These great warriors are all top-tier soldiers from the Huaxia army, well-trained and disciplined. In less than half a minute, everyone had orderly put them on. Seeing these outstanding warriors, Commander Xiao spoke again. You are the assassination task force I have established. Specially targeting the mutated special magic beasts in platinum and below dungeons for assassination actions, to ensure that ordinary warriors can clear dungeons without facing danger. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a jolt of spirit. Recently, mutated magic beasts have frequently appeared in major dungeons, causing many leveling warriors to encounter misfortunes. Even a figure like the battle god Xinjiangnan almost lost his life in a dungeon. For a while, the whole of Huaxia was on edge, knowing that a new wave of magic beast riots was about to arrive. And for the past few months, the Huaxia authorities have been unable to take effective measures to eradicate these mutated magic beasts. As a result, many soldiers on the front line now harbored a fear of battle, even fearing to clear dungeons. If these immensely powerful mutated magic beasts could really be eradicated, it would be a good thing for all of Huaxia. But can this really be done with just these acceleration gloves on the ground? The warriors looked at the acceleration gloves with doubt. When they saw the exaggerated attributes of the gloves, their mouths all dropped open in shock. My god, are these really bronze-level acceleration gloves? Legendary equipment probably doesn't even have this kind of attribute. Look, these acceleration gloves all have special traits and can almost deal over 10,000 damage in 1 minute. A platinum magic beast lord only has about 100,000 health, which means we can instantly kill a mutated platinum lord magic beast in 10 minutes? That's too exaggerated. If we can really clear monsters at this speed, in less than 3 days, I can gather enough experience to level up to 50 and become a war king. In 3 months, I'll become a battle god. The many great warriors, who had initially been skeptical, became excited after seeing the gloves' exaggerated attributes. This was simply a good fortune dropping from the sky. Commander Xiao choosing them as the assassination task force and equipping them with such great gear was like directly opening a fast track to elevate them to battle gods. Watching them cheer in excitement, Commander Zhao's face turned serious. Don't be too happy too soon, these equipments will be reclaimed after you are promoted to war gods. The next batch of great warriors will inherit them. These acceleration gloves will become heirlooms in the army. Many warriors nodded, just having the chance to use them for a while was already satisfying, who dared to wish to keep them forever. Having issued the orders, Commander Xiao turned his gaze to the testing ground. At this moment, Lin Dong had officially taken the stage. Lin Dong stood in front of the testing instrument, completely still, causing the audience to burst into laughter. Some even whistled from the audience, turning the scene slightly chaotic. Ha, I see Lin Dong is scared by Lin Yang's results. It is true, after all, the younger brother is so much stronger than the older brother, he must be feeling down and out. What a pity. Usually, Lin Dong works very hard, But his father shows favoritism, only buying one warrior job transfer card, which can only be used by the exceptionally talented Lin Yang.
It seems there's no chance for him. Hearing the students stirring, Lin Dong's father, who had been smiling, suddenly became furious, his beard bristling.
Listen to what they're saying. What nonsense! How is he showing favoritism? Clearly, Lin Dong is not doing well. How does that relate to his kindness towards Lin Yang?
With someone like Lin Dong, giving him a warrior job transfer card is a complete waste.
His words made the already agitated students and parents even more excited. This Lin family father and son seem to have a big drama, perfect for us onlookers to watch.
The teacher in charge of testing looked at Lin Dong, who was standing still, and frowned.
Lin Dong, hurry up and awaken your job, don't waste everyone's time.
Lin Dong smiled slightly and turned to the guiding teacher.
Teacher, actually, I have already awakened my job in advance, there's no need for the awakening device. Awakened your job in advance? The guiding teacher looked at Lin Dong suspiciously.
Only those with great fortune can awaken their jobs in advance, but he didn't see that in Lin Dong at all. Besides, Lin Dong had hidden his level with equipment, so he looked like an ordinary student with no level.
The teacher looked displeased at Lin Dong and slapped the table. Lin Dong, this is a serious occasion, you better not mess around. You say you awakened your job, what exactly did you awaken? I can't see it.
Seeing the teacher's unfavorable expression, Lin Dong finally revealed some of his hidden abilities, showing his blacksmith job.
I awakened as a blacksmith, and I'm a divine blacksmith.
Put. The guiding teacher almost laughed out loud.
Is there a rank division for blacksmiths? This is the first time I've heard of a divine blacksmith. But he could see that Lin Dong was indeed a blacksmith now.
According to the rules, to awaken as a blacksmith, one must forge a piece of equipment on site to test their forging talent. However, it's usually just a formality. Generally, if you awaken as a blacksmith, it basically means that person is useless. And today, because Lin Dong had already wasted a lot of time, and the guiding teacher wanted to flatter Lin Yang, this celestial talent, he decided to wave his hand.
Since you awakened your job, just go down now, please let the next student come on stage.
As he spoke, the guiding teacher was about to call the name of the next student. This made Principal Chen Zhong, who was in the hidden box, extremely anxious.
What a mess, this guy has really gone too far, does he not remember what I just said? Every student must be taken seriously.
Just when he was anxiously watching, a booming voice suddenly resonated throughout the venue.
Hold on. The rules cannot be broken. Who says blacksmiths are not to be taken seriously? Blacksmiths are the soul of our China.
This voice was deafening, making everyone present unable to help but look towards the podium, the source of the voice. There stood General Xiao Dasha, dressed in military attire, draped in a dragon cloak, bathing in holy light as he walked out from the private room. His gaze was fixed firmly on Lin Dong at the testing platform. I just happen to have a newly obtained magical beast horn, it can be forged for this student Lin Dong. This sudden voice carried an undeniable sense of authority and trust. Everyone couldn't help but look at the person who had just stepped out, filled with an impulse to worship.
Is this? Did we see wrong? This is General Xiao, the commander of China? How could he come to our little Jiang city?
Mom, I'm making a name for myself, I am fortunate to see General Xiao with my own eyes. At this moment, his distance from me was less than 300 meters. General Xiao's actions must have a deep meaning, it seems that this Lin Dong might soon rise to prominence. As the crowd was discussing, Principal Chen Zhong rushed out, replacing the instructor on the testing stage, and personally began to host the event. Teachers, students, today, General Xiao is visiting our Jiangqing First High School.
This is truly a 100-year honor for our school.
Everyone, salute and pay respect to General Xiao. With Chen Zhong's command, all the students and parents in the crowd stood up and saluted General Xiao. Even Lin Songxing couldn't help but feel moved, his eyes filled with respect.
General Xiao. Ha ha ha. I never expected to see General Xiao in my lifetime, even if I were to die now, it would be worth it.
Lin's mother, Meng Qinshu, glanced at him, disapproving of his ominous words.
Lin Songxing realized his mistake and couldn't help but scratch his head.
You don't know, General Xiao is the spiritual belief of us warriors. As long as General Xiao is here, our China will never fall.
Lin Songxing's words were true.
On this land of China, where heroes rise, the name of General Xiao is known by all. It was he who led the people of China to resist the monster beast invasion, stabilizing the defense line completely, preventing the beasts from advancing. In the eyes of China's soldiers, General Xiao is like a godly existence, their spiritual belief. And now, this god who walks among humans has appeared before their eyes, how could they not be moved and ecstatic? General Xiao smiled and waved his hand to the excited crowd, signaling to them. Then he cleared his throat. Today is the day of the professional awakening at Jiangqing First High School. I specially came here to see if any young geniuses are emerging. And in my view, professions are not about high or low, noble or humble.
As long as you can utilize your strengths, you can serve our China. I know that everyone wants to become a warrior now, but today, I just want to tell you that blacksmithing is also one of China's top professions, and it should not be underestimated. Alright, next, according to the procedure, Lin Dong will perform the blacksmithing talent test. As General Zhao's words fell, the huge horn of the De Huang Kuei bowl in his hand was sent to the talent testing stage. And from this moment on, countless top media from China rushed into the scene, eager to live stream and record every moment of what would follow. These media outlets had been authorized by the Chinese military to expand the publicity and ensure that all Chinese citizens could witness the live broadcast. After all, if the golden horn appears, it would greatly boost the entire nation's confidence in fighting against the monster beasts. At this critical moment for China's survival, this live broadcast was especially important. At the same time, all public places in China with electronic screens forcibly switched to show the scene of Lin Dong preparing to forge equipment. Whether in restaurants, cinemas, or large shopping malls, the electronic screens were all broadcasting. The entire population of China was captivated by this sudden turn of events. What's going on? Why did the TV show I paid for suddenly switch to a different screen? Who is this young man? How does he have such power to have the entire nation live streaming his forging test? Sho, look at that, what's on the screen? The horn of the De Huang Kuei bull? Isn't that a material from a legendary monster? But this young blacksmith, he probably just awakened as a blacksmith, right? Using such a precious material to forge equipment, if he fails, it will be a huge waste. What a waste! Hey, since he can influence all of China's media to live stream, I think this young man must be extraordinary. Maybe he can really succeed in forging. And noticing the sudden change in Chinese media, the other countries of Blue Star were also aware of it. Realizing that this live broadcast might be unusual, they all began to relay it. The Western powers gathered in a conference room, watching the big screen with furrowed brows, analyzing. What on earth is China up to? Why suddenly hold a live broadcast covering all of China? What are their intentions? This time with the beast tide, many high-level mutated beasts have appeared. I think China can't hold on any longer and plans to use this chance to disband the country. Knowing the character of the Chinese people, they probably wouldn't do that. After all, their commander Xiao Zhini has the ability to rally the entire Chinese populace. Speaking of that, Xiao Zhini makes me angry. Our esteemed Holy Temple Knight commander, the Lucky One, went to sign a treaty with them, but he got stood up. They clearly don't take our negotiations seriously. Do they really want to be completely wiped out by the beasts? Wait a minute, look. That boy named Lin Dong is acting strange. Strange? All the Western powers were focused on the big screen, afraid of missing any detail. They noticed that Lin Dong, in front of the camera, displayed remarkable calmness, completely unlike a novice blacksmith. The materials Lin Dong held in his hands caused their eyes to widen in surprise. What is this? The horn of a great wilderness Kuei Nyo? Where did China get this legendary material? Using the horn of a great wilderness Kuei Nyo as a material, that's really extravagant. That legendary beast that appeared in China yesterday must be the great wilderness Kuei Nyo. How could China deal with a legendary beast without saint-level fighting power? Did they pick this up in a dungeon? What incredible luck! The entire Blue Star was filled with various speculations because of Lin Dong's actions. Caught in the eye of the storm, Lin Dong, however, remained blissfully unaware, completely focused on his forging. He took out the system forging furnace, prepared the materials on the testing table, and directly threw them into the furnace, starting to control the fire for forging. For gold-level equipment, Lin Dong only needed about 4 minutes to forge. But these 4 minutes made hundreds of billions of viewers on Blue Star hold their breath and watch intently, afraid of missing any detail. When 4 minutes were up, Lin Dong directly opened the furnace without any hesitation. But this action left the audience stunned. It's only been a few minutes, and he's so eager to open the furnace, it must be a failure. China is really amusing, they broadcast a live show across Blue Star for such a trashy blacksmith? Let's go, there's nothing worth watching anymore, they're embarrassing themselves internationally. What a disgrace to the nation. Even the students and parents present shook their heads, hissing in disappointment. Lin Dong was indeed too reckless, he didn't look like a blacksmith at all. Lin Yang sneered coldly. He initially thought Lin Dong had hit the jackpot, catching Commander Xiao on a whim to give him material to forge equipment. But he never expected that even with the opportunity, Lin Dong couldn't make good use of it and directly wasted such precious materials. Lin Yang even imagined how furious Commander Xiao would be. However, Lin Dong remained calm and slowly took out a long, curved horn from the forging furnace. I did not disappoint you, Commander Xiao. The golden horn has been forged. Don? This sentence left everyone slightly baffled. Does Lin Dong still think he can bluff his way out at this point? What good equipment can be forged in 4 minutes? Even a legendary blacksmith like Mo Xie would take half an hour to dare open the furnace. So all eyes turned to Commander Xiao, waiting to capture changes in his expression. Even the camera zoomed in on Commander Xiao's face, capturing his reaction. He wanted to see his reaction to Lin Dong. But unexpectedly, General Xiao had a joyful expression on his face, and he looked incredibly excited. Good, good, good. Lin Dong, you truly did not disappoint me. This golden horn will be perfect to enhance the prestige of our Huaxiao warriors. A genius like this should be my disciple. Lin Dong, would you be willing to become a disciple of Xiao Zhini? General Zhao's reaction left everyone in shock. General Xiao wants to take Lin Dong as his disciple? How incredible must this golden horn crafted by Lin Dong be to make General Xiao think of such a thing? What these spectators didn't know was that this was actually a play between General Xiao and Lin Dong. It was also the perfect opportunity to announce their master-disciple relationship to the world. I am willing. Lin Dong raised the golden horn and replied loudly. General Xiao and Lin Dong exchanged a smile, knowing that the show was about to begin. The group battle artifact? The Holy Knight is not satisfied. The golden horn as equipment. Because of General Zhao's words, it also caught everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were focused on the golden horn in Lin Dong's hand. Equipment, golden horn, no level. Defense, 100,000. Battle spirit boiling. After blowing it, within 5 minutes, team morale plus 10,000, every additional person in the team, all members gain +1 attack and +1 defense, team member limit is 10,000, cooldown time is 1 hour. Defense plus 100,000? Seeing this value, everyone on the scene swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How high must the attack be to break through such defense? In other words, holding the golden horn is almost like having an immortal body. Attacks below the Battle King level would be like a scratch, unable to cause any damage. The most critical thing is, this amazing equipment is actually of no level, meaning even ordinary people can wear it. And those attributes are just too exaggerated. As long as the number of team members increases, everyone's defense and attack will rise as well. If they really manage to gather 10,000 people, each person would get 10,000 points of attack. Imagine it, if 10,000 people with 10,000 attack points simultaneously strike, that would result in damage in the hundreds of millions. What kind of monster could withstand such damage? The health bar would be instantly drained. If such equipment were given to the frontier warriors defending the Huaxia borders, wouldn't they be able to easily defeat monsters below the legendary level? The picture is so beautiful, it's unimaginable. The Chinese people watching the live broadcast from various screens were now completely boiling with excitement. Divine Artifact. A divine artifact has appeared in our Huaxia. Huaxia is saved. We no longer have to fear monsters. That's right, with this kind of equipment, even ordinary people like us, as long as we unite, can kill sky-level monsters. It's so uplifting. And the warriors on the front lines defending against the monster invasion, looking at the endless sea of monsters, their dead hearts suddenly revived with hope. There's hope. If this golden horn can be delivered to the front lines in time, our southwest border can completely wipe out this monstrous army. Quickly report to the military. Our southwest combat zone requests that the golden horn be sent to the front lines immediately to reduce casualties and withstand the monster attacks. However, the Western powers' faces clearly were not as pleasant. These foreign leaders all stared at each other, feeling a wave of panic. In the end, it was the Grand Sorcerer of the Western Holy City who spoke first, breaking the deadly silence. This kind of divine artifact-like equipment definitely wasn't forged by that little guy. I guess it must be that Xiao Zhini obtained some kind of opportunity, got this golden horn, and arranged this whole play for the live broadcast to stabilize the morale of the Huaxia army. It's just a pity that the little guy's acting skills were too poor. He opened the furnace in 4 minutes, anyone with a sharp eye could tell. This golden horn was definitely not forged by this little guy, he just took out the golden horn he had prepared in advance. The Emperor of Law, after all, was the first person in the West to reach the level of War Sage. His words were equivalent to truth. Hearing him say that, the expressions of the leaders of the Western powers softened slightly. I said it, how could such a genius suddenly appear from Huaxia? It's simply illogical. This equipment must have dropped from a high-level dungeon that Xiao Zhini cleared. He thought this act was seamless, but it was seen through by the Emperor of Law. I even suspect this equipment is fake, intended to boost Huaxia's morale for the resistance. Its attributes must have been disguised by some method, otherwise, how could it have such amazing stats? The Emperor of Law listened to the various opinions of the leaders of the Western powers and nodded slightly. You are correct, this golden horn is probably a fake piece of equipment. Coincidentally, the leader of the Knights Templar, Wang, has already arrived in Jiangchang. I will send him to verify the truth. Wang, along with a group of his disciples, had now reached Jiangchang. Originally, for such a simple primary ceremony like a high school professional awakening ritual, he looked down on participating. But since the supreme commander of Huaxia, Xiaozhini, was here, he had no choice but to head to Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, intending to confront Xiaozhini. He strutted into Jiangcheng No. 1 High School like a proud apprentice of the Knights Templar, completely ignoring anyone trying to stop him. Those guards and security were directly shoved aside by the Knights Templar. Get out of the way. If you can't see, you might get killed for nothing. Even your great commander Xiao has to treat our leader with respect. What are you? Wang's appearance immediately drew the attention of major news media, all of whom pointed their cameras at him, wanting to see what this uninvited guest was up to. Wang had a rebellious look on his face, his golden hair fluttering in the wind, making him look extremely arrogant. He raised his head and looked at Great Commander Xiao on the stage, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Xiaozhini, do you think hiding here means I can't find you? Our Western powers came to help you Huaxia out of kindness, asking only for half of your land. What a good deal. Instead of quickly kneeling to sign the treaty, you come here to participate in a high school awakening ceremony. Do you want us to directly invade Huaxia? As soon as Wang spoke, all Huaxia people on the scene glared at him in anger. This Westerner had simply gone too far. How dare he run to the heart of Huaxia and spout such words? However, after seeing Wang's strength, people gasped in shock. This Wang is a war sovereign. No wonder he is so arrogant. Among everyone present, apart from Great Commander Xiao, there may not be anyone who can match him. Great Commander Xiao looked at the arrogant Wang and his expression turned cold. Wang, you are a guest here, and I do not wish to embarrass you. I hope you have some self-awareness. Wang laughed heartily, his golden hair dancing in the wind. Self-awareness? I think the one lacking self-awareness is you. Huaxia is now on the brink of extinction. How long do you plan to hide the truth about the beast's riots and mutations? You think pretending with this little act can fool the people of Huaxia? Stabilize the military's morale? Now I'm here to expose you. The golden horn that this student forged is nothing but garbage. A total fake. If not, do you dare to use this golden horn and send someone to compete with me? Just so you know, I won't hold back, it could even get fatal. Wang looked disdainfully at Xiaozhini, eager to see him make a fool of himself. He was now convinced that the golden horn was a fake, surely some unknown means used by the Huaxia military. Hidden attributes that were originally concealed, now exaggerated for display. If Xiaozhini, in order to save face, truly organized people to compete with him and verify the ability of the golden horn, he would not hesitate to strike, directly killing the competitor, exposing the lie, and completely ruining Xiaozhini's credibility with the people of China. Having thought of this malicious plan, the European king felt that victory was already within reach. Xiaozhini, I'm asking you a question. Do you dare or not? The general, Xiao, looked at the arrogant leader of the Holy Knights, the European king, with a smile playing at the corners of his eyes. He had been troubled, wondering how to establish his authority, but now, someone had delivered themselves right to his door. Thus, General Xiao looked at the European king with a half-smile, as if looking at an idiot. What is there to not dare? I hope you won't beg for mercy later. The European king, seeing General Xiao agree, instantly showed joy on his face, his mouth unable to suppress a cruel smile. Beg for mercy. It's you Chinese people who will beg for mercy. The knight's sword in my hand can no longer resist the urge to drink your Chinese blood. The European king, at this moment, was still dreaming, thinking about showing off his power in China. He had no idea that this golden horn was a real and genuine artifact, not fake in the slightest. General Xiao, however, calmly looked at the students and parents present, then issued a command. Everyone has seen it. The leader of the Western Holy Knights, the European king, wants to test the power of our newly born Chinese artifact. I hope everyone will cooperate and display the full strength of the golden horn. There were about 3,000 to 4,000 students and parents present, and although most of them were ordinary people, with the power of the golden horn, their attacks were terrifying. After hearing General Zhao's words, the students and parents all enthusiastically agreed, even shouting excitedly. General Xiao, don't worry. We will definitely show this Western bastard a lesson and won't tarnish the reputation of China. We Chinese people have never accepted any humiliation. We will surely crush the so-called leader of the Holy Knights underfoot. General Xiao, start now. We can't wait to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. The European king and his group of Holy Knight disciples sneered at the shouts of the Chinese students and teachers. The European king spat on the ground, his face full of disdain. A bunch of rabble, the highest level among you is barely over level 40, and you think you can deal with me, a 75-level leader of the Holy Knights? All of your levels combined probably don't even match mine. You are just ants shaking a tree. Raising your professional level is an extremely difficult process. In the later stages, the experience needed to level up doubles with each level, growing exponentially. So the European king's words were not exaggerated.
Among the 3 or 4,000 students and teachers present, most were below level 40, and their combined experience indeed didn't match his own. He was confident that dealing with this group of people would be effortless. General Xiao turned his gaze towards Lin Dong on the testing platform, his lips slightly parted.
Lin Dong, it's your turn to make a move.
Lin Dong nodded, feeling an invisible heavy burden settle on his shoulders. Unexpectedly, his first battle since birth was against a person of the level of a battle king. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. However, these Westerners, from their bones to their pores, looked down upon the Chinese people. They truly needed to be taught a lesson. He was determined to prove through his actions that the Chinese people were the superior race on Blue Star. 100 times stronger than the so-called Western superior nations. Thus, he carefully held the golden horn in his hands and began to scrutinize the European king.
Name, O Wang. Level 75. Life, 65,312. Attack, 2,800. Defense, 750. Magic defense, 750. Agility, 2. Attack speed, 5. Dodge, 7. As a sky-level battlemaster, Owan's data is already very impressive. Generally, battle masters find it hard to reach 2,800 in attack. This is the effect after all equipment bonuses. For example, Lin Dong helped Xin Jiangnan ascend with the Storm Thunder Hammer, which only has an attack of 1,600 points, and that is already considered a high attack weapon. After all, as a battlemaster, with an attack speed of +5, one can deal several times the damage in a short time. Lin Dong carefully counted all the teachers, students, and parents present. There are a total of 3,912 people. This means that as long as he blows the golden horn, he can instantly boost everyone's attack by 3912 points and defense by 3912 points. With Wang's attack of 2,800, he simply cannot break through everyone's defense. However, any one person among them can easily unleash an attack of 3,912, easily breaking Wang's 750 defense. After analyzing Wang's situation, Lin Dong was ready to take action. He suddenly stomped on the testing platform and shouted loudly. All my fellow Chinese, blood relatives, answer the call to unite, gather sand to make hills, and gather water. Immediately after, Lin Dong puffed up his cheeks and blew the golden horn. Woo! A loud and magnificent horn sound instantly echoed. A sense of lofty and bloodthirsty battle spirit instantly burst forth from every Chinese person's body. Everyone seemed to be taken to the battlefield by this horn sound, surging with infinite battle intent. Team size, 3,912 people. All members attack +1. Defense +1. Current morale, 3,912. Duration, 5 minutes. As the golden horn boosted everyone's morale, all the teachers, students, and parents present could not help but reveal shock on their faces. God, what power is this? I feel so strong now. I can even take on this guy called Huang one-on-one. I never expected that as a useless bread maker, I also have an attack of 3,912, it's simply heart-wrenching. I can't stand it, I want to tear something apart. Family, let's go forward and tear this Huang apart, let those Western powers roll out of China completely. With each shout, everyone turned their eyes toward Huang. Just the gazes of these thousands of people already made Huang feel a chill in his heart. In his perception, these people were completely different from before the horn was blown. Each person was surrounded by a layer of golden light, filled with violent attacking power and strong defensive power. It is not an exaggeration to say that at this moment, the 3,912 teachers, students, and parents present were equivalent to 3,912 battlemasters, even stronger than him. If these people attacked him at the same time, he had no doubt that in the next moment, he would be left with nothing. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, Huang felt fear at this moment. And those battle-scarred Chinese people were already cracking their knuckles and charging towards him, wanting to launch an attack. Huang could no longer care about the glory of the Holy Knight Order, not even daring to act cool, he hurriedly raised both hands. I surrender. I give up. Please do not attack me. He looked at these indignant Chinese people with a face full of panic, fearing that if he was slow to react, he might not even have the chance to speak. He did not believe he could survive under such a torrential attack. And this scene had completely transmitted to the whole Blue Star through the big screen. The originally arrogant and invincible Huang instantly gave in, almost on the verge of crying. This heavy news sent the Chinese people into a frenzy. Especially the soldiers on the border, their eyes were already glowing with excitement. With the golden horn, China will be invincible. These mutated monster legions will no longer cause them harm. But the Western powers did not have such a good expression. The Law Emperor slammed the table heavily, his old and wrinkled face looked sinister and terrifying. This golden horn is real. He misjudged it. With such a divine artifact, Huaxia could probably conquer the entire Blue Star. No, we absolutely cannot allow Huaxia to have the golden horn. We must find a way to get the golden horn into our Western hands to feel at ease. Otherwise, with our past attitude towards Huaxia, they will surely take action against us. The Law Emperor's words made the leaders of the Western powers feel heavy in their hearts. Indeed, if Huaxia obtains such a divine artifact, they might find it impossible to survive in Blue Star. Your Majesty, how about we send someone to infiltrate Huaxia and quietly steal the golden horn? 34. 34 challenge Lindong? You are humiliating yourself. Steal it? This idea sounds a bit foolish. But now, if we want to curb Huaxia's rise, this seems to be the only way. The Law Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this suggestion. Good, immediately informed the European Emperor, let him think of all possible ways to get this golden horn. We must not let Huaxia have it. At this moment, in his calculations, he completely disregarded the harm that the monsters would bring to humanity, only concerned about stopping Huaxia's rise. And the European Emperor, who received the wireless message, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. To send him to steal the golden horn? Wouldn't he be torn to pieces by the more than 3,000 people inspired in front of him? Although he had begged for mercy, these people were still eyeing him eagerly, thinking of giving him a fatal blow. He couldn't help but complain inwardly, you old bastard, Law Emperor, you are not here, you can't feel the pressure brought by the golden horn at all. 3000. These more than 3,000 people, with their output in defense now close to that of a battle god, even the Law Emperor himself might be directly killed if he came. But he could only keep these thoughts inside, not daring to speak them. At this moment, he appeared calm and carefree. Although this request from the European king was unreasonable, his purpose today was to create a legend and boost the combat morale of the entire Chinese populace. From a certain perspective, the European king's actions aligned with his goal, so he did not intend to refuse. Since that's the case, then I will give you an opportunity to experience the golden horn. However, the golden horn has a 1-hour cooldown period. If you want to experience it, you must watch from the side for 1 hour and not influence the professional awakening ceremony of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Seeing that the great commander Shao had been stirred by his provocation, the European king felt a surge of joy in his heart. He certainly did not plan to let great commander Shao off easily. He was confident that the golden horn had not been forged by Lindong at all. The more great commander Shao emphasized something, the more he wanted to cover it up. This golden horn was definitely something great commander Shao had obtained from a special instance and then published to the world under Lindong's name. Moments later, he had already thought of his next words. Since the cooldown time is still over an hour, why don't we take this opportunity to see how your genius Lindong's forging talent is? I simply don't believe that a weapon like the golden horn can be forged by someone who just awakened their profession. I happen to have a crystal core from a legendary level beast lord, and I really want to see what Lindong can craft with it. This round of sowing discord by the European king successfully sparked many doubts among the Chinese people. Although just now they were united against a common enemy, they also had such thoughts in their hearts. How could Lindong, a mere forger, create such a divine artifact? Moreover, he only took 4 minutes, that was simply too exaggerated. The first to express doubt was actually Lin Songxing. As Lindong's father, he simply did not believe that Lindong had such abilities. So he directly stood up, pointing at Lindong and questioning him. Lindong, I have taught you since childhood to be an honest child and not to lie. Today, as your father, I personally ask you a question, and you must answer honestly. Did you forge this golden horn? You must think clearly, otherwise, when Mr. European King asks you to forge another weapon, you'll be embarrassed. These words seem to be entirely for Lindong's benefit, portraying him as an incredibly stern father. But only Lindong knew how shameless Lin Songxing's words were. If he were really that strict, how could he raise Lin Yang, who often spoke lies and framed Lindong? At this moment, Lin Yan also stood up to accuse Lindong. Hello everyone, I am Lindong's younger brother, Lin Yang. Here, I must point out that Lindong has always had terrible talent. I absolutely do not believe that this golden horn was forged by him. He is deceiving everyone, he is a fraud. Seeing his own father and younger brother standing up to point fingers, the teachers and parents present became even more suspicious. Could this Lindong really be a pawn set up by great commander Shao? At this moment, the European king was also overjoyed to see this scene of discord among the ranks. What did the ancient teachings of China say? It seemed like they said that after entering the pass, there would be great Confucians to argue on my behalf. Isn't this exactly fulfilling that ancient saying? He laughed heartily as he looked at great commander Shao, a hint of smugness appearing at the corner of his mouth. Shao Zhini, did you see? Even your own people from China think Lindong is deceiving everyone. If Lindong dares not accept my proposal to forge equipment, then he is a fraud, not a genius at all. Even the Chinese citizens watching the live broadcast were whispering among themselves at this moment. Do you think this golden horn was forged by Lindong? I don't have any confidence at all. although I don't want to admit such a fact. But I also think this is all arranged by General Xiao. Lin Dong is just a pawn executing orders. If the European emperor doesn't show up, it would be a happy ending for everyone, but, sigh, that's what worries us about this world, the but. Clearly, even the Huaxia people do not see Lin Dong. They all understand this as General Zhao's good intentions, seeing him as the main character in this matter, completely ignoring Lin Dong's power. In the Western Holy City, the Pope is also laughing out loud as he slams his desk. The performance of the European emperor makes him very satisfied. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7 inches, and the European emperor clearly grasped the essence of this sentence. Without a doubt, Lin Dong is General Zhao's 7 inches. Now the European emperor has directly pulled down this fig leaf. Regardless of whether General Xiao agrees or not, he might end up losing face. The European emperor is both wise and brave. After he returns from Huaxia this time, I will consider making him one of my successors. The Pope's successor. The Pope is recognized as the spiritual leader of the Western powers. If he becomes his successor, he will be someone who can stand above the major powers. All the leaders of the great powers, upon hearing this, cast envious glances at the European emperor on the screen. This guy is about to soar to great heights. At this moment, the often doubted General Xiao appears calm and collected. He looks at the European emperor with a half smile and casually asks, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Of course." The European emperor answers confidently, his wolfish ambitions glaringly obvious. General Xiao nods and says no more. "All right then, since you want to humiliate yourself, I won't stop you." The European emperor's storage ring has been emptied. Humiliate oneself? Upon hearing this, the European emperor almost burst out laughing. Now, General Xiao still thinks he can turn the tide with words? The more General Xiao says this, the more convinced he becomes that the golden horn was not forged by Lin Dong. So, he tosses his golden hair and once again appears unruly. We Westerners have always believed that strength is truth. Any words are powerless in the face of strength. Hurry up and let Lin Dong forge me some equipment. I want to expose your hypocritical face. Xiaozhini, I tell you, today your Huaxia people's face will be lost because of you. Having been scolded like this, General Xiao cannot help but feel angry. This European emperor certainly needs to be educated. So he gives Lin Dong a glance, signaling him to act freely. Lin Dong receives the hint, immediately smirking with a wicked grin on his face. A money-spending child has come to the door, why not take it without charge? So he clears his throat, puts down the golden horn in his hand, and shouts at the European emperor. "Your Majesty the European Emperor, since you don't believe I can forge the golden horn, if I manage to use the sky-level beast lord's crystal core you provided to forge equipment, you must give it to me for free." Seeing Lin Dong speak so confidently, the European Emperor curls his lip in disdain. This little guy thinks he can use provocations to make him retreat? It's simply wishful thinking. The more Lin Dong says this, the more it shows he is feeling insecure. Although a sky-level beast lord's crystal core is precious, if it can achieve the desired effect, it is worth it. Therefore, he casually waves his hand, appearing grand and wealthy. Just a small sky-level beast lord's crystal core, our sacred hall has plenty of that. If you really can forge equipment, I'll just give it to you. However, if you fail in forging, you must announce live to the whole Blue Star that you are a pawn arranged by Xiaozhini and a complete fraud. Lin Dong nods, completely ignoring the European Emperor's arrogant words, and continues to set him up. "Your Majesty the European Emperor, just a single sky-level beast lord's crystal core. I'm afraid I won't be able to forge the equipment. Later, I'll take out the forging book, and I need you to provide enough materials according to it." To this, the European emperor had no objection. Forging equipment requires a lot of materials, sometimes, it even needs dozens of items to succeed. This kind of consumption, the European emperor could still afford. After all, Lin Dong had only one chance, and he only needed to provide one material at most. "Alright, I have plenty of materials, so forge away. After all, you won't be able to do it." Lin Dong grinned, he knew his goal had been achieved. Yesterday, he had raided quite a few forging books from Moyetsi and others. From beginner-level no-grade forging books to sky-grade forging books, he had them all. This greatly enriched the variety of forging books in his system store. Now, he needed to find a suitable forging book among these, using the most wasteful way to deplete the European Emperor's materials. He had to make him bleed heavily. However, after flipping through the sky-grade forging books, he only found one forging book for the Eye of Ice Sealing, which could utilize the core of a sky-grade beast lord. The materials required for this Eye of Ice Sealing forging book were not too many. This made him feel somewhat conflicted. Seeing Lin Dong's dilemma, the European Emperor became even more smug. "What's wrong, kid? I've agreed to all your requests, so why aren't you making a move? Could it be that you can't forge at all?" I knew you were a little scammer." Just then, Lin Dong's eyes suddenly lit up. Ding, today's system store has issued the free forging book God level Eye of Ice Sealing, free release cooldown time, 24 hours. Lin Dong slapped his forehead. He almost forgot that the system distributes a free forging book every 24 hours. Today's free forging book had just been credited. Moreover, the system seemed to know his needs and directly gave him an upgraded version of the Eye of Ice Sealing forging book. Holding this forging book in his palm, Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle. European Emperor, he's probably going to bleed heavily. God level Eye of Ice Sealing forging book, no grade. Required materials: 1 Skygrade Beast Lord Core, 1000 Frost Mystic Grass, 100 Extreme Cold Dragon Eyes, 300 Wide Cold Jade Rabbit Fur, 200 Cruel Hearts, 3000 Half-Bone Skeletons, 500 Icefield Snow Lotuses, 800 Salamander Touches, 10,000 Golden Thread Mantis Cocoons, 100,000 Magic Energy Stones. When Lin Dong took out the God-level Eye of Ice Sealing forging book, the European Emperor felt his eyelids involuntarily twitching, and his head felt a few throbs. The materials for this God-level Eye of Ice Sealing, were they from the stuff in his storage ring? Because he just happened to have these materials. If he handed over all these materials, his storage ring would only be left with some junk. He frowned and said with a rather unfriendly tone, "Lin Dong, I've seen the Eye of Ice Sealing. I've never heard it needs so many forging materials. Did you make a mistake?" Lin Dong, however, firmly shook his head. Mistake? He could not be mistaken. It was precisely to trick the European Emperor. He gave the European Emperor a mischievous smile, returning the favor in kind. Pointing at the cameras of various media, Lin Dong shrugged. "Your Excellency the European Emperor, this is a live broadcast across Blue Star. Just now, you promised to provide all the materials for me. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? After all, it's the God-level Eye of Ice Sealing forging book. It's not the same as an ordinary forging book, so that's quite normal, don't you think? However, as long as you admit that the Golden Horn is forged by me, I can give you a chance to take it back." Originally hesitant, the European Emperor, upon hearing Lin Dong's last sentence, immediately made up his mind. This Lin Dong must be trying to scare him away with the forging book. The more Lin Dong said this, the more convinced he became that Lin Dong was not a forger at all. Today, he was going to expose the scheme laid out by Xiao Zhini. The purpose was to make Xiao Zhini lose the trust of the people of Huaxia, thus achieving the goal of Western powers dividing Huaxia. So, he endured the pain and finally agreed to Lin Dong. "These materials are nothing, I can still afford them. Take them." Shaking and trembling, he took the materials out of the storage ring, and the face of the European Emperor looked even worse than someone who had just lost their mother. However, Lin Dong carefully checked the materials and then seriously spoke to the European Emperor. "Your Majesty, the Extreme Cold Dragon Eye is missing 1, and the Icefield Snow Lotus is short by 10. You didn't intentionally give me fewer materials to prevent me from successfully forging, did you?" The European Emperor's face turned even darker as Lin Dong exposed his hidden thoughts. He turned his head away and took out 1 more Extreme Cold Dragon Eye and 10 more Icefield Snow Lotuses. With annoyance, he grumbled, "I was careless earlier, now you can start forging, right? There's no more reason to delay." Lin Dong nodded, returned to the test table, and took out the system's forging furnace. He threw all the materials into the furnace, carefully controlling the fire. According to the system's instructions, this forging would take about 15 minutes. Lin Dong did not have the strength to forge sky-level equipment at this time. However, the system kindly transformed the Divine Eye Sealing Eye into a non-ranked item, giving Lin Dong the chance to forge it. During the forging interval, everyone held their breath and watched, afraid of missing the details of the forging process. General Xiao sat calmly in his seat, increasingly satisfied with Lin Dong. Just now, Lin Dong had intentionally dealt with the European Emperor, obviously to vent for him as his teacher. As the commander of Huaxia, he couldn't directly show anger sometimes, because his every word and action reflected the dignity of the nation. But Lin Dong was different, he was just a student now and could do whatever he wanted. This way, he not only slapped the European Emperor in the face but also maintained the face of his teacher. He was really a thoughtful little guy. Meanwhile, the European Emperor below was growing increasingly impatient. He kept checking the time and occasionally urging, "Hey kid, it's been 4 minutes already, why is it still not out? You're not trying to waste time, are you?" Lin Dong glared at him and responded unceremoniously. "The forging time for each item is different. How can everything be forged in 4 minutes? This Divine Ice Sealing Eye needs 15 minutes of forging time, so what, can't you wait a few more minutes? Or do you want to cause trouble and make me fail to forge on purpose?" The European Emperor was speechless and could only sulkily stand aside, planning to take revenge on Lin Dong later. For some reason, those 15 minutes felt unbearably torturous to him. A faint sense of unease began to rise in his heart. Lin Dong, he wouldn't really succeed in forging it, would he? The European Emperor grew more anxious as he watched Lin Dong, who remained calm and composed. He couldn't shake the feeling that his eyelids were twitching. "I must not let him succeed in forging. I must not let him succeed in forging. I must not let him succeed." While he muttered to himself, Lin Dong suddenly stopped.
Lin Dong skillfully opened the forging furnace, and immediately, waves of cold white mist surged out of the furnace.
Did it fail? Great. The European emperor clenched his fists excitedly, thinking he could now expose General Xiao. Haha, did you see that, Huaxia people?
I told you Lin Dong is just a pretentious liar. Everything you see today was planned by Xiaozhini. His goal is to make you believe Huaxia still has hope. Let me tell you, you've all been deceived by Xiaozhini. Huaxia is doomed. If you don't seek help from us Western powers, your country will surely be trampled by the monster army. However, before the European emperor could finish speaking, a cold voice suddenly rang out like thunder.
Who said I failed in forging?
Lin Dong stood on the testing platform, his robe sleeves fluttering without wind, looking spirited and lively. He gently extended his right hand and took out a flawless white armor from the forging furnace. Yes, the god-level frozen eye, it is a piece of protective armor. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of icy wind surged out from Lin Dong, with him as the center, sweeping around the testing platform. Even in the scorching summer heat, the bone-chilling cold made everyone shiver involuntarily. Lin Dong's body was completely covered in frost.
He looked like a frozen man. The god-level frozen eye with extreme cold attributes officially appeared before everyone. Equipment, god-level frozen eye, no level.
Health, plus 50,000. Armor, plus 10,000. Defense, plus 10,000. Magic defense, plus 10,000. Slow effect, within a 3,000-meter radius, all hostile target speed is reduced by 50%.
Extreme cold impact, can actively release a circular shockwave centered on the wearer.
Hostile targets affected will take 30,000 damage and be frozen for 5 seconds.
Cooldown, 1 minute. Dual attribute equipment. And it has no level requirement, meaning even ordinary people can wear it. Just wearing this armor, even a battle sovereign could hardly break through its defense. Even the extreme cold impact would cause immense damage to a battle sovereign. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. The European king stared at the attributes, his eyes wide open. At this moment, he had completely disregarded decency and directly took back his previous words. Lin Dong, since you have forged it successfully, hurry and return the equipment to me. After all, I've wasted so many materials, this equipment belongs to me. At this point, Lin Dong was no longer surprised by the European king's shamelessness. Just a moment ago, it was agreed that the equipment forged would belong to Lin Dong, but the European king had just doubted Lin Dong's ability to forge, spouting nonsense. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was trying to snatch the god-level frozen eye. Lin Dong looked at the European king with a gaze as if looking at a fool, and lightly waved his finger. Sorry, this equipment is mine. If you have the ability, try to come and take it. As he spoke, Lin Dong put on the god-level frozen eye and directly bound it. Seeing that the equipment had been bound, the European king instantly flew into a rage. Kid, you're looking for death. The European king shot into the air, swinging his knight's great sword towards Lin Dong. The Chinese people present were furious. The European king had no respect for the Chinese people, daring to commit murder in public. But now, the morale boost from the Golden Horn had disappeared, and they were no match for the European king. Inside the hidden room, Xin Jiangnan and Wei Mingyuan were even more anxious, but now, it was too late to stop him. Marshal Xiao could no longer stay seated. If the European king hurt Lin Dong, it would be a loss for all of China. Just as Marshal Xiao was preparing to stop the European king, Lin Dong winked at him, then shook his head, signaling Marshal Xiao not to intervene. Marshal Xiao froze for a moment. Could it be that Lin Dong had confidence to withstand the European king's terrifying attack? After all, the European king was a battle sovereign with an attack speed bonus of +5, each strike could deal 2,800 damage, and if he struck multiple times in an instant, he could possibly break through the god-level frozen eye's defense. Did Lin Dong really have the confidence to fight the European king? Marshal Xiao's eyes were fixed on Lin Dong and the European king. He decided that as long as Lin Dong faced any danger, he would act immediately to ensure the European king would not harm Lin Dong in the slightest. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was grinning, putting on 2 acceleration gloves again. One was for the Shadowless Fist attribute, capable of dealing over 10,000 damage in 1 minute. The other was for the Flash Strike attribute, allowing him to leap and tear through space within 50 meters. Looking at the European king charging with his great sword, Lin Dong casually raised his middle finger. Slow down. As Lin Dong gently parted his lips, the speed of Oh Huang suddenly dropped by half. Just as Oh Huang was feeling astonished, Lin Dong spoke again. Extreme cold impact. In an instant, a circular wave of extreme cold, almost freezing the air itself, surged out from Lin Dong, sweeping toward Oh Huang. This active skill required the wearer to actively unleash it to be effective, and it only harmed the locked target, without affecting allies at all. At that moment, the entire Jiangqing First High School was almost completely engulfed by the surging wave of extreme cold. In the vast, white world, Lin Dong stood like a god who ruled over all creation. Oh Huang didn't even have time to react before the freezing and binding effect turned him directly into an ice sculpture. Even the armor on his body cracked, as the 30,000 points of damage from the extreme cold impact nearly took half his life. If it weren't for his 65,312 health points, he would have been dead from that single hit. Taking advantage of the 5 seconds of frozen binding, Lin Dong used his speed gloves, made a flashing dash, and arrived right next to Oh Huang. The shadowless fist from the other speed glove was instantly activated. Hundreds of fist shadows, each dealing 100 attack points, slammed directly into Oh Huang. In the blink of an eye, Oh Huang suffered another 10,000 plus damage. This smooth and flawless combo directly knocked out 2/3 of Oh Huang's health bar. Oh Huang was a battle sovereign, yet Lin Dong was just a newly awakened forging master. The stark contrast left the teachers, students, parents on site, and the audience in front of the screens all stunned and unable to react. Did I see that wrong? A battle sovereign getting beaten up by a mere forging master? If he takes another round of damage like that, Oh Huang might actually die on the spot. Can equipment bonuses really be this terrifying? I feel like all my years of learning have been wasted. This breaks everything I know. Aren't you missing one crucial point? The god tier Eye of Freezing and the Golden Horn that Lin Dong forged both seem to have no level requirement, which means even ordinary people can use them to counterattack. No level requirement. This term was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. In the common understanding of humanity on Blue Star, all good equipment had level requirements. Only by leveling up could one wear better gear and unleash greater power. But the equipment forged by Lin Dong completely shattered that understanding. If Lin Dong could mass-produce such equipment, wouldn't ordinary people also have the power to slay top-tier monsters? It was truly terrifying to think about. Even the Pope of the Western Holy City couldn't sit still anymore. To be blunt, both the God tier Eye of Freezing and the Golden Horn were world-shaking divine artifacts. I didn't expect it. I completely underestimated him. Lin Dong is truly a genius. Such a root of disaster must not be left alive. We must find a way to eliminate him. Otherwise, Huaxia will truly rise. The leaders of the Western powers also turned grim one by one. The rise of Huaxia was not good news for them. Although the collective power of the Western powers far exceeded that of Huaxia, if a forging genius like Lin Dong emerged, their advantage as battle sovereigns would vanish, and they might even be crushed by Huaxia. Eliminate him. We must eliminate him. Otherwise, Huaxia will pose a threat to us. Trapped in the frozen bind, Oh Huang couldn't help but smile bitterly when he received this command. You big shots of the holy city, you really think highly of me, huh? In this situation, I can't even save myself, and you still want me to kill Lin Dong? As the frozen binding time expired, Lin Dong swiftly retreated, and Oh Huang regained his freedom of movement. Oh Huang quickly opened his storage ring. After drinking several bottles of blood recovery medicine and restoring his health, he twisted his neck a bit and glared at Lin Dong in anger. Very well, kid, you have successfully angered me. Next, I will let you taste the flavor of my Sacred Sword Saint's triple slash. Lin Dong's trump card, a battle against the War Sovereign. Sacred Sword Saint's triple slash. Known as the secret of the Western Sanctuary. The reason why the European king could become the leader of the Sanctuary Knights was precisely because of his powerful Sword Saint triple slash. Yes, the European king is a Sword Saint in the warrior class. Although it doesn't rank as high as the Holy Warrior and Berserker, if practiced to the extreme, it is incredibly powerful. Moreover, with each attack of his Sword Saint triple slash, the damage would forcibly increase to more than twice that of the previous attack, and there was even a chance of triggering 3 times the previous attack. The European king's normal attack is around 2,800. Even if his first hit doesn't deal high damage, the second hit can at least deal 5,600 damage, or even hit 8,400 damage with a triple critical. By the third hit, it becomes terrifying, capable of dealing between 11,200 and 25,200 damage. This kind of damage can directly break Lin Dong's defenses and cause him massive harm. What's even scarier is that this Sword Saint triple slash has almost no cooldown time and can be used continuously. Even with Lin Dong wearing the Divine Eye of Ice, which adds 50,000 health, he still cannot hold out for long under the European king's relentless attacks. On the stage, Marshal Shao suddenly changed his expression upon hearing the Sword Saint triple slash and wanted to step forward to stop it. In the entire venue, he was the only one, the Holy Warrior, who could easily handle the European king, the War Sovereign. But Lin Dong still gestured towards him, secretly signaling him to stay put. Marshal Zhao's steps paused. His face was filled with skepticism. Could Lin Dong still have a backup plan? In fact, this was not Lin Dong showing off, he really had a backup plan. Lin Dong had previously crafted a chainmail for himself and had been wearing it all along, now hidden beneath the Divine Eye of Ice. Equipment, chainmail, bronze level. Health, plus 8,000. Defense, plus 500. Magic defense, plus 500. Magic resistance, plus 500. Attribute deception hides true attributes and displays normal attributes of the same level equipment. Invincible shield, after receiving an attack far exceeding defense, triggers an invincible shield that lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. Decoy corpse, the moment the chainmail is shattered, it randomly teleports the wearer 10 kilometers away, leaving a false corpse at the original spot. This chainmail can trigger an invincible shield that lasts for 30 seconds. And with the burst speed from the acceleration gloves, plus the slowing effect and extreme cold impact from the Divine Eye of Ice, he is confident he can last one more minute against the European king. That minute is a precious combat experience, and Lin Dong does not want to waste it easily. That's why he stopped Marshal Xiao from helping. Seeing Lin Dong so confident, Marshal Xiao took a step back, but was always ready to rush in to save him. At this time, the European king had already begun to attack Lin Dong again. Although his speed was reduced by 50%, he still dashed towards Lin Dong in just 5 seconds. Lin Dong's quick burst was too late. He could only turn back and fight against the European king. Without a word, the European king unleashed the sword saying triple slash. First slash. 2,800 damage. Ha, your turtle shell is indeed tough. Second slash, ha, triggered triple critical, 8,400 damage. Kid, you're not far from breaking your turtle shell. Third slash, am I super lucky today? Another triple damage, 25,200 damage. Kid, you shall die. The 3 slashes of the European king almost engulfed Lin Dong's body in a second. The first 2 attacks theoretically could not break Lin Dong's armor and defenses. But the time interval for the 3 attacks was too short, and the overall damage had already reached 35,400 points. Even with the Divine Eye of Ice having over 1,000 armor and over 10,000 defense, it was easily broken through by the European king's sword saying triple slash. Keeping a close eye on the situation, the homeroom teacher Zhao Qingxue. At this moment, her heart was in her throat. Oh no, Lin Dong is in danger. If it weren't for the distance, Zhao Qingxue felt she would rush forward and stand in front of Lin Dong. He was her student whom she personally trained, and he had crafted bronze armor for himself. For some reason, all her thoughts were now on Lin Dong. Meanwhile, in another direction, the school beauty Su Runan suddenly stood up, her entire being tense to the extreme. Father, can you please save Lin Dong? I'm begging you. If you agree to save him, I'll agree to go on a blind date with Jiang Chuan from the Jiang family. Su Runan's father, the war god Su Lingyun, looked at the situation in the arena and shook his head regretfully. In this situation, even if General Xiao himself acted, it would probably be too late. Seeing her father say this, Su Runan sat back down in disappointment, closing her eyes tightly, even covering them with her hands. She could guess that the next scene would definitely be unbearable to watch. But what puzzled her was that the people around weren't gasping, the atmosphere at the scene had strangely quieted down. What's going on? What happened? Why is there no sound at all? This is driving me crazy. She secretly opened a gap between her fingers and looked at the 2 on the testing platform. In an instant, she stood up in surprise. Lin Dong was completely unharmed. A layer of golden light surrounded Lin Dong, wrapping him up like an egg. The invincible shield effect of the chain mail was activated by the Sword Saint's triple slash. The European king in front of Lin Dong frowned. He didn't expect that a small rookie blacksmith would have such luxurious equipment. In an instant, a hint of greed rose in his heart. If he killed Lin Dong, then all that good equipment would belong to him. So he sped up his movements and unleashed the Sword Saint's triple slash again. Kid, every invincible state has a time limit. I want to see how long your invincible shield can last. Lin Dong winked at the European king, his words full of provocation. What nonsense, Sword Saint triple slash, it's nothing. Go back and work harder, you can't break my defense at all. For the next 30 seconds, the European king used all his strength, but he couldn't break Lin Dong's invincible shield. Until after 30 seconds, as the glow of the invincible shield vanished, the European king suddenly burst into mad laughter. Lin Dong, your turtle shell is gone, let's see how you can block my Sword Saint's triple slash now. But Lin Dong was not at a disadvantage. Taking advantage of this gap, he directly used the acceleration glove's flash feature, tearing through space and running over 50 meters away. Fool, come chase me. Seeing Lin Dong escape, the European king brandished his knife and chased after him. However, Lin Dong was incredibly slippery, continuously using the flash to tear through space, and his direction was completely unpredictable, making it impossible for the European king to seize the opportunity to use the Sword Saint's triple slash. After just a few seconds, the European king finally made it right in front of Lin Dong. Kid, I figured out the pattern of your flash, let's see where you run now. Saying this, the Sword Saint's triple slash was already unleashed. And Lin Dong simply grinned. He waved his finger at the European king. Who said I was running away? Ice wave. Activate. In an instant, a circular, extreme cold shockwave surged out centered on Lin Dong, enveloping the European king in a fierce storm again. Immediately, the European king was once again frozen and immobilized. Damn, this move again. The European king was furious. He never expected to be outsmarted by the same trick from a mere blacksmith twice. And the ice confinement lasted at least 5 seconds. During those 5 seconds, he was a living target. Just now, the European king didn't recover fully, as healing potions were precious. Instant recovery could only bring him back to 2/3 health. Right now, the European king only has a little more than 43,000 health points. And Lin Dong didn't give up on the opportunity, immediately switching his accelerated gloves and taking out another pair with the Shadowless Fist attribute. With 2 Shadowless Fist gloves, he could instantly unleash 200 Shadow Fists, dealing over 20,000 damage. Plus the 30,000 damage from the extreme cold strike earlier, a single attack would cause at least 50,000 damage. This attack could even directly take the European king down, sending him to the heavens to meet his great-grandmother. Seeing Lin Dong closing in, the European king immediately panicked. He, a mighty battle sovereign, wouldn't die at the hands of such an insignificant person, right? That would be too humiliating. And the first 100 Shadowless Fist shadow punches from Lin Dong had already struck him. In an instant, his health was reduced to just over 3,000, and his face turned pale. Seeing Lin Dong's other glove ready to unleash Shadowless Fist again, the European king finally lowered his noble head. Lin Dong, Grandpa Lin Dong, spare me. I admit defeat, I admit my mistake, please don't kill me. The battle saint strikes, shocking the Western powers. At this point, the European king couldn't move. If he could, he would even kneel before Lin Dong. After all, in the face of death, dignity didn't matter at all. The Emperor of Magic, sitting in front of the screen, was so angry his face turned blue. This European king, he really disgraced all of us Western powers. I even thought about grooming him as a successor, but now it seems, I was the fool. Though he said this, Lin Dong's extravagant and powerful equipment still deeply shocked him. He knew that if they didn't deal with Lin Dong quickly, China might really rise because of him. And then, the Western powers that once China would be completely held accountable. But even the European king, a battle sovereign, couldn't defeat Lin Dong, making him feel helpless. And Lin Dong, of course, would not let the European king go. This European king was a man who went back on his word, a small-minded villain. Such a Western failure, kill as many as come. Anyway, he could just say it was an accident. Who would have thought a battle sovereign would be so weak? By then, the West would have no way to deal with him. So another Shadowless Fist shadow struck instantly on the European king. Boom! As Lin Dong's punch landed, the frozen effect from the ice ceiling binding instantly disappeared. The European king, with a pale face, watched the incoming shadow punch, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his face. Kid, do you really think you can kill me? Let me tell you, I've awakened the spirit cat fate, and I have 9 lives. Not only can you not kill me, but when I revive, I will become even stronger. The European king was right, he really had 9 lives. But each life was extremely precious, and the European king didn't want to waste one of them on Lin Dong. So at this moment, he would rather reveal his trump card to save this life. After all, even if he revived in place, he would only have 10% of his full health, and he would still be easily killed by Lin Dong. Lin Dong, on the other hand, was also shocked. Fate. This word moved Lin Dong. People above the battle sovereign rank would have the chance to awaken a rare fate once. He never expected that the European king had awakened the rare spirit cat fate. If he couldn't kill the European king, he would have to face the European king's revenge next. Lin Dong's fist hesitated slightly in mid-air, as if unsure whether to end the European king's life. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the European king immediately began to threaten Lin Dong. Kid, I advise you not to be ungrateful. If you stop now and give me the God tier ice ceiling eye, I will let this go. Otherwise, I guarantee you will die a miserable death. The European king wouldn't have said this, but by doing so, he only provoked Lin Dong's ferocity. Damn the battle respect, is that all the guts you have? I'll first grind away your life. As he spoke, Lin Dong's shadowless fist struck down. In an instant, the European emperor met his demise on the spot. However, the dead European emperor seemed to be under the protection of some mysterious power, instantly enveloped in a soft green light, appearing very sacred. Despite this, the spectators in front of the screen were still shocked by Lin Dong's ruthlessness just now. Send the order down, list this Lin Dong as a person who must not be provoked, and his image must be circulated among the family disciples, and must not be easily offended. So ruthless, knowing that the other side has 9 lives, and soon will face the crazy revenge of the battle respect, still without hesitation dealt the killing blow, this kid is really too ruthless. Being valued by General Shao, he is indeed not an ordinary character. I have a feeling that our China is probably going to change. Let's not say anything far off, just the upcoming excellent freshman combat training in various colleges, this Lin Dong will surely crush all the geniuses. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, unaware that his previous actions had drawn countless great families of China's attention, focused entirely on the green light enveloping the European emperor. This green light is very magical, he had already tried it, and his attacks could not penetrate the green light, as if in this state the European emperor could be immune to all external damage, similar to his invincible shield. After a few seconds, the green light around the European emperor dissipated, and he stood there pale-faced. Seeing Lin Dong seemingly about to raise his fist again, the European emperor quickly retreated. He now only had more than 6,000 health points. If Lin Dong gave him another set of shadowless fists, he could be taken away directly. He frantically consumed healing potions until his health reached about 43,000 before stabilizing. The remaining health would have to be recovered slowly. At this moment, he opened his fierce eyes and looked at Lin Dong. "Kid, you are inviting trouble, daring to disrespect the battle respect, you shall not be spared today." The Sword Saint instantly executed 3 consecutive strikes, ready to charge towards Lin Dong. But at this moment, Lin Dong had already finished his combo, and the cooldown time was too long. He could not defend against the European emperor's next wave of attacks. So, he looked towards General Xiao for help, blinking his eyes. That expression seemed to say, "Teacher, it's your turn to take action." General Xiao glanced at the show-off Lin Dong and curled his lip. This little brat, focusing on his own show, left the cleanup to his teacher, really filial. But feeling sorry for Lin Dong, he certainly would not sit idly by. So he stepped out directly, as if crossing mountains and seas, appearing right in front of the European emperor. This step also directly frightened everyone present and all the viewers in front of the screen. Shrinking the earth to an inch. The ability that only the Battle Saint could possess. Who would have thought that it had just been demonstrated by General Xiao? Could it be that General Xiao has already become a Battle Saint? Why hasn't China announced this news externally? Upon closer inspection, people then discovered that General Zhao's level had actually reached a terrifying level 81. The of the Western Holy See, upon seeing this scene, his dim old eyes suddenly sparkled with light. Ha, this Xiaozhini has hidden so deep, and actually has been secretly leveling up to the Battle Saint level. But unfortunately, a true Battle Saint must have matching weapons to unleash all their abilities, otherwise, they are no different from the Battle Respect. Many Western powers nodded in agreement. Li himself was a Battle Saint level character, and his words held the most authority. They were certainly correct. After all, possessed the legendary weapon, the Staff of Doom, with a magic strength as high as 89500. Almost with a single attack. Undefined legendary weapon. Can wipe out a large number of magical beasts, definitely worthy of being called Blue Star's strongest combat power. Definitely worthy of being called Blue Star's strongest combat power. The Holy Emperor is right, what's the use of just reaching level 81? Without a weapon, it's just a toothless tiger, completely insignificant. That little blacksmith, although he forged a few level-free pieces of equipment, in the eyes of Warsane experts, that kind of equipment is nothing, just child's play. Huaxia wants to catch up with our Holy Emperor in top combat power? There's still a long way to go. But before their voices had even fallen, in front of the screen, Marshal Xiao took out his weapon from his spatial ring. Equipment, Sun-Extinguishing Flame Dragon Lance, Legendary. Attack, 98,000. Defense Break, plus 3,000. Magic Break, plus 1,500. Armor Break, plus 3,800. Attack Speed, plus 100. Great Sun Fire Dragon Art, enhanced when attacking, summons 9 Great Sun Fire Dragons every 10 seconds, each dealing 200,000 damage to the opponent. Petrification Spell, causes the target to be petrified for 3 seconds, unable to move, with a cooldown time of 1 minute. In an instant, the entire Blue Star was breathless. Oh my god, what did I just see? A legendary weapon, Flame Dragon Sun-Extinguishing Lance? 98,000 attack power? It is indeed a legendary weapon. I never thought he actually has a legendary weapon. How is this possible? With Xiaozhini here, Huaxia is now an impenetrable fortress. No one will dare to target Huaxia anymore. Inside the entire holy temple, including the Holy Emperor himself, all felt their faces burning. They all had a vague sense of unease in their hearts, fearing that the coming days would not be easy. And the focal point of all eyes, Marshal Xiao, at this moment was standing protectively in front of Lin Dong, gazing domineeringly at the European emperor. A mere warlord, and you dare to act wildly in Huaxia? Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? The European emperor trembled as he looked at Marshal Xiao, already speechless with fear. In the end, he chose to use the other mouth to speak, directly soiling himself, a foul-smelling liquid flowing out. Marshal Xiao, I was just joking with Lin Dong, don't take it seriously. Marshal Xiao, however, only let out a cold laugh. A joke? Then let me joke with you too. Don't you have 9 lives? I'll give you a chance, let's see if you can escape my grasp before you use them all up. 39 took the golden horn and wants to run? Can you escape? European Emperor, I solemnly warn you, no one can trample on the dignity of Huaxia so easily. Huaxia is a nation of friendship. When friends come, there is good wine. When jackals come, there are hunting rifles. Unfortunately, you chose to be a jackal. You have repeatedly provoked Huaxia's dignity, even attempting to kill my student Lindong. Do you really think I will spare you out of courtesy?
Now you can try and see if your so-called 9 lives can escape my grasp. As soon as Marshal Xiao appeared, he brought his own halo effect. With a wave of the sun-extinguishing flame dragon lance, 9 great sun fire dragons soared up and down, even causing slight distortions in space.
The entire Huaxia audience watching the live broadcast erupted with excitement due to his overwhelming dominance. Marshal Zhao's imposing presence has finally made Huaxia proud. I've long had enough of these Western powers. Take down that European emperor. Huaxia finally has its own war saint. The Western Holy Emperor can no longer bully us. From now on, Huaxia calls the shots. With Marshal Xiao here, Huaxia will surely stand atop all races, never needing to bow to anyone again. For years, Huaxia had suffered too much oppression from the Western powers. Most of Huaxia's top combat forces had been consumed in the magical beast battlefield. Meanwhile, the Western powers, protected by Huaxia at the front, developed in peace and had now cultivated several times more war gods and warlords than Huaxia. Relying on their massive war god and warlord armies, they considered themselves superior and always looked down on Huaxia. For the sake of Blue Star's greater good, Huaxia had endured humiliation for over 100 years, only for the Western powers to mistake Huaxia's tolerance for fear. But today, General Xiao stood here, uttering the long-suppressed domineering words of the Chinese people, which instantly brought tears to many Chinese in front of the screen. Meanwhile, the European emperor, who had repeatedly provoked General Xiao, was now so scared that his face lost all color. He was indeed a battle lord, but that depended on who he was compared to. At this moment, General Xiao was a battle saint, and with the legendary weapon in his hand, a gentle swipe could take his life. With only 8 lives left, General Xiao only needed to swing his weapon 8 times. The difference in combat power was overwhelming, and he lowered his head to apologize, not daring to chase after Lin Dong anymore. Xiao. General Xiao, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding?
When the European emperor tried to use a light and casual misunderstanding to cover up what just happened, General Xiao laughed with extreme anger.
This European emperor had just been jumping around, even calling General Xiao by his name, arrogantly as if he was invincible.
But now, seeing General Xiao reveal his identity as a battle saint, he immediately cowardly backed down, trying to escape responsibility.
How could the world be so easy?
There's no need for unnecessary explanations.
I've already said, if you can use your so-called spirit cat fate to dodge my fatal strike, I will let you leave China. Otherwise, even if I kill you today, your Holy Temple's Law Emperor wouldn't dare to say anything. The Law Emperor of the Western Holy Temple, who was always paying attention to the live broadcast, slammed his table in anger after hearing General Zhao's words, his eyes full of fury. Arrogant. Just promoted to battle saint and already thinking you're invincible?
He gripped the doomsday staff in his hand, and a few beams of light shot from his elderly face. The other leaders of the Western powers sitting around the meeting table also began loudly accusing him.
It seems that over these years, China has been quietly developing a lot of power while keeping a low profile. China thinks it can challenge us Western powers. Ha, has China forgotten how our forces marched into their territory back then? Do they want history to repeat itself?
What you said is right. Now that the monsters have once again erupted, most of China's combat power is on the front lines fighting the monsters.
This is the perfect time for us to settle back in China.
These Western leaders rolled up their sleeves, eager to carve a piece of the pie in China.
China, after all, was a piece of fat meat that everyone coveted.
The Chinese people occupied the most fertile land in the central continent of Blue Star, abundant in resources, and home to billions of beings. Perhaps because of China's advantageous position, the heavens sent the monsters to the main battlefield in China to suppress their development. Such land should belong to them, these powerful Western nations. The Law Emperor, watching the excited leaders of the Western powers, had the wrinkles on his face smooth out. The Chinese commander, Xiao Zhini, is acting recklessly, even trying to kill our Holy Temple's Knight Commander, European Emperor.
We must help China and completely eradicate this tumor.
General Xiao Zhini had no idea what was happening in the Western Holy Temple.
He looked down at the kneeling European Emperor, his eyes showing no trace of pity.
A lifetime of war and battlefield experience had made him indifferent to life. At this moment, when he looked at the European Emperor, it was like looking at an ant. And the European Emperor knew that he was now at the end of the line. He swallowed hard, lifting his head with difficulty, looking at General Xiao. General Xiao, I have truly admitted my mistake.
Do you really want to break with me? General Xiao glanced at the European Emperor with disdain.
This guy was truly someone who could pick things up and let them go, but now he was lowering his stance so much.
He was a complete villain.
But the more a person is like this, the more they cannot be let go, otherwise, it would bring endless trouble.
Enough said, let's settle this with action.
With that, he once again swung the sun-extinguishing flame dragon spear.
The endless flames roared savagely.
The European king knew he couldn't escape, so he stood up, ready to make a final desperate attempt. His eyes were filled with venom, but he hadn't completely lost his mind.
Xiao Zheni. We had an agreement before, the golden horn needs to be handed to me for verification, do you remember this? As the commander of China, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you?
The European king had started playing his cards openly. This was a clear and bold scheme.
Now, the entire Blue Star was watching live.
If General Xiao refused him, it would make General Xiao look untrustworthy, damaging his reputation. But if General Xiao agreed, perhaps he could use the golden horn to break through the encirclement. After all, the golden horn had a defense of up to 100,000 points and also boosted team morale. The people of China knew that General Xiao valued promises above all else. There was even a saying that gold is easy to get, but a promise from General Xiao is hard to come by. They were really afraid that General Xiao, in a moment of impulse, might agree to this shameless man's request, so they all spoke out to remind him.
General Xiao, you must not agree to him.
If you give him the golden horn, it would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains, a future disaster.
General Xiao, even if you break your promise, we won't blame you. The people of China will always support you. When dealing with villains, you should never use the methods of a gentleman, you should use the methods of a villain.
But the European king was also afraid that General Xiao would really refuse him, so he kept provoking him with words.
Xiao Zheni, don't tell me you don't have any personal principles. You must stick to your position now. This is what we agreed on, as the commander of China, surely you won't lose face over this?
General Xiao glanced at him without a change in his expression, shaking his head in disdain.
You think, holding the golden horn, you can escape? I can only say you're too naive.
Lin Dong, give him the golden horn, now I'll show him the difference. Many Chinese citizens watching on the screen were anxiously slapping their thighs when they saw that General Xiao was really going to fulfill his promise.
Many even sighed and cried out in anguish. So foolish. General, you're foolish. Why make promises to such a villain?
But Lin Dong, who was beside General Xiao, blinked and immediately handed over the golden horn. He knew that General Xiao had a deeper intention in doing this. One was to show the world the powerful enhancement effect of the golden horn, and the other was to use his identity as a war saint to announce to the entire Blue Star that China was not weak and could not be bullied. And as soon as the European king took the golden horn, he immediately sensed how to use it.
After realizing the power of the golden horn, he eagerly blew into it.
Brave members of the Holy Temple Knights, it's your time to shine, charge towards Xiao Zheni.
As the ancient and mournful horn sounded, the enhancement effect immediately took effect. Team size 121.
All members attack plus 121.
Defense plus 121. Current morale value 121. Duration 5 minutes.
These Holy Temple Knights were only of great warrior rank, so the sudden increase of over 100 points in attack and defense made them feel incredibly powerful. After receiving the European king's order, they charged fiercely towards General Xiao, who was standing on the test platform. And during this moment of chaos, the European king grinned slyly.
Xiao Zheni, the leader of this knight group, is leaving. You fool, you actually dared to give me the golden horn, you'll regret it.
Saying this, he leapt into the air, opened his storage ring, and took out the spatial teleportation stone. He planned to teleport directly back to the Western Holy Temple. However, General Zhao's voice rang out slowly, unhurriedly.
You think you can run with the golden horn? Do you think you can escape? Lin Yang is your own brother, how can you do this to him? Petrification art. Activate.
With Xiao Deshuai's words, his command was given. The petrification art of the sun-extinguishing flame dragon spear was activated, instantly turning the lucky European royal with the teleportation stone into a statue. The petrification art had a duration of 3 seconds, and taking this chance, Xiao Deshuai stepped forward. He lightly swept the sun-extinguishing flame dragon spear toward the direction the European royal was fleeing. Immediately, a brilliant beam of light rushed forth. The silhouette of the European royal was instantly engulfed in the radiance of the sun-extinguishing flame dragon spear, with 9 great solar fire dragons soaring up and down, weaving around the royal body.
This caused cracks to appear in the royal's form, ultimately shattering it like stone.
The golden horn in his hand emitted a muffled sound and fell to the ground. One move, and the martial honor was destroyed.
That was a martial honor. A top figure in the human hierarchy, each one famous. Who would have expected to be killed by Xiao Deshuai in a single strike?
Such power sent all the teachers, students, and parents present at the profession awakening ceremony into a frenzy. However, the European royal possessed a spiritual cat life, and currently still had 7 lives left. His shattered limbs were wrapped in a strange green light, healing at an incredible speed. Though the 9 great solar fire dragons continuously attacked the green light, they could not interrupt the royal's revival process.
Moments later, the pale face of the European royal reappeared.
But now he only had 10% of his full health, and before he could react, the 9 solar fire dragons once again consumed him. Moments later, the European royal met his demise once more. In the following minute, the European royal was killed 6 times in succession.
Finally, the green light stopped appearing, and he was thoroughly dead. As for the members of the Sacred Temple Night Order that he brought, they were all imprisoned with a wave of Xiao Deshuai's hand. Thus, a farce came to an end, but those who experienced today's events could not stop talking about it. After all, everything that happened today would surely go down in the annals of Blue Star history. It was a major event affecting the entire development of Blue Star. Xiao Deshuai's reckless actions would undoubtedly trigger the dissatisfaction of the Western powers, leading to further tension between both sides. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, as one of the main characters in this incident, also garnered much attention. Whether the Golden Horn and the Divine Eye Sealing Heart were crafted by him or not, the mere fact that he was a disciple of Xiao Deshuai was enough for him to dominate in Huaxia. However, at the Profession Awakening ceremony, a pair of hateful eyes were fixated on Lin Dong. It was his brother, Lin Yang. Damn Lin Dong, how did he sever my twin bond effect? Everything he obtained should have been my double benefits, but now, I have nothing. Even my glory in awakening as a holy warrior has been completely overshadowed by his achievements in battling the European royal with crafted equipment. Lin Dong is truly despicable. Lin Songxing watched Lin Yang gnashing his teeth, also narrowing his eyes to look at the dazzling Lin Dong on the stage. He admitted that he had indeed overlooked Lin Dong's talent all along. He never imagined that Lin Dong could carve a unique path in forging, even winning Xiao Deshuai's favor. But in his view, this was due to their ancestral grave smoking. Lin Yang, don't be discouraged. The reason Lin Dong has such achievements is entirely due to the blessings of our Lin family ancestors. That's why he's had such amazing luck, crafting 2 magical pieces of equipment. Had it not been for the protection of our Lin family's ancestors, he wouldn't have come into the spotlight. Ultimately, it's still because of his Lin family identity that he possesses all of this. I'll get Lin Dong to forge while the iron is hot, suggest to Xiao Deshuai to take you as a disciple, otherwise, he won't step into our Lin family's door again. But at this moment, Lin mother Meng Qinxie, hearing Lin Songxing's words. But she couldn't help but frown. She always felt that things weren't as Lin Songxing said. Everything Lin Dong had achieved so far might have been earned through his own efforts, so what did it really have to do with the Lin family? Lin Songxing was so self-confident that he might lose face when he went to find Lin Dong later. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but advise, Songxing, I think you shouldn't go looking for Lin Dong at this critical moment. You just argued with him a few days ago, and it might backfire. But Lin Songxing waved his hand nonchalantly, showing a mysterious confidence. Humph, he has such achievements, the person he should thank most is me. Without me as his father, where would he have been born? If he keeps holding on to those little conflicts from before, he should be careful. I really won't acknowledge him as my son. Lin Yang also chimed in, standing on Lin Songxing's side. Mom, Dad is right. Lin Dong has made an amazing impact, and now it's time to contribute to the family. After all these years, if he's not an ungrateful wolf, he should remember how the family treated him. Seeing her husband and son united, Meng Qinxia sighed and stopped speaking. She always felt that Lin Dong would probably never turn back, because this family had never had a place for him. He had never even been allowed at the dining table. And Lin Wan was also worried, looking up at Lin Dong on the stage. Her father and brother still didn't know that it was because of their disregard for Lin Dong's feelings that he had completely severed ties with the family. Lin Dong, oh Lin Dong, what can I do to make you come back? At this moment, Lin Songxing had already stepped onto the testing stage, walking confidently under the watchful eyes of the crowd. When security tried to stop him, he shot them a glare, and his soldier-like aura was fully on display. Step aside, do you know who I am? I am Lin Dong's father. The father of the genius blacksmith up there. If you block me, you're disrespecting my son, and disrespecting my son means disrespecting General Xiao. Disrespecting General Xiao, do you still want to live in China? After this outburst, the security personnel all shook their heads helplessly. Their duty was to ensure that neither General Xiao nor Lin Dong was disturbed. Seeing the man's imposing manner, they really felt like he was using his influence to bully others. But they dared not speak out. After all, Lin Dong was very popular now, and no one could afford to offend him. So, no matter how much Lin Songxing yelled, they simply stood there without responding. Lin Songxing was almost beside himself with rage. He hadn't expected the security to be so disrespectful. He could only shout loudly at Lin Dong on the stage. Lin Dong, come out here and teach these ungrateful security guards a lesson. At the same time, General Xiao and Lin Dong noticed the disturbance. General Xiao looked at Lin Dong thoughtfully, wondering how he would handle the situation. Lin Dong bowed slightly to General Xiao, his face full of apology. Teacher, there's some family business I need to take care of. I'll go handle it. General Xiao nodded without showing any emotion, waving his hand to signal him to go. At the same time, General Zhao's gaze remained fixed on Lin Dong's back, full of scrutiny. In China, General Xiao had strictly forbidden the existence of any privileged classes. Lin Songxing's behavior earlier made General Xiao feel disgusted. If Lin Dong handled this poorly, it would affect his evaluation of Lin Dong. After all, no matter how outstanding someone's talent was, it couldn't make up for flaws in character. He genuinely liked Lin Dong from the bottom of his heart and wanted to cultivate him seriously. So, he paid special attention to every action Lin Dong took. Lin Dong quickly walked up to Lin Songqing with a calm expression. "What do you want? Didn't we sever ties already?" Lin Songqing looked at Lin Dong, who seemed to be keeping people at 1,000 miles away, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. This fool, shouldn't he give some face to me as his father in front of the security personnel? What kind of attitude is this cold and sarcastic behavior? After all, he was asking Lin Dong for a favor, so Lin Songqing calmed his emotions and said, "Lin Dong, your achievements today are entirely thanks to the blessings of our ancestors from the Lin family. It is the legacy of our ancestors that has led to your current success. If you cut off ties with us, how could you possibly forge such astonishing equipment? Moreover, since you have already gained the favor of General Xiao and become his disciple, you need to think more about your younger brother and find a way for Lin Yang to also become General Zhao's disciple. This is your responsibility as an older brother. You understand what you should do next, right?" However, Lin Dong on the other side didn't show the obedient expression he imagined. Instead, he smiled slightly with a hint of mockery. "I'm sorry, I have no obligation to help him, please leave." After saying that, Lin Dong gestured for the security personnel to escort Lin Songqing out, while he turned around to leave. Lin Songqing was instantly furious, his voice becoming sharp. "Lin Dong, you beast, Lin Yang is your younger brother, he is much more outstanding than you. If you are qualified to be General Zhao's disciple, then of course he is too. You cannot ruin your brother's future." Hearing Lin Songqing's angry shouts, Lin Dong turned calmly, showing no anger, merely looking calmly at Lin Songqing. "Let me emphasize once again, I have severed all ties with the Lin family, please do not act like my father anymore, it makes us seem very close. Furthermore, since Lin Yang is so talented, why does he need to ask me for help? You must know, if he is truly golden, he will shine on his own, let him be discovered through his own efforts." After saying this, Lin Dong left Lin Songqing standing there like a wooden chicken, walking head high toward General Xiao without looking back. For the Lin family, he felt no attachment at all. This group of vampires had sucked the blood out of him, tormenting him in his past life. In this life, he would never repeat the same mistakes. Moreover, he had already cut off the twin bond with Lin Yang, and now Lin Yang would surely feel upset upon seeing his achievements. Shaking his head, Lin Dong stopped thinking about those things. Meanwhile, Lin Songqing looked at Lin Dong in disbelief and couldn't help but start to curse. "Lin Dong, you only have today's luck thanks to the blessings of our ancestors. If you do this, don't you want your ancestors to bless you anymore?" Lin Dong didn't look back, he directly cut the sleeve of his robe and threw it toward Lin Songqing. "Then I can only completely sever ties with the Lin family and implore our ancestors not to bless me." His voice was resolute, showing no room for negotiation. Lin Songqing stood in place, his expression complex. For the first time in his life, he felt that he had failed as a father. He pointed at Lin Dong's back, opened his mouth wide, but didn't make a sound, only letting Lin Dong leave. But in his heart, he was roaring incessantly. "Lin Dong, you beast, you will definitely regret it." General Xiao, who had been observing the father-son duo, looked deeply at Lin Songqing, his gaze becoming dull. In his view, Lin Dong's severing of ties was perhaps the best choice. Today's god-making event was a resounding success. Lin Dong had already been remembered by the vast majority of Chinese people. General Xiao was very satisfied with this salvaged outcome. Next, he needed to return to the dragon capital of China to handle relations with the Western powers. As for the Golden Horn, it was handed over to a reliable assistant to be sent to the front line in the southwest to combat the beasts. Plus, with the decapitation action team possessing acceleration gloves, there shouldn't be any problems in the southwestern border for a while. Lin Dong had to follow Xin Jiangnan into the War God Academy. So for now, he temporarily parted ways with General Xiao. Together with Lin Dong, the school beauty Su Runin and the berserker Xiaoyi were also admitted to the God of War Academy. Lin Yang was accepted into the Transforming Dragon Academy, becoming the first student from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School to enter the Transforming Dragon Academy. The occupational awakening ceremony of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School had completely come to an end. As soon as the ceremony ended, the school beauty Su Runin eagerly sought out Lin Dong. "Lin Dong, have you heard? Our God of War Academy holds a super genius training camp every year before the new students start." Regarding the training camp, Xin Jiangnan had mentioned it briefly to Lin Dong, and it seemed very important. Now that Su Runin brought it up, he couldn't help but become interested. "Oh, what's so special about this training camp?" Seeing Lin Dong's humble desire for knowledge, Su Runin's big eyes immediately squinted into crescent shapes, happily explaining to Lin Dong. "Of course it's special. Otherwise, how could it be called a training camp? This has always been a tradition of the God of War Academy, only super genius new students will receive invitations to the training camp. My father was once a member of the God of War Academy and was fortunate enough to participate in that year's training camp, so he knows some secrets about it. This training camp is the cradle for selecting talented reserves for the God of War in our Huaxia. Anyone who survives the training camp can achieve at least the level of God of War in the future. Lin Dong blinked, and his interest visibly faded. God of War might seem unattainable to others, but for a blacksmith like him, who could easily arm a person to that level, it indeed held little appeal. However, seeing Su Runan so excited, he didn't interrupt her and just lightly responded with an "oh." Su Runan clearly didn't notice Lin Dong's subtle change in expression and continued happily gesturing to him. Thanks to the acceleration gloves you gave me, I showed amazing talent in the occupational awakening test against the puppet, and I qualified for the training camp. Lin Dong, I heard from Teacher Shin that you were also part of the training camp. We can team up again to clear dungeons. Oh. Lin Dong again lightly responded with an "oh." He currently lacked interest in clearing dungeons. After all, as long as he had enough materials, he could level up through forging, without needing to take risks in dungeons. However, Su Runan's next words completely ignited his interest. Lin Dong, the dungeon in this training camp is not ordinary. I heard it's a lost place discovered by our Huaxia military, secretly crafted into a super advancement dungeon, where the experience gained from monsters is more than 3 times that of the outside world. Moreover, in the dungeon, there are the remains of super magical beasts and high-level special materials. The level of these remains and materials surpasses the highest known realm of humanity. However, this kind of dungeon has restrictions. It can only be open for 1 month each year, and only new students below level 30 can enter. What one can gain inside depends on personal fortune. After hearing all this, Lin Dong's eyes suddenly lit up. Super magical beast remains and high-level special materials, which surpass the current highest known realm of humanity, were like a treasure to him as a blacksmith. The highest materials he could currently obtain would not exceed legendary level, and even sky-level materials were extremely rare. If there were high-level materials beyond legendary level in the training camp dungeon, he was confident he could forge even more powerful equipment. Moreover, this was a level 3 experience dungeon, where monster kills would yield experience 3 times that of the outside world. This was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but itch, starting to look forward to the arrival of the special training camp. Su Runan saw Lin Dong there, slightly lost in thought, and couldn't help but pout, angrily shouting at him. Hey, Lin Dong, are you even listening to me? I've been listening the whole time. Well then remember this, when we get into the special training camp, the 2 of us are teaming up. I have a special treasure map, so we'll definitely get better stuff ahead of everyone else. Su Runan pointed her finger at Lin Dong's forehead and, not fully trusting, gave him a reminder. Lin Dong nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Upon hearing the news that Lin Dong was coming to the God of War Academy, the freshman counselor, Li Xinho, knocked on the door of the Blacksmith Guild president, Yan Linglong. President Yan, the freshman who took your nephew's vice president position is coming to the special training camp tomorrow. Aren't you going to do something about it? Yan Linglong gently pressed her red lips, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. I already know about this. Lin Dong thinks he can stand his ground in the special training camp. Ha, it's just a fool's dream. My niece, Chui Xuinya, is currently in the special training camp. She's the young lady of the Chui family. It will be easy to teach Lin Dong a lesson. The next day, Lin Dong and Su Runan were secretly sent to the God of War Academy by Xinjiangnan, arriving at the camp where the special training group was located. Upon entering the camp, a teacher handed them each a piece of paper filled with the rules and guidelines of the special training camp, and reminded them that they must memorize it. Inside the camp, there were already 3 boys and 2 girls, clearly all talented new students who had come to join this year's special training camp. At the entrance stood a purple-haired beauty, disdainfully sizing up the 2 of them. Su Runan, wanting to be friendly, took the lead and extended her fair little hand, greeting them. Hello, I'm Su Runan from Jiangcheng High School, and this is Lin Dong by my side. Nice to meet you. However, as soon as the purple-haired beauty heard Jiangcheng High School, she immediately remembered her aunt's warning. She stood with her arms crossed, not acknowledging them at all, seemingly looking down on and disdaining them. At this moment, a muscle-bound guy chewing on a grass stem shouted toward the purple-haired girl. Hey, Chui Xuinya, the new girl is talking to you. Why aren't you responding? The purple-haired beauty gently flipped her hair and, without any courtesy, responded. Shui Hong, if you want to hit on her, just go ahead, don't drag me into it. I, Chui Xuinya, won't be friends with 2 guys from some trashy high school. The muscle-bound guy was left embarrassed by Chui Xuinya's retort, scratching his head, and smiling as he walked toward Lin Dong and Su Runan. Let me introduce myself. I'm Shield Warrior Shui Hong, from Imperial Capital High School. They're my schoolmates. I'm the tank in the team with a thick health pool. Also, I'm the new captain of this special training camp. Hey, you 2 new guys, just so you know, if you don't have any special skills, it won't be easy to fit into this group. You've already met her, the god-level archer Cui Xuanya, skilled in split arrows, able to hit more than 10 targets at once, never missing. He then pointed to a lowly-faced girl with twin tails and a large chest. Dark Knight Priest Yao Qingxing, an absolutely rare profession, the super healer in our camp. As Xue Hong moved his hand, he also pointed out the professions and special skills of the other two boys. Knife Maniac Song Tianke, don't be fooled by his Knife Maniac class, he awakened the special knife technique Heavenly Blade 13 forms, his output is explosive. Sword Saint by Xingxue, the only one in the team with a big skill, Heavenly/Sword Art, one strike can reach a damage of up to 100,000. Alright, now it's your turn, you two newcomers, go ahead and introduce yourselves. Hearing that each person had their own special skills, Lin Dong and Su Runan were both stunned. Su Ruanan immediately felt immense pressure. I am a holy warrior, with no special skills. Seeing Su Ruanan's bashful look, Xue Hong's eyes lit up. This was exactly the type he liked. Holy warrior. A versatile class, just what the team needs. Hey, that guy over there. What's with you? You've been hiding behind the girls like a mute. Lin Dong looked at Xue Hong and smiled faintly, showing a hint of his teeth. Blacksmith Lin Dong. 42 was ruthlessly scorned. Blacksmith? What's the point of that in a team? Xue Hong picked his nose, feeling his brain stall for a moment. They were all geniuses selected by the Battle God Academy from various high schools, but a blacksmith wouldn't be much use in battle. What, should they expect Lin Dong to swing a blacksmith hammer at monsters? Was the school sure they weren't just letting him into the special training camp to make a joke out of it? He was being polite, but the purple-haired beauty, Cui Xianya, directly started to mock. Trash school, trash profession. What kind of connections did he have to sneak into the special training camp? I see that the Battle God Academy's special training camp is getting worse and worse. If I had known, I would have gone to Jojo Academy. Upon hearing Cui Xianya's rant, the sword-crazy Song Tianke and Sword Saint by Xingxue both subtly frowned, feeling the school had crossed the line this time. Song Tianke swung his massive sword, taller than some people, and then hoisted it onto his shoulder. Since you're a blacksmith, then don't bother going to the lost secret realm. Don't go and cause trouble for us. Bai Xingxue nodded in agreement, seemingly convinced that Lin Dong was a burden to the team. Xue Hong shrugged his shoulders helplessly, looking at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, it's not that we bear any ill will towards you, it's just that your profession is really useless. You can't fight, your growth is slow, and it requires a lot of resources to develop. We really can't accept you. Only the Dark Knight priest, Yao Qingxing, gazed at Lin Dong seriously and finally exclaimed in surprise. Look, isn't he the Lin Dong who was accepted as a disciple by General Xiao yesterday? He was the one who forged the golden horn in the god-level frozen eye. Yao Qingxing's words made everyone reconsider, beginning to look at Lin Dong with renewed attention. From Jiang City, a blacksmith, it could very well be the disciple recognized by General Xiao. But even so, the expressions on everyone's faces were still filled with amusement. Especially Cui Xianya, who let out a burst of laughter. Him? Do you believe he could forge those two artifacts? Anyone with eyes can see, he's just a pawn brought by General Xiao. He probably already had the equipment prepared for him. If it were me, I could do it too. Song Tianke nodded in agreement. Exactly, everything was arranged by General Xiao. It's to solve the internal and external troubles of China. He's just a lucky chosen one. Sword Saint Bai Xingxue shook his head, not speaking, but his expression made it clear that he also thought Lin Dong was just a show-off clown. Xue Hong shrugged his shoulders while picking his nose. Lin Dong, you must have gotten into the special training camp because of your connection to being General Zhao's disciple. Now that you're his disciple, you definitely shouldn't risk your life. You can just watch the training from the sidelines to avoid getting hurt. Seeing the others doubting Lin Dong, Su Ruanan couldn't help but step forward to defend him. You're really misunderstanding, Lin Dong is a genius blacksmith. Those pieces of equipment were truly made by him. But her words were clearly not believed, and they preferred to think that everything was arranged by General Xiao rather than admit Lin Dong's excellence. Cui Xianya directly interrupted Su Ruanan, her face filled with impatience. Alright, enough with the nonsense about genius blacksmiths. Don't insult everyone's intelligence with these lies. Because he is a disciple of General Xiao, the treasures we obtain in the secret realm will also be shared with him. Su Runan, don't try to cover for him. Anyone who can come here is not ordinary. We all understand that everyone has some family background. Xue Hong was obviously the team leader here, and he nodded in agreement. Let's settle Lin Dong's matter like this. After everyone comes out of the lost secret realm, we'll each give 1/6 of our gains to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, don't hinder us by entering the secret realm. As for Su Runan, she will fight alongside Song Tianke and Bai Xingxue. With our 6 people, we have tanks, healers, ranged attackers, and damage dealers, a perfect formation. Throughout this, these few people never gave Lin Dong a chance to speak. Lin Dong just shrugged in response. He had interacted with figures like Shin Jiangnan and General Xiao, so he was not interested in the petty squabbles of these youngsters. In his eyes, this group was so immature that he had no interest in debating. Since they didn't want to take him along, he was glad for the peace. He could gather more treasures by acting alone later. Anyway, according to the information Su Runan provided, there were things in the Lost Secret Realm that surpassed legendary levels. Without this group to drag him down, perhaps he could penetrate deeper into the secret realm. When others saw Lin Dong not speaking, they simply assumed he agreed. Shui Hong said first, since Lin Dong has agreed, let's proceed according to our plan. But Su Runan, unwilling, approached Lin Dong and distanced herself from the others. How can you underestimate Lin Dong? With Lin Dong, we will definitely grab more treasures and materials than the teams from other academies. If you're this stubborn, I'd rather team up with Lin Dong. The others exchanged glances, clearly surprised by Su Runan's choice. However, it seemed they had already formed a team and had a certain understanding among themselves, so they did not reject this proposal. The purple-haired beauty, Cui Huanya, sneered. When you run into trouble with him later, don't come crying to us for help. Even if you do, we won't help you. Shui Hong clicked his tongue, clearly regretting that he couldn't team up with a beauty like Su Runan, but he didn't stop her. After all, initially bringing Su Runan into their 5-person team would have needed some adjustment. Now that Su Runan voluntarily withdrew, they saved time on that adjustment. Just as the atmosphere became awkward on site, the tactical instructor of the Battle God Academy, Ding Taichiu, called everyone to class for preparation work for the training camp. Today, 2 new students have joined our training camp, preparing to participate in this lost secret realm. I believe you all have met just now. You need to cooperate and be friendly, never create internal conflicts. Next, I will explain some preparatory work before entering the Lost Secret Realm. First, there is a strict level limit to enter the Lost Secret Realm. You cannot exceed level 30 before entering. However, if the level is too low, you may be targeted by contestants from other academies. So it is recommended to stay at level 29 to enter the Lost Secret Realm. This way, you can maintain a high combat level while avoiding being besieged. Next, before entering the Lost Secret Realm, you must prepare sufficient health restoring and mana restoring potions, as well as 2 or more sets of replaceable equipment. Anything can happen in the secret realm, so you must be prepared for anything. Finally, at any time, you must never give up on your teammates. You are a whole, only by combining can you exert the maximum fighting effect. The loss of any one person may lead to the demise of your entire team. To everyone's surprise, apart from Lin Dong and Su Runan who were listening carefully, the other 5 looked impatient. This wasn't their fault, though. Every time a new person arrived, Ding Taichiu would go over the rules again. Shui Hong, who had come here first, had already heard this for the 5th time, and his ears had calluses. As for the purple-haired beauty, Cui Xuanya, she was directly grumbling in dissatisfaction. Alright, stop nagging, we've all remembered it. Let's finish this boring meeting quickly and not affect my monster grinding. Just 3 million experience more, and I'll reach level 29 peak. Although she was interrupted, Ding Taichiu wasn't angry. After all, young people need some boldness and energy. But still, he continued lecturing without stopping, showing no signs of pausing. From today, you must learn to cooperate as a team. Strive to get better treasures in the Forgotten Realm dungeon opening in half a month. Increase your levels. This time, it's not just our Battle God Academy entering the Forgotten Realm dungeon. Black Dragon Academy, Flying Dragon Academy, Soaring Dragon Academy, Proud Dragon Academy, Divine Dragon Academy, Transforming Dragon Academy, and 9 Provinces Academy will also send talented freshmen in, making the competition inside very intense. Moreover, this time, there will be seed players from the Hunters Guild entering the Forgotten Realm. These people have the ability to solo farm dungeons in the wild, and they will be your biggest enemies. Sometimes, humans can be more dangerous than beasts, so remember this line of mine. Alright, take advantage of this half-month time to grind in dungeon leveling. No more new arrivals are expected. With Ding Taichiu's meeting over, Shui Hong, Cui Xuanya, and others immediately discussed how to enter the dungeon to hunt bosses and earn more experience. Su Runan, a bit at a loss, looked at Lin Dong and asked quietly, Lin Dong, what should we do now? Lin Dong smiled mysteriously and pulled Su Runan aside. Before entering the dungeon to level up, we of course need to get some suitable equipment first. Seeing Lin Dong's sneaky look, Su Runan suddenly felt much more at ease. Since Lin Dong was confident, there was no need to worry about the next steps. Back when they were still in Jiangcheng High School, Lin Dong had taken her countless times to refresh early dungeons and learn battle experience. Every time Lin Dong made that sneaky expression, it meant he was confident and could certainly solve the problem. Next, Lin Dong brought Su Runan back to the room and began to forge equipment tailored for both of them. As for materials, Lin Dong had borrowed a lot of forging materials from Mo Yezi and others before coming to the Battle God Academy, so he wouldn't lack basic materials. Even forging books, he had scavenged quite a few. Now, his storage ring was full, more than enough for the forging he needed. After bringing Su Runin into the room, Lin Dong's eyes locked onto her as he pondered what equipment to forge for her. Equipment must match the profession in order to maximize battle effectiveness. Even the best equipment won't be very useful if it doesn't fit the profession. After studying Su Runin's personal attributes, Lin Dong slowly started to calculate in his mind. Name, Su Runin. Profession, Holy Warrior. Health, 100. Level 1. Attack, 10. Defense, 10. For someone who had just awakened their profession, these were perfectly normal attributes. As levels rise, base attributes will also increase. For example, Shui Hong and Shui Xuanya, who were already at level 29, had clearly been grinding dungeons for a long time. After all, they came from the Imperial Capital High School and had awakened their professions half a year earlier than them. They have plenty of time to grow and develop. It's not their fault they call Jiangcheng High School a garbage school. Compared to Emperor City High School, it truly doesn't stand up. At Emperor City High School, geniuses are as numerous as the stars, with half of the students from the 7 major academies coming from there. This time, when entering the Lost Land Dungeon, they will all be strong competitors against Lin Dong and Su Runin. So even though Lin Dong is now a god-level blacksmith, he must not be overconfident, or he will capsize in a ditch. When forging equipment for Su Runin, it must match her career characteristics. The Holy Warrior is an all-purpose combat and defense profession, so the equipment should have balanced attributes, without a specific attribute being too prominent, to best showcase the Holy Warrior's role. While Lin Dong was lost in thought, Su Runin couldn't help but squirm awkwardly. After all, being stared at so intensely by Lin Dong made her feel a little shy. Thinking about how tomorrow was the traditional Chinese Valentine's Day, her heart couldn't help but race. Lin Dong, why do you always look at me like that? You don't want to confess your feelings to me, do you? Lin Dong startled, snapping out of his previous thoughts. He scratched the back of his head and smiled, showing his neat white teeth. I was just thinking about what equipment would be suitable for you. I got a little distracted. After all, we're both new beginners, I'm level 16, and you're level 1, and without a team, it's definitely going to be inefficient for us to tackle a dungeon together. We need to get a few suitable sets of equipment so we can make sure we're both foolproof. Hearing Lin Dong explain, Su Runin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She had thought Lin Dong was going to say something embarrassing, but in the end, it was just wishful thinking. So, she pouted and said, have you figured out what equipment to make for me? Ding, the system has issued a temporary task. Please forge a Valentine's Day gift equipment set for Su Runin. Reward, experience plus 1000, proficiency plus 10, enchantment value plus 100. Black iron set, beach sun hat, black iron, charming binding bracelet, black iron, sexy slimming pleated skirt, black iron, lace bustier, black iron, anti-wolf handbag, black iron, hate the sky high heels, black iron. Ding, the equipment forging books have been distributed. Please complete the task within 30 minutes. Upon seeing the system's task, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel his vision blur, cursing under his breath. These equipment names, is the system serious about this task? Wearing this kind of equipment to clear a dungeon, is it to fight monsters or to enter a beauty contest? Looking at Lin Dong with a strange expression, Su Runin pouted again. Lin Dong, is it because my level is too low that the equipment is hard to make? Lin Dong shook his head and forced a smile. I've already figured out what to make for you, it's just a bit special. Special? How special? Anyway, as long as it's made by you, I'll love it. Su Runin patted her chest and winked, seeming to trust Lin Dong completely. Lin Dong flashed a grin, hiding his embarrassment. I'm glad you'll like it. I hope you won't look at me with strange eyes later. Wiping his hands, Lin Dong was ready to start forging. The black iron set is for beginners between levels 1 to 10. However, since it doesn't take much experience to level up from 1 to 10, many people don't care much for black iron equipment, they just use it as a transition, something to make do with. But Lin Dong didn't think that way, the lower level equipment was more malleable. A warrior in black iron gear can quickly clear the 1 to 10 level dungeons, saving at least a week's worth of time compared to others. After all, their levels were so low, and catching up to people like Shui Hong within half a month seemed a little unrealistic. So, they had to make every second count to level up, hoping not to fall too far behind Shui Hong and the others. Praying to be able to protect oneself after entering the Lost Land. Because, according to Ding Taichou, people from other academies would also try to enter the Lost Land at level 30, and in such instances, the most dangerous thing is not the monsters, but the people. If their levels are too low, they could easily be targeted by others and removed from the instance, which would negatively affect their actions. So, the black iron set is the most suitable for Su Runin to level up right now. As for what to do after Su Runin reaches level 10, they could just craft her a set of bronze equipment. For now, let's focus on completing the system tasks first. 6 minutes later, a brand new black iron set of equipment was crafted by Lin Dong. Equipment, beach sun hat, black iron grade. Health, plus 600. Attack, plus 30. Defense, plus 30. Magic defense, plus 30. Health regen, restores 30 health per second. Equipment, charming bondage bracelet, black iron grade. Health, plus 100. Attack, plus 20. Defense, plus 20. Magic defense, plus 20. Exorcism, immune to 1000 points of magical damage every 3 seconds. Equipment, sexy slimming pleated skirt, black iron grade. Health, plus 500. Attack, plus 20. Defense, plus 20. Magic defense, plus 20. Cloning, creates an illusion that lasts 3 seconds and inherits 50% of the wearer's attributes to attack targets. Equipment, lace chest protector, black iron grade. Health, plus 1000. Attack, plus 50. Defense, plus 50. Magic defense, plus 50. Resistance aura, absorbs 30 points of normal attack damage per second. Equipment, anti-wolf handbag, black iron grade. Attack, plus 100. Defense, plus 100. Magic defense, plus 100. Agility, plus 10. Attack speed, plus 20. Continuous damage, deals 50 damage every hit for 5 seconds. Equipment, sky-high heels, black iron grade. Attack, plus 10. Defense, plus 10. Magic defense, plus 10. Movement speed, plus 10. Phase shift, active skill, when activated, movement speed plus 100, evasion plus 50, lasts for 5 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. After crafting the equipment, Lin Dong placed it directly in front of Su Runin. Here, try it on. However, when Su Runin saw the equipment, a strange expression appeared on her face. This sexy and hot equipment was quite a challenge for her, who was somewhat conservative. She held the lace chest protector in one hand, looking at Lin Dong with a strange expression. Lin Dong, how did you know I have a 3060 secret while hiding it so well? Lin Dong thought Su Runin disliked such revealing outfits, so he scratched his head, unsure of how to explain. He couldn't exactly say the system told him to do it, could he? But in the next second, Su Runin happily wore it, seemingly not bothered at all. As expected, besides my mom, you're the one who understands me the most, Lin Dong. 44 fully armed, is that too much? Lin Dong had not yet reacted. Su Runin lightly pecked Lin Dong on the face, like a dragonfly skimming the water. Thank you, Lin Dong, this is the best Valentine's Day gift I've received. Su Runin fluttered away like a butterfly, ready to change into the full set of clothes. Lin Dong wiped the lipstick off his face, blinking in confusion. Why is Su Runin the same as teacher Zhao Qingxue? They both like spitting on people's faces. I just made her a set of equipment, why is she so excited? Ding, the host successfully crafted a Valentine's Day gift set for Su Runin, reward, experience plus 1000, proficiency plus 10. Lin Dong nodded and once again reviewed his basic attributes. It was time to craft a set of equipment for himself. Name, Lin Dong. Level, 16. Health, 1600. Attack, 100. Defense, 100. Enchant value, 1087. Stored experience, 12500/20,000. Profession, blacksmith, blacksmith level, experienced, proficiency 840/1000. Godly forging technique, forge according to material ratios from the forging books, success rate 100%, currently can only forge golden grade and below equipment. Godly enchanting technique, spend enchantment value to add enchantments to equipment, with a chance to upgrade equipment quality and gain special attributes. Level 2 system shop, gets 1 golden quality or lower forging book every 24 hours. This attribute is for when he is not wearing any equipment. Currently, the equipment he can wear are the acceleration gloves and chainmail. As for the level less godly frozen eye, he had already given it to General Xiao before coming here. With such equipment, only when it reaches the hands of General Xiao can it unleash its maximum potential, as for now, it's somewhat wasted on him. Because bronze level equipment is already sufficient to meet his needs for monster hunting. Helmets, capes, battle boots, and weapons, he has yet to forge these. Before officially entering the dungeon, he plans to equip himself with all these gears. He is a blacksmith, originally just a profession for living, with a very low growth in basic attributes. For instance, Su Runin, as a paladin, increases her basic attack and defense by 50 points with each level up. But he only has a pitiful 10 points, the gap is not ordinary. However, as long as the attributes of his equipment are good enough, he can still possess powerful combat power. So his requirement for equipment is that every single attribute must be high enough. Therefore, after browsing through all the forging books, Lin Dong is ready to craft a few of the most luxurious top-level bronze equipment. These include the Crown of Kings, the embroidered turquoise wind, the golden boots, and the crying blood saber. In the eyes of others, these pieces of equipment are merely flashy and impractical. Bronze-level equipment, looking so extravagant, holds very little practical value. Moreover, crafting these items requires a large amount of materials, which is entirely not worth the cost, lacking cost-effectiveness. After all, while these equipment attributes are better than ordinary gear, they still fall short in comparison to the next tier of silver equipment. Unless one is a top-tier rich second generation, no one would like such ostentatious items. But in Lin Dong's eyes, it is completely different. Every level of equipment has a limit on attribute growth. Even if he is a god-level blacksmith, the equipment he forges can greatly exceed the upper limit of ordinary bronze gear, yet breaking the threshold of 100 for the basic attributes is still quite difficult. However, these items can easily push the upper limit of bronze attributes to break through 200. It is known that attributes above 200 are usually reserved for golden equipment, or even platinum equipment. Although he can occasionally craft high attribute equipment without a level, that requires immense luck and significant forging effort. Even he himself cannot guarantee that he can forge such equipment every time. Meanwhile, Lin Dong is only level 16, which technically allows him to wear bronze equipment. These items are undoubtedly the best choice. Having chosen the equipment, Lin Dong begins to prepare the forging materials. With the forging books, he can craft bronze-level equipment in about 1 minute. So during the time Su Runin is changing clothes, Lin Dong has already forged these items. Studying the equipment closely boosts Lin Dong's confidence immensely. Equipment, Crown of Kings, bronze level. Life, plus 3000. Attack, plus 200. Defense, plus 200. Magic defense, plus 200. Health recovery, restores 200 health points per second. Restoring 200 health points per second is almost equivalent to fighting without losing health in low-tier battles. Even when facing golden-level beasts, he remains undaunted. Equipment, embroidered turquoise wind, bronze level. Life, plus 2000. Attack, plus 600. Defense, plus 200. Magic defense, plus 200. Shielding technique, weakens targets below diamond level, reducing their damage output by 50%. This attribute of the shielding technique seems a bit exaggerated. It can weaken attacks from beasts and humans below diamond level and reduce their damage by 50%. It's essential to know that diamond level already signifies the presence of a battle king, second only to legendary level battle gods. It can be said that as long as he doesn't encounter a battle god, Lin Dong now has the strength to fight. Equipment, golden boots, bronze level. Life, plus 1000. Attack, plus 300. Defense, plus 300. Magic defense, plus 300. Sonic boom, 10% chance to cause sonic boom damage, leaving the opponent disoriented and unable to lock on their attack target for 3 seconds. The sonic boom attribute can be regarded as a control skill. Control skills are extremely precious, so this equipment. Equipment, crying blood sword, bronze level. Life, plus 2700. Attack, plus 2000. Bloodthirst, absorb target's blood, stack 50 points of attack power, can stack up to 50 times. Crying blood sword, it can actually stack damage. This surprised Lin Dong a bit. If it can stack 50 times, then it means every attack adds 2500 points of damage, which can be considered explosive output in battles below the war god level. Looking at these pieces of equipment, Lin Dong only had one evaluation, perfect. He took off the acceleration gloves and the chainmail, eagerly putting them on. Lin Dong felt that he was terrifyingly strong now. Now, he could be said to be armed to the teeth. Name, Lin Dong. Level, 16. Life, 18,000. Attack, 3,300. Defense, 1,270. Magic defense, 1270. Magic resistance, plus 500. Attack speed, 100. Enchant value, 74. Stored experience, 5,000/8,000. Health regeneration, King's Crown recover 200 health per second. Bodyguard skill, embroidered wind stomp weakens targets below diamond level, reducing their attack damage by 50%. Sonic boom, golden jade battle boots 10% chance to cause sonic boom damage, leaving the target confused and unable to lock onto attack targets for 3 seconds. Bloodthirst, crying blood sword absorb target's blood, stack 50 points of attack power, can stack up to 50 times. Shadowless fist, acceleration gloves every 60 seconds, release 100 attacks plus 100 fist shadows. Explosive flash, acceleration gloves every 10 seconds, tear through space for a 50-meter instant jump in front of you. Attribute deception, chainmail hides true attributes, showing the normal attributes of equipment of the same level. Invincible shield, chainmail when attacked by damage far exceeding defense, activates invincible shield, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Death substitute puppet, chainmail when the chainmail is shattered, it instantly transfers the wearer 10 kilometers away, leaving a fake corpse in place. The increase in basic attributes made him a bit inflated. He felt that if he met Xue Hong and the others, he could knock them down with just a little finger. And because of the attribute deception effect of the chainmail, to others, Lin Dong appeared as an ordinary bronze-level player with around 2 to 3,000 health and just over 100 attack, the kind of player you find everywhere on the street. This feeling of pretending to be a weakling while secretly being strong made Lin Dong feel a bit smug. When the time comes, he would strike unexpectedly and surely take them down in one blow. For safety's sake, Lin Dong also forged an attribute deception necklace, specifically for hiding attributes. This attribute deception necklace's forging book was bought from the system shop. Before Lin Dong became a forger, Blue Star had never had any attribute deception equipment. And at this moment, Su Runin, who had changed her equipment, had already come back. Seeing Su Runin again, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel his eyes light up. Name, Su Runin. Class, Holy Warrior. Level, 1. Life, 2300. Attack, 330. Defense, 240. Magic defense, 240. Agility, plus 10. Attack speed, plus 20. Movement speed, plus 10. Health regeneration, Beach Sun Hat recover 30 health per second. Exorcism, Charming Binding Bracelet immune to 1000 magic damage every 3 seconds. Clone, Sexy Slimming Pleated Skirt creates an illusion that lasts 3 seconds and inherits 50% of the wearer's attributes to attack targets. Resistance Aura, Lace Chest Armor absorb 30 points of normal attack damage per second. Continuous damage, Anti-Wolf Handbag each time hitting the target, deals 50 points of damage for 5 seconds. Phase Shift, High Heel Shoes active skill, after activation, increases movement speed by plus 100, dodge by plus 50, lasts 5 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Su Runin's basic attributes were already comparable to Xue Hong and the others. Although she was only level 1, she was already on par with silver warriors like Xue Hong. After all, Black Iron equipment has an attribute cap and cannot have as exaggerated attributes as Lin Dong's bronze equipment. But even so, entering the level 1 to 10 dungeon, she could easily conquer it. Moreover, these equipments all have attribute affixes, and the effect of 6 attribute affixes made Su Runin's true combat power, even surpassing the Silver Warrior, chasing after the Golden Warrior. Su Runin stood there, looking at Lin Dong, who was staring at her intently, and couldn't help but pull at the frills on her chest armor. I have to say, Su Runin, wearing this set of equipment, was truly enchanting. The tailor-made gear outlined her delicate curves perfectly. Except for a few critical areas, large parts of her snow-white skin were exposed to the air, making it hard not to get lost in it. At this moment, Lin Dong's eyes were a little dazed. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and swallowed. Seeing Lin Dong's piggish expression, Su Runin couldn't help but tighten her long legs, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lin Dong, do you really think this gear is suitable for grinding dungeons? I feel like if I dared to step out of your room, people would definitely look at me like a monster. Although she said that, Su Runin played with her long black hair, striking poses effortlessly. After a brief period of getting used to it, she was now fully in control of this gear. Lin Dong pretended to cough and took out the attribute disguising necklace. This necklace had no special abilities, it was only used to cover up attributes. Here, put this on, it'll be even more perfect. Su Runin obediently reached out to take the necklace, and when her hand touched Lin Dong's palm, she couldn't help but feel her face heat up, her heart racing again. Lin Dong, could you help me put it on? I can't quite do it myself. As she spoke, Su Runin kept sneaking glances at Lin Dong, afraid he would notice her strange behavior. Lin Dong didn't suspect anything, nodding slightly. As he stood behind Su Runin, seeing the 2 large, mature papayas, he suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Ahem. To cover up the awkwardness, Lin Dong couldn't help but cough twice. Su Runin lowered her head, her face turning from red to her neck. What's wrong, Lin Dong? Is it hard to put on? No. I just suddenly felt uncomfortable in my eyes, maybe I'm allergic to fruit. Ha? Fruit? There's no fruit in the room. Could it be because of the perfume I sprayed? To avoid making things worse, Lin Dong lightly hummed. That was enough to smooth over the awkwardness. The 2 of them dressed up and were finally ready to go grind dungeons. But as soon as they stepped out, they saw Xue Hong and others, who were also heading to grind dungeons. Seeing Lin Dong and Su Runin's outfits, the sharp-tongued Chui Xuanya couldn't help but laugh. You 2 are really hilarious. Dressing like this, are you going shopping? Ha, with such a quality, how did you even make it into the special training camp? Su Runin blushed at Chui Xuanya's mockery and couldn't help but retort. Who said we are going shopping? We're going to grind dungeons to level up. Just wait, our levels will catch up to yours very soon. Su Runin's words, without a doubt, drew more mockery from Chui Xuanya. Even Xue Hong, who had other thoughts about Su Runin, couldn't help but shake his head. As everyone knew, as one's level increased, the experience needed grew even more. At the moment, Su Runin was only level 1, and under normal circumstances, it would take more than a week to reach level 10. To catch up to their level, she would need at least half a year. And that was if they stayed at their current levels, so Su Runin catching up to them was nothing but a dream. Su Runin, this training camp isn't a place for boasting. It will already be unbelievable if you level up to level 3 tonight. If you want to catch up to us, you probably won't make it by the end of the training camp. If you really want to level up quickly, you might as well join our team, that way you'll level up faster. As Xuehong spoke, he secretly glanced at Lin Dong. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious and jealous of Lin Dong. I really have no idea what kind of method Lin Dong used to make such a beautiful woman like Su Runin stick to him all the time. Now that Su Runin has changed her equipment, she looks even more enchanting, even more beautiful than Cui Xuanya. A beauty like this, even if she has no combat power, is still good to have around as a vase to share experience points. But Su Runin rejected him without hesitation and firmly stood by Lin Dong's side. Sorry, teaming up with Lin Dong is my best choice. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Xuehong. Xuehong shrugged, clearly feeling a bit helpless about Su Runin's choice. He was naturally carefree and thick-skinned enough that he didn't show any sign of awkwardness. But on the side, Cui Xuanya had already started laughing out loud. Xuehong, I advise you not to waste your energy. A woman who looks cold on the outside but is on the inside is way out of your league. And look at their outfits. They're not dressed for serious grinding at all. They're just here for a vacation. People like them don't deserve to be with us. Cui Xuanya's words were a bit too harsh. Su Runin's willow brows furrowed instantly, and her face turned icy cold. Cui Xuanya, what do you mean? Who are you calling? And what does our outfit have to do with you when we're grinding levels? But unexpectedly, not only did Cui Xuanya refuse to admit fault, she even crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh, giving Su Runin no face at all. I said it, so what? What can you do to me? A worthless level 1, daring to challenge me, a level 29 archer? Su Runin was, after all, the precious jewel of the Su family. When had she ever suffered such humiliation in her life? Her pretty face was filled with anger, and she couldn't help but lift her self-defense handbag, ready to fight Cui Xuanya. Meanwhile, Cui Xuanya had a mocking expression, as if daring Su Runin to hit her. On the surface, a fight between a level 1 warrior and a level 29 archer would undoubtedly put the warrior at a disadvantage. But with the equipment Lin Dong had crafted for Su Runin, she had no fear of Cui Xuanya at all. So the situation had already escalated to the brink of an all-out battle. The tension in the air grew thicker and thicker, and as the team leader, Xuehong stepped in to mediate. He tugged on Cui Xuanya's sleeve and looked at Su Runin apologetically. Come on, we're all classmates. Let's not fight among ourselves. Instructor Ding has repeatedly told us to be united and friendly. Do me a favor, both of you take a step back and stop arguing. Behind him, Blade Maniac Song Tianke, Sword Saint Bai Xingxue, and Shadow Priest Yao Qingxing all tried to persuade Cui Xuanya, hoping she would calm down. The punishment for internal conflicts is serious, Xuanya. Don't act rashly. Let's hurry up and head to the dungeon to grind levels. Time is tight. Seeing everyone trying to persuade her, Cui Xuanya finally unwillingly put away her bow and sneered at Su Runin. I originally wanted to teach you a lesson. If they hadn't stopped me, you'd be dead today. Ha, but let me make this clear, dress like that, you're nothing more than a plaything for men. As for grinding levels, just forget about it. After saying that, Cui Xuanya turned and left, leaving Su Runin trembling with anger on the spot. Xuehong and the others gave Su Runin an apologetic glance before chasing after Cui Xuanya. Watching Su Runin, whose eyes were brimming with tears, Lin Dong gently patted her shoulder. Don't be mad. Strength will prove everything. One day, you'll amaze everyone. 46 unbelievable leveling speed. Su Runin looked at Lin Dong's eyes, which were full of encouragement. She nodded seriously and firmly. The humiliation of today, she would definitely return it one day. That Cui Xuanya, relying on her level 29, looked down on her. One day, she would make Cui Xuanya realize that she, Su Runin, would surpass her. Lin Dong, I can't wait to enter the dungeon and level up now. Hurry up and take me there. Actually, right now, with her gear, Su Runin faces no real danger in the Black Iron level dungeons, from levels 1 to 10. But to be safe, Lin Dong still decided to accompany her into the dungeon to help increase her combat experience. The special training camp has a separate dungeon entrance for each level, which makes leveling up easier for them. In the special training camp, there are dungeons for Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, and Gold levels, all arranged to help them grow. However, at this moment, Su Runin can only enter the Black Iron dungeons. The monsters in the Black Iron dungeons usually give about 1 experience point, and even the small bosses only give 3 experience points. And to level up from level 1 to level 2, you need 50 experience points. To gather 50 experience points, at least 50 small monsters need to be killed. For beginners, even 50 monsters can be quite a challenge. Many people spend the whole day and still struggle to kill 50 small monsters. Because the small monsters, with 200 to 500 health, often appear in groups, making it hard for beginners to deal enough damage. So leveling up has always been a troublesome issue for everyone. But for Su Runin now, these small monsters are basically dealt with in 1 or 2 hits. Even the bosses with over 1,000 health are taken down in at most 3 hits. So as soon as she entered the Black Iron level dungeon, Su Runin started killing monsters as easily as chopping vegetables. And her level began to rise rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, Su Runin's level had already risen to level 2. Lin Dong gave her a thumbs up and smiled, offering his praise. Not bad, keep it up. Upon hearing Lin Dong's praise, Su Runin became even more motivated. Lin Dong, I feel like all the combat experience we accumulated from refreshing the beginner dungeon can now be fully used. I believe that within half a day, I can gather 1,000 experience points, reach level 10, and go with you to the bronze dungeon. Lin Dong stood to the side, watching Su Runin kill monsters with a smile. He didn't take action because the monsters in this Black Iron level dungeon weren't that many, not enough for Su Runin to handle on her own. And killing such low experience monsters wouldn't contribute much to his own level up. His current experience is 5,000/8,000, meaning he still needs 3,000 experience to level up from 16 to 17. The monsters in this Black Iron dungeon are not enough for him to kill. So he just stood there, watching Su Runin kill monsters, while considering what kind of bronze equipment he could forge for her. However, as soon as his thoughts arose, the system noticed it. Ding, the system has issued a temporary task, please forge a bronze leveling set for Su Runin, and the equipment forging book has been issued. Bronze leveling set, deep sea pearl hairpin, exquisite succubus mask, cool summer nurse outfit, expanding chest mirror, snow white printed ice sleeves, laced fishing net stockings, crystal heightening sandals. Forging rewards, experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 10, enchantment points plus 100. Ahem. Lin Dong rolled his eyes, completely stunned by the system. What is the system trying to do here? Is this asking Su Runin to have a costume show? Thinking about how Su Runin would look in that outfit, Lin Dong couldn't help but breathe heavily. System, I, Lin Dong, am a gentleman, don't you think this is a bit inappropriate? The cold, unyielding prompt of the system slowly rang out, with an irrefutable persuasiveness. Please face your heart, host. You must admit, you love seeing this kind of outfit. The system is customizing the set based on the host's interests. Hearing the system's merciless rebuttal, Lin Dong's eyebrows shot up. Listen to this. This is slander. Just as Lin Dong was about to protest again, the system directly issued the reward. Ding, please complete the temporary forging task within half an hour, and the reward is experience plus 3,000, proficiency plus 10. Hearing the reward given by the system, Lin Dong immediately stopped his thought of asking more questions. He touched his nose and seriously emphasized. I accepted the task just for the reward, not because I want to see Su Runin wear this, absolutely not. He comforted himself while starting to prepare materials for forging. The forging materials for this bronze set were very simple. Lin Dong finished forging in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, Su Runin had already successfully reached level 3. Glancing at Su Runin's attributes, Lin Dong couldn't help but gasp. She had only leveled up twice, and yet both her attack and defense had increased by 100 points. The basic attribute increase of the Holy Warrior class was really unreasonable. No wonder everyone wanted to become a Holy Warrior, the growth speed was truly amazing. Unlike his own blacksmith profession, where each level only gave a 10-point attribute increase, it was really pathetic. As Su Runin's level increased, her monster hunting speed became faster and faster. Many small monsters could no longer block her one-handed wolf-pack attack. At this rate, she would probably reach level 10 in less than 2 hours. Which meant that Black Iron Gear would complete its mission in just 2 hours. Lin Dong was right, 1 hour and 50 minutes later, Su Runin returned to his side. She wiped the sweat off her face, her eyes full of excitement. Lin Dong, I've reached level 10. This leveling speed is just terrifying. I really don't know how much effort I would have needed to level up to 10 without your gear. Lin Dong smiled slightly and took out the bronze set he had just forged from his storage ring, pointing at it. Here, put this on, let's go clear the bronze dungeon. Su Runin looked down and couldn't help but blush. This gear was even sexier and hotter than what she was wearing now. She really couldn't understand what Lin Dong was thinking, preparing such an outfit for her in advance. Even though she didn't want to misunderstand, she couldn't help it. She couldn't stop herself from putting her hands behind her back and squeezing tightly. Humph, damn Lin Dong, acting all upright on the surface, but inside he's full of tricks. Disgusting. But for some reason, a trace of sweetness rose in her heart. After all, it was Lin Dong who personally forged the gear for her, which gave a strong sense of security. Carefully putting the black iron set into the storage ring, Su Runin changed into the newly forged bronze set. Her attributes immediately surged dramatically. Name, Su Runin. Class, Holy Warrior. Level, 10. Health, 15,000. Attack, 2,650. Defense, 1,300. Magic defense, 1,300. Agility, 50. Attack speed, 70. Movement speed, 100. Dodge, 30. Health regen, deep sea pearl hairpin 100 health per second. Exorcism, exquisite demon mask immunity to 5,000 magic damage every 3 seconds. Clone, summer cool nurse outfit creates a clone for 3 seconds that inherits 50% of the wearer's attributes and attacks the target. Resistance aura, external chest mirror absorbs 150 points of normal attack damage per second. Damage over time, snow white floral ice sleeves deals 300 damage for 5 seconds every time it hits a target. Phase shift, crystal high heels active skill, when activated, increases movement speed by 200 and dodge by 100 for 5 seconds, cooldown of 1 minute. Deadly scissor legs, rope fishnet stockings when the target's health is below 30%, it deals a deadly 720-degree spin headshot. She gained a new skill, the deadly scissor legs, which was quite violent. For targets with less than 30% health, it directly triggers a fatal blow. This skill significantly boosted the monster clearing speed by 1/3. Even Lin Dong was envious of this skill. It was a monster hunting god skill. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go, let's clear the bronze dungeon. Su Runin shook Lin Dong's arm and said in a playful tone. Lin Dong had been acting like this all day, pretending to be a flirt. He looked dumb and clueless, not sure if he was mesmerized by her outfit. Lin Dong moved his wrist, giving a mischievous smile. Let's go, before it gets dark, let's directly grind to level 20. Tomorrow, we'll head straight into the silver dungeon. Mutated monster. Three-tailed fox. Just as Lin Dong and his team were about to enter the bronze level dungeon, Shui Hong and the others, who were leveling up like mad, encountered a huge mishap. The hunting squad, which had set up formation, was now working hard to capture a blood-red toad. As the team leader, Shui Hong was quickly issuing commands. By Xingxue, Song Tian Ke. You two support me, I'll tank the damage. You must hold on to this blood-red toad, don't let it escape the encirclement. Yao Qingxing, remember to heal everyone. This blood-red toad has a lifesteal skill, and our health might be drained at any time. You must heal in time. Cui Xuanya, your split arrow is crucial, all the explosive damage depends on you. Don't slack off. If we manage to kill this blood-red toad boss, each of us can at least share 20,000 experience points, and we'll get a ton of materials. It's very worth it. According to Shui Hong's plan, everything should have gone smoothly. But just when they had almost reduced the boss's 200,000 health to a near-death state, something unexpected happened. The blood-red toad, which was already on its last breath, suddenly grew larger and let out an ear-piercing croak. 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 Immediately, the blood-red toad's head split open in the middle, turning into 2 heads of equal size. In the next moment, the blood-red toad regained full health, and its combat power doubled. Both heads kept extending their tongues, sending Shui Hong flying with a mouthful of blood as he struggled to resist. The team, which had barely managed to defeat the blood-red toad, was now in a complete mess, unable to respond to the sudden change. Not good, this blood-red toad has mutated. Quickly retreat. But at this moment, they couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. The blood-red toad, which was almost dead in their hands earlier, was now in a frenzy, not willing to let any of them escape. Seeing the situation grow more dangerous, Shui Hong, ignoring his wounds, stood up and shouted. Mutual skill, big growth. With his loud roar, his body grew 3 times its original size, shining with a metallic luster, and his defense increased by more than double. He used the battle skill, clearly preparing to fight to the death. He would never use such a skill, which consumed a lot of energy, unless it was an extreme emergency. Seeing Shui Hong so serious, the ruthless Song Tiang's eyes also sharpened. Heavenly Blade 13 Styles. Slash. Bai Xingxue also swung her white robe and took a life-risking stance. Heaven's Sword Draw Technique. Open. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit. They knew that if one person from the team got in danger, their whole team might be wiped out. Chain Heal. Divine Level Split Arrow. Each of them used their strongest skills, preparing for the great battle against the mutated blood-red toad. As everyone activated their skills, the battle once again entered a stalemate. But the consumption was immense, and even though Yao Qingxing helped with healing, everyone was still desperately using health and mana potions. The appearance of mutated monsters in a level dungeon must be immediately reported to Tactical Instructor Ding. This is an extremely dangerous signal, showing that the dungeon is no longer safe. That's a mutated monster. Every level dungeon is strictly set up according to level, and theoretically, as long as you enter according to your level, it should be completely safe. But if a mutated monster appears in a dungeon, it's like an infection, causing all monsters to mutate alongside it.
The mutated level dungeons have become extremely dangerous, and even warriors higher than this level face the risk of falling. The reason why those warriors from Huaxia at the border develop a fear of battle is because of the appearance of these mutated monsters. Otherwise, General Xiao wouldn't personally create a god to stabilize the military's morale. To their surprise, mutated monsters have appeared in the strictly monitored level dungeons of their special training camp, which is truly terrifying. While they desperately sought a way to escape the dungeon, Lin Dong and his friends swaggered into the nearby bronze dungeon. The minor monsters in the bronze dungeon typically have 1,000 to 2,000 health points, earning 3 to 5 experience points. For the mini-boss, it has about 50 to 80 health points, earning 10 to 50 experience points. As for the big boss, it has approximately 10,000 to 30,000 health points, granting 100 to 300 experience points. Ordinary bronze dungeons do not have a big boss, but the special training camp selects geniuses, which is why they include a big boss in the bronze dungeon. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the bronze dungeon feels somewhat eerie. All the monsters in the bronze dungeon are crawling and kneeling toward the direction of a big boss, as if worshipping their king. In that direction, a three-tailed fox is howling towards the sky. It emits a chirping sound that resembles a woman's laughter. In the open dungeon, hearing such a sound can make anyone feel uneasy. Lin Dong's whole body was covered in goosebumps, and he muttered to himself in confusion.
What is that sound? It sounds chilling. Su Runin timidly nodded and clutched Lin Dong's arm tightly. Lin Dong, why do I feel like the monsters in the bronze dungeon are much stronger? What if we can't win? Ha ha. Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh out loud. With the equipment they were wearing, they could easily handle not just the bronze dungeon, but even the gold dungeon. Patting Su Runin on the shoulder, Lin Dong displayed great confidence. Don't worry, in this kind of dungeon, we are gods. As he spoke, Lin Dong swung his blood-draining sword and instantly killed a pack of desert wolves around him. With over 3,000 attack power, he could easily eliminate all minor monsters. Even dealing with the mini-boss would only take a couple of hits. Seeing Lin Dong's incredible bravery, Su Runin felt her confidence rise dramatically. Hee, Lin Dong, let's see who can kill faster. However, these minor monsters behaved differently from their usual slow and clumsy manner. After Lin Dong and Su Runin started their rampage, all the monsters rushed toward the direction of the three-tailed fox as if only there could they survive. Lin Dong stopped swinging his blood-draining sword, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Strange, these minor monsters' actions are too odd. This shouldn't be happening. Su Runin's hands were covered in white-flowered ice sleeves, her face showing deep confusion. When we were in the Black Iron dungeon, those minor monsters were fearless and charged at us, so why do these monsters in the bronze dungeon seem intelligent, fleeing directly? Su Runin was right, these minor monsters indeed seem to possess intelligence, quickening their attempts to escape when they realized they couldn't defeat the two. Nodding, Lin Dong also recognized this anomaly. He squinted his eyes and observed the fleeing minor monsters closely, as if something was calling to them. Let's go, follow them and see what is happening. So the two followed behind these minor monsters, walking slowly to see what had changed. Ahead of them, a great upheaval was taking place in the bronze-level dungeon. The three-tailed fox was gathering tens of thousands of monsters, seated majestically on a high slope, radiating an aura of authority without anger. It possessed a talent skill called Enlightenment Worship. By accepting worship, it could grant the worshipping monster's intelligence equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child. The more monsters worship it, the stronger its fighting power becomes. With tens of thousands of monsters gathered around it, it already possesses the intelligence of a 10-year-old human child, along with 100,000 health points and over 2,000 attack power. This battle power has surpassed that of some ordinary golden-level monsters. At this moment, it looked disdainfully at Lin Dong and Su Runin, who approached slowly, a hint of scorn flashing in its multicolored eyes. Ha, humans! Silver weapon. Underworld beast soul furnace. The three-tailed fox looked at Lin Dong and Su Runin with contempt, its multicolored eyes filled with disdain. Just 2 bronze human warriors, it could wipe them out with a wave of its hand. Therefore, it had little interest in Lin Dong and Su Runin. It continued to emit sound waves, attempting to summon more monsters to come and become its slaves. The more slaves it had, the faster it would grow, even leading to a second mutation, completely ruling over this level dungeon. Damn humans, how dare you imprison our noble monsters in this cramped level dungeon? Once I obtain the power to break free and transform into a butterfly, I will definitely lead the army of monsters to break the limits of this dungeon and return to the vast world. The three-tailed fox spoke grandly, instantly causing the tens of thousands of monsters before it to roar in anger. They were moved by the three-tailed fox's great dream, all thinking of using their lives to serve this newly born great mutated king. The three-tailed fox looked at these monsters it completely controlled with satisfaction, its expression becoming more vivid. If it weren't still in its fox form, one might even mistake it for a human.
Lin Dong and Su Runin, who arrived at the monster gathering point, were stunned by the crazy scene before them. Su Runin covered her mouth with her hand, her face full of disbelief.
Lin Dong, I can't be mistaken, that fox is actually standing there with its hands on its hips like a human. Could it have gained enlightenment?
It is said that after the establishment of the nation, animals were not allowed to gain enlightenment. Even high-level monsters usually had intelligence lower than that of a 3-year-old child. But this three-tailed fox before them was clearly different. It stood there vividly, looking just like a human. Lin Dong also furrowed his brows in thought, sensing that there might be a major upheaval happening in the monster world ahead of time. He remembered that in his last life, the mutation of monsters was a very slow process. A monster with human-level intelligence would not appear for at least another year. But now, highly intelligent mutated monsters had already appeared ahead of schedule. It seemed that the situation was becoming increasingly urgent. If he didn't raise his strength early, once myth-level mutated monsters showed up, the entire blue star would completely fall to become the fodder for monsters, with no chance of turning back. No rank: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legend, sky, tale, epic, myth, supreme, eternal. Each level of monster is more than 10 times stronger than the previous level. And starting from the myth-level monsters, their power could even soar to hundreds or thousands of times stronger than the next level. Although legendary-level monsters have only just appeared, nobody can guarantee that monsters won't evolve again in a short time. After pondering for a while, Lin Dong finally moved.
This mutated three-tailed fox must be eliminated quickly. This type of high-intelligence mutated monster evolves very quickly. Although she is only at the silver level now, it won't be long before she easily breaks through the level barrier and evolves rapidly to above golden level. At that time, the two of us will no longer be her opponents. Giving Su Runin a cautious look, Lin Dong carefully swung his blood-weeping sword, positioning himself to attack the three-tailed fox. And that three-tailed fox, its multicolored eyes rolled slightly, a look of mockery on its face. Two ordinary bronze humans dare to attack this king? I originally wanted to let you admire the majestic rise of this king and be a good audience, but now that you've attacked me, you won't be left alive. Minions, step forward and tear them apart, use them as a snack. With the order from the three-tailed fox demon, a group of small monsters rushed toward Lin Dong and Su Runin like mad. Desert wolves, poisonous scorpions, unicorn rhinos, cave black snakes, forest wild elephants, a sea of black creatures, charging forward with such force that the earth trembled violently. But Lin Dong was unafraid in the face of danger, his spirit and energy soaring to their peak. The blood-weeping sword's damage stacking effect has been stacked 50 times, each attack adds 2,500 points of damage. Moreover, the blood-weeping sword has an area attack effect, ensuring that the attack doesn't weaken. So, despite the large number of monsters, they're useless against me. With that, Lin Dong waved his hand, and a scarlet blade of energy cut through, causing the first dozen or so monsters charging forward to collapse in a pool of blood. After the blood-weeping sword absorbed the blood of these monsters, the entire blade looked even more enchanting. Meanwhile, Su Runin waved her snow-white embroidered ice sleeve, fiercely attacking the monsters rushing at her. Due to the large amount of killing, the snow-white ice sleeves were now covered in small blood mists resembling plum blossoms, giving off an eerie beauty. It must be said, there's several thousand damage output made dealing with these monsters, each having only 1 or 2,000 health, incredibly easy. Within about 10 minutes, thousands of monster corpses lay across the ground, piled up like small mountains. The monsters, who had once been attacking wildly, now had fear in their eyes, hesitating and not daring to approach. They could only bare their teeth and snarl at Lin Dong and Su Runin, but made no actual attacks. In fact, if Lin Dong took a step forward, they would retreat dozens of steps in a frenzy. Seeing the monster army being crushed by just 2 humans, even to the point of collapse, the three-tailed fox demon's eyes revealed a different kind of expression. These 2 humans are not ordinary bronze human warriors, their weapons seem to be specially forged, looking extremely powerful. It seems I have no choice but to personally step in and kill them, otherwise, the army I worked so hard to assemble will be scattered by them. Making up her mind, the three-tailed fox demon ordered the monsters to retreat. It then swaggered to the front of the line, with 2 little paws behind its back, looking quite proud. When it reached 10 meters in front of Lin Dong, the three-tailed fox demon stopped and looked down on him arrogantly. Damn human, how dare you trespass on the territory of my fox king, I declare you are doomed. Seeing this fox speak human words, Lin Dong chuckled. A beast is still a beast, trying to talk like us humans? Su Runin, on the other hand, blinked with surprise, tugging at Lin Dong's sleeve. Lin Dong, this fox is so cute, it would be fun to raise one. Upon hearing their conversation, the three-tailed fox demon instantly flew into a rage. Bold humans, you dare treat me, the Fox King, as a pet. You will die. As the three-tailed fox demon spoke, it raised its little paw high and a white energy orb formed in its hand. It muttered incantations, clearly preparing to attack. Lin Dong's face changed because he felt the surrounding energy field rapidly shifting. A dangerous aura was converging toward him and Su Runin. Not good, quickly dodge. Lin Dong pulled Su Runin back quickly, and just as they moved away, a snake-like lightning shot up from the ground where they had just been standing, with the crackling of electric arcs. Not only that, as soon as Lin Dong landed, he immediately felt a tingling, numbing sensation under his feet, which quickly spread throughout his body. Lin Dong, I feel like I can't move, it seems like the lightning has paralyzed me. Su Runin's voice came from beside Lin Dong, her tone filled with a kind of shock. Because they had already been at least 50 meters away from the three-tailed, yet they were directly paralyzed by the electric shock. Lin Dong struggled to control his body, and jumped forward again with Su Runin. If it weren't for his armor having powerful magic resistance, he probably would have been paralyzed like Su Runin. On the opposite side, the three-tailed showed a hint of disdain. A mere trick, you dare to show off in front of me? My Fox King's Thunderstep is not something you can easily escape from. Saying that, the three-tailed waved its hand again, launching an attack in Lin Dong's direction. And the many beasts watching from behind it all showed looks of admiration. Their new king was simply too powerful. Not only did it possess the rare bloodline of the ancient mythological beast, the nine-tailed fox, but it even developed an exclusive skill. It was simply the idol of all beasts. At this moment, Lin Dong's system suddenly made a sound. Ding, rare high-intelligence mutated beast, three-tailed detected. The system issues a forging task, please defeat the three-tailed and use its soul to create the silver weapon Underworld Beast Soul Furnace. Task reward, experience plus 5,000, proficiency plus 50. Underworld Beast Soul Furnace? Just the name sounds extraordinary. Lin Dong's spirit lifted, searching for an opportunity to attack the three-tailed. Upgrade. Impacting Silver Warrior. In Lin Dong's eyes, this mutated three-tailed had completely become his prey. Although its Thunderstep skill was powerful, in the face of his strong magic resistance, it was nothing more than a tickle. Now, what Lin Dong needed to do was to figure out how to deliver a lethal blow to the three-tailed. After all, high-intelligence beasts, once they realize that he has the ability to kill them, would become extremely cautious. If he couldn't land a fatal blow, the three-tailed would likely escape, and with the speed of a beast, it would be nearly impossible for Lin Dong to catch up. After moving a few more times, Lin Dong was now less than 30 meters away from the three-tailed. Lin Dong's gaze tightened, and he gripped the crying blood sword even harder. Runin, try to hold on for a bit. I'm going to kill this three-tailed. At this point, Su Runin had already been electrocuted to the point of disorientation, her pupils blurry. Be careful, this three-tailed's skills are way too freakish. Lin Dong nodded, activating the flash skill of his speed gloves. Whoosh! Lin Dong appeared directly in front of the three-tailed. With a swing of the crying blood sword, he immediately unleashed the Shadowless Fist skill. In an instant, Lin Dong dealt nearly 20,000 plus damage. However, facing the three-tailed with a health pool of 100,000, this damage wasn't enough to be fatal. The three-tailed was also startled, its heavy eyes rapidly turning as it immediately distanced itself from Lin Dong. Kid, I didn't expect you actually have the ability to fight back, but in the eyes of this Fox King, you're still far from enough. Although it spoke fiercely, the three-tailed gaze toward Lin Dong clearly became more cautious. But before it could finish speaking, Lin Dong activated another flash, and with the crying blood sword in hand, he repeatedly swung to try and take down the three-tailed. The three-tailed, having learned from the previous encounter, was now much slipperier. Lin Dong's 3 strikes only landed once, causing a mere 5,800 points of damage. There was still a long way to go before killing this three-tailed. Having been struck several times by Lin Dong, the three-tailed was now furious. Human boy, you have successfully angered this Fox King, and now this Fox King is getting serious. Saying this, the three-tailed demon fox raised its hand again, and the ball of energy in its hand gathered and took shape once more. Within a 100-meter radius centered around it, arcs of lightning once again emerged from the earth. Lin Dong leapt into the air, avoiding being paralyzed by the lightning. Then, he activated his golden jade battle boots, intending to trigger the sonic boom effect. The sonic boom effect has a 10% chance to cause sonic boom damage, confusing the target and preventing them from locking onto the attack target for 3 seconds. This was Lin Dong's only control skill. Although it was based on probability, his attack speed was nearly 100. As long as he attacked enough times, it would definitely trigger the sonic boom effect. At this moment, the three-tailed demon fox had been entangled by Lin Dong's explosive jumps, unable to create any distance between them, only trembling together. And Lin Dong was crazily attacking, not giving the three-tailed demon fox a chance to catch its breath. Ding, sonic boom effect triggered. Target confused for 3 seconds, losing the ability to lock onto an attack target. With the sonic boom effect of the golden jade battle boots activating, Lin Dong immediately swung his blood-crying sword rapidly, starting to slash at the three-tailed demon fox. In just 3 seconds, Lin Dong delivered 10 attacks. In an instant, he dealt 58,000 damage to the three-tailed demon fox. The health bar of the three-tailed demon fox instantly dropped to only 1/5. As long as the sonic boom effect triggered again, Lin Dong could directly kill the three-tailed demon fox. However, the three-tailed demon fox, now recovered, realized Lin Dong's strength. It no longer wanted to entangle with Lin Dong and quickly created distance, attempting to escape. However, Lin Dong's speed gloves had the explosive flash effect, allowing him to instantly move to any position within 50 meters, which drove the three-tailed demon fox mad. Damn human, why are you like a shadow following me? This fox king is completely furious. The three-tailed demon fox kept roaring, but could do nothing to Lin Dong. Suddenly, it noticed Su Runin, who was watching from the side, and an idea popped into its head. If I control this human woman, this man will definitely hold back and will not dare to attack me anymore. Once this fox king recovers, I will definitely eat them both, to vent my frustration. With this plan in mind, the three-tailed demon fox suddenly rushed towards Su Runin, intending to launch a sneak attack when she was unprepared. Be careful! Lin Dong instantly sensed the three-tailed demon fox's plot and immediately warned Su Runin. But unexpectedly, Su Runin seemed a little dazed, completely unaware of the need to dodge. However, Lin Dong noticed that there was a slight, almost imperceptible smile of joy on Su Runin's face. Could it be? Just as Lin Dong was suspicious, Su Runin, who had been deceived into getting close by the three-tailed demon fox, suddenly moved. She let out a sharp cry, and her entire demeanor became imposing. Deadly scissor kick. Upon hearing Su Runin use her skill, Lin Dong immediately relaxed, and his pace slowed down. Deadly scissor kick, a skill from a net legging style item. When a target's health is below 30% and is at diamond level or lower, it can inflict a 720-degree spinning lethal strike on the target's head. In other words, with the three-tailed demon fox's health below 1/5, Su Runin would directly kill it. Sure enough, the three-tailed demon fox, once roaring and showing its fangs, now had its eyes wide open, lying stiffly on the ground, dying with some unwillingness. It couldn't understand until its death why this seemingly weak human woman was able to unleash an even more powerful attack than that man. And feeling the power of the deadly scissor kick, Su Runin still swayed her long, stockinged legs with lingering excitement. Lin Dong, humph, don't offend me in the future. Now I have the deadly scissor kick. If you dare to bully me in the future, I'll snap your neck with a deadly scissor kick, just like this dead fox. As she spoke, Su Runin made a twisting motion, as if snapping a neck, looking extremely pleased with herself. But when Lin Dong heard Su Runin's words, an image flashed through his mind. If his neck were wrapped by such a pair of long, silky stocking-clad legs. Oh no, he mustn't think about that. His body was already starting to react. Lin Dong quickly pushed the thoughts out of his mind and focused on checking the spoils of victory. The soul of the three-tailed demon fox had not yet completely dissipated, making this the crucial moment to refine the underworld beast soul furnace. Lin Dong swiftly threw the three-tailed demon fox's corpse into the forging furnace and began refining on the spot. A minute and a half later, a small, eerie black furnace emerged from the system's forging chamber in Lin Dong's hands. What's this? Su Runin's eyes widened in surprise as she examined the new equipment. Equipment, Underworld Beast Soul Furnace, Silver Grade. Attack, 9,800. Thunderous Steps, within a 100-meter radius, releases a ground lightning strike that deals 500 damage to the target. Soul Harvest, for every beast corpse collected, attack increases by 1 point, up to a max of 10,000 points. It was a pure attack-type weapon, and Su Runin couldn't help but feel a bit envious. What a pity, it's a silver-grade weapon. You have to be level 20 to equip it. Otherwise, our monster farming speed in the bronze dungeon would skyrocket. Hearing this, Lin Dong smiled slightly. Level 20? That wouldn't take long at all. They had just slain so many beasts, including the three-tailed demon fox. Both he and Su Runin had gained over 30,000 experience points. At this moment, he was already level 17, with 67,500/100,000 experience points. Su Runin had also reached the peak of level 15, with 31,200/32,000 experience points, and would soon catch up to Lin Dong. By his calculations, reaching level 20 would require 120,000 EXP for level 18, 150,000 EXP for level 19, and 200,000 EXP for level 20. A total of roughly 500,000 experience points. At their current farming speed, they should be able to gather that much before nightfall. After all, when they teamed up, their monster killing speed was insanely fast, earning over 1,000 experience per minute. At this terrifying pace, they would reach level 20 in at most 10 hours. Lin Dong flicked the bloodstains off his body, feeling invigorated and full of energy. No time to waste. Let's keep farming and level up. Su Runin nodded and teamed up with Lin Dong to slaughter monsters at full speed. But what they didn't know was that in a mist-covered corner of the bronze dungeon, a furious roar echoed from within, coming from a being from another dimension. Which damned human killed my three-tailed, heavy-pupil fox son? When my beast body descends upon Blue Star, I will bury all of humanity with my son. Hashtag Goldenhorn's Wrath. While Lin Dong and Su Runin were grinding to level up, The entire Blue Star was undergoing drastic changes. The beasts in the dungeon system were beginning to mutate, and it wasn't just happening in the training camp's dungeons. Across all of Huaxia, and even the entire Blue Star, similar transformations were occurring at a rapid pace. The difficulty of dungeons, originally designed for human leveling, had now increased by 3 to 5 times. Some dungeons even had beasts whose strength had skyrocketed by over tenfold. Even the weakest Black Iron dungeon, meant for newly awakened warriors, was now so tough that even bronze warriors struggled to clear it. In every dungeon, monsters had mutated beyond their original levels, some exceeding their dungeon tier by 1 or even 2 levels. And these were just the structured dungeons, which were relatively safer. On the endless battlefront between humanity and beasts, the number of mutated monsters was far beyond human imagination. Even legendary great beasts were now appearing in droves along the border battlefields. Not only was Huaxia under immense pressure, but new rifts had also been torn open in other parts of Blue Star. Monsters were invading on an unprecedented scale. All at once, countless dungeon farming teams and solo players found themselves besieged by the ferocious attacks of mutated beasts. Heavy casualties. This sudden mutation of the monsters directly forced humanity to face even stronger beasts, and to eliminate them would come at an even greater cost in lives. It made all humans on Blue Star panic. If we cannot deal with the monster mutation crisis, the entire Blue Star will quickly fall under the iron hooves of the monsters. The Western Holy Empire's Grand Mage even called for a meeting of the great powers to discuss how to survive this sudden catastrophe. Originally, the monster landing points were mostly concentrated around the area of Huaxia. How come now monsters have started appearing in the West too? Although the current monster landing points are not large, the mutated monsters are extremely fierce. If their scale grows, the Western powers will surely pay a heavy price. The leaders of the great powers at the meeting exchanged worried glances, feeling the pressure rise sharply. It seemed that after 300 years of peaceful struggle between humanity and the monsters were going to invade Blue Star once again on a large scale. Your Excellency, the Grand Mage, near the monster landing point in the west, there are sky-level mutated monsters appearing. It seems we will need to gather all the forces of the Western powers to control the situation. One of the leaders suggested, his voice trembling, clearly not confident. After all, the West had been safe for too long. With Huaxia holding the front, they had been able to develop in peace. Now, facing danger directly, it was hard not to feel nervous. The Grand Mage scanned the room, his doomsday staff tapping the ground. Why panic? The appearance of the monster landing points in the west may not be a disaster, but a great opportunity. In the past, the landing points were concentrated around Huaxia, and we had little access to monster resources. Now, we finally have a chance. Follow my orders. The land ceding treaty with Huaxia can wait. Let's concentrate our forces to control the monster landing points. The Western powers were anxiously discussing the monster landing points, while in Huaxia, a world-shaking war had already begun. Although the number of mutated monsters was several times higher than before, and there were even a few new monster landing points, the warriors on the southwest defense line of Huaxia seemed full of confidence. This was because they had just received a magical piece of equipment, the Golden Horn. They had seen its power live on a broadcast. At this moment, the deputy commander of the southwest defense line, Pangyuan, was holding the artifact devoutly, his excitement overflowing. Warriors, our savior has arrived. With this equipment, we can finally fight back against the damned mutated monster army. Gather 10,000 warriors immediately. Let's push back the mutated monsters surrounding the defense line. Hearing Pang Yueren's words, all the warriors began to shout. Fight! 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 The warriors shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, showing their formidable military might. But their eyes were all fixed on the golden horn in Pang Yueren's hand, anticipating the magical transformation this equipment would bring. Pang Yueren smiled crookedly, his immense confidence radiating outward. Follow my command, charge. The golden horn will only be effective for 5 minutes. Once the time is up, we retreat immediately. With that, Pang Yueren blew the golden horn. Woo woo woo. The desolate and majestic sound instantly echoed through the entire border defense line, causing every warrior who heard it to be filled with burning blood. Team morale plus 10,000, each member's attack plus 10,000, defense plus 10,000, current team members 10,000/10,000. The golden horn made every warrior as powerful as a legendary war god. At this moment, they gazed at the huge light screen, which resembled a circular curved blade, quickly entering the battlefield to cut down the mutated monsters' lives. Along the way, the once arrogant and invincible mutated monsters were all instantly killed, turning into clouds of blood mist and corpses. 10,000 war gods, it was truly terrifying. Even the legendary mutated monsters were instantly slain with a single strike. Undefined novel_translation. Only a sky-level magical beast could barely resist and escape with its life. For a moment, the entire defense line was filled with the corpses of magical beasts. That 5-minute charge alone left tens of thousands of magical beast corpses behind. A remarkable achievement. But around the defense line, there were still at least tens of billions of mutated magical beasts gathered. This massive victory seemed insignificant in the face of the overwhelming number of beasts. After retreating quickly, every warrior's face was filled with excitement and surprise. In those 5 minutes, they felt an unprecedented power. If the Golden Horn's effect had lasted longer, they might have been able to break through the beast army. Deputy Commander Pang Yueran nodded in satisfaction. At this pace, they could swiftly clear out all the magical beasts from iron to legendary rank. By then, the remaining sky level and legendary magical beasts could be slowly worn down. Moreover, the harvest this time was enormous. The corpses of those magical beasts were excellent materials for forging equipment. If sent to the rear, they might be able to create a batch of handy gear. An hour later, the Golden Horn's cooldown ended, and Pang Yueran organized another 10,000-man charge. This time, the gains were huge. They directly killed a sky-level mutated magical beast and tens of thousands of other magical beasts. Sensing the fierce power of the human forces, the agitated magical beasts gradually calmed down and began to test the Chinese warriors with tentative attacks to reduce casualties. The crisis on the southwest defense line was finally resolved. Hearing this news, Marshal Xiao finally relaxed his furrowed brows and happily ate 3 large bowls of rice. That's fantastic. The Golden Horn's impact is truly immense. If we had more Golden Horns for the southeast and northwest defense lines, our Chinese borders would be completely secure. Rubbing his hands together, Marshal Zhao's eyes gleamed with indescribable excitement. He was incredibly pleased with his new disciple, Lin Dong. The appearance of this god-level forging master could only be described as divine intervention, as if heaven itself was blessing China. His gaze shifted toward his guard beside him. According to the schedule, Lin Dong should have arrived at the War God Academy's special training camp by now. How is he adapting to life there? Guard Song Xingzhe saluted respectfully and reported the news about Lin Dong. Marshal, Lin Dong seems to be facing some exclusion at the training camp. Some of the genius students from Imperial Capital High School look down on him. Even with your status as his mentor, he hasn't received any special treatment. Also, the dungeon over there has seen mutated magical beasts appear. Lin Dong might face some trouble while clearing dungeons. Marshal, should we send our shadow guards to assist Lin Dong? After hearing the report from his guard, Marshal Xiao smiled slightly, seemingly unconcerned. If my disciple can't even handle this little trouble, he doesn't deserve to be my disciple. Don't worry, Lin Dong has enough ability to handle these things. Lin Dong, whom Marshal Xiao held great expectations for, naturally did not disappoint. By now, he had worked hard and leveled up to level 19, needing only 200,000 more experience points to become a silver warrior. But just then, his storage ring's nether beast soul furnace suddenly showed signs of movement. Thump, thump, thump. Sensing the pulsing storage ring, Lin Dong curiously took out the nether beast soul furnace, feeling a bit surprised. After all, it was his weapon, and he could feel some kind of emotion being transmitted by the nether beast soul furnace. Why does it feel like it's hungry? 51 Thunderheart Beast Soul Formation. Seeing Lin Dong suddenly stop in his tracks, Su Runan curiously glanced his way. What's wrong, Lin Dong? You're about to reach level Cherry Blossom. Lin Dong pointed at the Hell Beast Soul Furnace in his hand, deep in thought. Ahead, it seems like something is attracting it. I feel it becoming very excited. Oh? Su Runan curiously observed the Hell Beast Soul Furnace, trying to figure out what was happening. Suddenly, she pointed at a pattern on the furnace and said, Lin Dong, look, the totem pattern here seems to be glowing. Lin Dong turned the furnace around, looking at the glowing totem pattern, and realized something. Because just now, a message from the glowing pattern entered his mind. 5 Thunder Heaven Heart Beast Soul Formation? It turns out that the Hell Beast Soul Furnace also had a carved enhancement formation. As long as 5 special Thunder Beasts were collected, it would amplify the step-by-step Thunder skill. Currently, the step-by-step Thunder skill releases 10 strikes of 500-point Earth Thunder damage within a 100-meter range, totaling 5,000 points of damage. But with the amplification of the 5 Thunder Heaven Heart Beast Soul Formation, the power would be incomparable. With 2 Thunder Beasts, the power amplifies by 200%, allowing for 20 strikes of 500-point Earth Thunder damage, totaling 20,000 points. With 3 Thunder Beasts, the power amplifies by 300%, allowing for 30 strikes of 500-point Earth Thunder damage, totaling 45,000 points. With 4 Thunder Beasts, the power amplifies by 400%, allowing for 40 strikes of 500-point Earth Thunder damage, totaling 80,000 points. With 5 Thunder Beasts, the power amplifies by 500%, allowing for 50 strikes of 500-point Earth Thunder damage, totaling 125,000 points. And there are no level restrictions on the Thunder Beasts. As long as the 5 types of Thunder Beasts in the inscription are collected, the formation can be activated. At this moment, the Thunder Beast pattern that lit up was in the shape of a fox. The Hell Beast soul furnace was jumping because another egg-shaped pattern also started glowing slightly. It seemed that in some direction ahead, there was an egg-shaped beast soul the Hell Beast soul furnace needed. After carefully observing for a moment, Lin Dong suddenly understood. Runen, let's go, let's check out that direction. If I'm right, there is a Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast in that direction. The Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast, one of the rare mutated magical beasts, unexpectedly appeared in the bronze dungeon. It seems that the mutation speed of magical beasts is increasing more and more. However, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a little excited. This magical beast mutation was dangerous to others, but for him, it could be a good thing. Because mutated magical beasts are rare materials that can be used to forge equipment with special attribute affixes. For example, this Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast could amplify the 5 Thunder Heaven Heart Beast soul formation, increasing the step-by-step thunder damage to 20,000 points. As long as he reaches level 20 and holds the Hell Beast soul furnace, he could rely on it to deal 40,000 points of damage in a single attack. Such damage would instantly eliminate small monsters, and even silver bosses would be taken down in 3 or 4 hits. The monster farming efficiency would be explosive. This is just the amplification effect of 2 Thunder Beasts. If he could gather all 5, even legendary bosses and sky bosses would be within his reach. With excitement in his heart, Lin Dong, accompanied by Su Runen, quickly moved towards the direction of the Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast. On a cliff, a giant bird egg standing on it slowly began to crack under the thunder's strikes. Crack! A piece of the eggshell flew off from the top. A fluffy little head popped out from the jagged crack, peering out curiously. Goo goo goo! It was a snake-like, fluffy creature, looking extremely strange. Originally, it was just a descendant of the Thunder Zeal bird, but after the thunder strikes, it mutated and began to activate the thin bloodline of the Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast. At this moment, it greedily absorbed the lightning in the air, clearly enjoying it. And just then, distant footsteps suddenly sounded. 2 handsome men and beautiful women approached it recklessly, looking at it with malicious intent. The little Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast immediately stretched its neck, giving a warning to these intruders' provoking actions. But the 2 people, laughing and chatting, clearly did not take it seriously. Lin Dong, look at this little animal, it's so cute. It's like having one as a pet by my side. Runen, I have use for this Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast, I'll first put it into the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace. If you want one, I'll catch another for you later. These 2 damn humans actually treated it as if it were in their pocket, it was simply outrageous. The little Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast, angry, stretched out its neck and shot a thick, sticky, liquid-like thunderbolt towards Lin Dong and Su Runen. Lin Dong shielded Su Runen behind him, a slight smile appearing on his face. What a hot-headed little guy. But this damage can't even break through my defense, it's a real shame. As he spoke, Lin Dong raised his blood-weeping blade high, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Put! The little Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast's head drooped down, its life force quickly dissipating. Beside, Su Runen pouted, letting out a sigh. Such a cute little guy, how could you bear to hurt it, Lin Dong? You are truly too cruel. Lin Dong rolled his eyes at her, not knowing where she got her motherly heart from. This was a mutated magical beast, the Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast. If it grew up, it could at least surpass the sky level and become a legendary magical beast. At that time, the destruction it would cause would be simply unimaginable. It was pity for such a magical beast cub, he didn't know what she was thinking. After putting the Thunder Liquid Egg Dragon Beast's corpse into the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace, that egg-like totem pattern also lit up. Having collected 2 Thunder Beast Souls, the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace could now unleash damage of up to 20,000 points of thunder damage. This would become Lin Dong's guarantee for entering the Silver Dungeon to farm monsters. But this kind of good luck was not always present. In the following time, Lin Dong farmed the bronze level dungeon thoroughly, but did not encounter any more thunder beasts, leaving him a bit regretful. It had already been 2 hours since they entered the bronze level dungeon, and it was now around 8 p.m. However, neither of them felt tired at all, instead, they were full of energy. Su Runen wiped the sweat off her face, unable to hide her excitement. Lin Dong, I finally leveled up to level 20. Now we can go farm the silver dungeon. But Lin Dong shook his head, planning to rest for the night first. There's no hurry to farm the silver dungeon, let's go back, have a good rest for a night, and forge a complete set of silver equipment before we head out. But Su Runen seemed to be a bit reluctant, looking at Lin Dong with a pleading expression. Lin Dong, let's just take a look at the silver dungeon. Your crafted bronze equipment is so strong, I feel like even in the silver dungeon, we can still fight through. We don't need silver equipment at all. Su Runen's words were not entirely wrong. After all, the small monsters in the silver dungeon had around 5,000 to 10,000 health points, and her current output of 3 to 4,000 could take them down in 2 hits. However, in Lin Dong's eyes, if they couldn't take down the monsters in groups, the farming efficiency would still be too low. Rushing into the silver dungeon like this would be a waste of time. After all, if they were wearing full silver equipment, the output would be at least over 10,000, and the monster killing efficiency would be at least 10 times higher than now. But Su Runan was currently excited, so he didn't find it proper to refuse. We said just to take a look, don't get too into it. We also need to hurry back to forge the silver equipment. We've been farming monsters for a long time today, we should rest a bit. A good balance of work and rest will help us progress faster. Su Runan looked at Lin Dong, who was constantly nagging, and stuck out her little tongue, appearing quite playful. I know, I'm just a bit curious. Upon arriving at the silver dungeon, the two felt clearly that this dungeon was much vaster than the previous bronze dungeon. Moreover, the monsters within the silver dungeon were much bigger in size. They entered this place to familiarize themselves with the terrain, so they didn't kill many monsters, just quickly toured around to choose the monster spawn locations for tomorrow. While they were chatting and walking, the sounds of a fight ahead caught their attention. Shuahong, you must hold on. Don't die. You have to wait for me to come back. Chui Huanya, don't worry about me, hurry and report to Tactical Instructor Ding, we need him to come and save us, if it's too late, we might all perish here. Lin Dong and Su Ruanan exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. It's Shuahong and the others, it seems they are in danger. Let's go take a look. The two hid their figures in a patch of grass and looked towards the battlefield. To save or not to save? Just a glance made Lin Dong's heart tremble. In the arena, a completely red two-headed blood toad was showing its power. Though it had less than half of its health, it displayed extremely strong combat ability. The tongues flying around made Lin Dong's eyes twitch involuntarily. This toad is so strong. If Lin Dong was not mistaken, this blood toad was also a mutated monster. From the strength of its attacks, at the very least, it reached the golden level, making it an absolute big boss in this silver dungeon. With 500,000 health, over 1,000 in attack and defense, it was simply not something an average silver warrior could withstand. And the ones fighting against it, Shuahong and the others, were already a peak-level silver combat team, now utterly powerless against it. Shuahong stood up from the pool of blood, swallowing the last bottle of health potion, despair filling his eyes. And the night priest Yao Qingxing had collapsed on the ground, unable to cast any magic. The blade maniac Song Tian Ke leaned weakly on his sword, looking as if he could hardly muster any strength left. Only the sword saint by Xingxue still maintained a ready position to attack, but he also seemed to be at the end of his strength. At this moment, everyone's hope rested on Chui Huanya, who was about to escape the battle circle, hoping he could convey the news of the mutated monster so that Tactical Instructor Ding Taichio could come to save them. Seeing this unbearable scene, Su Ruanan instantly felt a pang of sympathy. Lin Dong, should we save them? Lin Dong tilted his head towards her, not understanding why she asked this. Why should we save them? We're not very familiar with them. However, Su Ruanan clearly had her own opinion. She looked seriously into Lin Dong's eyes. Lin Dong, I know you are still angry at them, but I think we should help them. Su Ruanan's expression was very solemn, clearly not just acting out of mere compassion. Then she logically presented her reasons to Lin Dong, which surprisingly made him think they made a lot of sense. You are a disciple of General Xiao, you can't rely solely on personal likes and dislikes to do things, you need to consider the bigger picture. Right now, the situation in Huaxia is precarious, every young genius can grow into a main force against the monster army. We should think for the greater good of Huaxia. Moreover, Tactical Instructor Ding has repeatedly stressed unity and friendship, we should set an example. More importantly, these few people will become our classmates and companions in the future, their potential is quite good, and they are genuine in their actions. If we can recruit them, they might become your right-hand men later on. After hearing Su Ruanan's words, Lin Dong unconsciously stroked his chin. To be honest, he had not thought about these points before. But upon careful analysis, it indeed made a lot of sense. Although Lin Dong was a powerful blacksmith. At any time, a powerful army can be armed. But without some people who are familiar and trustworthy by your side, it will be difficult to carry out tasks in the future. The tempers of Shuahong and the others are really bad, but fortunately, they are all genuine people. If they can truly be cultivated into their own, they would be a good choice. After all, fighting alone is definitely not as good as having a reliable team. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Dong decided to give these people a chance. With this thought in mind, Lin Dong stood up and decided to step in and save them. At this moment, the situation in the arena suddenly took a turn. Chui Xuanya, who was about to escape, caught the attention of the two-headed blood-red toad. One of its heads quickly twisted, its mouth opened, and a long blood-red tongue shot out towards Chui Xuanya. Chui Xuanya, caught off guard, was directly pulled back by the blood-red toad's tongue, and she was about to become its next meal. Shuahong and the others were also horrified. Their only hope was completely shattered. No! Xuanya! As Shuahong shouted in despair, the sword saint by Xingxue suddenly moved. The sword, which was originally hidden in its sheath, was suddenly drawn out, flashing with a bright light. With a brilliant light column, it slashed at the blood-red toad's tongue. Puff! The blood-red toad's tongue was cut off in midair, and a huge cloud of blood exploded, creating a horrific scene. Cui Xuanya was freed from the broken tongue and fell heavily to the ground, her eyes blank for a moment, still unable to escape the shadow of death. Meanwhile, Bai Xingxue had exhausted all of his strength and fell to the ground with a thud. But the blood-red toad, whose tongue was severed, was enraged, screaming in pain. It aimed at Bai Xingxue, who had attacked it earlier. The tongue of the other head shot out, ready to take him as its first meal. The 5 people, who had completely lost their combat ability, could not help but close their eyes. It's over. Today, they would all perish here. But the scene they had anticipated did not happen. After a long time, they did not feel any movement from the blood-red toad. Xue Hong was the first to open his eyes, curiously observing the surroundings. He saw the blood-red toad, cautiously watching the 2 young people not far away, in a defensive posture. What could have made the blood-red toad so wary? Could it be the tactical guide, god of war Ding Taichiu, who had arrived? Xue Hong looked back, full of hope, but the next second, his face turned bitter. The person who arrived was not the god of war Ding Taichiu, but those 2 trash classmates from the middle school, Lin Dong and Su Runan. Lin Dong stood proudly in the back, holding the crying blood sword, the tip of his sword aimed directly at one of the blood-red toad's heads. Su Runan, holding a blood-stained printed ice sleeve, floated as if she were an immortal descending from the heavens. Xue Hong shook his head. These 2 must have discovered that they were injured and came to save them. But this blood-red toad is too powerful. They certainly wouldn't be a match for it and might even lose their lives for nothing. So Xue Hong couldn't help but shout, "You 2, quickly leave, don't waste your lives. This blood-red toad is too powerful. Hurry and find tactical guide Ding to avenge us." But he didn't think about how Lin Dong and the others had entered the silver instance. He knew that when they parted this morning, Lin Dong was only level 16, and Su Runan was just level 1. Yet now, both of them were already level 20. Such terrifying leveling speed was unheard of to him. But now, his mind was entirely focused on urging Lin Dong and the others to escape, completely ignoring this crucial point. Lin Dong heard Xue Hong shout and gave him a deep look. This Xue Hong's nature isn't bad. He can be trained. He thought to himself with a slight admiration and began calculating how to quickly deal with the blood-red toad. But lying on the ground, Cui Hanya taught Lin Dong another lesson. She tidied her messy purple hair, unable to suppress a sneer at the corner of her mouth. Xue Hong, if someone wants to show off, just let them show off. It's useless to advise someone who is rushing to their death. People like this are not worth pitying. Lin Dong furrowed his brows. What's wrong with this woman? Even when facing death, she still can't stop herself from mocking others? Could it be that a man jilted her, making her so cynical? And when Cui Hanya saw the disdainful look on Lin Dong's face, she couldn't help but escalate her taunts. Lin Dong, what kind of look is that? This young lady just looks down on people like you who don't know their own worth. We 5 can't even defeat this blood-colored toad. Do you, a worthless blacksmith, think you can do better than us? But the next second, she was swept by Lin Dong's cold gaze, too frightened to speak. That look was incredibly terrifying, icy and devoid of any human emotion, carrying a hint of some ancient sorrow. She had only seen such a frightening gaze in the eyes of her powerful father. How could it appear in a young man like Lin Dong? Before she could react, Lin Dong had already stepped forward, stirring up a whirlwind on the spot. Cui Hanya, I tell you, I'm here to save those few. As for you, you're just a hindrance. After saying that, Lin Dong gave Su Runan a wink. Wait, after I finish one combo, you use the lethal scissor kick immediately. We must not give it a chance to attack us. Su Runan nodded, her eyes filled with seriousness. After all, facing a golden level boss for the first time, it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. She and Lin Dong had just been promoted to level 20 silver warriors. The disparity in this level jumping battle was simply too great. Lin Dong, be careful. Meanwhile, Lin Dong had already gripped the blood-crying blade in his left hand and the soul furnace of the underworld in his right, charging forward. Slash. 53 seconds to kill the blood-colored toad, forging the poisonous cauldron of Miaozhong. Lin Dong rushed in with the mindset of risking his life. He was still in a bronze set, although the attributes were acceptable, it was a bit inadequate for dealing with this mutated golden-level boss. According to Lin Dong's calculations, the blood-crying blade could deal 5,800 damage, the soul furnace of the underworld could attack with a skill for 39,800 damage, and the shadowless fist from the dual acceleration gloves had 20,000 damage, plus his basic attack of 3,300. With this combo, he could deal about 70,000 damage at most. The blood-colored toad had less than half its health, which was about 200,000 hit points. After his combo exploded, the blood-colored toad's health would directly drop below 30%. If coordinated well, Su Runan's lethal scissor kick could directly finish it off. However, this blood-colored toad could easily regenerate health when its hit points were low, even returning to peak condition or mutating anew. So the timing had to be precise, any mistake would undoubtedly put both of them in danger. As the blood-colored toad saw Lin Dong rushing over, its two bulging eyes instantly turned from gray-white to black, opening its bloody maw wide. Quack, quack, quack. A foul odor instantly enveloped Lin Dong's body, and its scarlet tongue shot forward, as if Lin Dong would be hit and torn apart in the next second. Shui Hong shook his head below and closed his eyes. This Lin Dong had good intentions, but he was far too reckless, even jeopardizing their last chance of survival. If he hadn't been so rash and sought help from the battle god Ding Taichio, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. The others also showed unwilling expressions, feeling pity for Lin Dong. Only Cui Hanya spat lightly on the ground, appearing very frustrated. Good advice is hard to give to a dying ghost. He brought this upon himself. But what they did not know was that in the dark, two pairs of eyes were watching this place closely. Seeing Lin Dong rush up, the two were actually still chatting leisurely. Jiangnan battle respect, if you don't act soon, Lin Dong might be in danger of losing his life. You probably won't have a good explanation for General Xiao then. The speaker was Ding Taichio, the tactical instructor from the special training camp, and beside him was Xin Jiangnan, who had just been promoted to battle respect. They placed great importance on the new students of the special training camp and would never let them die easily. They would definitely step in to save them at a critical moment. However, moments of life and death on the battlefield were precious experiences, and they hoped that the students could truly feel that sensation. Moreover, battles of this level were completely trivial in their eyes. Even if they had only 0.01 seconds, they could save someone, which is why they seemed so relaxed. Xin Jiangnan was cracking melon seeds, glancing slowly at Lin Dong and the blood-colored toad, spitting out a few seed shells. What's the rush? He isn't dead yet. Besides, this kid Lin Dong is filled with treasures, he probably won't even need my help to deal with the blood-colored toad. Seeing Xin Jiangnan so carefree, Ding Taichio couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. General Xiao sent him to protect Lin Dong, he didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. The man was about to lie down, and he was still here cracking seeds. He could not believe that Lin Dong had the strength to kill the blood-colored toad. Fighting beyond one's rank was not something just anyone could do, especially since Lin Dong was also a forger. But the next second, he was shocked and gaping. How is this possible? What did I just see? A damage output of 70,000 points? In that moment, Ding Taichio stood up suddenly, unable to maintain his calm. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if he was a battle god, achieving a single hit damage of over 10,000 points was extremely difficult. How did Lin Dong do this? Such exaggerated damage made even Xin Jiangnan, who was beside him, stop cracking seeds and appeared extremely unsettled. 70,000 points of instant output? Even he, a battle respect, did not have such an ability, right? Although he was a battle respect, with the terrifying professional attack bonus of a holy warrior, even with all his equipment combined, the total attack wouldn't exceed 30,000 points. Lin Dong really could bring surprises to people, or even shocks. Could this whole set of bronze equipment really explode with such a level of output? What shocked them even more was what came next. As Lin Dong dealt a set of damage, he shouted loudly to prevent the blood-colored toad from triggering a healing explosion. Runen, it's your turn. Hearing Lin Dong's shout, Su Runen immediately activated the deadly scissor legs skill of the bound rope fishing net stockings, directly striking down on the blood-colored toad, which had only about 130,000 health left. Boom! The massive body of the two-headed blood-colored toad was directly slashed empty of health by the deadly scissor leg skill, collapsing to the ground as a corpse. Xin Jiangnan and Ding Taichio were both stunned. Directly killed? A skill that kills directly below 30% health. This was simply terrifying. Such a miraculous skill equipment could probably only be forged by Lin Dong. Ding Taichio gulped and tightened his grip on his storage ring. If I asked Lin Dong to forge an entire set of equipment, how much would it cost? I don't ask for much, bronze equipment would be fine. Xin Jiangnan glanced at him and smirked slightly. Seeing Ding Taichio's naive expression, it was really embarrassing for the battle god. But his hands were gently rubbing his two bronze acceleration gloves, looking quite fond. Fortunately, he met Lin Dong early and got 2 acceleration gloves, becoming outstanding among the battle respects. But speaking of which, if Lin Dong could forge a full set of equipment for him, can he become stronger as well? His demands are not high, he just wants to deal 70,000 points of damage at once, like Lin Dong. While the two big shots schemed in the shadows, Lin Dong gently collected the corpse of the twin-headed blood-colored toad on the scene. Because just a moment ago, the system had released a temporary task again. Ding, detected mutated beast twin-headed blood-colored toad corpse, system has issued a temporary task, please create the silver-level weapon Miaojian Wandu Zhong. The forging book for Miaojian Wandu Zhong has been issued, please complete the forging task within half an hour, reward experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 10. Lin Dong was overjoyed, this Miaojian Wandu Zhong sounds like a great weapon just by its name. Now that he already has the underworld beast soul furnace, this Miao Jianwan Du Zhong is just right for him to make a weapon for Su Ruanan. He tidied up the blood mist on his body and planned to leave with Su Ruanan. After all, they only intended to visit the Silver Dungeon to familiarize themselves with the terrain and had no plans to grind monsters today. As for saving Xue Hong and the others, it was entirely a matter of convenience. Whether the other party appreciates it or it's worth Lin Dong's cultivation still needed to be observed slowly. He wanted to go home tonight to rest well and also craft a full set of silver equipment for himself and Su Ruanan, aiming to level up to level 29 or even 30 tomorrow. Seeing Lin Dong and Su Ruanan leave directly, Xue Hong stood up in shame and bowed deeply to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would have perished today. However, Lin Dong waved his hand with a smile, as if what he did was insignificant. We're all classmates, helping each other is what we should do. Tactical Guide Ding has taught us a lot. Lin Dong's humble act made Xue Hong and the others feel even more ashamed. Sword Saint by Xingxuet, Blade Maniac Song Tianke, Dark Knight Priest Yao Qingxing all struggled to stand up and saluted Lin Dong. Lin Dong, compared to you, we are too narrow-minded. Thank you for saving us. From now on, if you need help, just give us a direct order. Among the crowd, only Cui Xuanya turned her head, clearly unhappy. What's so great about it? Isn't it just coming to pick up cheap advantages? If we had persisted a little longer, maybe we could have killed the blood-colored toad. She muttered softly, but felt a bit guilty. Because her teammates were glaring at her angrily. Especially team leader Xue Hong, who had a dark expression, clearly displeased. Cui Xuanya, watch your words. If it weren't for Lin Dong, we would have been dead long ago. How can you forget gratitude? Apologize to Lin Dong immediately. What? Apologize to him? He's not worthy. Cui Xuanya jumped up like a snake with its tail pinched. She came from a noble family of battle honors, how could she apologize to someone from a small county? But while they argued, Lin Dong had already taken Su Ruanan and floated away. In Lin Dong's heart, he had already given Cui Xuanya a big X mark. As for the other four, they could still be cultivated well. Lin Dong liked people who remember their gratitude. Once back in the room, Lin Dong couldn't wait to take out the corpse of the blood-colored toad, ready to forge the Miao Jianwan Du Zhong. The materials needed for Miao Jianwan Du Zhong were all in Lin Dong's storage ring. However, continuously forging equipment consumed a lot too. He had only come to the training camp for one day, and he had already used up a full one-third of the materials in his storage ring. Indeed, spending money like water made Lin Dong unable to help but exclaim. No wonder they all say that blacksmithing is a money-burning profession, ordinary people simply can't afford it. The materials he scavenged in the ring were worth at least billions of Chinese yuan. Even if he has a 100% success rate, it consumes so quickly that it feels a bit overwhelming. Moreover, those blacksmiths with single-digit success rates can really burn through a family's savings. Just think about ordinary people, life in this world is truly tough. After preparing the materials, Lin Dong directly tossed them into the system's forge. 2 minutes later, a completely black cup glowing with green fluorescence was taken out by him. Equipment, Miaojiang Wandu Bowl, silver level. Life, plus 10,000. Attack, plus 9,100. Poison technique, causes continuous poison damage to the target, dealing 1,000 damage per second for 15 seconds. Damage amplification, poison damage increases by 100% against targets with more than 70% health. As he fiddled with it in his hand, Lin Dong was very satisfied. With this piece of equipment, Su Runan's overall attack was almost on par with him, who owned the underworld beast soul furnace. Here, this weapon is yours. This was said casually, as if the Miaojiang Wandu Bowl was just an ordinary toy. Hee, I have new equipment now. She reached out to take it and played with it for a bit, then directly bound it. Perhaps having been with Lin Dong for a long time, Su Runan no longer felt that this equipment was particularly stunning. Only Shen Jiangnan, secretly protecting Lin Dong outside, knew how precious this weapon was. He was eating sunflower seeds with envy all over his face. TSK, this little girl has attached herself to the right thigh. As long as she stays by Lin Dong's side, her future achievements are limitless. Lin Dong's forging did not stop. The rewards for forging the Miaojiang Wandu Bowl had already been given to him by the system. However, the system immediately issued a new temporary task, which was to forge a set of silver equipment for Su Runan. Ding! The system has released a temporary task. Please forge a silver leveling set for Su Runan. Equipment forging book has been issued. Silver leveling set, cloud hair glass hairpin, silver enchantment mask, slim flight attendant outfit, exposed cup breastplate, golden silk moist shoulder cape, ascetic domineering stockings, high top white deer boots. Forging rewards, experience plus 10,000, proficiency plus 10, enchantment points plus 100. Lin Dong looked at Su Runan strangely, suddenly feeling a weird thought rise in his heart. Every time Su Runan leveled up, she could trigger system temporary tasks. She was simply an experience-boosting monster kept nearby. Although the experience and proficiency gained were not much, the enchantment points were valuable. To activate the equipped words for all his gear, Lin Dong needed enchantment points. After forging equipment for Su Runan 3 times in a row, Lin Dong's enchantment points had already exceeded 300, allowing him to buy quite a few special forging books in the system store. Seeing Lin Dong gazing at her, a slight blush appeared on Su Runan's face. "What's wrong, Lin Dong? Why are you looking at me with that strange expression again?" Lin Dong rubbed his sore neck and chuckled. "It's nothing, just thinking about forging new equipment for you again." The materials for forging silver equipment consume several times more than those for bronze equipment. Lin Dong's materials in his storage ring burned up nearly 1/5 again. The rapid consumption of materials made him a bit anxious. At this rate, it seemed these materials would only be enough for him to create golden leveling equipment. As for the ordinary beast materials harvested from dungeons, they were basically of little use. It seemed he needed to find a wealthy client to plunder again, to satisfy future needs. After more than 10 minutes, Su Runan's silver set was successfully forged. Who knows if it was intentional by the system, but the new set basically inherited the attributes of the bronze set, although all overall attributes had significantly improved. Wearing the new equipment, Su Runan's battle power soared several times. Just with a full silver set, she gained the confidence to fight against a battle sovereign. Name, Su Runan. Occupation, Crusader. Level, 20. Health, 23,000. Attack, 15,500. Defense, 3,100. Magic defense, 3,100. Agility, 80. Attack speed, 200. Movement speed, 100. Dodge, 30. Health recovery, Cloud Hairpin restores 200 health per second. Magic immunity, Silver Charm Mask immunity to 8,000 magic damage every 3 seconds. Clone, Refined Flight Attendant outfit creates an illusion clone lasting 3 seconds, inheriting 50% of the wearer's attributes, attacking targets. Resistance Aura, Exposed Cup Corset reduces 150 normal attack damage per second. Damage over time, Golden Silk Shawl deals 800 damage each hit for 5 seconds. Phase Shift, Tall White Deer Boots active skill, after activation, movement speed plus 200, dodge plus 100, lasts 5 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Deadly Scissor Kick, Celibate Dominatrix Stockings when targets below 30% health, can deal a lethal spinning strike to the head dealing 720 damage. Poisoning Technique, Miaojiang Poison Gourd causes continuous poison damage to the target, dealing 1000 damage per second for 15 seconds. Damage Amplification, Miaojiang Poison Gourd poison damage increased by 100% to targets with over 70% health. Aside from having a significantly lower base health than the Battle Lord, its overall combat power and defense are already comparable to the Battle Lord. As for the War God, it's likely they wouldn't even match the current Su Runan. With this gear, tomorrow's journey into the Silver Dungeon is practically guaranteed. As for Lin Dong's equipment, the system did not make recommendations, so Lin Dong had to carefully search through the vast forge library, temporarily halting forging. However, Lin Dong was not anxious, since he had the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace. Even without updating his gear, he could still be unstoppable in the Silver Dungeon. Furthermore, it was already too late at night, so he might as well have a good sleep first. The next day, when Lin Dong opened the door, he was stunned by the sight before him. Shui Hong and a few other team members were standing respectfully outside the door, seemingly waiting for Lin Dong to wake up. As soon as they saw Lin Dong come out, Shui Hong immediately greeted him with excitement and slightly gestured to the others behind him. At once, besides Cui Huanya, who mumbled unwillingly, the other three sincerely called out to Lin Dong, "Captain, good morning." Lin Dong looked at Shui Hong and the others in confusion, blinking his eyes. What's going on? How did he wake up to become the captain? Seeing Lin Dong a bit puzzled, Shui Hong hurriedly explained. Lin Dong, last night we had a meeting and decided to make you our captain, leading us to level up and slay monsters. Once we enter the Forgotten Land, we will also obey your commands. Oh? Lin Dong secretly rejoiced. It seemed these people were about to become his underlings. But it was hard to judge whether they truly respected him or not, so he thought it better to let them come to him 3 times for advice. This way, he could satisfy his need to show off while also testing the sincerity of these people. So Lin Dong pretended to be nonchalant and replied directly, rejecting them. You want me to take charge, and I just go ahead? That would seem too casual for me. It won't work. I still have important matters to handle, and I'm too busy to be your captain. Looking at Lin Dong's face, Shui Hong immediately chuckled as he stepped forward. Captain, don't refuse hastily. This is just a little gesture from the brothers, please don't turn it down. Shui Hong pulled out a storage ring and forcefully shoved it into Lin Dong's hand. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes. Oh wow, what's this, trying to test his leadership? Let's see what's inside the ring before making any further plans. So Lin Dong focused his mind and began to explore the contents of the storage ring. Not looking was one thing, seeing it left him shocked. There were indeed good items. This storage ring was filled with materials at gold level and above, even a legendary or two at sky level. The value of the materials in the storage ring was conservatively estimated to be worth 200 billion huaxia coins. For Lin Dong, who lacked forging materials, it could be said that this was an enormous windfall. The children of these big families were truly extravagant. With such sincerity, how could Lin Dong bear to refuse? After swallowing hard, Lin Dong's expression instantly became friendly. Why are you all being so polite? Is this captain such a greedy person? Don't do this next time. Seeing Lin Dong's greedy appearance, the purple-haired beauty, Cui Huanya, immediately showed a look of disgust. Humph, a small person getting ahead. Your true face really is. However, the others felt a sense of relief. They were genuinely afraid that Lin Dong wouldn't agree. After all, Lin Dong was the disciple of General Xiao. Once he spoke, what good stuff couldn't he get? Seeing the bribe work, Xue Hong also started to smile along with Lin Dong. Ha, Captain, actually the brothers have one more request. What request? We are all brothers, just speak your mind. Lin Dong waved his hand grandly, appearing full of ambition. After all, having received such a heavy gift, he should show his appreciation. Xue Hong didn't miss the chance, leaning close to Lin Dong's ear. Captain, the brothers want to ask you to make some useful weapon equipment for everyone. Rest assured, we will provide the forging materials, and the rewards will be full and fair. We're like blood brothers, we settle accounts clearly. Oh? Did business just come knocking at the door? It seemed these people had completely recognized Lin Dong's forging skills and had started thinking about equipment. But this was just right, making it easier for Lin Dong to establish a great image in their hearts. If that's the case, then I won't refuse it. Lin Dong rubbed his chin, his eyes couldn't help but light up. A business opportunity being offered, there was no reason to refuse. But if he easily agreed, would it make him seem too casual? Should he hold back a bit? After all, being too agreeable wouldn't earn others' respect. He understood this principle. After some thought, Lin Dong purposely showed a difficult expression. Oh, forging equipment is truly a time-consuming and labor-intensive task. It requires a lot of my vitality. Before every forge, I must bathe and pray. There must be a solemn ceremony to increase the success rate of forging, so I can't forge equipment casually. Beside him, Su Runan widened her eyes in surprise. She didn't even believe Lin Dong's words, not even the punctuation. She had seen with her own eyes that Lin Dong could forge an equipment piece in a minute. It was nowhere near as difficult as he described. But it seemed Lin Dong had become addicted to showing off, continuing to raise his status. You all know, those who come to me for forging are all people of significance, like General Xiao and the Battle Saint level figures. So to avoid lowering my status, I usually don't act lightly. Actually, this wasn't just bragging. After all, these two really had asked him to forge equipment before. But for Xue Hong and the others, this meant something more serious. General Xiao was the commander of China, a Battle Saint level figure. Xinjiangnan was also a Battle Saint, one of the top 9 powerful warriors in China. With these two backing him up, Lin Dong's value would soar. For such worldly people, they couldn't afford to be stingy, so they re-evaluated their budget, thinking about whether they could afford Lin Dong to make equipment. Even the secretly hidden tactical advisor Ding Taiqiu and Battle Saint Xinjiangnan had a pounding heart. It seemed hiring Lin Dong to forge equipment would definitely cost a pretty penny. Seeing everyone showing a thoughtful expression, Lin Dong added fuel to the fire. And my forged equipment is too astonishing. Giving it to you will make you overly reliant on external things, which will instead affect your growth. Just as everyone thought Lin Dong was unwilling to act, he suddenly changed direction completely, making a 360-degree turn. But, I have a pair of bronze acceleration gloves that are already made, perfect for your current level. This is the same equipment used by the special action team formed by General Xiao for beheading, and it hasn't circulated in the market yet. However, since you all showed such sincerity today, I will reluctantly part with them and give them to you. As he spoke, Lin Dong's expression was filled with reluctance as he took out a pair of acceleration gloves from his storage ring. Su Runan, who had seen how many acceleration gloves Lin Dong had in his storage ring, looked at him suspiciously, unsure of what he was up to. What she didn't know was that Lin Dong was fishing for bigger fish. Only by providing enough temptation could he make Xue Hong and the others feel itchy and willing to offer a higher reward. When Xue Hong and the others saw the pair of acceleration gloves, their eyes instantly lit up. Equipment, acceleration gloves. Attack, 100. Defense, 50. Attack speed, 50. Crushing Fist, when fighting a target at a distance of less than 1 meter, attack speed plus 100, attack plus 500. Equipment, acceleration gloves. Attack, 30. Defense, 30. Attack speed, 100. Bone-breaking palm causes damage to the target's meridians, reducing attack by 1% and defense by 1% each time it hits. The base attributes of the bronze acceleration gloves were already incredibly exaggerated. But they surprisingly also had two special skill tags. Crushing Fist is perfect for melee, very suitable for a shield warrior like Shui Hong. And Bone-breaking palm is an amazing skill for attacking without damage. As long as the number of attacks is sufficient, it can completely weaken the monsters to the point where they have no attack or defense. At that time, they could just slowly grind their health down to kill the monster. Such powerful equipment, for Lin Dong to willingly give it to them, truly made them overjoyed. Shui Hong, somewhat uncertain, reached out with both hands, his voice trembling with excitement. "Captain, are you serious? Are you giving this to us?" Lin Dong deliberately widened his eyes, pretending to be unhappy with Shui Hong's doubt. "The words of this captain can't be false? Shui Hong, I now appoint you as the vice captain, and these two acceleration gloves will be entrusted to you for safekeeping. Alright, I still have things to take care of, you all should team up and go hunt in the wild. With these two acceleration gloves, you won't encounter the same danger as yesterday." Lin Dong had achieved his goal, continuing any longer would be overdoing it. Only by letting them realize the power of the equipment he forged would they be willing to pay a higher price to buy the gear, so he had to let things settle for a while and not be too hasty. In the following time, he would continue to select forging books to craft suitable silver equipment for himself. Lin Dong had already given the guests the hint to leave, so Shui Hong and the others naturally wouldn't stay with thick faces. After leaving with endless thanks, Shui Huanya finally couldn't help but complain. "Shui Hong, look at how humble you just were, it was really disgusting. In the future, don't ever say you are a student from the Imperial Capital High School, I can't afford to lose face being your classmate." Shui Hong fiddled with the acceleration gloves in his hands, not feeling angry at all. He was already used to Chui Huanya's young lady temper. After all, her grandfather was a battle lord, and he couldn't afford to offend her. But this didn't mean he wouldn't retaliate. He straightened his expression and became serious. "Chui Huanya, I suspect you are jealous of Lin Dong, but I'll tell you, a genius like him is not something we can compete with. You'd better let go of your prejudices early, hold on to Lin Dong's thigh, otherwise, you will regret it sooner or later if you miss this opportunity." In comparison, the other few people agreed deeply. Lin Dong is now the disciple of General Xiao, and his status is absolutely the highest among everyone. Moreover, they had already witnessed Lin Dong's abilities and knew that everything Lin Dong had was well deserved. Choosing to go against Lin Dong now would mean they were not in their right minds. Chui Huanya stomped her foot, but no one comforted her. For the first time, she felt she was actually isolated by her own team. She couldn't understand why someone like Lin Dong, who came from such a lowly background, would suddenly rise above her, a proud daughter of the heavens. But she overlooked one thing, it was always her comparing herself with Lin Dong, while Lin Dong never considered her as a rival. "It's all your fault, Lin Dong. One day, I will teach you a lesson." She followed behind the team with a sullen mood, but she couldn't muster any energy. And while she was dragging her feet, she was surprised to find that Shui Hong, wearing the acceleration gloves, seemed to be aided by the gods today. He was even fiercer than the mad swordsman Song Tianke and the sword saint by Xingxue. He was definitely the MVP. Several bosses were killed by Shui Hong alone, including a mutated beast that was in the process of transformation. And Shui Hong, full of fighting spirit, radiated a powerful confidence. "Let's go. Today, we must hunt a real mutated boss, preferably one like the two-headed blood-red toad from yesterday." Song Tianke and Bai Xingxue looked enviously at the acceleration gloves on Shui Hong's arm, their eyes burning with desire. Is this the effect of God-tier gear? It's unbelievably strong. Today, their experience farming efficiency was at least 5 times higher than usual. At this rate, they could easily reach level 30 in half a month, or maybe even faster. Looks like they should get closer to Captain Lin Dong in private. No matter the cost, they needed to get their hands on gear from him. Even bronze tier would be enough to grow into battle gods. Even the support healer, Night Goddess Yao Qingxing, showed a flash of interest. She secretly took out a small mirror and examined her own appearance. "My looks are no worse than Su Runan's. If she can do it, so can I. If I take the initiative, maybe Lin Dong will be mine alone. At that point, whatever gear I want, won't it all be in my grasp?" Each of them had their own thoughts, but they all, without exception, wanted to get closer to Lin Dong. Just then, Chui Xuanya, who had been mentally absent throughout the journey, suddenly encountered danger. It turned out that she had accidentally broken a purple vine, and suddenly, hundreds of tentacle-like vines wrapped around her, with purple arcs of electricity dancing across her body. The others, realizing something was wrong, immediately tried to rush forward to save her, but they were quickly pushed back by the purple vines. Shui Hong furrowed his brows, his expression serious. He had already guessed what the vines were. Thunder-type mutated beast, Purple Sky Thunder Squid. This Purple Sky Thunder Squid was very good at disguising itself and could change into many forms. The vines earlier were its disguise. From the looks of it, this squid seemed to have undergone one mutation and become a rare boss of the visitation level in the Silver Dungeon. Just as he had been thinking of hunting a golden boss, Shui Hong suddenly felt excited. Perfect timing. Let me show you the power of my bone disruption palm and crushing fist. He rushed forward, instantly engaging in a fierce battle with the purple sky thunder squid. Song Tianke, Bai Xingxue, and Yao Qingxing all stared at Shui Hong without blinking. They wanted to see if Shui Hong, with the acceleration gloves, could really fight above his level. If he could, then their plan to get gear from Lin Dong would need to be moved up. You guys stay out of it. Today, I want to really test the power of these acceleration gloves. Shui Hong was in high spirits and planned to take on the purple sky thunder squid alone. He got close to the squid, and with a crushing fist, he struck out. One punch after another, his attack speed was unbelievably fast. His bone disruption palm was also activated at the same time, keeping the squid in a weakened state. The purple sky thunder squid, originally with over 1,000 attack and defense points, was being overwhelmed by his attacks. To their surprise, fear quickly appeared on their faces. Taking this opportunity, Shui Hong directly rescued Cui Xianya and tossed her to a few others for protection. These acceleration gloves, do they really have such great power? Cui Xianya was filled with disbelief in her eyes. She felt she needed to properly evaluate the value of Lin Dong's room. Shui Hong's combat power was something she knew very well, but after getting the acceleration gloves, he became more than 10 times fiercer. Knife Maniac Song Tianke, Sword Saint Bai Xingxue, and Dark Knight Priest Yao Qingxiong all watched with their eyes wide open. They knew it was time to make a choice. A few of them started to have their own thoughts, including Cui Xianya, who had always disliked Lin Dong. The pair of acceleration gloves Lin Dong gave to Shui Hong was just too exaggerated. Usually, when they faced a silver-level boss, their whole team had to cooperate fully for hours to defeat it. And now, Shui Hong was single-handedly fighting a golden-level mutated boss without losing ground. As time passed, he even began to suppress that purple cloud divine thunder octopus. Shui Hong, who was enjoying the fight, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Stinking octopus, look at my split bone and dislocate joint technique, now your attack and defense are both reduced to 0, you can't harm me at all, scream. Even if you scream, it's useless, hit me if you have the guts. Since you dare not make a move, then I will take action. Crushing fist. Ha, in close combat, attack speed plus 100, attack power plus 500, I feel like my fists are leaving after images. While Shui Hong was fighting, he also shouted and hollered non-stop. However, the more he did so, the more envious the others became. Who wouldn't want a pair of such exaggerated gloves, with skills that literally made you sweat? The first to react was Dark Knight Priest Yao Qingxiong. After all, she was a girl with a delicate mind. She secretly made a phone call home. Mom, hurry and prepare a batch of high-level materials above golden level, and also prepare 1,000 billion huaxia coins for me, I have a big use for them, don't worry, this time in the land of forgetting, I will definitely surpass my sisters. Yao's mother, intrigued by her seriousness, couldn't help but ask. Why are you in such a hurry for these things? Didn't you already prepare a lot of materials before going to the God of War Academy training camp? Mom, this time is different. I have encountered Xiao Dazuai's disciple Lin Dong. As long as I can buy a few pieces of gear with traits from him, I will definitely be able to turn the tables and become the number one of the younger generation in the Yao family. Yao Qingxiong's vow moved Yao's mother. You mean, you met that Lin Dong who forged the golden horn recently on the live broadcast in the Blue Star? The Yao family was well informed, and she had heard about the golden horn shining in the southwest defense line. If Yao Qingxiong really met Lin Dong, that would be a huge opportunity. Daughter, if it really is him, you must build a good relationship with him, even if you have to dedicate yourself to him, it is worth it. Opportunities don't always come around, understand the meaning of a mother? I will have someone prepare the materials and huaxia coins for you right now, and they will be delivered to you by tonight at the latest. After receiving her mother's approval, Yao Qingxiong felt a sense of relief, it seemed she had made the right move. When her huaxia coins and materials arrived, she would sneak into Lin Dong's room tonight, striving to gain his favor. If Lin Dong wanted her, she wouldn't mind offering herself up. Dark Knight Priest Yao Qingxiong, the second young lady of Zhao State's first family. The Yao family held immense power in the Eastern Sea war zone of Huaxia, being one of the main forces against the Beastmen line. 17 war gods from the Yao family held important positions across Huaxia, and even though she was no one dared to underestimate her. In fact, all these people had noble backgrounds and their families were extremely influential. Knife Maniac Song Tianke, the legitimate eldest son of the Song family in Lingnan. Although the Song family does not have a battle respect, 10 war gods have been born since his grandfather's generation. In the Lingnan area, they are absolutely a dominating presence. Swordmaster Bai Xingxue, the young master of the Bai family in Tongzhou. The Bai family once had a battle respect, who died surrounded by sky-level magical beasts while protecting General Xiao. Therefore, the Bai family can be said to be General Zhao's benefactor, enjoying considerable privileges. Even nowadays, the Bai family still has 3 battle god level figures, and their status is extremely stable. As for the archer Cui Xuanya, her identity is even more extraordinary. Her grandfather is Cui Taihang, one of the 9 battle respects of Huaxia. Her status is the highest among the few of them. So even though she usually has an arrogant attitude and speaks fiercely, no one dares to provoke her. After all, provoking such a young lady is just looking for trouble for one's own family. If a conflict really arises, the family might not choose to protect them. It is better to obey this young lady instead. At this moment, Song Tianke and Bai Xingxue have already realized and are secretly discussing how to arrange the funds with their families. As for the gear crafted by Lin Dong, they are determined to have it. However, Cui Xuanya doesn't think so. Although she realizes Lin Dong's value, she refuses to give up her little princess temper. Humph, Lin Dong is actually a smith. I underestimated him before. But he is ungrateful and goes against me. I can't easily let him off. Once I go back, I will bring up my grandfather's battle respect identity. I believe if he knows what's good for him, he will immediately forge a pair of acceleration gloves for me. Her grandfather's battle respect identity is her confidence to look down on her peers. Each of them has their own little thoughts, appearing somewhat distracted. Even when Xuehong killed that purple sky divine thunder squid, it didn't move them at all. Xuehong glanced oddly at a few of them, scratching the back of his head. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? I single-handedly defeated a gold-level mutated beast, and you all don't give me a round of applause? Really, are you stunned by my impressive skills? Sigh, really never seen the world. Looking at the pretentious Xuehong, several people showed disdain. If it weren't for the extraordinary nature of the acceleration gloves, how could you, Xuehong, have defeated that purple sky divine thunder squid? If they had the acceleration gloves, they could do it too. After all, such a transformative piece of equipment completely breaks the rule of high level struggling against low-level low battle power. It directly achieves low-level high battle power. Seeing the unusual expressions on their faces, Xuehong knew he had offended everyone, so he laughed awkwardly, trying to hide his embarrassment. However, he tightly bound the acceleration gloves in the crook of his arm, refusing to hand them over. Captain Lin Dong said these acceleration gloves are for me to keep. Don't envy me, who told you I clung to the right thigh so quickly? It's getting late, let's end our leveling here. The experience is more than 3 times the usual, and we have the corpse of the mutated gold beast, the purple sky divine thunder squid. It's simply a bountiful harvest. By the way, we should present this squid to the captain to show our sincerity. Everyone has no objection, right? Everyone shook their heads, indicating no objections. Right now, their minds are all on how to find Lin Dong for a pair of acceleration gloves. Who cares about these details? However, what they don't know is that someone is faster than they are. That is the tactical instructor, battle god Ding Taiqiu, from the training camp. He has been secretly protecting these young talents, and when he saw Xuehong directly take down the purple sky divine thunder squid, he could no longer suppress his restless heart. He immediately returned to the training camp to find Lin Dong. At this moment, Lin Dong is selecting suitable forging books for silver equipment. Because in the silver stage, one will stay for a while, and the upgrade isn't as fast as before, it's essential to create the most suitable silver equipment. Su Runen sat beside him, resting her chin in her hands, constantly dozing off. It was almost noon, and Lin Dong still showed no intention of starting to forge. She couldn't help but urge, Lin Dong, when are you going to start forging? I can't wait to go to the level dungeon and grind monsters. Lin Dong smiled slightly, don't rush, sharpening the knife doesn't delay the work of cutting firewood. Su Runen pouted, looking utterly bored. As if recalling something, she couldn't help but ask Lin Dong. What do you mean by fooling those guys this morning? You clearly still have quite a few acceleration gloves. Shoo. Be careful, walls have ears. Before she finished her sentence, Lin Dong covered her mouth. This is called a feigned surrender, you'll understand later. As he said this, Lin Dong's ears perked up. He knew someone was coming from outside the door. Sure enough, hearing their conversation, Ding Taiqiu joyfully knocked on Lin Dong's door. Lin Dong, it's me. I'm here to bring you warmth. Lin Dong knew exactly why he had come, but he hadn't expected Ding Taiqiu to be the first to arrive, rather than Xuehong and others. Opening the door, Lin Dong greeted him with a big smile, while giving Su Runen a look, signaling her to step aside. Instructor Ding, why have you come? Ha, let's get straight to the point. Lin Dong, do you have any acceleration gloves left? I'm willing to buy them at 10 billion Huaxia coins a pair. Ding Taiqiu was sure that Lin Dong still had stock, so he threw out a price directly. Instructor Ding, there really aren't any left. 20 billion. No, Ding. 30 billion. The price. 40 billion. I need to think it over. 50 billion. This really is the last one. Ding Taichou extended 5 fingers, his breath no longer as strong as before. Though he was prepared to spend a fortune, the price of 50 billion still took him by surprise. He had already decided that if Lin Dong didn't agree, he would simply turn around and leave. After all, for a god of war like him, 50 billion was already close to bankruptcy. Lin Dong was also skilled at reading faces. He had detected a barely noticeable tremor in Ding Taichou's voice, realizing that the time was almost right. So, he feigned a determined expression and pulled out a pile of acceleration gloves from his storage ring. Instructor Ding, my teacher, General Xiao, repeatedly instructed me not to casually hand over this national treasure to others. Only someone who takes the safety of Huaxiao as their duty can receive it. From our interaction just now, I can see your burning patriotism, Instructor Ding. Therefore, I can only painfully part with this last pair of acceleration gloves and hand them over to you. If anyone asks you, you must say this is the last pair. After all, if such a divine artifact falls into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it may turn into a disaster for Huaxia. Seeing that Lin Dong finally agreed, Ding Taichou's worried heart finally settled. Absolutely. He said this while taking the pair of acceleration gloves to inspect. Just one glance made him overjoyed. Equipment, acceleration gloves, bronze level. Attack, plus 120. Attack speed, plus 50. Defense, plus 50. Shock, causes the target to fall into a coma for 3 seconds, taking double damage. The left-hand acceleration gloves had a control skill. Control skills are extremely rare and can even be the key to determining victory or defeat. So, Ding Taichou was instantly elated and directly wore it on his hand. As for the right-hand acceleration gloves, they had an output skill. Equipment, acceleration gloves, bronze level. Attack, plus 80. Attack speed, plus 100. Defense, plus 30. Movement speed, plus 100. Buddha's palm, after attacking a target 100 times, you can summon a palm technique from the sky, causing 10,000 points of damage. Seeing this attribute, Ding Taichou's eyes went wide with shock. Divine skill. For a god of war like him. Putting on these 2 acceleration gloves, after the attack speed increases, 100 attacks take about 10 seconds. In other words, as long as I wear these acceleration gloves, I can deal an extra 10,000 points of Buddha's palm damage every 10 seconds. Added to the normal attacks, this means now he outputs over 200,000 damage per minute. That's a whole double compared to his previous output. He gulped, and pure joy engulfed him. Spending 50 billion to get such equipment is truly a bargain. Ding Taichou could hardly wait to run through the legendary dungeon, eager to test the power of these acceleration gloves. Lin Dong, don't worry, I will make sure to use these gloves to contribute even more to Huaxia. Even if Marshal Xiao finds out later, I guarantee he won't be angry. Now, I will go into the high-level dungeons and clear out those mutated beasts so you can level up without facing danger. After saying a few polite words, Ding Taichou transferred the money to Lin Dong and hurriedly left. Lin Dong smiled broadly as he watched him leave, his heart brimming with happiness. These acceleration gloves, he sold for 10 billion Huaxia coins a pair back in Jiang City, and now he directly multiplied the price by 5 times. It's truly a windfall. With ample funds, he could go to the virtual trading market and buy some items for forging equipment. He had prepared a silver forging book for himself but was missing a few key materials, desperately needing the funds for shopping. The 50 billion Huaxia coins coming in was just what he needed. I still need 30 pieces of golden level beast materials, the white ape skull, 100 pieces of platinum level beast materials, the flame god eagle claw, 99 pieces of legendary level beast materials, the King Kong armadillo shell, 10 pieces of legendary level beast materials, the mutated poison dragon's venom, and 30 pieces of legendary level beast materials, the gale wolf fur. Lin Dong counted on his fingers, realizing the materials he needed to forge his desired silver equipment were incredibly expensive. To buy all these things in the virtual trading market, he would need at least 130 billion Huaxia coins. Now he only had 70 billion, still short by over 60 billion, making him unable to help but click his tongue. This divine-level silver armor, the crimson armor, costs too much. Just this one piece alone is not enough to cover all my savings. Should I settle for something else and forge a different piece? This crimson armor silver forging book was something Lin Dong bought from the system forging bookshop. After all, the level up for silver equipment is much slower compared to the previous 20 levels, with nearly 100 million experience needed. Even if he can farm 3 million experience a day, it would take over a month to possibly reach level 30. But with only half a month left until he enters the Forgotten Land, he needed to quickly reach level 30 to access the hidden dungeon within the Forgotten Land. That's why the experience-boosting crimson armor was his best option right now. Just when he was conflicted, Lin Dong's door was knocked on again. "Captain, it's Shui Hong. We just hunted some beast materials and came over to let you distribute them." Lin Dong had now been elected as captain, and he had the right to distribute all the resources obtained by the team. So, it was only natural for Shui Hong to come back and report to him. However, in Lin Dong's eyes, Shui Hong and the others would at most have farmed some silver-level materials. Such materials were not particularly useful for the equipment he was forging right now. But since it was the first time distributing materials, Lin Dong still had to show a bit of formality, to prevent them from becoming greedy later on as they leveled up and found better things. So Lin Dong smiled slightly and let the few of them into the room. Taking the storage ring from Shui Hong's hand, he hadn't expected much, but suddenly he felt a spark of excitement inside. A mutated beast, the purple sky thunder squid's corpse? Isn't this one of the totem beasts from my underworld beast soul furnace's 5 thunder heavenly heart formation? Such an unexpected delight? According to the instructions of the 5 thunder celestial heart formation, if one more thunder beast is added, activating the step-by-step thunder skill can inflict 45,000 points of damage in a single hit. This damage is even higher than that of the battle sovereign. Such a good thing, I cannot let it slip away. So, putting on a thick skin, he chuckled and said, "You all went out and gained quite a bounty, brushing up so many silver materials. This corpse of the purple cloud divine thunder octopus is useful to me, I'll take it first. The remaining materials, you all can take and distribute, I just happen to have some silver materials in my ring to give to you as well." Everyone had no objections to Lin Dong's decision. After the distribution, these people left Lin Dong's room in deep thought. But just as Lin Dong was about to close the door, a fragrant breeze suddenly fell softly into his embrace. "Captain Lin Dong, I suddenly feel a bit thirsty, can I ask for a glass of water from you?" The Dark Knight priest Yao Qingxing blinked her big, beautiful eyes at him, her long eyelashes almost poking Lin Dong's mouth. Lin Dong blinked, looking curiously at the charming Yao Qingxing, anxiety rising in his heart. This little girl has such flirtatious eyes, could it be she has some thoughts about me? Boys out in the world must protect themselves, otherwise, it's too dangerous. Lin Dong calmly pushed Yao Qingxing away, taking a step back. "The water jug is on the table, if you want a drink, you can pour it yourself." Feeling Lin Dong's attitude of keeping her at arm's length, Yao Qingxing's expression dimmed. She thought her looks were not worse than Su Runan, but why didn't Lin Dong seem to feel anything with her earlier advance? Could it be that she was too eager, making Lin Dong suspicious of her intentions? Yao Qingxing secretly calculated and understood that winning over Lin Dong was not something to rush. It seems Lin Dong is the slow-to-warm type, she must take her time to connect with him. But that's alright, once she enters his heart, her position will be even more secure. After making up her mind, Yao Qingxing changed from her previous enchanting look to a playful and cute one. She hopped over to the table and directly took the cup Lin Dong had used to pour herself a glass of water. Lin Dong found it somewhat awkward, ready to tell her that it was his cup. But Yao Qingxing tilted her neck and drank the entire glass of water at once. Wiping her mouth, Yao Qingxing acted innocent and carefree, completely different from her earlier slightly seductive expression. "Brother Lin Dong, are you very short on money?" What do you mean by that?" Lin Dong touched his nose, not understanding how Yao Qingxing had figured this out. Yao Qingxing smiled sweetly, her 2 dimples exceptionally adorable. "When we entered, you were browsing the goods in the virtual trading center, and that piece of Gale Demon wolf fur was just put up by me. I saw you browsing it many times, clearly, you really want to buy it. You must be short on funds. If Brother Lin Dong wants to forge equipment, our Yao family can provide the funds for you to buy all the materials you need. Even our Yao family's material warehouse can be open to you, letting you choose what you want." Yao Qingxing's expression was genuine, clearly speaking from the heart. Lin Dong quietly observed Yao Qingxing's facial expressions, unable to hide his surprise. Lin Dong was no fool, he knew that the other party was willing to invest such capital in him for a reason. So he did not hastily accept Yao Qingxing's kindness but asked casually. "No reward without merit, Miss Yao is so generous, please state your true intentions. If what you ask for is something I, Lin, cannot do, then I cannot accept the Yao family's promises." Seeing Lin Dong's serious face, with a businesslike demeanor, Yao Qingxing's big eyes rolled, then she let out a soft laugh. Her voice was soft and sweet, taking the cute tone to the extreme. "Brother Lin Dong, you're too cautious. I just think you're a proud son of the heavens, and I wanted to get close to you early on. Can you stop being so cold all the time? You're scaring me." Indeed, every man has a soft spot, and Lin Dong was no exception. Seeing Yao Qingxing acting coquettishly, Lin Dong rubbed his forehead, unable to keep a serious face anymore. "We aren't really familiar with each other. You suddenly bring out such a big gesture, it's not surprising that I'm a little wary. I'm here to bring you warmth, but you treat me like a bad person, Brother Lin Dong. You're really annoying." Yao Qingxing puffed her lips, acting very cute. It was hard to tell if this was really her true nature or if she was pretending. If this was her true self, then she was a sweet, innocent, soft girl. If all of this was an act, then this woman's scheming mind was a bit deep. But with such a cute face, Lin Dong really couldn't get angry, and Yao Qingxing obviously meant no harm. She genuinely wanted to get close to him. However, her attitude was a bit too intimate, so Lin Dong couldn't help but remind her. Alright, can you stop hugging my arm and rubbing against me with those 2 little hills? Let's talk about business first. Tell me your purpose. This way, it will be better for both of us to build trust. Seeing that Lin Dong still had a business-like attitude, Yao Qingxing knew it wouldn't be easy to gain his trust, so she decided to clarify her intentions. She then let go of Lin Dong's arm, smiling at him with two little tiger teeth showing cutely. Brother Lin Dong, my mom gave me the authority to use 200 billion huaxia coins from the Yao family. Feel free to use it. You can also take any materials you need from our Yao family's materials warehouse. As long as we have it, you can have it for free. However, upon hearing Yao Qingxing's voice change, Lin Dong immediately perked up, wanting to know what the Yao family wanted from him. Yao Qingxing didn't ask for too much, and she was very polite in her words. However, I'm not favored in the Yao family, so I can only give you this much, Brother Lin Dong. If you think I'm sincere, maybe you can give me some of your discarded equipment. Of course, if you don't have any, I don't ask for too much. I just hope you remember my kindness, and if the Yao family is in trouble in the future, you can help us. Lin Dong slowly let down his guard. He could tell that Yao Qingxing was a considerate girl. At least she didn't show excessive greed and had enough sincerity. After thinking for a while, Lin Dong decided it was better to give her some reward. So, he took off his bronze-level embroidered cloak, the crown of kings, and the golden jade boots and gave them to Yao Qingxing. Yao Qingxing took the two pieces of equipment, and she was immediately shocked by their powerful attributes. Equipment, embroidered Tuanji Wind, bronze level. Health, plus 2000. Attack, plus 600. Defense, plus 200. Magic defense, plus 200. Bodyguard skill, weakens targets below diamond level, reducing their attack by 50%. Equipment, golden jade boots, bronze level. Health, plus 1000. Attack, plus 300. Defense, plus 300. Magic defense, plus 300. Sonic Boom, 10% chance to cause sonic boom damage, disorienting the target, making them unable to lock onto an attack target for 3 seconds. Equipment, Crown of Kings, bronze level. Health, plus 3000. Attack, plus 200. Defense, plus 200. Magic defense, plus 200. Brother Lin Dong, you mean, I can have all these equipment? Yao Qingxing's wide eyes almost popped out. She never expected Lin Dong to be so generous. And as Lin Dong looked at Yao Qingxing's shocked expression, the corners of his mouth curved slightly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. These pieces of equipment are unisex, and I no longer need them, so I can give them to you. Besides, I can also give you a pair of speed gloves, to show my gratitude for the help from your Yao family. Saying this, Lin Dong took out 2 speed gloves from his space ring once again. Yao Qingxiang's eyes lit up again. However, Lin Dong did not hurry to hand over the equipment, but stared closely into Yao Qingxiang's eyes. Miss Yao, I have always preferred equal exchanges and dislike being indebted to others. I hope that after giving you these items, your Yao family will keep your promises. Because I really lack funds and materials right now, and many of the materials are quite special, I am afraid your Yao family may not be able to gather them all. It would require a lot of money to buy them. At that time, it will depend on your performance. Yao Qingxiang nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. She feared that Lin Dong would have no needs. As long as he had needs, she could board Lin Dong's ship. When Lin Dong rises, she would also enjoy the tremendous influence he brings. Don't worry, brother Lin Dong. As long as you have needs, even if I risk punishment, I will let my parents use the Yao family's power to help you. As for the materials you need, you can first give me a list, and I will help you look for them according to that list. Lin Dong nodded and handed the speed gloves to Yao Qingxiang, marking the agreement between both sides. These past 2 days, the silver equipment had caused him quite a bit of worry. Because the equipment he wanted to forge was too special, and many of the special materials were not in his ring, he could only buy them. Just a piece of red armor with double experience effect required 130 billion Chinese yuan. And the costs for other silver equipment like the Eye of Punishment, the Lightning Cloud boots, the Taiji Yin Yang robe, and the Dragon Elephant Prajna belt would not be much lower than the red armor. Such a huge expenditure was the reason Lin Dong had been troubled these past 2 days. Now that he had Yao Qingxiang's help, perhaps he could finally forge his silver set completely. At this moment, Yao Qingxiang was still immersed in the joy of acquiring the equipment. I never expected that just bronze equipment would have such exaggerated attributes and stats. It's simply mind-blowing and shatters my understanding. Equipment, speed gloves, bronze level. Attack, plus 50. Attack speed, plus 100. Defense, plus 30. 8 Extremes Fist, 3% chance to release the 8 Extremes Fist, causing internal injury to the target, taking 10,000 damage. Equipment, speed gloves, bronze level. Attack, plus 100. Attack speed, plus 80. Defense, plus 20.
Flicking finger, attacking the target, 100% activates flicking finger. After hitting the target, it generates 1000 jump damage, can jump attack up to 5 targets. Yao Qingxiang was only level 29, so any stats from equipment would bring her a leap in power. Thus, with such equipment in her hands, she could no longer maintain her calm. She even started changing outfits right in front of Lin Dong without a care. Her disregard for her surroundings made Lin Dong's throat dry. This is not quite right. Her delicate and voluptuous curves made Lin Dong unable to help but steal a few more glances. Lin Dong swallowed hard, his body was quite honest. After all, he was getting to see without spending any money, so he was very cooperative. Unexpectedly, this girl was young but had such a figure, no wonder she was so strong when she bumped into his arm just now. TSK. At this moment, Su Runin, who had been hiding in the inner room, came out and lightly tapped Lin Dong on the head. "What are you two doing here?" The shock of the Yao family. Yao Qingxiong turned her big eyes as if turning into a spinning top, suddenly feeling a tightness in her heart. No wonder Lin Dong has always been cold to him, it turns out Su Runin was hiding in the inner room. However, Yao Qingxiong did not seem flustered at all, instead, she proudly straightened her assets and smiled slightly at Su Runin. "It was just you, Sister Runin. Brother Lin Dong gave me the equipment he wore. I am changing clothes here, Brother Lin Dong, don't you think so?" Yao Qingxing pronounced each word heavily, clearly proud to have obtained the equipment worn by Lin Dong, while subtly proclaiming her ownership to Su Runin. She believed that with her status as the second daughter of the Yao family, she could definitely assert dominance over Su Runin, the young lady of the local family. Su Runin narrowed her big eyes slightly, her eyelashes trembling unconsciously. From Yao Qingxing's words, she sensed a kind of threat. This woman wants to steal Brother Lin Dong from me. With her chest puffed up like that, Brother Lin Dong won't be fooled by her, right? Su Runin secretly glanced at Lin Dong, only to find him looking at her with affectionate eyes, filling her with courage. I've been with Brother Lin Dong for so long, doing dungeons together, skipping classes together, selling equipment together, eating street food together, we have already formed a deep bond. Brother Lin Dong will definitely not abandon me." Giving herself a pep talk, Su Runin also stood tall, inadvertently moving to Lin Dong's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. She gazed directly at Yao Qingxing, lightly wrapping her arms around Lin Dong's. "So it's Miss Yao from the Yao family, you are really fortunate to wear the equipment forged by Brother Lin Dong. But those are all outdated, Brother Lin Dong has forged a customized full set of silver gear for me, a unique style that doesn't exist in the market." Su Runin was throwing a counterpunch at Yao Qingxing's provocation. Seeing the powerful and attractive gear on Su Runin, Yao Qingxing couldn't help but feel envious. Humph. Just because she knows Brother Lin Dong a bit earlier. One day, Brother Lin Dong will forge a full set of equipment for me too. Yao Qingxing secretly clenched her little fist, her words were sweet yet firm. Sister is right, but the younger sister doesn't dare to ask for so much, I just want Brother Lin Dong's outdated equipment, and the smell of his body on the gear is very comfortable. What? Body scent? Lin Dong couldn't help but be taken aback. It should be body odor, right? He had sweated profusely wearing that bronze gear. But seeing Yao Qingxing's happy expression, Lin Dong couldn't help but scratch his head. Even though Lin Dong didn't understand the subtleties of women's feelings, he could sense the tension between the two women. So he gently coughed, prepared to change the topic. By the way, Yao Qingxing, I was just thinking about crafting a top-notch silver set. I will write you the list of required materials right now, please help me take care of it. Okay, Brother Lin Dong. Yao Qingxing happily revealed her little tiger teeth, feeling valued in Lin Dong's eyes for being entrusted with an important task. It seems Brother Lin Dong is a very practical person, I need to show that I can be capable too. Yao Qingxing hopped out of Lin Dong's room with the materials list in hand. Before leaving, she even made a funny face at Su Runin, making Su Runin's annoyance rise to its peak. Su Runin watched her leave, puffing out her cheeks, and twisted Lin Dong's arm. Brother Lin Dong, that Yao Qingxing clearly is not a pure and innocent girl, I think she has ulterior motives towards you, even lusting after your body. Lin Dong looked at Su Runin, who was full of jealousy, chuckled, and patted the back of her hand. You think too much, my relationship with her is purely business. Hearing Lin Dong say this, Su Runin tilted her head and met his gaze. She bit her lip, unable to resist asking. Then, is my relationship with Brother Lin Dong also purely business? Lin Dong blinked, he didn't expect Su Runin to be so sensitive. All this time, he had viewed Su Runin as a clever little sister and never thought about any utilitarian issues. Recalling the times they had spent together leveling up in dungeons and accumulating monster hunting experience. Skipping class together to see a show, going to street stalls for 3 yuan ice porridge at night, there was no sign of being a rich girl, only the image of a tender girl like a little bird. Those beautiful moments were engraved in his memory, they were some of the few joyful memories from his 18 years. Even when he was gravely injured and near death in his past life, it was only Su Runin who stepped up to tend to his wounds.
Such a good girl, he genuinely wanted to cherish her for a lifetime. So he tousled Su Run's smooth hair with his hand, his eyes filled with a loving smile. What are you thinking? Silly girl, I have never had any selfish motives towards you, I see you as my closest person. Hearing Lin Dong's response, Su Run felt a sweet feeling in her heart, her eyes turning into crescent shapes. I knew it, Lin Dong, you treat me the best. As she spoke, like a fluttering butterfly, she took advantage of Lin Dong's distraction and gently pecked his face, then like a startled deer, she hurriedly ran away. Lin Dong shook his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. This girl, where did she learn all these things? Sigh. After Su Run left, Lin Dong opened the virtual trading market. Yao Qingxing's 200 billion reserve funds had arrived, and he prepared to add some necessary items to his shopping cart. This virtual trading market was a public trading system for the entire Blue Star. Since the game descended into reality, this trading system had come into existence. This system was very powerful, it allowed everyone to auction and purchase items anytime and anywhere, and it could directly deliver goods through virtual transfer stations. In other words, once someone listed an item in the virtual trading market, that item was locked in the market. As long as a buyer purchased it, it would instantly go through the virtual trading market and reach the buyer's hands. This saved the hassle of shipping, making it very convenient, and also ensured the safety of everyone's funds. However, Lin Dong did not rush to buy the things in his shopping cart because he was waiting for Yao Qingxing's response. If Yao Qingxing could directly provide the materials, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of purchasing them, saving some money. On the other side, Yao Qingxing was talking with her parents. Mom, did you see it? The attributes of these 5 bronze equipment are so exaggerated, and the most terrifying thing is that they all have skill tags. I wasn't lying to you. Yao mother looked at the pictures Yao Qingxing sent, her expression as exaggerated as it could be. Even though she was a battle god, she was immensely tempted by this equipment. Is this really forged by Lin Dong? The attributes of bronze equipment are even more exaggerated than those of golden or platinum equipment. Each piece of equipment has a skill tag, it's simply unimaginable. If Lin Dong is really this capable, then no matter how much we invest in him, it will be worth it. Besides, he is a disciple of General Shao, his future achievements are limitless. We, the Yao family, must seize this opportunity. With gleaming eyes, Yao mother had completely made up her mind. This branch of theirs was not favored in the Yao family, the old man in charge favored the main branch, and they were not on good terms with the main branch. So they would eventually split from the Yao family. At that time, if they had no support, they would completely fall into decline. Lin Dong's appearance made Yao mother see hope for their branch to continue thriving. Qingxing, you must seize this opportunity, you cannot let it slip away. No matter the cost, you must win over Lin Dong. Yao Qingxing nodded and closed the conversation with her mother. With her mother's support, she felt a surge of confidence. Although their branch was not doing well in the Yao family, they could still access trillions in funds. A proper noble family. With these funds, she felt that getting close to Lin Dong was an easy thing to do. According to the list provided by Lin Dong, Yao Qingxing checked all the materials in the material library, then packed everything Lin Dong needed into a storage ring. About 2 hours later, Yao Qingxing returned and came back to Lin Dong's room. Brother Lin Dong, all the materials we have in the Yao family are in this ring. But there are still a third of the materials on your list that I haven't gathered. Lin Dong nodded, took the storage ring in his hand, then glanced at Yao Qingxing. I see your effort, the remaining materials I'll just buy at the virtual trading center. After a pause, Lin Dong twirled his fingers, and a forging book appeared in his hand. Your profession is Dark Knight Priest, right? Wait a moment, I am going to forge some equipment. These are some weapon forging books suitable for your profession, you can pick one, and I will forge it for you in a moment. Damn Lin Dong, how could he treat me like this? Brother Lin Dong, are you going to forge a weapon for me? Yao Qingxing was overjoyed, her efforts had finally received a response from Lin Dong. The attributes of the bronze equipment forged by Lin Dong were already so impressive, what would the silver equipment be like? She couldn't hide her excitement and immediately rushed to hug Lin Dong, her proud assets pressed against his chest, making him feel a little breathless. But that wasn't all, she even wanted to draw on Lin Dong's face. Lin Dong coughed softly and gently pushed her away. For a girl like Yao Qingxing, it's enough to maintain a cooperative relationship. He didn't want to let this girl, who was full of desire in her eyes, affect his state of mind. However, Yao Qingxing's assets were indeed impressive. Among the people he knew, only the class teacher Zhao Qingxue could match her. Awkwardly, he reached out his hand, but his fingertips still retained an incredible feeling. To cover up the awkwardness, Lin Dong coughed again. Alright, Qingxing, hurry up and choose the weapon you like. Yao Qingxing smiled slyly, pretending to pick a forging book. But she had just keenly noticed that Lin Dong seemed to enjoy the contact just now. Saying no with your mouth, but your body is so honest. I've never been proactive with a man, but I don't believe I can't win you over. There's plenty of time, sooner or later, you'll fall under my spell. These weapon forging books were all suitable for the Dark Knight priest profession.
Yao Qingxing was dazzled by the choices. Each piece of equipment had its own characteristics, and some even had special skill effects.
She propped her chin up and looked for a long time, not knowing what to choose. Brother Lin Dong, why are your forging books so different from others?
The forging masters we invited from the Yao family to create equipment never had such detailed books, and some of your forging books even have special effects. It's simply unbelievable. Lin Dong smiled indifferently. He enjoyed watching others' cluelessness. Those high and mighty noble children had now become country bumpkins in his eyes.
Stop wasting time, hurry up and pick.
I've already bought all the materials at the virtual trading center, I'm just waiting for you. Yao Qingxing stuck out her tongue and quickly began choosing.
But every forging book was so appealing, she really couldn't decide. This desire for everything, this need for more, was fully displayed by her.
In the end, she simply closed her eyes and made no choice.
Brother Lin Dong, these forging books are all so good, I really don't know which one to choose. Why don't you pick one for me?
She returned the decision-making power to Lin Dong. At the same time, she secretly rejoiced, because now she could say that the equipment was personally selected and forged by Lin Dong for her.
In the future, you will envy others to death.
Lin Dong blinked helplessly and casually pulled out a forging book, putting away the others.
Here, this one, the elf staff.
Yao Qingxing nodded, indicating agreement. These forging books were nothing valuable to Lin Dong. The gap between them and the gear he wanted to create was like day and night. But produced by the system, they are indeed high quality. To an ordinary person, this elf staff forging book is already hard to find in the world. Lin Dong also planned to let Yao Qingxing leave quickly, so he immediately started forging for her. 2 minutes later, he took out the elf staff from the system's forging furnace and placed it in front of Yao Qingxing.
Alright, go get familiar with how to use it. I need to go into seclusion to forge some equipment now. Hearing Lin Dong's cue to leave, Yao Qingxing left his room with understanding.
After closing Lin Dong's door, she couldn't help but cover her heart, taking a few deep breaths, unable to suppress her excitement any longer. She leaned against the doorpost nearby and carefully took out the weapon.
This elf staff. It's so powerful. Equipment, elf staff, silver level. Attack, plus 1,500. Magic power, plus 9,700. Mana, plus 5,000. Health recovery, allies within 100 meters recover 300 health points per second.
Elf explosion, every 60 seconds, summon 5 elves to self-detonate at the target, each explosion dealing 2,500 damage. It's no exaggeration to say this weapon has more explosive attributes than her mother's war god weapon, the Moonlight Scythe. And this is a weapon with dual attributes. Just based on these two attributes, she believes she could sell this weapon for 100 billion huaxia coins. Of course, no amount would make her sell. This weapon is the key to her rising. Even if Lin Dong no longer forges weapons for her, this one is enough for her to reach above the war god level. After admiring it a few more times, she carefully put the weapon away and walked back to her room with her head held high. However, this scene was seen by Cui Huanya, who was observing in secret.
Cui Huanya came here specifically to extort weapons from Lin Dong.
She thought that with the status of their Cui family, Lin Dong would definitely compromise. Unexpectedly, Yao Qingxing had gotten there first. She narrowed her eyes, examining Yao Qingxing's retreating figure, her silver teeth clicking together. What a Yao Qingxing, usually acting like a sweet naive girl, but unexpectedly so shrewd, arriving even before me. I hope Lin Dong's good stuff hasn't all been scavenged by her.
I must act quickly. If it's gone, I'll force Lin Dong to reforge a few.
Cui Huanya retracted her gaze and swaggered toward Lin Dong's room, her purple hair flying in the wind with a touch of arrogance and dominance. The door was slightly ajar, and she pushed the door open and walked in. Lin Dong was sitting cross-legged on the ground, eyes half closed, waiting for the system's forging furnace to create the top-grade silver equipment, the crimson armor. Hearing the door open, Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes and frowned. Cui Huanya was someone he had blacklisted. No matter how beautiful this woman was, he didn't like her.
Does she also want to learn from Yao Qingxing, using beauty to get close to me, and then using her family's wealth to help me rise?
This Cui Huanya is truly unlikable. If she really threw me an olive branch, should I refuse or accept? Lin Dong's gaze was slightly, feeling a bit troubled. However, the facts proved that Lin Dong was overthinking. Cui Huanya had no intention of fawning over Lin Dong. Instead, she placed her hands on her hips, displaying the attitude of a young lady in charge.
Lin Dong, I'll tell you the truth, I am the young lady of the Cui family. Cui family, you know, right? One of the 9 great war gods of Huaxia, my grandfather is Cui Taihang. The things you did to provoke me earlier, I can overlook them, but if you want to earn my forgiveness, you must forge some equipment for me. Do you still have the acceleration gloves that Cui Han used? Hurry up and bring me a pair to use in case of emergency. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. He had thought of countless possibilities, but never expected that Cui Xuanya would talk to him like this. Cui Xuanya spoke to him like this. Was Lin Dong Cui's family dog? It seemed he had been blinded by Yao Qingxing's friendly attitude, which made him think that Cui Xuanya was here to cling to someone powerful. But now it was clear, she was just here to make trouble. So Lin Dong immediately straightened his face and waved his hands a few times toward Cui Xuanya. You didn't get my permission, yet you barged into my private room, which has already made me unhappy. Please leave my room immediately, or I will not be polite. Cui Xuanya never imagined that, even after revealing her identity, Lin Dong would still dare to speak to her like this. Her face turned red with anger, and she pointed her finger at Lin Dong, grinding her teeth in hatred. Lin Dong, do you know who you're talking to? Aren't you afraid I'll tell my grandfather and have you torn to pieces? To her surprise, Lin Dong just sneered, not giving her any good expression at all. You only bring up your ancestors when something happens, no wonder you're just a low-level person. The equipment I forge, even your grandfather can't afford it, so leave now. This place doesn't welcome you. Saying this, Lin Dong picked up Cui Xuanya with one hand and threw her outside the door, then slammed the door shut with a bang. Cui Xuanya landed heavily on her backside, screaming in pain, and her expensive clothes got dirty with dust. She really didn't expect Lin Dong to take action and throw her out like trash. Damn Lin Dong, how dare you treat me like this? I'm telling you, you're dead. Cui Xuanya was jumping in anger outside, slapping the door loudly, but it was all in vain. Lin Dong had already locked the door, and she couldn't get in. She glared at Lin Dong's door with hatred, her face twisted in anger. You think you're all that, huh? So what if you can forge some equipment? What's so great about that? In 3 days, my brother Cui Woody will come to the special training camp to see me, and let's see if I don't have him teach you a lesson then. As for what Cui Xuanya thought, Lin Dong didn't care at all. The other side wanted to use their family background to force him to comply, but it really made him laugh out loud. As for strong backgrounds, who has a stronger one than Lin Dong right now? Standing behind him is the top commander of all of China, Xiao Zhini. So, he didn't take Cui Xuanya's threats seriously at all. After throwing Cui Xuanya out, the system's forge furnace had already started making noises, clearly indicating that the crimson armor was about to be completed. Lin Dong was really looking forward to this equipment. After all, equipment that can boost experience is rare. Even though he was a god-level blacksmith, it was still difficult for him to forge such equipment. This was a top-tier silver-level equipment that he carefully selected after a lot of thought. Even general sky-level weapons didn't cost as much as this one. Patiently calculating the time, Lin Dong held his breath. According to the system's description, this crimson armor was already one of the best in the silver series, and he was really looking forward to seeing how extraordinary it was. He gently opened the system's forge furnace, and Lin Dong couldn't wait to take the crimson armor out. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't help but be amazed when he saw it. Equipment, crimson armor, silver level. Life, plus 22,000. Attack, plus 1,500. Defense, plus 10,000. Magic defense, plus 10,000. Magic resistance, plus 10,000. Reflective armor, 30% chance to reflect all types of damage. Invincible, active skill, after activation, becomes invincible for 60 seconds, immune to any damage. Rejuvenation, when health is below 30%, there is a 50% chance to instantly restore health to full. Double experience, when grinding monsters, you can earn twice the normal experience points. For attribute equipment, it's not a waste of the 3 points of enchantment value he spent. Overall, this crimson armor can be considered a super upgraded version of the chainmail, but it's much stronger than chainmail. Now that he has this equipment, chainmail can be replaced, and maybe it could even be sold for a good price later. Even if it's not sold, it can still be used to win people's hearts. Lin Dong propped up his chin, a faint smile already forming at the corner of his mouth. Now that Yao Qingxing has joined Lin Dong's side, and Shui Hong also considers him his leader, it's just unclear what knife maniac Song Tianke and sword saint Bai Xingxue will choose. However, there are still more than 10 days until the Lost Land officially opens, so he isn't in a hurry. The current priority is still to make the silver set and quickly level up by grinding monsters. After putting on the crimson armor, Lin Dong began preparing the materials, planning to forge the Eye of Retribution. This piece of equipment is a powerful weapon that combines offense and defense. Its killing power is even stronger than the underworld beast soul furnace in his hands. Once crafted, it would allow him to instantly unleash his power and reach a new peak. These top-tier silver equipment take much longer to forge than ordinary silver equipment. Each piece takes half an hour or even longer, while ordinary silver equipment only takes a minute or two. So, after placing the materials into the system's forge, Lin Dong once again entered a state of pretending to rest, quietly waiting for the Eye of Retribution to be forged. During this lull, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Lin Dong smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. He knew business was knocking again. So, he opened the door, hands behind his back, acting mysteriously. Outside the door stood Song Tianke from the Song family. He had come this time to purchase the speed gloves.
Moreover, he had received instructions from his family to build a good relationship with Lin Dong, such a person among men, even becoming the other's subordinate would be acceptable. However, Song Tianke didn't think so, he still had pride, and absolutely didn't want to become someone else's subordinate. Besides, he felt that if he had the same equipment as Lin Dong, he could totally beat Lin Dong into the ground. But he also knew that Lin Dong couldn't be offended, and it was necessary to maintain a good relationship. So, when he saw Lin Dong open the door, Song Tianke immediately cupped his hands, behaving with measured courtesy, neither humble nor arrogant.
Lin Dong, oh, Captain, may I come in and sit for a while? There are some things I'd like to discuss with you. Oh? Then come in. Lin Dong chuckled, letting Song Tianke enter.
Lin Dong valued Song Tianke quite a lot, after all, he was the main damage dealer in an extremely important role in the team. After sitting down, Song Tianke slightly nodded, a somewhat shy smile on his face.
Captain Lin Dong, I'm very interested in the speed gloves you forged, could you sell me a few pairs?
Don't worry, although our Song family isn't a top-tier family, we have plenty of financial resources and are willing to buy at market price.
Song Tianke had already inquired about the price of the speed gloves.
Tactical advisor Ding Taichou had spent 50 billion Chinese yuan to buy a pair of speed gloves. The powerful effect of the speed gloves completely justifies this price. Because the speed gloves are bronze level, they can be equipped and allow the younger generation of the family to level up quickly and rise. They can serve as a powerful weapon for family inheritance. So, Song Tianke planned to represent the Song family and buy 5 pairs of speed gloves this time. But Lin Dong smiled playfully, appearing calm and indifferent.
My teacher, General Xiao, often reminded me before I came to the training camp that the speed gloves are a national treasure.
It cannot fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives.
I don't know much about the Song family, so I can't rashly go into this business, for fear of being punished by my teacher. Let's not trouble classmate Song for now. Originally confident, Song Tianke couldn't help but stand up from his seat, losing his previous calmness.
He never expected Lin Dong would directly refuse, leaving no room for negotiation. This rendered all his prepared words useless, he stood there in a daze, unsure of what to say.
Lin Dong, would you like to reconsider?
We are willing to pay 50 billion for each pair of acceleration gloves, buying 5 pairs.
That totals up to 250 billion. Enough to cultivate a rising family.
Song Tianke laid out the stakes clearly, afraid Lin Dong might have misunderstood his intent and thus refused. But no matter what he said, Lin Dong only gently shook his head.
Classmate Song, do you think I am someone who lacks money?
If I want to sell the equipment I forge, top families would line up to buy it. If I wanted to make money, it would be incredibly easy, but why haven't I done so?
Don't you think about that?
Lin Dong walked over and patted Song Tianke's shoulder, displaying a face of righteousness. This left Song Tianke confused, feeling he could not understand Lin Dong. Wait a minute, when he took Shui Hong's ring in the morning, he had a greedy look on his face.
Why is he speaking of principles now? Does he think I offered too little? Song Tianke contemplated for a moment and immediately said.
Regarding the acceleration gloves, our Song family really needs them, so classmate Lin, you can name your price, if we can accept it, we will definitely buy.
However, Lin Dong's reaction still disappointed him.
Lin Dong once again gently waved his right index finger, looking both elegant and serene. He poured 2 cups of tea and pushed one toward Song Tianke on the table. Then, he took out the crying blood blade from his storage ring and began to play with it in his hand. I, Lin Dong, enjoy making friends. I am exceptionally generous to my own people, but I am stingy as a ghost to strangers. So, I wonder, classmate Song, do you want to be my friend or remain a stranger? As he spoke, Lin Dong pushed the crying blood blade toward Song Tianke, making a gesture of invitation with his hand.
A genius like Song Tianke, how could he not understand the meaning behind Lin Dong's words?
As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, he realized that Lin Dong wanted him to be a little brother.
But what kind of person was Song Tianke? How could he accept being beneath someone else? However, the next second, Song Tianke's eyes widened. He was an expert with blades and cherished swords deeply. A treasure that caught his eye was extremely rare, but this crying blood blade was simply breathtaking. His originally unyielding heart suddenly began to race. His throat felt a bit dry, wanting to say something but hesitating. Equipment, crying blood blade, bronze level. Life, plus 2,700. Attack, plus 2,000.
Bleed, absorbs target blood, stacking 50 points of attack, maximum damage can stack 50 times.
Bleed.
This term for skill was just too insane. As long as it stacked 50 times, this knife's attack could reach 4,500 points, and it would also add 2,700 life. To know, his current total health was just over 3,000. Suddenly increasing 2,700 health was nearly a double. He flipped his hand to take out the horse-slaying knife that had accompanied him for 6 months, letting out a gentle sigh.
Equipment, horse-slaying knife, silver level. Attack, plus 1300. Defense, plus 3. Attack speed, plus 1. Such attributes were simply incomparable to the crying blood blade before him. A piece of silver equipment actually couldn't match a bronze one, which made it hard for him to accept. But it also ignited his desire for the crying blood blade. If this knife were in his hand, his Skyblade 13 moves could probably deal over 10 times more damage than now. He swallowed hard, his expression changing rapidly. He knew that if he rejected Lin Dong, this opportunity might slip away from him. But did he really want to become someone else's little brother just for this piece of equipment? Where would his pride and self-respect go? Just as he hesitated, Lin Dong suddenly took back the crying blood saber. This left a look of disappointment on Song Tiang's face. He reached out his hand in midair, wanting to stop him but couldn't utter a word. After all, this was Lin Dong's weapon. Lin Dong had the power to decide. He could only helplessly lower his hand and hang his head. Lin Dong had been observing Song Tiang's expression and already had a plan in mind. He knew that geniuses like Song Tianke had pride and would never easily submit to others. But once such a person recognized a principle, they would uphold it for a lifetime. However, this wouldn't stump Lin Dong. In his view, the temptation he offered wasn't enough. As long as he increased the temptation, Song Tianke would surely yield. After all, since Song Tianke could come here, their family must have arranged everything with him long ago. The reason Song Tianke wouldn't bow his head was entirely due to his pride. But Lin Dong was also a genius, even said to be an overachiever. To recognize such an overachiever as an older brother would not be a shame for Song Tianke, it could even be considered an honor. So Lin Dong gently picked up the crying blood saber and wiped it lightly with a handkerchief. He planned to use enchanting points to enhance the quality of the crying blood saber. This was also to show off a bit in front of Song Tianke, to garner his total respect. Ding, this enchanting requires 2 enchanting points. Do you wish to enchant? Enchant. Ding, quality enhancement failed. Would you like to continue enchanting? Continue. Ding, quality enhancement failed. Would you like to continue enchanting? Ding, quality enhancement failed. Would you like to continue enchanting? Continue. After 5 consecutive failures in enchanting, Lin Dong's face had turned green. Damn it, breaking down at this time, isn't this wasting my enchanting points? With 10 points, I could buy several top-notch forging books. If I fail again this time, I will give up on enhancing the quality. It seemed Lin Dong's complaints worked. This time, the enchanting finally succeeded. Ding, enchanting successful, the quality of the crying blood saber upgraded to silver level. Rewarding host experience plus 100, proficiency plus 10. Lin Dong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This reward was no longer of much practical use to him, it was just better than nothing. Looking at the silver level crying blood saber in his hand, Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction, placing it back on the table and pushing it towards Song Tianke. Brother Song, opportunities don't wait for anyone. Seeing the crying blood saber back in front of him, Song Tianke shook his head and smiled bitterly. He truly could not put down his pride to become someone else's little brother. Lin Dong, I am quite stubborn, I'm afraid. Just as he was about to refuse, his eyes suddenly widened. Was this still the same crying blood saber from earlier? How could such a huge change happen in just a short time? Equipment, crying blood saber, silver level. Life, plus 5,800. Attack, plus 8,000. Bloodthirst, absorb target's blood, stacking self-attack by 100 points, max 100 stacks. He rubbed his eyes hard, filled with confusion. In just a few seconds, an equipment had elevated in quality, and its overall attributes had changed dramatically. If it weren't happening right before his eyes, he would think it was nonsense. But now, he couldn't help but raise his head in astonishment, looking at Lin Dong, who shone like warm sunlight. He swallowed hard, and his demeanor grew humble. What could shock him more than enhancing the quality of a piece of equipment on sight? Song Tiang's eyes were fixed on the blood-crying treasure sword on the table, unable to speak for a long time. With silver-level equipment, after stacking full bloodthirsty times, it could directly cause 18,000 points of damage in one hit. If he held this sword in his hands, he had the confidence to fight against a war god-level character. To put it bluntly, this sword completely overturned his understanding and perception of equipment. Silver-level equipment, war god-level attributes, and even had outrageous stats. It was truly a blessing for a low-level genius like him. Lin Dong made a gesture inviting him and then comfortably sank into his rocking chair. The treasure sword is gifted to heroes. Tianke bro, you and this blood-crying sword are a perfect match, why not pick it up and try its power? Trembling, he took the blood-crying sword, and he felt his mood surge. Dignity? Nonsense dignity. In front of Lin Dong, my so-called genius is worse than dog crap. His incredible ability to forge equipment can create a war god-level army anytime, anywhere. As a small grasshopper, it's already a blessing to intersect with him. If Lin Dong wasn't still interested in me, in a year, no, in at most 3 months, I wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. A peerless genius like him wants to take me as his little brother, and I'm actually hesitating. It's truly laughable. Thinking of this, Song Tianke finally put down all his pride and deeply bowed to Lin Dong. Brother Lin Dong, I pay my respects to you. Your kindness to me is like rebirth. I am willing to run errands and obey your commands. Lin Dong looked at Song Tianke with satisfaction and hurriedly stood up to lift him up. Tianke bro, from the first moment I saw you, I knew you were a hero with guts and righteousness. Today, having this fateful encounter with you is truly an honor for me, Lin Dong. Ah, this blood-crying sword cannot fully exert its power by my side, so as a meeting gift, I'm giving it to you. Song Tianke's head rang, he could hardly believe his ears. He originally planned to spend a huge price to buy this sword, but Lin Dong waved his hand and simply gifted it to him. How extravagant! To acknowledge such a generous person as a big brother, what reason did he, as a little brother, have not to brave every danger for him? Big brother, this is too precious. Hey, Tianke bro, do not be polite, this is my heartfelt gesture as your brother, you must not refuse, rejecting it means looking down on me. However, friendship is friendship, and business is business. You wanted to buy the acceleration gloves, right? That one, I will need to charge for. Upon hearing Lin Dong mention the acceleration gloves, Song Tianke hurriedly echoed in agreement. Of course, charging is reasonable. I just don't know what price Big Brother plans to charge. Let's set it at 50 billion for a pair. Okay, then I want 5 pairs. The family elder specifically instructed me to purchase at least 5 pairs. Song Tianke and Lin Dong struck a deal, quickly settling the payment in goods. Just when the two finished their transaction, there was another knock at the door outside. Is Captain Lin Dong here? I'm by Xingxue, is it convenient for me to come in? Lin Dong and Song Tianke exchanged glances, and Song Tianke smiled and said, didn't expect him to come too, big brother, should I avoid this? Lin Dong smiled lightly. No need. Saying this, Lin Dong opened the door. Standing outside was Bai Xingxue, dressed in white. When Bai Xingxue appeared into the room, he was astonished to find Song Tianke inside. Moreover, Song Tianke was one position behind Lin Dong, looking like he was following Lin Dong closely. He looked suspiciously at Song Tianke and then at Lin Dong, not knowing what relationship these two had. Lin Dong smiled happily as he let him in, his face beaming with joy. Because he had recruited a fierce warrior like Song Tianke, Lin Dong was in a great mood, so when facing Bai Xingxue, he couldn't help but show a hint of joy. Brother Bai, what brings you to my humble abode? Bai Xingxue shook his white robe, sitting upright in the chair, looking aloof and cold, as if untouched by the mundane world. But the matter he was about to discuss with Lin Dong, however, could not escape the mundane. Lin Dong, your acceleration gloves are exquisite. Our Bai family plans to buy a batch. I wonder if you would be willing to part with them. Bai Xingxue glanced at Song Tianke beside him, speaking hesitantly. Clearly, speaking these words in front of Song Tianke made him feel somewhat embarrassed. But since he was already here, not finalizing the matter wouldn't be appropriate, so he spoke hesitantly. But before Lin Dong could say anything, Song Tianke had already started to take on the role and act. Old Bai, big brother Lin Dong is straightforward and generous, but only when it comes to his friends. Before you become a friend that big brother Lin Dong acknowledges, I'm afraid you won't get your wish. Bai Xingxue looked at Song Tianke in shock, his face filled with disbelief. In his impression, Song Tianke was an extremely proud person, and few people could make him respect them. But now, seeing Song Tianke act so familiar, calling Lin Dong big brother so affectionately, it didn't sound fake at all, and there was even a sense of admiration in it. This surprised him greatly. Among them, these geniuses did not care much about each other's backgrounds. The only thing that could earn their admiration was personal strength. At this moment, Song Tianke's performance indirectly highlighted Lin Dong's extraordinary talent. Could it be that Lin Dong was a super genius even stronger than Song Tianke? And Song Tianke's words were also quite thought-provoking, causing Bai Xingxue to start considering the meaning behind them. A friend acknowledged by Lin Dong? What does that mean? Song Tianke smiled and helped Bai Xingxue understand. Old Bai, you've always been smart. How come you're so confused on this matter? To be honest, I've already recognized Lin Dong as my big brother, and I willingly serve as his follower. Bai Xingxue, hearing such honesty from Song Tianke, immediately became even more uncertain. He shook his head in disbelief, his face filled with astonishment. Old Song, don't joke with me. You, so proud, how incredible must Lin Dong be to make you so willing to submit? But to Bai Xingxue's surprise, Song Tianke seemed unashamed. On the contrary, he spoke as if showing off. In front of a genius like Lin Dong, we are like fireflies competing with the bright moon, completely on different levels. Old Bai, we used to be frogs in a well, never seen the world. When you get to know big brother Lin Dong better, you'll realize that all of us so-called geniuses are actually nothing.
Saying this, Song Tianke took out the crying blood sword he had just obtained, waving it in front of Bai Xingxue.
See this? This is a gift from Big Brother Lindong. Song Tianke wore a smug expression, which left Bai Xingxue utterly stunned. A mere sword could make Song Tianke directly acknowledge Lindong as his big brother? Was Song Tianke really that cheap?
Just as Bai Xingxue was about to shake his head again, his gaze suddenly swept over the attributes of the crying blood sword, and he broke into a cold sweat, standing frozen on the spot, his breath growing heavier.
A divine artifact.
Bai Xingxue stared intently at the crying blood sword in Song Tianke's hand, feeling nothing but shock.
Could this divine artifact really be a gift from Lindong to Song Tianke?
At first, he thought Song Tianke was ridiculous, willing to become Lindong's lackey over a mere sword, but when he clearly saw the attributes of the crying blood sword, he realized that the ridiculous one was actually himself. Even though he used a sword, if he was given such a crying blood sword, he would be willing to call Lindong his big brother. Bai Xingxue felt his lips were a little dry, and that otherworldly aura also withdrew. He nervously looked at Lindong, carefully asking,
Big Brother Lindong, do you think I'm worthy to be your friend?
Lindong smiled and looked at Bai Xingxue, whose attitude changed so quickly, and lightly nodded. I, Lindong, am the kind of person who loves to make friends. I really respect your character, of course, you can be my friend. After hearing Lindong say this, Song Tianke winked at Bai Xingxue. His expression seemed to say, Old Bai, you should thank me for the reminder. After all, when Song Tianke first came into contact with Lindong, it wasn't as smooth as Bai Xingxue's situation. Bai Xingxue was also a person who knew how to let go and take things lightly, and he trusted Song Tianke's judgment. Since Song Tianke called Lindong his big brother, why should he still be reserved? So, he immediately gave Lindong a deep bow, calling him big brother, showing great respect. Lindong quickly held his hand up, helping him back to his seat. From now on, you are all my brothers, and of course, I won't treat anyone differently. Xingxue, this is the forging book for silver-level sword weapons. Pick one you like, and I will forge it for you right here. Saying this, Lindong took out a dozen or so forging books from his storage ring and laid them out in front of Bai Xingxue. Bai Xingxue never expected Lindong to be so generous, even offering to forge equipment on the spot. He was so excited that he kept thanking him. Of course, he didn't hesitate and quickly began picking out a forging book. After all, this kind of opportunity was right in front of him. Refusing it would be foolish. Bai Xingxue was not a fool, he knew how to seize the opportunity. Big brother, I'll choose this one. Bai Xingxue picked out the forging book for the Tianyuan sword from the pile and nervously looked at Lindong. This Tianyuan sword had a slowing effect, which could effectively control the enemy's output. He was instantly attracted to it the moment he saw it. Lindong took it, looked at it, nodded, and casually held it in his hand. Just in time, my Eye of Retribution has been forged. I'll forge that first, then I'll help my younger brother forge the Tianyuan sword. With that, Lindong opened the system's forge furnace, and suddenly, an evil beam of light shot out from it. Everyone stared in amazement as they saw a lively eyeball spinning wildly, with a chilling aura around it. The evil beam just now was emitted from this eye. This Eye of Retribution is too terrifying. Bai Xingxue looked at the Eye of Retribution with lingering fear. For some reason, a sense of dread began to grow in his heart. Song Tianke also took 2 steps back, as if the aura emanating from the eye made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Lindong chuckled and suppressed the evil aura coming from the Eye of Retribution. The room returned to normal. He examined the Eye of Retribution and was very satisfied. Equipment, Eye of Retribution, silver level. Attack, plus 7,900. Health, plus 10,000. Evil gaze, the target being stared at falls into fear, with all attributes reduced by 50%. Corrosion beam, active skill. After being illuminated by the gaze, the body decays, causing 3,000 points of damage every second for 15 seconds. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Time freeze, active skill. Freezes the target in time for 10 seconds. During this period, damage is accumulated. After the effect ends, the target takes all accumulated damage in the last 10 seconds at once. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. It was a 3-attribute gear, and each attribute had incredible power. This Eye of Retribution made Bai Xingxue and Song Tianke's eyes go wide in disbelief. As expected of Big Brother, with just one move, he creates such an astonishing piece of equipment. He can be called the #1 in the forging world. I finally realized that I am like a frog at the bottom of a well. It turns out that blacksmiths can be this powerful. Lindong glanced at them, not expecting these 2 proud individuals to flatter so shamelessly. He gently placed the Eye of Punishment on top of the Crimson Armor's helmet, and instantly, the Eye of Punishment blended into it, only appearing at his forehead when Lindong summoned it. Next, he began to help Bai Xingxue forge the Tianyuan sword. This sword was far below his silver set in terms of quality, so the forging was quick, taking only 2 minutes to complete.
Even so, Bai Xingxue still covered her mouth, almost moved to tears. Equipment, Tianyuan sword, silver level. Attack, plus 9,800. Life, plus 3,000. Defense, plus 1,000. Space stagnation, the target being attacked has the surrounding space become thick, reducing their attack speed by 30%. Stunning cut, top-level sword drawing technique, when released, can unleash a strike that is 3 times the user's attack. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. An equipment with dual attributes, especially the stunning cut, which increases exponentially with personal attack power, can be said to be an unlimited divine skill. Bai Xingxue held it in her hand, feeling an urge to try it out. Her black hair fluttered without wind, looking spirited, like a sword god. Lin Dong wanted to test how effective his crimson armor was, so he patted his chest. Come on, if you're my brother, then come and chop me. If you're my brother, you should chop him? Bai Xingxue felt her mind was not working right. Is this something a mature person would say? He is the sword saint Bai Xingxue. His sword drawing technique is almost invincible among those of the same level. How could Lin Dong ask him to chop? Isn't that a bit too dismissive of him? Although he recognized Lin Dong as his older brother, the pride in his heart was not so easily quelled. So he frowned slightly, holding back his displeasure and said, Since you want to spar, I'll only use 30% of my strength to attack you. But my sky-splitting sword technique is very fierce, so be careful. If you feel any danger, you must let me know to stop. However, Lin Dong, unconcerned, patted his chest and spoke confidently. Don't worry, come at me with full strength. I'm just testing the power of this newly forged crimson armor. Hearing Lin Dong boast like this, Bai Xingxue suddenly felt troubled. What if he really used all his strength and accidentally hurt Lin Dong? After all, Lin Dong was just a blacksmith, all his strength came from his equipment, and his own abilities were no match for them warriors. Better safe than sorry. But while he hesitated, Song Tianke burst out laughing, appearing quite spirited. Old Bai, you really don't trust your older brother's strength. If he tells you to chop, just go ahead. If you don't move, I'll go first. With that, Song Tianke jumped up and swung his blood cry treasure blade towards Lin Dong. Big brother, catch this. I am going to use the 13 styles of the Song family's heavenly blade. Each strike will stack on the last with 30% more power, and with the base attack of the blood cry treasure blade, the last hit can even reach 50,000 points of attack. So be careful. But Lin Dong laughed heartily, filled with battle intent. Good, this is how it's done. Come on, let's have an exhilarating battle. Lin Dong prepared himself, planning to receive Song Tianke's strike head-on. Bai Xingxue, however, narrowed her eyes, deeply frightened. She genuinely feared that Song Tianke might accidentally hurt Lin Dong. After all, their family leader had personally instructed them. Lin Dong is a person who must be protected, he absolutely cannot be let to suffer any harm. But now, Old Song, big brother is acting ridiculous. How can you join him in his foolishness? Sigh. Just as Bai Xingxue shook her head in the dark, Song Tianke's first strike had already solidly landed on Lin Dong's body. Clang! The sound of metal clashing instantly shook the eardrums, causing Bai Xingxue beside him to squint her eyes even tighter. She saw Song Tianke's blood-dripping precious knife bounce high. This first strike actually didn't break Lin Dong's defense at all. An attack over 10,000 points didn't even break Big Brother's defense? At this moment, Bai Xingxue was completely stunned. Even mutated beasts probably wouldn't have such high defensive power. With such defense, if it were him attacking without using his family's secret technique, the heaven-slicing sword art, he probably wouldn't even be able to harm Lin Dong in the slightest. And Song Tianke, who had not succeeded in his strike, became excited. He stood with his precious knife, his eyes burning with fervor. Big brother, catch this. My second strike is coming, this time, the attack is a full 3,000 points higher. Saying this, Song Tianke once again gathered himself. This strike, powerful and heavy, came with an unprecedented ferocity. His hair even flew upwards in defiance. However, Lin Dong across from him remained standing with a smile, looking relaxed and calm. Bang! This time the blood-dripping precious knife struck Lin Dong's body again, producing a thunderous sound. But Lin Dong showed no reaction. Instead, Song Tianke cried out and retreated madly, even having a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Big brother, what technique did you just use? Why did my attack rebound back onto myself? With more than half his blood bar gone, Song Tianke looked anxious. If his attack had been just a few thousand points higher, he might have directly lost his life just now. But Lin Dong merely smiled slightly and opened his outer jacket, revealing the red armor he was wearing underneath. At this moment, both Song Tianke and Bai Xingxue's eyes widened. Equipment, red armor, silver grade. Health, plus 22,000. Attack, plus 1,500. Defense, plus 10,000. Magic defense, plus 10,000. Magic resistance, plus 10,000. Reflective armor, 30% chance to reflect all types of damage. Invincibility, active skill, after activation, becomes invincible for 60 seconds, immune to any damage. Regeneration, when health falls below 30%, 50% chance to instantly restore health to full. Double experience, can gain double the normal experience when defeating monsters. This is silver grade equipment? Even sky grade equipment might not have such attributes. This is too outrageous. What's most important is that there are 4 amazing skill traits on this equipment. Each trait is a skill that can save lives on the battlefield. Having so many stacked together is simply a pile of bugs. It was the reflective armor trait that caused Song Tianke to suffer recoil damage. This trait effectively bounced back all of Song Tianke's damage. Song Tianke bitterly licked his lips, looking at Lin Dong with fear in his eyes. Big brother, my health bar is only less than 20,000, unlike you with your 50 or 60,000 health. If I were to use the Heaven Blade 13 style to attack you again and your reflective armor trait activates, I might really get bounced to death. Lin Dong nodded. Indeed, there was such a possibility, as Song Tianke said. However, he hadn't finished enjoying himself. He didn't want this spar to end so hastily. Thinking for a moment, Lin Dong directly took out the chainmail he had replaced from his ring and placed it in front of Song Tianke. You put this on, and you won't be in danger. Unleash your Heaven Blade 13 style to your heart's content. Let me experience the joy of battle. Song Tianke reached out to take the chainmail. Even though he had an extremely strong ability to accept, he still couldn't help but breathe quickly with fiery eyes. Bai Xingxue beside him couldn't help but stretch her neck, waiting in anticipation. Astonished, he exclaimed, treasure armor. Truly treasure armor. Equipment, chainmail, bronze level. Life, plus 8,000. Defense, plus 500. Magic defense, plus 500. Magic resistance, plus 500. Attribute deception, hides true attributes, shows normal attributes of the same level equipment. Invincible shield, after receiving an attack far exceeding defense, activates the invincible shield, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. Death substitute puppet, when the chainmail shatters, randomly teleports the wearer 10 kilometers away, leaving a fake corpse at the original location. Having this treasure armor means you could say it's like having 2 extra lives. The invincible shield can save 1 life, and the death substitute puppet can save another. Such a treasure, Lin Dong actually was willing to take it out to let the 2 of them gain experience. This big brother really is extravagant. Unknowingly, the mindset of the 2 changed again, looking at Lin Dong with even more awe. A thigh. Lin Dong is definitely a solid thigh to hold on to. If they could seize the opportunity and cling to Lin Dong's thigh, they would have many more chances to save their lives in the future. This precious equipment is something even their powerful families can only hope for. After all, before Lin Dong appeared, such equipment had never been seen on the entire Blue Star. After Song Tianke put on the chainmail, his confidence soared. He shook the blood-weeping treasure blade in his hand and shouted again. Big brother, I'm coming, watch my Heaven Blade 3rd style. Lin Dong smiled slightly and beckoned to Song Tianke, as if saying, come on. At this moment, Song Tianke's attack had reached about 16,000 points, enough to break through Lin Dong's defense. However, for Lin Dong, whose blood bar was more than 3 times the length of Song Tianke's, this hit didn't even take away 1/10 of his health. Following that, Song Tianke attacked 5 more times, finally cutting Lin Dong's health down to 30,000 points remaining. But on the 6th strike, Lin Dong's counter armor attribute activated again, directly causing Song Tianke's chainmail's invincible shield to take effect. Seeing the golden light wrapping around him, Song Tianke knew that if it weren't for the chainmail, he might have already died from the rebound just now. But this also ignited his ferocity. Big brother, watch carefully, this strike will deal over 30,000 points of damage. Take it. Beside him, Bai Xingxue suddenly couldn't sit still. Lin Dong only had less than 30,000 health left. If this strike landed, wouldn't it kill Lin Dong? He wanted to stand up to stop it, but Song Tianke's 10th style of Heaven Blade had already struck Lin Dong solidly. And Bai Xingxue's heart jumped to his throat, as he saw Lin Dong's health bar drop to 0, his face pale, looking like he was in imminent danger. This is bad. Heavenly proud? In front of him, it meant nothing. Bai Xingxue was completely panicked at this moment. Inside, a huge anger rose. Song Tianke, you fool, don't you know when to stop? Your Heaven Blade 13th style with the blood-weeping treasure blades enhancement is beyond compare. How can you be so reckless? If Big Brother is killed by you, we both will suffer the consequences. But standing opposite Lin Dong, Song Tianke was not in a hurry. Instead, he pointed at Lin Dong, whose face was as white as paper, and smiled. Don't worry, Big Brother has plenty of life-saving methods, there's no need for us to worry. Big Brother didn't activate the invincible attribute on purpose, he must have his reasons. What we need to do is trust Big Brother. From a certain perspective, Song Tianke was even more fanatical than Bai Xingxue. He now had a near-worshipful trust in Lin Dong. That is to believe that everything Lin Dong did was right. While Bai Xingxue, though caring for Lin Dong, was genuinely worried. At that moment, when the two were arguing, Lin Dong, whose life was nearing its end, revealed a mysterious smile on his face. He had already felt it, a massive life force, surrounding him, starting to quickly restore his drained health bar. Regeneration. When the health is below 30%, there is a 50% chance to instantly restore health to full. A 50% chance is already quite a high probability. It could be said that when attacked, there is a 50% chance to trigger it. However, this skill cannot be encountered by Su Runan's deadly scissor kick, because she can instantly kill when health is below 30%. So, this attribute is very interesting. There may be synergy between them, or there may be counter effects. Lin Dong carefully sensed the gains in his heart, feeling that his understanding of the attributes had reached a new level. And just in that instant, the massive life force surrounded him, completely filling his health bar. However, Lin Dong was not satisfied. He wanted to try if the regeneration attribute could keep working, so he waved his finger at Song Tianke again. Come on, Tianke, increase the attack power again. Song Tianke scratched the back of his head and grinned. Alright, big brother, get ready. I'm going to use the 11th move of the Heavenly Blade now. This strike can deal nearly 39,000 damage, so be careful. Lin Dong smiled faintly. This was the effect he wanted. To drop his health below 30% and witness the true effect of the regeneration attribute. So he nodded at Song Tianke, already prepared. Beside them, Bai Xingxue hesitated, then could only stand there, stamping his feet and shaking his head. In his opinion, these two were really bold, a pair of hidden dragons and phoenix chicks. After all, blades and swords have no eyes. What if the regeneration attribute doesn't trigger? Wouldn't that turn into a tragedy? The activation probability of this attribute is not 100%, there's always a possibility of failure. But Lin Dong was not worried about this. As long as he was under life-threatening danger, he would immediately activate the invincibility attribute, ensuring he wouldn't be directly killed. However, to Lin Dong's surprise, this 50% chance triggered at an absurdly high rate. The next 3 strikes from Song Tianke almost all triggered the regeneration attribute's effect. Watching his health continuously recover to full, Song Tianke, exhausted, directly planted his blood-crying saber into the ground and started complaining. Big brother, you're simply cheating. This healing attribute is tougher than a turtle. How can I fight with you? My invincible shield from the chainmail is already gone. If I get a rebound, you're fine, but I'll be directly sent away as a substitute. Seeing Song Tianke puffing up in frustration, Lin Dong laughed heartily. The combat effectiveness of the red armor had already been tested, and it was extremely strong. And with Song Tianke wielding the blood-crying saber, the power of his final Heavenly Blade 13th form attacks was no less than a battle sovereign's attack. Such powerful output, in the silver stage, had already completely dominated the battlefield. While Bai Xingxue didn't engage in combat, he also had the Sky Abyss sword forged by Lin Dong, so his combat power was probably not weaker than Song Tianke's. With these two left and right arms, Lin Dong had already formed the early shape of his own force. Alright, today's sparring ends here. I've already got a rough idea of our strengths. Our team will definitely shine in the future competition in the Lost Land. Now, there's nothing else, you guys can go back. I need to continue forging equipment. Upon hearing Lin Dong issue the dismissal, Song Tianke became hesitant, looking like he was reluctant to leave. Lin Dong looked at him and curiously asked. Why are you acting so fidgety, you big man? Is there something else? Song Tianke chuckled, pointing at the chainmail on his body. Big brother, can I borrow this treasure armor for a couple of days? I want to go out and show off. So that's what it is. Lin Dong smiled slightly. It's just a piece of outdated equipment, I'll give it to you directly. Lin Dong waved his hand, directly releasing the binding on the chainmail, turning it into free equipment. Song Tianke's smile was so wide it was almost uncomfortable, he kept laughing loudly. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Having a big brother like you is just amazing. But, big brother, if you have any other equipment you don't need, could you lend it to me for safekeeping? I cherish it, you know. Watching this scene, Bai Xingxue's eyes were filled with excitement. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if he had been too conservative and reserved. If he also let go of himself like Song Tianke, would he also receive gifts from Lin Dong? After all, face value is just an illusion, but the equipment received is real. With this thought, he no longer maintained his composure and tried to thicken his skin. Big brother, about the acceleration gloves, we haven't traded yet, right? Can you let me leave after the trade? If big brother has any equipment that he doesn't need temporarily, you can lend it to me, I want everything, I won't mind. Lin Dong. Sure enough, money can move hearts. Who would have thought that two aloof talents would show such faces in front of Lin Dong? No one would believe it if it was said. Seeing the burning eyes of the two, Lin Dong smiled helplessly. I don't have any replacement equipment for now, all taken by Yao Qingxing. When I have time, I'll forge for you. I haven't finished forging my own equipment yet, I have no time to forge for you. After hearing this, the two felt a bit regretful, they came too late. It seems Yao Qingxing acted earlier than them, could it be some sort of beauty trick? But seeing Lin Dong's robust demeanor, it didn't look like he was caught early. It seems Yao Qingxing hasn't succeeded yet. After Bai Xingxue happily bought 5 sets of acceleration gloves, he skipped out of Lin Dong's room with Song Tianke. On the way back, Bai Xingxue couldn't wait to take out the acceleration gloves and lovingly caress them. Finally, he had this thing. Beside him, Song Tianke couldn't help but help him pick and choose. Hey, La Bai, use this one, it's good. Blink can randomly jump within a 50-meter range, combined with your swordsmanship, you'll be an elusive assassin. And this one, Heaven Burning Finger. It can add a 15% attack enhancement to equipped items. It works with every attack, it's a divine weapon. Bai Xingxue looked at all the acceleration gloves in his hands, dazzled by the choices. In the end, following Song Tianke's suggestions, he chose 2 acceleration gloves with Blink and Heaven Burning Finger attributes. The other equipment was returned to the Bai family through a virtual trading platform by designated personnel. When Bai family's master, Bai Jianfeng, saw these acceleration gloves, he stood up excitedly from his seat. These acceleration gloves are simply unbelievable. Bronze-level equipment, yet even more desirable than War God-level equipment. His little daughter, Bai Ji, looked eagerly at the acceleration gloves on the table. Father, can I have a pair of those acceleration gloves? Many outstanding talents from our Divine Dragon Academy have secretly obtained powerful equipment, reportedly from hunting mutated monsters on the southwestern border. With their increased strength, I might lose my chance to enter the Lost Land. Bai Jianfeng looked at his little daughter, Bai Ji, with affection and gently patted her head. The opportunity to enter the Lost Land is very important, it is key for these big families to nurture the next generation. The reason he arranged for Bai Xingxue and Bai Ji to enter the War God Academy and the Dragon God Academy, respectively, was to ensure they both had a chance to enter the Lost Land. He had also heard about Dragon God Academy obtaining many strange pieces of equipment. It is said that with the application of the Golden Horn on the battlefield, a large number of mutated beasts were slain on the border. Not only did they acquire a lot of mutated beast materials, but many rare pieces of equipment also dropped, some of which even came with special attributes. However, these pieces of equipment were not handed over with the mutated beast materials but were intercepted by some big families, secretly given to their family members for use. The Bai family, however, was not qualified to obtain such equipment. It was unexpected that some of the young talents at Dragon God Academy had obtained these pieces of equipment, a surprising piece of news. After all, these pieces of equipment were very rare, and even the elders didn't have enough, yet they could still be given to the younger generation. Clearly, these young talents had great backgrounds. But after looking at the acceleration gloves on the table, he suddenly felt relieved. Those so-called geniuses are nothing in front of Lin Dong. Your brother Bai Xingxue is now Lin Dong's little brother. In the future, what good equipment won't the Bai family be able to get? Here, take these acceleration gloves and use them. Bai Ji eagerly took the acceleration gloves, her entire body filled with excitement, and her eyes sparkled like little stars. Just as Bai Ji was about to walk out of the room, Bai Jianfeng seemed to remember something and shouted to her back. Oh, if you encounter Lin Dong in the Lost Land in the future, you must be respectful to him, understand? Got it. Bai Ji stuck out her little tongue and bounced out of the room like a rabbit. But the girl's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Rare attribute equipment appeared. Lin Dong. Bai Ji softly whispered this name in her heart, seemingly trying to imprint it in her soul. Ever since she saw Lin Dong's figure during the live broadcast on Blue Star, she had deeply fallen in love with this handsome young man. A feeling unique to young girls spread and grew in her heart. Every time she thought about meeting Lin Dong in the Lost Land, her heart couldn't help but thump loudly. And at this moment, she was holding in her arms the acceleration gloves forged by Lin Dong, which made her face feel a little warm. Back at the Dragon God Academy's special training camp, he was soon noticed by his teammate, Fire Mage Cui Bingbing, who saw something was wrong. Bai Ji, what's wrong? You look like you have a fever. You're the one who's restless. Having a fever, I'm fine. Bai Ji pouted and began bickering with Cui Bingbing. Cui Bingbing looked at Bai Ji's fidgeting expression and immediately giggled. Ha, you little girl are probably really restless, your face is full of spring. I'm not. You're talking nonsense. Saying that, Bai Ji and Cui Bingbing playfully embraced and tumbled together. The two of them were the best of friends in the Dragon God Academy's special training camp. Cui Bingbing came from the side branch of the Cui family, a genius. The Cui family became one of the largest families in China because of the existence of Elder Cui, a battle lord. However, at this moment, both of them were at risk of being eliminated from the special training camp. Because many of the young talents in the special training camp had obtained rare equipment dropped from the Southwest defense line, and some even had attributes. The appearance of these pieces of equipment instantly gave many people, who were originally weaker than them, an advantage, and their rankings quickly dropped. After a while of teasing, Chui Bingbing finally sighed with resentment. Sigh, I think we're completely out of hope now. Why did these pieces of equipment have to appear now, of all times? It's as if they are deliberately taking away our chance to enter the lost land. I heard that our Chui family's outstanding talent, Chui Woody, obtained a powerful staff with a brutal inscription. I'm so envious. Unfortunately, I'm just a side branch of the Chui family, and such good things are probably out of my reach. By the way, Baiji, where did you go after leaving the training camp tonight? You were acting all mysterious and sneaky. Hearing Chui Bingbing's question, Baiji playfully stuck out her tongue. Then, from her storage ring, she took out a pair of acceleration gloves, excitedly whispering. Ta-da! Let me show you a treasure. Guess what this is? Oh my god, it's the acceleration gloves. Where did you get them? I heard that only Lin Dong could forge these. Chui Bingbing was so shocked that she covered her mouth, her chest bouncing with excitement. Even though Baiji was a girl, she couldn't help but be mesmerized for a moment. To tell you the truth, my brother, Bai Xingxue, has recognized Lin Dong as his elder brother. With Lin Dong protecting him, getting some equipment back is a piece of cake. Baiji held her head high with pride, filled with energy whenever she mentioned Lin Dong. Not everyone doubted Lin Dong's strength. For example, she and Chui Bingbing often discussed Lin Dong's achievements against the Western Power's Holy Knight leader. They thought that Lin Dong in the livestream was incredibly handsome, such a person was worth their pursuit. Sure enough, when Chui Bingbing heard that Baiji's brother had a connection with Lin Dong, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh my god, your brother is so lucky to have a relationship with Lin Dong. I'm so envious. If I could meet Lin Dong even once, it would be worth dying for. Her infatuated look wasn't much better than Baiji's. But Baiji knocked her forehead lightly, like a little devil. Humph, stop being so coy. I'll tell you, our training camp Song Tianyi, that wooden block, his brother Song Tianke has also recognized Lin Dong as his elder brother, so he must have gotten acceleration gloves just like mine. It's just a fool's luck. Baiji pouted, clearly displeased with Song Tianyi. However, Chui Bingbing fell silent, appearing very melancholic. Baiji looked at the quiet Chui Bingbing, blinked her eyes, confused about why she suddenly looked so sad. What's wrong, Bingbing? Why did you suddenly become so down? Woo-woo, you all have your inscribed equipment, while I could never have it. It seems I'll definitely be eliminated from our Dragon Academy's training camp, especially since there are more than 10 people competing for 9 spots, it's just too hard. So it turned out this little girl was sad about this issue. Baiji glanced at the acceleration gloves in her hand, hesitated for a moment, then handed her left acceleration glove to Chui Bingbing. Bingbing, don't be sad. We are good sisters, I could never let you drop out of the training camp. Take this acceleration glove, from now on, it's yours. Chui Bingbing looked at Baiji in disbelief, her eyes widening in surprise. Her gaze couldn't help but linger on the acceleration gloves. With this treasure, she wouldn't fear being eliminated from the training camp. After all, the attributes of the inscribed equipment dropped by mutated beasts are very low, incomparable to what Lin Dong could forge. But these acceleration gloves are so precious, how can I thank you, Baiji? Baiji looked at her good friend, who had weathered storms alongside her, tilted her head and grinned. Quickly take it, what's mine is yours. After all, we both vowed to marry the same man. Oh, why do you bring up such an embarrassing thing? It's so annoying. Chui Bingbing scrunched her nose and shyly accepted the acceleration gloves. As she touched the acceleration gloves, her heart couldn't help but lightly tremble. This acceleration glove was forged by Lin Dong. If these two are really going to marry someone, I hope it's someone like Lin Dong. Unfortunately, the laws in Huaxia require monogamy, so such things can only be imagined and cannot become reality. Watching Chui Bingbing carefully put on the acceleration gloves, Baiji burst into laughter. Look at you, you wouldn't have a crush on Lin Dong, would you? Chui Bingbing hurriedly covered her true thoughts and made up an excuse. No. I was just thinking, now that I have the acceleration gloves, can I beat our Miss Chui Xuanya, even the #1 genius Chui Woody? Chui Woody? Isn't he the guy from your family who got that rare equipment from the Southwest battlefield? I guarantee you can smack him around right now. After all, the equipment forged by Lin Dong is not something his junk equipment can compare to. Baiji shook her head and pointed out the way, causing Chui Bingbing to laugh heartily. True, his 1% probability of triggering 10% fury damage cannot be compared to our collapsing fist acceleration gloves. What they didn't know was that Chui Woody, whom they were belittling, was currently sneezing vigorously. He rubbed his itchy nose and looked up at the sky in confusion. Damn it, what is with this horrible weather? Am I getting a cold? As the captain of the Dragon Transformation Academy special training camp, he would impose brutal physical punishments on every new team member. Unlike the God Dragon Academy, Dragon Transformation Academy decides the slots for entering the Lost Lands completely based on the training camp captain, aimed at honing teamwork and cultivating combat potential. This also gave Chui Woody, as captain, great authority. At this moment, he was imposing physical punishment on a new team member. Holy warrior Lin Yang, right? With such little stamina, how can you adapt to our team's combat needs? If you can't disassemble this 30-ton beast's corpse before dark, don't even think about stepping into the training camp dormitory to sleep. He looked at the new team member Lin Yang with disdain clearly showing in his eyes. A holy warrior from a small city really thinks he can stand out? In the eyes of us true aristocratic prodigies, you are still trash, only worthy of doing some menial labor for us. What he said was true. If their Dragon Transformation Academy didn't need one more member, Lin Yang would definitely not be here. But even if Lin Yang came to the training camp, he would only be assigned to do menial tasks like cleaning the corpses of magical beasts, with no chance for training or growth. Lin Yang could only swallow his anger and do these lowly jobs pitifully. Watching Lin Yang being ordered around like a dog, the other team members laughed heartily. Woody captain, he looks like a dog. I heard his brother is that genius forger Lin Dong, won't this be bad for him? Ha, that Lin Dong, the equipment he forged is obviously given to him secretly by General Xiao, he just pretends when he's streaming. You guys don't really think a newly awakened forger has such terrifying abilities, right? True enough, since his brother is a fraud, the character of the Lin family must be terrible, we must discipline Lin Yang strictly. Come on, Lin Yang, come here and clean up the mutant bronze beast I just hunted. After being ordered around repeatedly, Lin Yang had become somewhat numb. He, like a dog, took a team member's storage ring and laid out dozens of mutant beast corpses, continuing to clean the bodies and skins. These things could sell for money, but he didn't dare to touch them. Sigh, I really miss the days when Lin Dong worked hard for me like a slave. If only Lin Dong hadn't broken our bond, how great it would be. But just as everyone was mocking him, calling him like an empty gap, his hand, which was deep inside the beast's corpse, suddenly trembled. Because he had touched a hidden dropped item. Item, Wind Stabilizing Orb, bronze level. Attack, plus 15. Defense, plus 1. Bind spell, 1% chance to cause a 3-second immobilizing effect on the target, dealing 100 damage. He turned his head back, nervously glancing at the teammates who were still talking, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. His hand tightened even more. 67, enduring humiliation, Lin Yang regretted it. At this moment, Lin Yang was extremely nervous. He knew that any item with attributes was priceless. The wind stabilizing orb he held now was a control-type skill item, worth at least several hundred million Chinese yuan. I've endured this for several days, and the opportunity has finally arrived. Taking advantage of the others not paying attention, Lin Yang quietly put the wind-stabilizing orb into his storage ring. He decided to greedily keep this wind-stabilizing orb for himself. Chui Woody and the others did not notice the wind-stabilizing orb. But they saw Lin Yang sneaking around, and immediately started scolding him loudly. Damn, what are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll dig your eyes out. You worthless piece of crap, not improving at all, hurry up and help us clean up the beast corpses. That's right, if we don't finish cleaning before dark, don't even think about going back to sleep. Ha! Lin Yang sneered in his heart. He now had an item with attributes, and he believed that his level would quickly catch up to theirs. The strength of the special training camp in the Dragon Transformation Academy was uneven, and this year's recruitment was much worse than in previous years. For example, the highest level player, Chui Woody, was already at level 30 and could wear golden equipment. While the other 7 teammates had 4 at level 29, 1 at level 26, 1 at level 23, and 1 at level 15. Of course, there was also Lin Yang, who was only level 1. However, Lin Yang's entry here could only be described as lucky because he was ranked 9th in the recruitment of this year's students at the Dragon Transformation Academy, so even though he wasn't outstanding, he still made it in. Compared to the grand gathering of prodigies at the Divine Dragon Academy, it was really much less impressive. The 9 spots to enter the Forgotten Land were now all filled. However, Chui Woody genuinely looked down on Lin Yang, who came from a small place like Jiancheng. Because the other 8 people were from prestigious families with powerful backgrounds, making connections with them would be beneficial for each of them. As for Lin Yang, he didn't even deserve to be on the same level as them and was only fit for doing trivial tasks. Chui Woody had already prepared for Lin Yang to fend for himself after entering the Forgotten Land. But what they didn't know was that, at this moment, Lin Yang's heart had already been filled with seeds of hatred. He concealed it well, burying that coldness deep inside, pretending to seriously clean up the beast corpses. You guys, just wait. Once I, Lin Yang, rise quickly using the wind-stabilizing orb, I will definitely crush all of you beneath my feet. The humiliation you gave me today, I will return to you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Lin Yang cursed inwardly but couldn't help but recall his high school days. Back in high school, no matter how much trouble he caused at school, Lin Dong would always stand up for him, beating up anyone who bullied him. He remembered one time when he fought with a classmate over a piece of color-changing fabric. The other party called more than 30 people, intending to corner him and break his third leg. But Lin Dong arrived just in time, even willing to take the beating himself to get Lin Yang out of trouble. However, when Lin Yang returned home, he falsely accused Lin Dong of fighting with some street kids outside, and Lin Dong got beaten up again at home. At that time, he thought it was fun, and Lin Dong taking care of him was something that should be expected. But now, in his time of loneliness and helplessness, he suddenly remembered how great it was to have Lin Dong by his side. Lin Dong, oh Lin Dong, haven't I just been a bit mischievous since we were young? Although I may have treated you somewhat poorly, I am your own brother. How can you be so angry with me, even cutting off ties with the family? Lin Yang looked at the wind pearl stored in his ring, feeling a wave of regret in his heart. Although this was also a piece of equipment, compared to the equipment forged by Lin Dong, it was simply trash. If he hadn't treated Lin Dong that way in the past, perhaps he could have had a pair of accelerating gloves like Su Runnen. With just a casual punch, which of those noble young masters would still dare to yell at him? But now, there was simply no chance for a restart. Unknowingly, after enduring so much grievance, Lin Yang actually shed tears of regret. Lin Dong, if I admit my mistakes to you, will you forgive me? Now that I'm out here alone, I realize how good it was to be protected by you at school. I truly did not appreciate the blessings I had. If you could forge equipment for me, I would never have to suffer this humiliation today. I was wrong. This monster corpse, as big as a small mountain, could not be cleaned up in a night, not even in 3 days. So, Chui Wudi and the others didn't expect Lin Yang to rest at all. After dinner, they left Lin Yang here and went to sleep. But Lin Yang continued to work hard under the moonlight. However, after noticing that no one was around, he suddenly stood up with determination. I'm afraid these guys have no idea that I enter the dungeon every night to quietly level up. With this wind pearl today, I believe I can quickly break through to level 2. Lin Yang's figure quietly entered the black iron dungeon. He took out the cold iron hammer, which cost over 1 million, with 60 attack points, and began to lure monsters to fight in the dungeon. In the past, he needed several hours each night to kill a monster. But now, with the wind pearl as his weapon, he actually killed a small monster in just 2 hours. All night long, he killed 3 small monsters, successfully gaining 10 experience points. With the accumulation from before, he successfully broke through to level 2. After all, he was a holy warrior, and each level up brought terrifying attribute bonuses. After reaching level 2, both his attack and defense increased by 50 points, instantly boosting his fighting power. Before leaving the black iron dungeon, he even successfully killed a black iron boss, which made him incredibly happy. Leveling up 1 level in a night is simply too fast. I believe before entering the Lost Land, I can reach level 10, thus gaining more self-protection power. I wonder how fast Lin Dong can farm monsters, being able to forge super rare equipment. Sigh. After leaving the dungeon, Lin Yang began to clean up the monster corpses again. However, the early rising Chui Wudi and others looked at him in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? Can cleaning monster corpses also level up? Maybe. But it only takes 50 experience points to level up from 1 to 2, so it's not surprising. Unlike us, who need a few million experience points just to level up once. That's true. If the experience needed is so low, it makes sense to level up. Everyone didn't take Lin Yang seriously, so they continued to enter the silver dungeon and bronze dungeon for leveling, while Lin Yang kept cleaning the monster corpses and skins. But that night, far away at the God of War Academy's special training camp, Lin Dong's strength greatly increased. He forged the lightning speed cloud boots, the Tai Chi Yin Yang robe, and the dragon elephant wisdom belt, but the high-level silver equipment provided by the system consumed a lot. The materials given by Yao Qingxing, along with the 200 billion reserve funds, all was squandered by him. If it weren't for the funds from selling the acceleration gloves to Song Tianke and others, these few pieces of equipment might not have been completely forged. Lin Dong felt quite stressed about this. Sigh, just the silver equipment, and the consumption is this huge, how will I afford it when I reach the gold level in the future? Just when Lin Dong was worrying, he received good news from General Xiao. It turned out that a large number of monster and mutated monster corpses killed on the southwestern border had been sorted into materials and sent to Lin Dong. General Zhao's intention was to let Lin Dong forge another batch of basic black iron and bronze equipment for more young people to use so that the youth of China could grow quickly. However, General Xiao only required half of the finished products, the rest of the materials were left for Lin Dong to distribute freely. This made Lin Dong a little excited. On the southwestern front, thousands of high-level monsters and mutated monsters were hunted every day, yielding a huge quantity of materials. With this, his shortage of forging materials should be alleviated. However, General Xiao mentioned another thing: the War Horn's effect is huge, and the southwestern front with the Golden Horn is the only battlefield that can match the mutated monsters.
The three major battle zones in the southeast, northeast, and northwest are not so optimistic. So General Xiao is now looking for a new legendary variant of the Great Wilderness Quail Bull to obtain another Great Wilderness Quail Horn to let Lin Dong forge the Golden Horn, a group battle artifact. Lin Dong had no objections. As long as he could help the situation in China, he would do whatever General Xiao asked. However, it takes some time to transport the monster materials, so today, he planned to level up in the Silver Dungeon first. After all, the equipment has been forged, he needed to show it off.
68. Oh no, there aren't enough monsters.
When Lin Dong gathered the other team members in front of him, the expressions on these people's faces turned incredibly exciting. Nobody expected that just one night could change everyone's overall combat power dramatically. The most shocked was Xue Hong. His eyes were wide open.
What's going on? How come each of you has a pair of acceleration gloves, and you all even have silver-level weaponry?
This huge change made Xue Hong greedy. He never thought they were such people. They actually contacted Captain Lin Dong secretly behind his back. Lin Dong smiled at Xue Hong and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, the corpse of the Purple Cloud's Divine Thunder mutated squid you gave me yesterday was very useful. When I have time, I'll forge a weapon for you too. The corpse of the Thunder Beast had already been collected by Lin Dong into the Underworld Beast Soul Furnace, raising the 5 Thunder Heaven Heart Beast Soul Array to level 3, which was very helpful for Lin Dong.
His overall attributes have even surpassed that of a battle saint. Name, Lin Dong. Level, 21. Life, 91,000. Attack, 37,900. Defense, 21,000. Magic defense, 21,000. Magic resistance, 15,000. Attack speed, 500. Movement speed, 300. Evasion, 200. Evil gaze, judgment eye target under gaze falls into fear, all attributes decrease by 50%. Corrosive beam, judgment eye active skill, after being illuminated by the gaze, the body rots, causing continuous damage of 3,000 points over 15 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Time freeze, judgment eye active skill, makes the target enter a time freeze state for 10 seconds. During this period, damage is accumulated, and after the effect ends, the target directly suffers all accumulated damage within the 10 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Reflective armor, crimson armor has a 30% chance to reflect all types of damage. Invincible, crimson armor active skill, when activated, enters invincible state for 60 seconds, immune to any damage. Rejuvenation, crimson armor when health is below 30%, there is a 50% chance to instantly restore health to full. Double experience, crimson armor when farming monsters, can earn double the normal experience points. Sky Rush Boots, Lightspeed Flowing Cloud Boots active skill, movement speed plus 1000, lasts 30 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Sonic Boom, Lightspeed Flowing Cloud Boots 10% chance to deal sonic boom damage, causing opponents to be confused and unable to lock onto targets for 3 seconds. Tai Chi Yin Yang Array, Tai Chi Yin Yang Robe applies a suppression effect on the target, causing the target to lose 3,000 health points every second. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna belt for every 10,000 points of health lost, defense increases by 10,000. Shadowless Fist, Silver Wind Gloves every 60 seconds, releases 100 fist shadows dealing plus 500 damage. Flash Strike, Silver Wind Gloves every 3 seconds, tears open space for a 300-meter instant jump in front of movement. Thundering Step Level 3, Underworld Beast Soul Furnace releases 30 ground thunderbolts dealing 1,500 points of damage continuously within a 100-meter radius. Soul Capture, Underworld Beast Soul Furnace each collected beast corpse increases attack by 1 point, up to a maximum of 10,000 points. Now, Lin Dong is covered from head to toe in buffs. Even if he just stood there, with all the team members attacking together, they might not even touch him. Even the fierce warrior Xiao Dashui from Huaxia may not easily defeat him if he personally intervened. As for the battle respect? Lin Dong now doesn't even regard them with any seriousness. Of course, Lin Dong wouldn't let anyone see these attributes, he used the attribute deception necklace to hide his true power. So outsiders could not see through his facade, thinking he was just an ordinary person. Only those deeply involved with Lin Dong, like Song Tianke, knew he was far from simple. As for Xue Hong, he was the only one who hadn't traded with Lin Dong last night, and now he felt he had fallen far behind, making him anxious. Captain, you said so yourself. You must help me forge a weapon. I'll cover all the costs and materials. Just tell me the fees, as long as you can help me forge. Xue Hong's reaction made Yao Qingxing, Song Tianke, Bai Xingxue, and others chuckle behind their hands. It seems this Xue Hong isn't slow to react at all. Only Cui Hyunya stood angrily at a distance, unwilling to approach everyone. She felt isolated within this team. Just 2 days ago, everyone looked down on Lin Dong just like her. How come now they are all like lapdogs, fawning over Lin Dong? It's just so unprincipled. It's just a tribute equipment. My grandpa also sent me a piece through designated trading last night. Who doesn't have that? The attribute equipment Chui Hyunya received was a silver-level recovery ring that dropped on the southwest battlefield. Her grandpa, Chui Taihang, secretly obtained it and handed it over to her. This recovery ring restores 30 health points every second. It can be considered a top-notch drop among mutated beasts. However, holding the recovery ring, Chui Hyunya felt a bit disappointed looking at the bronze equipment on her teammates. Were their equipment attributes that exaggerated? Compared to them, this recovery ring seemed almost worthless. She felt embarrassed to show it off. But what surprised Chui Hyunya wasn't over yet. After entering the silver dungeon, today, this group of guys fought like they were on steroids, easily defeating small monsters with a single strike, while normal bosses just took a few extra strikes. These normal silver bosses used to take their entire team hours to kill. How are they so relaxed now? It's like a leisurely stroll. She didn't even exert herself, just watched from the side, and after a morning, she gained hundreds of thousands of experience. However, in the silver dungeon, mutated beasts often appeared, some even reaching the level of gold bosses, comparable to yesterday's purple lightning squid mutant. But such mutated beasts couldn't stop by Xingxue and others at all. The attacks of Song Tianke, Yao Qingxing, and others. Especially Su Runin, who could easily defeat a golden-level mutated beast all by herself. This scared Chui Hyunya, who had mocked Su Runin just 2 days ago, but now, seeing her so fierce, she was afraid that if Su Runin sought revenge, she wouldn't stand a chance. Thus, throughout the entire dungeon running process, Chui Hyunya was always on edge, fearing to draw Su Runin's attention. However, these strong players were gaining tremendous experience and materials, making it hard for her to leave the group, so she had to follow along with a heavy heart. By the end of the day, her gaze toward Lin Dong had changed, even becoming a bit fearful. This Lin Dong is simply a treasure-making machine. In just one night, he has armed these people to such a level, it's truly unbelievable. That Yao Qingxing, who used to only assist, never fought, but now can challenge golden mutated bosses alone. And that newbie Su Runin, her output is explosive, even stronger than by Xingxue and Song Tianke. And all this is thanks to Lin Dong. I really regret how I treated him before, but why doesn't he take the initiative to apologize or explain? Isn't that just making me offend him on purpose? Chui Hyunya stomped her foot secretly, knowing she had lost the best opportunity to get close to Lin Dong. Especially last night, the words she spoke to Lin Dong had completely pushed them to opposite sides. Yet, after a moment, her expression stabilized again. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a little shrimp at the silver level. With my grandpa, the War Master Chui Taihang, backing me up, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Tonight, I'll try to mend the relationship. If he doesn't know what's good for him, I won't mind finding someone to teach him a lesson. Filled with determination, Chui Hyunya's eyes shone with confidence once more. But at that moment, the team suddenly stopped, everyone exchanging odd looks. Chui Hyunya looked up in surprise, not knowing what was happening. She heard Xue Hong complaining there, seeming quite dissatisfied. The monsters in this silver dungeon respawn too slowly. It's been a long time, and we can't even find a single monster. It's just so boring. Chui Hyunya almost dropped her jaw in shock. What? They cleared the monsters in the silver dungeon? This was the first time she had heard that the respawn rate of monsters couldn't keep up with their killing speed. But Lin Dong, as the team leader, just laughed heartily, looking quite calm. A dungeon's monsters are limited, so this is very normal. Our gains today are not bad, nearly 8 million experience gained, and I see all of you have smoothly reached level 30. However, leveling up to 31 only requires 20,000 million experience. Don't go overboard. If you exceed level 31, you won't be able to enter the Lost Land. Everyone nodded in agreement, clearly having taken Lin Dong as the backbone of the team. Seeing this scene, Chui Hyunya felt a little intimidated. This Lin Dong had established his authority in just 3 days, it was truly terrifying. Just as Lin Dong and the others were about to leave the silver dungeon. Suddenly, a shallow crack appeared in the sky above the silver-level dungeon. A fierce and powerful beast aura surged forth from within. A beast capable of tearing space must be at least a sky-level beast. In an instant, everyone, including Lin Dong, couldn't help but look up at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Yao Qingxing, who had seen a lot, now showed a hint of worry between her brows. It is said that level dungeons are the connection point between our Blue Star world and the Beast world. Every time the demon beasts descend, it always happens in one of the major level dungeons. Looking at the current situation, the silver dungeon we are in is highly likely to become the point of the demon beast army's descent. When Yao Qingxing's guess was spoken out loud, the expressions of everyone present immediately became serious. If a demon beast army really descends in this dungeon, the people of China in this area will surely be affected, and it might turn into a land of blood and tears. Because every time a demon beast descent point appears, it is followed by tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of demon beasts, and sky-level demon beasts emerge in endless waves. There might even be legendary demon beasts. They are simply not something ordinary people can fight against. Xue Hong awkwardly licked his lips, his whole body becoming tense. If I remember correctly, the demon beast descent points almost always appear in border areas. But our special training camp dungeon is located in the heart of China. If a demon beast descent point appears here, the damage caused will probably be countless times greater than the destruction in border areas. Hearing their conversation, Lin Dong also furrowed his brow. He looked at the increasingly clear crack in the sky, feeling a bit of pressure. Even though his strength was now no weaker than a battle lord, facing a large number of demon beasts suddenly would still make him no match. However, looking at the length and scale of the crack, it didn't seem like a large-scale demon beast descent was about to happen, which made him somewhat curious. At this moment, Shen Jiangnan and Ding Taiqiu, who were observing from a distance, couldn't help but exchange a glance and began to make their own guesses. We are in the heart of China, and the dungeon's world barrier is extremely hard. It is simply not suitable for a demon beast descent point. If I'm not mistaken, this must be a demon beast with space abilities, trying to forcefully descend here to scout. It isn't a large-scale demon beast descent. Hearing Shen Jiangnan's analysis, Ding Taiqiu's pressure slightly eased. Because if a demon beast descent point really appeared here, this area might gradually evolve into a war zone with a radius of several hundred kilometers. At that point, the living conditions of humans would be further compressed. He stared at the crack in the sky, and slowly said one sentence. Let's hope so. I also don't want to see a new demon beast descent point appear here. The two of them closely observed the sky's movements, but Lin Dong, standing beneath the crack, sensed a familiar aura. Even the hell beast soul furnace in his storage ring began to stir again. Lin Dong looked at the figure slowly emerging from the crack, and a bold guess began to form in his mind. Could the demon beast that is about to descend be a thunder beast? Because only a thunder beast would trigger the changes in the 5 thunder heart beast soul formation carved on the hell beast soul furnace. If it's just a space-based thunder beast, then he's not afraid. So, without realizing it, Lin Dong stepped out and moved to the front of the crowd, squinting his eyes as he looked at the crack in the sky. Su Runan, seeing Lin Dong move forward, couldn't help but grab his arm. Lin Dong, it's dangerous. But Lin Dong turned around and smiled slightly, patting her hand as a sign not to panic. It's fine, I'm just going to take a look. From the looks of it, this shouldn't be a large-scale demon beast descent. It's probably just a single space-based thunder beast. Even if it's a sky-level demon beast, I'm not afraid of just one. Lin Dong said this with great confidence, but behind him, Cui Xuanya curled her lips. Humph, bragging. Even my grandfather, a battle lord, would treat a sky-level demon beast seriously. He says he's not afraid? It's just laughable. As Cui Xuanya spoke, she didn't lower her voice at all. Everyone present heard it. Although they were all Lin Dong's little brothers, at this moment, no one opposed Cui Xuanya. Because it was simply absurd to send a silver-level fighter against a sky-level beast. After all, there was a gap of 5 levels, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, and sky, and the difference was just too huge. Even Song Tianke, who had blind admiration for Lin Dong, thought Lin Dong was being too overconfident. At that moment, the crack in the sky suddenly made a crisp sound, like a mirror breaking. A hole with a diameter of about 2 meters suddenly appeared in the sky. A fluffy and magnificent tail reached down from the sky. Then, another tail followed. A few seconds later, 6 huge, fluffy tails stretched down. Finally, a dark golden fox, 3 or 4 meters tall, appeared before everyone. With the appearance of this fox, the hole in the sky quickly began to heal, and in the blink of an eye, all the cracks disappeared. The dark golden fox stood upright in midair, scanning the crowd like a human, finally locking its gaze on Lin Dong. You have the aura of my son, the 3-tailed demon fox. You must have killed my son, and I will take revenge for him. Ha! This fox could actually speak, clearly showing a high level of intelligence. Beasts that could be born with intelligence were high-ranking among monsters, and this 6-tailed dark golden fox's background was definitely not ordinary. Lin Dong looked at the 6-tailed demon fox charging towards him, a faint smile appearing on his face. Very good. This fox was at least a sky-level beast and a rare mutated variety. For Lin Dong, this was a rare material for forging equipment, and it was also a trial stone to test his strength. Seeing Lin Dong standing there unfazed, the 6-tailed demon fox let out a cruel shriek. Hee hee, reckless human, are you scared silly? I took the risk of being punished by the mythical lord to force my way here, just to avenge my child. Now, I am going to take your life as. With Lin Dong's loud shout, the skill label of the Hellbeast Soul Furnace activated. Suddenly, bolts of lightning, thicker than those summoned by the 6-tailed fox, rained down upon the 6-tailed fox. In an instant, 30 strikes of lightning fell, directly taking away 45,000 of the 6-tailed fox's health. This amount of health was merely a tickle for the 6-tailed fox with 15 million health points. However, being hurt by a silver-ranked human was something he simply couldn't bear. Kid, being able to hurt me is enough for you to be proud. But next, I will make you wish you were never born. As he spoke, a vertical eye suddenly opened at the center of the 6-tailed fox's forehead.
In an instant, in a radius of 300 meters around him, ball-shaped lightning with a diameter of over 1 meter appeared, rushing towards Lin Dong with immense and terrifying energy. Each of these ball-shaped lightning could deal over 5,000 points of damage, incredibly terrifying. Kid, die. 70 slashes from the six-tailed sky fox, with power surpassing that of a battle sage. The six tails of the six-tailed sky fox waved simultaneously, appearing as majestic as a peacock spreading its plumage. The central vertical eye continuously created ball-shaped lightning, almost drowning Lin Dong in a sea of lightning. The immense brightness emitted by the lightning turned the entire battlefield dazzling, causing the surrounding sky to seem dark. They, a human and a fox, became the focus of everyone's attention. Hee, human kid, being able to make me use my eye of lightning, you can be proud. But Lin Dong, on the opposite side, still stood firm, even sporting a look of disdain. Very good, but still too weak for me. Do you think you're the only one with a third eye? Now let me show you what a real third eye is. Come forth, Eye of Punishment. As Lin Dong summoned the Eye of Punishment, a blood-red, eerie eye appeared in the center of the crimson helmet, radiating an incredibly evil aura. The wickedness of this aura was even more demonic than that of the six-tailed sky fox in front of him. The six-tailed sky fox, shrouded in this aura, couldn't help but pause slightly. What? How is this possible? A mere silver-ranked kid can scare me, a sky-level mutated beast? This must be an illusion. But the next second, something even more unbelievable happened. He was shocked to find that his defense, health, and even attack speed and other attributes had all dropped, about half. How is this possible? What on earth happened? Why does my health bar only show 7.5 million? I clearly had 15 million health. This scene left Shin Jiangnan behind in shock. This was too exaggerated. Without even making a move, he had directly had the six-tailed sky fox's attributes, simply incomprehensible. Only Lin Dong himself understood that this was the first skill of the Eye of Punishment, Evil Gaze, taking effect. Evil Gaze, the target being gazed upon falls into fear, causing all attributes to drop by 50%. But immediately after, Lin Dong quickly unleashed a dazzling combo of attacks. The richness of his skills left the onlookers in awe. Lin Dong let out a loud roar. Time stop. Time stop is an active skill of the Eye of Punishment, allowing the target to be frozen in time for 10 seconds, during which all damage accumulates, and when the effect ends, the target suffers all accumulated damage within those 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. As Lin Dong activated the effect of time stop, the six-tailed sky fox stood frozen on the spot, even the ball-shaped lightning he released was in a state of suspension. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed, he had to make good use of this 10 seconds of frozen time to inflict more damage on the six-tailed sky fox. After all, damage accumulates in an instant. Using it well, it can deal damage worth hundreds of thousands points. Next skill, Corrosion Beam. Corrosion Beam is also an active skill of the Eye of Judgment. After being hit by the gaze, the body rots, dealing 3,000 points of damage for 15 seconds, totaling 45,000 points of sustained damage. But this is just the beginning. Tai Chi 2 forms, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, Thunder Step. With the activation of these three skills, the damage skyrocketed to 120,000 points. After releasing the active skills, Lin Dong immediately used the Silver Gale Gloves to perform a flash and appeared next to the six-tailed celestial fox. The Silver Gale Gloves, at the silver level, can jump 300 meters in space every 3 seconds. It's really like a ghost appearing and disappearing. But the real killing move of Lin Dong is the shadowless fist of another Gale Glove. His attack speed now reaches 500%, which means he can strike at least 5 times per second, and in 10 seconds, he can hit 50 times. With his attack power boosted by various enhancements, it has already broken through to 37,900 points. In just 10 seconds, he can deal almost 2 million points of damage. So, under the shocked gazes of everyone, Lin Dong, as if on drugs, started his crazy attack on the six-tailed celestial fox. Behind, Shui Hong was the first to react, shouting and cheering for Lin Dong. Oh my god, look, even the sky-level magical beasts can't withstand our captain's output. This fox's health bar is dropping so fast. I bet it won't take a minute, and our captain will have completely killed this fox. Shui Hong's words made everyone on the scene feel a sense of helplessness. That's a sky-level magical beast. Lin Dong not only dared to challenge it, but just after a few seconds, he reduced the six-tailed celestial fox's health bar to less than half. It's simply too outrageous. Song Tianke swallowed and looked at Lin Dong with even more admiration. As expected, Big Brother Lin Dong already has the strength to challenge sky-level magical beasts. I can't believe I doubted what Big Brother said earlier, I was so wrong. Bai Xingxue also gave a bitter smile, completely becoming Lin Dong's little fan. I thought I could challenge golden magical beasts, and was almost as strong as Big Brother Lin Dong, but this is his true strength, and I'm still so far behind him. Su Runan and Yao Qingxing also showed a look of infatuation, constantly sending sparks towards Lin Dong. Only Cui Xuanya had a face full of discomfort.
The stronger Lin Dong became, the more afraid she was. Among everyone present, only she had completely offended Lin Dong. She had originally wanted to use her grandfather to intimidate Lin Dong, but now Lin Dong's combat power was no less than that of a battle venerable. Her hopes were almost completely shattered. Damn it, if this guy seeks revenge on me, my grandfather probably can't save me. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but start cursing Lin Dong. Lin Dong is only relying on external forces, it's not his true ability. I bet the six-tailed celestial fox hasn't shown all of its power. Lin Dong has just taken the first move. It won't be long before the six-tailed celestial fox explodes and recovers health, and then Lin Dong's doom will come. Shut your crow mouth. No one will care if you don't speak, but if you keep talking nonsense, please leave our team. Song Tianke glared at Cui Xuanya, his tone rude. At the same time, everyone else also looked at Cui Xuanya angrily, clearly her words had already angered everyone. Cui Xuanya opened her mouth but dared not speak anymore. From the looks of these people, if she continued to babble, she might really be kicked out of the team. Meanwhile, Lin Dong had already finished a combo, and the control time of the time stop skill was almost up. In an instant, accumulated damage erupted. In these 10 seconds, Lin Dong dealt 2.2 million points of damage, all at once, causing the six-tailed celestial fox's health bar to drop directly to 4.3 million. After all, the six-tailed celestial fox is a dignified sky-level magical beast, and being caught and beaten by Lin Dong has completely driven it mad. Damn human, how dare you humiliate me like this, I will make you pay dearly. Heh, powerless rage. As he spoke, Lin Dong suddenly flashed away from the six-tailed celestial fox's side, activating his 1,000-mile swift steps, his speed increasing by 1,000, instantly disappearing. But the six-tailed celestial fox let out a sharp cry, ready to go into overdrive to regenerate its health. At that moment, Lin Dong's voice rang out again, Ruanan, it's your turn. Without Lin Dong's reminder, Su Ruanan was already prepared. At this time, the six-tailed celestial fox's health bar was exactly at 4.3 million points, below 30% of its total health. This was the perfect time for her to use the deadly scissor leg. You have to know, her deadly scissor leg had a direct killing effect on sky-level magical beasts. So, at the very moment when the six-tailed celestial fox began its health regeneration, Su Ruanan's deadly scissor leg was already unleashed in an instant. Watch my deadly scissor leg. Die. The six-tailed celestial fox felt a dizzying spin, its health bar drained in an instant. Heavens, what is happening? I haven't even used my ultimate skill yet. I haven't had a chance to perform. How could I just die like this? With a mournful cry, it fell straight to the ground, eyes wide open in death. A dignified sky-level magical beast, under the cooperation of Lin Dong and Su Ruanan, remarkably only lasted 10 seconds, unable to use its skills, before it fell. Everyone witnessing this scene suddenly fell silent. Silence. The scene was deathly quiet. No one could believe that they could really kill this six-tailed celestial fox, even with the reality laid before them, it was hard to accept. Even the battlemaster, Xinjiangnan, who had been seriously watching from behind, couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? These two silver-level kids actually killed a sky-level mutated magical beast? And it only took 10 seconds? Then as a battlemaster, wouldn't I be able to hold out for less than 10 seconds in front of them? Looking in shock at Lin Dong and Su Ruanan, Xinjiangnan realized for the first time just how terrifying the combination of attributes could be. Lin Dong and Su Ruanan's cooperative strength had made Xinjiangnan, this battlemaster, wary. He even felt that these two could easily take him down. However, the stronger Lin Dong became, the more content he felt. After all, he was the one who discovered Lin Dong, and now Lin Dong's incredible strength brought him pride. It seems it's time to tell him some news about the hidden dungeons in the Forgotten Lands. The Forgotten Lands is a very strange place, seemingly governed by natural rules. Anyone above level 30 cannot enter, so far, no one has been able to enter while exceeding level 30. Yet many mysterious dungeons still exist within the Forgotten Lands, which can only be opened at levels 50, 60, or even 70. Even with triple experience bonuses in the Forgotten Lands, many people take a month and a half just to reach level 40, so those high-level dungeons remain unopened. But just by having dungeons at the 30s and 40s, people reap great rewards. Moreover, there are remains of high-level magical beasts and scattered high-tier equipment in the wild, all of which can be taken out of the Forgotten Lands. Once one gains opportunities within, it can grant them capabilities beyond that of a war god, making it an important cradle for nurturing talents in Huaxia. This is also why various academies place such great importance on the Forgotten Lands. After all, only by reaching level 40 before turning 20 is there a chance to ascend to the level of a war god. Otherwise, in the end, the greatest achievement would only stop at the level of a war god. But the Lost Land had been open for nearly 300 years, and only Marshal Xiaozhini had ever entered the level 50 hidden dungeon alone. So in all of Huaxia, only he had ever reached the rank of War Saint.
But now, with Lin Dong's incredible performance, he saw the possibility of another war saint being born. Shen Jiangnan stroked his chin, his eyes growing more and more determined. It seems I need to find Headmaster Xiao Beizhou and get a copy of the Lost Land dungeon map for Lin Dong. That way, Lin Dong can save a lot of time searching for dungeons, allowing him to level up quickly and enter high-level dungeons for exploration.
So that very night, Shen Jiangnan brought the map to Lin Dong's room. Lin Dong was a bit surprised by the arrival of War Sovereign Shen Jiangnan. Although he knew that Shen Jiangnan had been secretly protecting him, since arriving at the special training camp, Shen Jiangnan had never appeared in front of him until today. "Teacher Shen, what brings you here?" Shen Jiangnan grinned widely and laughed heartily, slapping the Lost Land map down in front of Lin Dong. "Take a look, it'll be useful to you." "Oh?" Lin Dong curiously glanced at the sheepskin map and slowly unfolded it. The map depicted a landmass of roughly 1 million square kilometers, but only one-third of it was marked with information, while the rest was labeled as an unknown land. Scratching his head, Lin Dong looked at Shen Jiangnan with some confusion. "Teacher Shen, what is this map for?" Shen Jiangnan pointed at the map, his voice loud and clear. "In 10 days, you all will be entering the Lost Land. This is the most detailed Lost Land map I could prepare for you." The marked areas were explored by Marshal Xiao and Headmaster Xiao Beizhou in the past. As for the unmarked unknown areas, they are places that require extremely high qualifications to enter and thus remain unexplored. Hearing this, Lin Dong became even more curious. "Dungeon entry requirements?" Shen Jiangnan nodded and began explaining to Lin Dong. "That's right. The hidden dungeons within the Lost Land are very different from the level-based dungeons in the outside world. Every dungeon in the Lost Land can only be entered once per person. And to enter a dungeon, besides meeting the level requirement, you must also sacrifice special materials. For example, Dragon King skulls, crystal magic stones, and many others. Each dungeon has different entry requirements. Even your teacher, Marshal Xiao, could only reach level 50 in the Lost Land and enter some beginner level 50 hidden dungeons." After listening to Shen Jiangnan's explanation, Lin Dong gained a completely new understanding of the Lost Land. This Lost Land was actually so vast, and it contained countless hidden dungeons, each with many special entry restrictions. To avoid forgetting, Lin Dong recorded all the key points of the Lost Land in his notebook. During this time, he also asked Shen Jiangnan many questions, all of which were answered one by one. Lost Land, entry requirement, below level 30. Those above level 30 cannot enter. Dungeon features, triple experience gain from monster kills. Numerous hidden dungeons with special level requirements. Can produce materials and equipment that surpass the highest level known to humanity. Extremely dangerous, as many super beasts exist within the hidden dungeons. Hidden dungeon features, each person can only enter once. Once they leave, they can never enter again for life. Dungeon open period, from mid-September to early November each year, lasting a total of 50 days. Leaving the dungeon, when the time is up, all participants in the Lost Land will be forcibly teleported back to the entrance point. This information was extremely valuable to Lin Dong. After entering the Lost Land, he could swiftly clear many dungeons. However, he also extracted a more critical piece of information. Within this dungeon, only by leveling up more quickly could one explore further areas. Rubbing his chin, Lin Dong thought of a new idea. Leveling up in the dungeon was clearly much easier than leveling up in the outside world. He had already reached a level of complete control over the special training camp team. If he could forge some equipment that amplified experience, perhaps he could raise the entire team's members to above level 50. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Dong began searching through the sea of forging books in the system shop for experience-boosting forging books. But to his disappointment, there were very few pieces of equipment that provided experience bonuses. The crimson armor he forged earlier could count as one, but the forging cost of this equipment was too high, and it could not guarantee an experience bonus on every attempt. After a fruitless search, Lin Dong was disheartened to find that below the legendary realm, there were no experience bonus equipment at all. It seems that only the legendary level golden experience book has an experience boost effect. But legendary level equipment is not something that I, a blacksmith who can only forge golden level equipment, can handle right now. Even if I could forge it, I'm only a silver warrior in my 20s, I wouldn't be able to use it at all. Just as Lin Dong was in a dilemma, a yellow exclamation mark suddenly lit up above his system shop. Ding, today's free forging book has been issued. Do you want to receive it? The system issues a free forging book each day, and after being issued, it is included in the equipment that Lin Dong can forge. However, the recent free forging books had been useless, so Lin Dong had set them aside. Seeing the exclamation mark, he habitually clicked to receive it, intending to toss it into the system space. But in the next moment, his eyes shook with excitement. This is a forging book for Peach Blossom Brew that has double experience bonus effect? Peach Blossom Brew is a consumable potion, he never expected it to appear in the equipment forging books. But this also opened up new thoughts for Lin Dong. Right, why do I need to forge equipment with long-term experience bonuses? I can also forge consumable potions. Once the idea was sparked, Lin Dong felt like he had instantly found a new direction. So he began to search again for potion forging books in the system forging bookshop. This time, he really made a new discovery. 6 flavor Emperor Pill, triple experience boost, lasts 2 hours, can be stacked with other potions. 9 Tripod Deer Antler Paste, quadruple experience boost, lasts 2 hours, can be stacked with other potions. Complete Health Pill, quintuple experience boost, lasts 2 hours, can be stacked with other potions. As for those that could not be stacked with other potions, Lin Dong directly abandoned them. These 3 potions, if used simultaneously and combined with the Lost Land's own triple experience boost, could achieve a terrifying 15 times experience boost. Such a terrifying boost made Lin Dong gasp in shock. The potion forging book given by the system is simply a cheat. However, the materials for forging these potions are also extremely rare, and Lin Dong could only provide a portion of them himself. For example, the 6 flavor Emperor Pill requires 6 materials: demonic purple gold chrysanthemum, chili lungan, extreme cold ice jade silkworm, mutated golden dragon tendon, mutated platinum earth dragon shell, and mutated diamond iron beetle. And the 9 Tripod Deer Antler Paste is even more outrageous. Although it only needs 1 material, the mutated diamond colorful elk horn, hunting diamond monsters is not an easy task. The materials needed for the perfect pill are extremely expensive, starting with legendary level monster materials. It's really extravagant. Even though General Xiao sent over the monster materials obtained from the Southwest Battle Zone, Lin Dong still couldn't gather enough for the amount of potions he uses in a month. If they wanted everyone to keep up with the experience and not fall behind, they could only purchase the materials through the Blue Star virtual trading system. So, Lin Dong called Song Tianke and a few others over, asking them to help search for and purchase these materials. When they heard that Lin Dong could forge potions with experience bonuses, they immediately became excited. Captain, you are amazing. I've never heard of potions that could add experience. If you can really forge them, our War God Academy's special training camp will probably be the first team to enter a level 50 or higher dungeon, making a name for itself in China. Yeah, big brother, we are so moved that you would share such a good thing. Whatever you need to do next, just tell us. Even if we have to spend all our money, we'll seize this opportunity. Lin Dong, don't worry. As soon as you give the order, our Yao family will help you find and purchase these materials. The Yao family is your most loyal support. They all talked over each other, but Su Runan secretly leaned close to Lin Dong's ear and whispered something unexpected. Lin Dong, if we only buy the materials like this, the cost will be huge. Since you can forge equipment, could you find a way to forge equipment that can duplicate materials? If the purchased materials can be duplicated, wouldn't we be able to have a continuous supply of experience potions? Su Runan's reminder opened up a new train of thought for Lin Dong. He couldn't help but sigh. It really is true that many minds are better than one. Such a crazy idea, he didn't know how Su Runan came up with it. But after searching the system's forging bookstore, Lin Dong almost spat out his meal. The equipment to duplicate materials actually exists. The Godly Riches Doubling Treasure Basin? As expected, it's the system. Anything weird and strange can be found here. The system's forging books are numerous, almost endless. Without a clear direction, it's hard to find the right forging book. But as long as there's no bottleneck in thinking, unexpected rewards can be found. Who would have thought that in this world, there would really be equipment to duplicate materials? Lin Dong was completely stunned by this. However, there are some conditions for material duplication. For example, the Godly Riches Doubling Treasure Basin can only hold 100 units of materials at a time, and it takes 2 hours to duplicate those 100 units. At this rate, only 1,200 units can be duplicated per day. And a single potion often consumes hundreds or even thousands of units of materials, so it feels like just a drop in the bucket. But when brainstorming, there's clearly no end to the ideas. When Lin Dong spoke about the effect of the Godly Riches Doubling Treasure Basin, Yao Qingxing immediately thought of a possibility. Lin Dong, big brother, if we had thousands or even tens of thousands of Godly Riches Doubling Treasure Basins, wouldn't we be able to duplicate tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of materials every day? In that case, we could truly live without ever running out of experience potions. Scratching his nose, Lin Dong suddenly felt that human imagination is indeed limitless. But this idea also has some feasibility. After all, the Godly Riches Doubling Treasure Basin is just an equipment. As long as the forging materials are sufficient, it can be continuously produced. If they really reached a certain scale, maybe the materials for experience potions would no longer be in short supply. Thinking of this, Lin Dong finally made a decision. Everyone's opinions have been very helpful. In order to save time, before entering the Lost Lands, we still need to carry out 2 aspects at the same time. Shui Hong, Song Tianke, Bai Xingxue, Yao Qingxing, and younger sister Ruan An, you 5 use your greatest financial power to buy all the materials that can forge experience potions on the market. And I will speed up forging the god-level treasure multiplying cauldron, striving to duplicate as many materials as possible with the fastest speed. Try to meet the consumption for our trip to the Lost Lands. After Lin Dong arranged everything, everyone quickly began to act. The isolated Cui Xuanya still did not know what was happening, feeling that Xue Hong and the others suddenly became strange, as if they were doing something behind her back. Curiously, she followed behind the crowd, wanting to see what they wanted to do. To her surprise, they were mercilessly squandering money, massively acquiring materials that no one wanted usually. And they complained while buying. Xue Hong said, "The materials our captain wants are really too niche, the usual trading volume is very low, and now that we are buying in bulk, some speculators have started to raise prices." Song Tianke rubbed his forehead, looking extremely troubled. Yeah, who would have thought that the materials usually dropped on the ground that no one wants, the boss would actually use? If I had known, I would have sent my family members to collect these materials in the dungeon, but now time is too tight, and there is no way. Hearing their conversation, Cui Xuanya took out her phone and secretly checked their transaction records, unable to hold back her curiosity. Strange, what do they want those worthless materials like the demonized purple gold chrysanthemum and the Shuli Longden for? The mutated diamond colorful deer horns are somewhat useful, but they are too toxic. Generally, forgers are too lazy to use such materials. However, our Cui family's warehouse has plenty of such materials, since they didn't bring me alone, I'm going to take advantage of them. Thinking of this, Cui Xuanya secretly contacted the warehouse manager of her Cui family. "Cui Datu, quickly double the price of these few materials and put them up for me. Our family is going to make a fortune." "Double the price?" "Young lady, the things you sent me are things that no one wants in the usual times, they are completely garbage among garbage. Can anyone want them at double the price? Stop with the nonsense. If I ask you to raise the price, you raise it. If you miss this opportunity, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Under Cui Xuanya's intimidation, the warehouse manager Cui Datu helplessly put all those materials up. These materials were abundant in their Cui family's warehouse. After all, they were one of the top families in China, and over the years they had collected countless materials. Even for such garbage materials, the warehouse had an astonishing quantity. However, he was amazed that even at double the price, those materials he put up were instantly swept clean. Not believing in evil, he put some more onto the virtual trading market, and the result was the same, they were instantly grabbed. Cui Datu, who originally thought that young lady Cui Xuanya was being reckless, finally began to pay attention to this matter. Just who is the foolish person hoarding this garbage? I have heard of hoarding garlic and ginger before, but this is the first time I've heard of hoarding this stuff. It's probably some speculative merchant who thinks hoarding this junk can yield profit, but he's made a wrong calculation. This is entirely clearing inventory for our Cui family, let our Cui family take advantage first. Cui Datu directly raised the prices of all the materials to more than 3 times, with some materials even set at 10 times the price. But just like before, as soon as these materials are placed, they will be quickly swept away. Quite a lot of money. Dare to play like this? Then I won't be polite. Conservatively estimating, tonight will bring us the Cui family's wealth of over 10 trillion, we're getting rich. Cui Datu excitedly jumped up and directly raised the material prices by 50 times. But what he didn't expect was that, a few months later, their Cui family obtained the qualification to buy experience potions, and in the end, spent nearly 1,000 times the price to buy some experience potions. If he knew those experience potions were made from the materials they sold, I wonder if he would spit blood. But now, both he and Cui Xuanya are already laughing so much they can't close their mouths. This huge fortune was earned so easily. Cui Xuanya, behind Xue Hong and the others, slyly waved her phone, her purple long hair flying in the wind. I told you not to play with me, see if I don't ruin all your bitter tea. Lin Dong, did you ever think that this young lady just scammed you all terribly, It feels so good. 73 experience potions start to show their power, reaching level 30 in one day. Cui Xuanya's exquisite face was filled with pride, like a little devil. Having been suppressed by Lin Dong for so long, she felt that this time, she could finally get one over him. Lin Dong, this is called the mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow warbler waits behind. Compared to me, you are still too young, She happily checked today's income, overjoyed. That's tens of trillions in income, almost equivalent to half a year's earnings for the Cui family. She thought to herself that after this, her grandfather would see her in a new light. After all, someone with her business mind was rare in the entire Cui family. Yawning, she prepared to comfortably go back to sleep. Before leaving, she couldn't resist giving a contemptuous glance at Lin Dong's room. After she left, the supplies in the virtual trading market that were not replenished soon became unsellable. Song Tianke and the others could no longer acquire related materials in the virtual market, so they completely stopped large-scale purchases. After everyone returned to Lin Dong's room, Xue Hong was the first to step forward and take out a storage ring. "Captain, all the materials for this acquisition are here, please take a look." Lin Dong nodded, took it, and checked. The materials for 6 flavored Emperor's Pill were around 9,000 units, the materials for 9 Ding Deer Antler Ointment were about 5,000 units, and the materials for the Complete Rejuvenation Pill were less than 2,000 units. The materials aren't many. According to a consumption rate of 2 hours per material, the 6 of them will consume 72 units of each potion per day. After 50 days, they will consume about 3,600 units of each potion. So, from the material gap, the Complete Rejuvenation Pill still lacks more than half, while the other materials are barely enough. Of course, the Complete Rejuvenation Pill is also the most powerful, with a 5-fold experience boost. After calculating for a moment, Lin Dong took out the hundreds of godlike fortune-doubling treasure pots he forged today and asked everyone to start doubling the materials for the Complete Rejuvenation Pill. The Complete Rejuvenation Pill requires 10 materials, each with quantities ranging from dozens to hundreds. These godlike fortune-doubling treasure pots can double about 200 units of Complete Rejuvenation Pill materials per day. Before entering the Lost Land, it should be enough. Now that the materials were in hand, Lin Dong became excited. Although he was a bit tired from forging equipment all day, the potions for quick leveling were right in front of him, and he couldn't care less about the exhaustion. He quickly purchased forging books for crafting. In an afternoon, he forged over 100 of each of the 3 potions and distributed them among everyone. Lin Dong stretched lazily. Alright, let's stop here for today. I'm going to go level up with Su Runin. You guys have all reached level 30, so don't go hunting monsters. If your experience overflows, you won't be able to enter the Lost Land. Xue Hong and the others nodded repeatedly, they now regarded Lin Dong's words as absolute truth. Yes, Big Brother is right, we'll just wait for the Lost Land entry time to come and we'll not take any action easily. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction and went with Su Runin to the Silver Dungeon to level up. Once they entered the dungeon, Lin Dong immediately took out 3 types of experience potions and smiled at Su Runin. Hurry and drink the potions, these 3 potions combined will give us a 12x experience boost. Maybe today we can level up to level 30 directly. Although Su Runin already knew the effect of the experience potions, she still couldn't help but feel excited when it was time to use them. That's a 12x experience boost. If it's like yesterday, and we can gain 8 million experience, it will multiply to 96 million, and we can definitely reach level 30. Okay, I'll drink the potions now. It really feels like a dream. Lin Dong, you really can turn the impossible into possible. Su Runin looked at Lin Dong with admiration, feeling that this man was becoming more and more unfathomable, but that was also why he was filled with an irresistible mystery. Lin Dong smiled slightly, holding her little hand, and started to wander back and forth in the Silver Dungeon. To be honest, Lin Dong's basic attack now had almost 40,000 points, and with various instant cast skills, his instant damage was over 200,000 points. Such damage, ordinary monsters with 10,000 health couldn't withstand it, and even small bosses with hundreds of thousands of health would barely survive 2 hits. Moreover, Lin Dong also had the Thunder Step, a group attack skill, so killing monsters in the Silver Dungeon was like a leisurely stroll. Along the way, the 2 of them chatted and laughed, it didn't even feel like they were hunting monsters, but more like they were on a spring outing. Su Runin held Lin Dong's arm and laughed non-stop, her bright smile never leaving her face. Lin Dong, if we could always live like this, without a care in the world, just enjoying each other's company, wouldn't it be great? Lin Dong's gaze sank into the distant horizon, his heart filled with countless emotions. If possible, he too wanted to live like this. After all, in his past life, he owed Su Runin too much. But, could this really continue? In this life, due to his early rise, he learned much more, realizing that the monsters had already mutated. In other words, the war 3 years from now would just be the ultimate battle, and small wars had already begun. By that time, once myth-level monsters appeared, it would be a destructive disaster for the entire Blue Star. Moreover, above the myth-level monsters, there were even more powerful supreme monsters and eternal monsters. If humanity didn't quickly improve its overall combat ability, then 3 years later, in the ultimate war, humanity would still lose. And Lin Dong, he was the key person to change the outcome of that ultimate war. So, this carefree and worry-free life couldn't last much longer. Sighing, Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. Runin, if you really like this kind of life, we can't slack off. We must grow stronger quickly and drive the monsters out of China. Otherwise, with the monsters mutating faster, there will be no more peaceful land left. Su Runin looked at Lin Dong, who suddenly became so serious, and her admiring gaze became even more intense. She saw a great mission on Lin Dong's body. Perhaps only a man like this was worthy of her, Su Runin, to love. Su Runin nodded firmly, as if infected by Lin Dong's emotions. Lin Dong, you are right. We must first drive the beasts out of our Huaxia homeland. Don't worry, I will follow in your footsteps and never fall behind. After speaking, the 2 exchanged smiles. The speed of leveling up became even faster. In just one afternoon, the entire Silver Dungeon was once again emptied of monsters. The monsters couldn't respawn fast enough to keep up with their killing speed.
Looking at the empty dungeon, Lin Dong shrugged.
Alright, looks like it's time to go back and rest. Today, we farmed 90 million experience points. Though it's a little less than expected, at least we barely reached level 30. Next, we just need to recover our energy and quietly wait to enter the Lost Land. Su Runan nodded. Now, whatever Lin Dong said, she believed it was right.
Back at the dormitory, Lin Dong noticed that the entire camp felt eerily quiet.
Strange, where did those guys go?
Muttering to himself, Lin Dong felt something was off. Those guys were always diligent. Even if they didn't need to level up anymore, they wouldn't just slack off and go play. What Lin Dong didn't know was that they had all taken leave to return to their families.
Zhaozhou's number one family, the Yao family.
Yao Qingxing nestled in her mother's arms like a spoiled child and took out more than 20 bottles of experience potions. Mom, you and Dad have been stuck at level 69 for so long.
This 100 billion experience gap is truly hard to cross.
But now, with the speed-boosting gloves and experience potions, maybe your level can finally rise quickly. Once one of you becomes a warlord, our Yao family will soar to new heights, and our lineage will become the true main bloodline.
Hearing Yao Qingxing's words, Yao mother's heart trembled with excitement.
Speed-boosting gloves, experience potions, each one alone was enough to shock the world, yet their Yao family had obtained them all. Take the speed-boosting gloves, for example. These gloves could increase attack speed by 200%, making her attack speed twice as fast. That meant her overall attack speed was 3 times what it was before, making her monster farming speed 3 times faster. Then, multiplying that by the 12 times experience boost from the potions, her overall farming efficiency would be boosted by 36 times.
36 times. A single day of experience would equal what she used to gain in a whole month.
Even though Yao Mother had seen many things in her life, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This speed of gaining experience was simply terrifying. But this was only theoretical data. She needed to test it out in real combat. With an anxious heart, Yao Mother entered the legendary dungeon, put on the speed-boosting gloves, and swallowed 3 types of experience potions at the same time. She found a small legendary monster with 300,000 HP and attacked. Whoosh! Shadowless Fist. Collapse Fist. Whoosh!
A few seconds later, the legendary monster collapsed to the ground with a loud boom. Why is the monster dying even faster than I expected?
Yao Mother stared in shock at the monster's corpse, her eyes filled with excitement. It turned out that after increasing attack speed, she could also suppress the monster's health regeneration, making killing even easier.
If that's the case, Yao Mother's eyes lit up.
Perhaps, in just 10 days, she could become the first female warlord of Huaxia with the help of the speed-boosting gloves and experience potions. The explosive impact of experience potions. After returning from the legendary dungeon, Yao Mother couldn't hide the excitement on her face. She grabbed Yao Qingxing's hands, her voice solemn.
Xing, can you get me a 10-day supply of these experience potions?
Yao Qingxing nodded without hesitation, smiling.
Mom, why are you being so cautious with me?
It's just 10 days worth of experience potions.
Leave it to me. Seeing Yao Qingxing's relaxed and confident expression,
Yao's mother could not help but frown.
Xing, you need to take this seriously, this is not a game. We have many things to do every day, it's impossible to grind monsters and level up every day. So even if you give me 5 more years, I may not become a battle lord.
But now, the mutation speed of monsters is increasing rapidly, making it harder and harder to fight against them.
If we don't quickly level up while the monsters haven't fully mutated, it might become increasingly difficult later. If one gets hurt halfway, they may never become a battle lord. But this experience potion gives me an unimaginably huge opportunity.
With just 10 days worth, I can level up to 70 effortlessly and become the first female battle lord of Huaxia. And you, my daughter, will rise in status as well, you must understand this. Hearing her mother speak with such heartfelt seriousness, Yao Qingxing finally realized how extraordinary this experience potion was. It seemed to only increase experience by more than 10 times, but its true meaning was far beyond that. Just as her mother said, given the experience difference, her mother might level up to battle lord in just a year.
However, people of their level had too many things to do, and couldn't spend all day grinding monsters to level up, so 5 years may not be enough to become a battle lord.
Not to mention that monsters had mutated now, making leveling up to battle lord even more difficult. But now, with both the acceleration gloves and the experience potion,
10 days. Just 10 days. Can allow Yao's mother to become a battle lord.
Thinking about the huge benefits that her mother becoming a battle lord would bring, Yao Qingxing couldn't help but feel moved. Mom, I'll contact Lin Dong right now and find a way to get her to prioritize the forging experience potion for our Yao family.
Yao Qingxing hurriedly took out her phone, ready to call Lin Dong.
But she was stopped as her mother snatched the phone away.
Silly girl, do you know how important this experience potion is? If used properly, it could even be called a national balance device. You don't understand its importance, but Lin Dong definitely does. You must never talk to Lin Dong in a commanding tone, you must be respectful, like a subordinate to a superior, understand? Yao Qingxing stuck out her tongue, not expecting such a big reaction from her mom for just casually saying something. Got it, I'm a good daughter. I've always been gentle with Lin Dong, and I'll pay attention to my tone. Seeing Yao Qingxing so obedient and understanding, Yao's mother finally felt relieved. But she still worriedly reminded her, just remember, you must never anger Lin Dong, you need to pamper him everywhere. His future achievements are definitely limitless. Also, you're not young anymore, it's time to talk about marriage. I think Lin Dong is a good match. Sometimes, girls need to be more proactive. There's a saying, a boy chases you across a mountain, a girl chases a boy through a veil, you know? Hearing this, Yao Qingxing rolled her eyes. She had used beauty tricks too, yet Lin Dong didn't respond to them at all. It seemed that Lin Dong was only a bit nicer to that Su Runin and had no interest in other women. For example, Cui Huanya was a top beauty, but Lin Dong barely glanced at her. And for Yao Qingxing, she was only seen as a friend because she had shown goodwill to Lin Dong in advance, but to get any further than that seemed unlikely. But there was no way to say these things to her mother. Alright, I know. I'll get the experience potion for you first. Saying this, Yao Qingxing dialed Lin Dong's number. Lin Dong, who was planning to rest, was suddenly startled by the ringing phone. This was already the third call he received. Before Yao Qingxing's call, Song Tianke and Bai Xingxue had both called him. Actually, when they call, they all mean the same thing, they hope to get about 10 days worth of experience potions in advance. The reason is always the same, their elders in the family have been stuck at level 69 for a long time, but with just 10 days worth of experience potions, they can break through to War Sovereign. Glancing at the phone, Lin Dong knew what Yao Qingxing wanted. It was probably the same thing, so he answered the call directly. Before Yao Qingxing could speak, Lin Dong asked straight away. Just say it. How many days worth of experience potions do you want? Yao Qingxing didn't expect Lin Dong to be so direct, as if he already knew her purpose. But after thinking about it, she understood. Families like Song Tianx also had peak war gods, so they must have said similar things to Lin Dong, which is why he could guess her intention. So she acted coquettishly and said in a sweet, delicate voice, Brother Lin Dong, I only need 10 days worth of experience potions. Please have mercy on me, my mother really needs them. After all, having one more war sovereign is good for Huaxia too. That soft, teasing voice sent tingles all over Lin Dong, making him feel like he was getting electrocuted inside and out. He coughed lightly and quickly stopped her. Alright, 10 days it is. Later, link your account to the virtual trading market with mine, and I'll send you the newly forged potions. Hearing Lin Dong agree, Yao Qingxing instantly cheered with joy. Thank you, brother Lin Dong. I knew you were the best to me. On behalf of the Yao family, I thank you. Muah. Does your family live by the sea? Lin Dong touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. That voice of hers was too much. Even his lower abdomen was feeling warm. Brother Lin Dong, how did you know? I don't remember telling you that. Yao Qingxing blinked her big, dazzling eyes, looking surprised, wondering how Lin Dong had guessed. Lin Dong chuckled. Isn't it obvious? Because I can hear the waves. With that, Lin Dong hung up the phone. But their conversation had been overheard by Yao Qingxing's mother, who had been eavesdropping nearby. After listening to the entire exchange, Yao's mother burst into laughter. This Lin Dong is quite interesting. They say women love bad boys, and boys with a little bit of mischief are always more popular. Qingxing, you should seize the chance. From the way he talks to you, he doesn't seem to dislike you. He even jokes with you, that means you have a shot. I know. Yao Qingxing fled from her mother's room like she was escaping. She really couldn't handle her mother's nagging. After Lin Dong hung up the phone, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Come in. It's not locked. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of fragrance rushed in from outside the door. Who else could it be but Su Runin? At this moment, Su Runin clearly had something on her mind. Her gaze towards Lin Dong was somewhat evasive. What's wrong, Runin? You seem a bit strange today. Lin Dong looked at her warmly, his voice calm and unhurried. Su Runin lowered her head slightly, like a child who had done something wrong. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Lin Dong, there's something I want to ask of you. Oh? Lin Dong looked at the shy Su Runin and couldn't help but find it amusing. He could already guess it must be about the experience potions. Her family must have found out about them and sent her to ask for some. But seeing Su Runin looking so pitiful, his heart ached a little. So he directly opened his palm and took out a storage ring. You must be here to ask for experience potions for your father, right? Here, I forged 30 days worth before going to bed, take them. Su Runin stared at Lin Dong in surprise. She didn't expect him to see through her so easily, saving her a lot of trouble. But she quickly waved her hands in refusal. I know the experience potion is precious. My father needs only a 15-day supply, not this much. Besides, our Su family can't afford it. Talking about money between us is so boring. Take it, the extra can be a gift for your father. Seeing Lin Dong's determined gaze, Su Runin stopped refusing and shyly nodded. Lin Dong, no matter how far you grow in the future, our Su family will always be your strongest backing. Lin Dong smiled slightly and waved his hand. Hurry and send it to your father. I am also looking forward to your father's promotion to Battle Venerable. After all, our Jiang city has never had a Battle Venerable. 75 Huaxia Battle Venerable Training Plan. Su Runin raised her head shyly to look at Lin Dong, but found Lin Dong winking at her. Hurry up. Feeling Lin Dong's trust, Su Runin's heart was warmed. Lin Dong had already given her enough, she really didn't want to take something so valuable for free. Lin Dong, we Su family actually have some assets, I really cannot take your precious items for nothing. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Dong covered her mouth with his hand. Alright, considering our friendship, let's not be so formal. If you keep talking about money, I won't give you a single penny of this experience potion. Hearing this, Su Runin's heart felt happy again. It was clear she held a high position in Lin Dong's heart. This kind of treatment was something others could never enjoy with Lin Dong. Biting her lip, Su Runin shyly assured Lin Dong. Lin Dong, thank you for taking such good care of me. Don't worry, our Su family will be your most steadfast ally in the future. I will personally support you well. Lin Dong smiled and secretly thought, with the understanding from my past life, Su Runin is definitely a trustworthy girl. Being with Su Runin, there was no need for schemes and tricks, it was very comfortable and harmonious. Go on, don't keep your father waiting. Su Runin sent a month's supply of experience potion to her father, Su Lingyun, through the virtual trading market. In Jiang City, at the Su family. When Su Lingyun received the experience potion, he immediately stood up excitedly from his seat. Due to his excitement, his lips couldn't help but tremble. Finally got it. My promotion to Battle Venerable is in sight. Holding the experience potion, Su Lingyun couldn't wait to consume it. As an old veteran war god, he had already felt the crazy changes in magical beasts in recent years. If he couldn't promote to Battle Venerable soon, with the magical beasts mutating and getting stronger, he might never promote to Battle Venerable in his lifetime. And the experience potion gave him immense hope. Plus the high attack speed acceleration gloves specially selected for him by Su Runin. What he originally needed over a year to gather in experience, now, he only needed about a week to collect it all. From now on, their Su family would stand at the peak of Huaxia. Just think about it, it's really fate playing tricks. In the past, I strictly prohibited Runin from associating with someone like Lin Dong from a poor family. Thankfully, Runin didn't listen to me, or our Su family would have completely missed the shortcut to greatness. I even have a premonition that in less than a year, this Lin Dong will surely soar high, becoming Huaxia's second figure after General Xiao. The waves of excitement in his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. As a war god, he had a certain prediction about the future development of Huaxia. Now, with Lin Dong's strong rise, their Su family had already seized the opportunity ahead of everyone, and the next step was to solidify their relationship with Lin Dong. When I become a warlord one day, I must announce to the whole of Huaxia that our Su family is Lin Dong's loyal ally and strong support. We must always firmly stand by Lin Dong's side, only in this way can we be thoroughly tied to him in the same battle chariot. But all this is for later, the urgent matter now is to become the 10th warlord of Huaxia before anyone else. Only the warlords who rank at the front have a different kind of worth than those who come later. When warlords start popping up like bamboo shoots after rain, people will become completely numb, they may not even know the names of those newly promoted warlords. Because Su Lingyun knows that the members of the special training camp that Lin Dong belongs to are the ones who benefit the most. If he can get the experience potions, then perhaps the families of those special training camp members also received experience potions. If he levels up slowly, he will be surpassed by others, and at that time, he won't be able to compete for the position of the 10th warlord of Huaxia. He quickly entered the diamond-level instance dungeon and began a crazy killing spree. Su Lingyun was originally a strong holy warrior, and now with the acceleration gloves and experience potions, ordinary mutated monsters are no match for him. In just one day's time, he harvested 1.3 billion experience, allowing his previously slow progress bar to shoot forward by about an eighth. This crazy speed of improvement made his heart swell with joy. You must know, the potion that Su Runin sought for him was not just for 8 days, but a full month. If he levels up at this efficiency, he is confident that after breaking through to Warlord, he can continue to advance rapidly. By the time he finishes using these experience potions, he could at least increase around 74 levels. Reaching this level would almost make him equal to those veteran warlords. Excitedly stroking the beard on his chin, Su Lingyun burst into laughter. Truly a good daughter for my father. In recognizing talent, I'm still not as good as you stinky girl. But once I advance to warlord, I'll need a suitable weapon, so I won't miss asking Runan to chat with Lin Dong again. Not only Su Lingyun, but several top battle gods from the Song, Bai, and Yao families are also frantically grinding experience to compete for the position of the 10th warlord of Huaxia. An invisible competition began to unfold. And the initiator of all this, Lin Dong, confined himself, staying in his room every day to forge experience potions and gather fortune. Guarding her room, Su Runan propped up her chin with her hand, her head continuously drooping. Lin Dong looked at her and saw that she was almost drooling, and he couldn't help but smile helplessly. Runan, you don't have to stay here with me. If you're tired, just go sleep. Su Runan pouted. She couldn't understand why Lin Dong worked so hard. Does a capable person really need to work that hard? Lin Dong, the experience potions we need for the several of us to enter the Forgotten Land are already forged. Why are you still furiously forging? Lin Dong paused his actions, stretched lazily, and smiled at Su Runan. I forge experience potions to prepare for the future. The crisis in Huaxia is getting closer. If mutated beasts continue to accelerate their mutations like now, we can foresee that in just a few months, even warlords and war saints will not be able to resist the attacks of the beasts. If we can quickly cultivate more warlords, war saints, and even war emperors, then in the upcoming beast frenzy, we will have the strength to contend. Lin Dong expressed his thoughts, but Su Runan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Beast frenzy? Lin Dong, that term sounds so novel. Why haven't I heard it before? Oops. I slipped up. Lin Dong was too focused on forging the experience potions earlier, and without realizing it, he had mentally transported himself 3 years into the future, completely ignoring that Su Runan had no idea about what would happen in the future. But looking at Su Runan's clear and innocent eyes, his heart slowly calmed down again. It was obvious that Su Runan was just curious about the word and didn't understand the terrifying meaning behind the 4 words beast wave. So Lin Dong casually brushed it off, putting on a smile and moving on. Now was not the time to tell everyone, to avoid causing unnecessary panic. But the necessary preparations still had to be made. For example, mass forging experience potions was a great way to enhance the overall strength of China. Anyway, let's forge more experience potions, better safe than sorry. It'll be a huge benefit for China. Su Runan nodded vaguely, not fully understanding. In her mind, whatever Lin Dong said was right, and she just needed to support him unconditionally. The time that followed was still long and boring. Lin Dong worked day and night on forging, and dark circles appeared under his eyes, showing his exhaustion. Su Runan kept urging him not to rush. But Lin Dong shook his head firmly. He had to use the next 10 or so days, before entering the Lost Land, to forge as many experience potions as possible. Because this trip into the Lost Land would last a full 50 days. If he could make good use of these 50 days, China might gain thousands of battle venerates. Just thinking about this number was terrifying. There were over 200 countries on Blue Star. Some countries had many battle venerates, while others had few. The total number of battle venerates had never exceeded 1,000. But if China's battle venerates reached over 1,000, China's power would surpass the combined total of all other countries on Blue Star. This was Lin Dong's plan to cultivate China's battle venerates. And now, he was waiting for an opportunity. That was, the moment when the heads of the Su, Song, Bai, and Yao families would ascend to become battle venerates. Soon, good news arrived. Su Lingyun from the Su family in Jiang City was the first to break through to level 70 and became the 10th battle venerate of China. Compared to Xinjiangnan, who didn't care about fame, Su Lingyun held a grand and magnificent ceremony, causing another uproar throughout China. Countless celebrities in China realized that a new prestigious family had risen. Since the beast invasion and the founding of China, the number of battle venerates alive in China at the same time had never exceeded 10. Because China was the front line of all of Blue Star's human forces, casualties were dozens or even hundreds of times higher than those in other countries. Even battle venerates often received news of their fall. But now, starting from the moment Su Lingyun became a battle venerate, China finally had 10 living battle venerates at the same time. This could be called the most prosperous time for China, surpassing any previous period. Some people began to sense that China's national fortune was about to rise, and perhaps a new era was coming. Even General Xiao, after hearing the news, said he would personally go to Jiang City to congratulate Su Lingyun, making the Su family's name resound throughout China. At the Su family's celebration, all the guests whispered to each other with envy on their faces. You guys don't know, right? I heard General Xiao is coming to congratulate today. This ceremony can be considered the highest level one in China right now. I never thought Su Lingyun could break through to battle venerate. He really had some luck. The Su family is really going to prosper this time. Hey, be careful, buddy. Old Su is no pushover. If these words reach his ears, you might not want to live anymore. Keep it down, Su Zhanzuan is coming out. Everyone, hurry up to see his style.
Immediately, the atmosphere in the venue quieted down, everyone stared intently at the high platform, hoping to get closer and build a connection with the soon-to-appear Su Lingyun.
Among them was the Lin family of three, father Lin Songqing, mother Meng Qingxie, and sister Lin Wan.
Lin Songqing was mumbling quietly, clearly very envious. Su Lingyun was once my classmate, I never expected he would grow to this level today. Had I known this, our Lin family should have sought him out earlier. It's a pity that our Lin Yang went to the Dragon Transformation Academy and missed this once-in-a-decade grand ceremony. It's truly regrettable. Hearing Lin Songqing's lament, Lin Wan did not know why, but her nose soured for no reason. Why does their father always speak only of her brother Lin Yang? No wonder Lin Dong would leave this family, their father was too biased. Although Lin Dong had his faults in leaving, she truly regretted it now. She was determined to create a harmonious family atmosphere for Lin Dong's return. Maybe Lin Dong was unwilling to come back because their father was the main factor. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but speak up, "Dad, Lin Dong is in the God of War Academy and is very outstanding too.
He is your son, why do you never mention his achievements?"
Lin Songqing's face immediately darkened upon hearing Lin Wan mention Lin Dong. "Don't mention that ungrateful child to me. At the occupational awakening ceremony that day, he showed me no respect at all, causing your brother to lose the chance to become General Zhao's disciple."
Can you say this Lin Dong isn't infuriating? If you want me to mention him, forget it.
And you, Lin Wan, have been at 11th level for years now after your occupational awakening.
Aren't you ashamed?
When you go out, make sure you don't say you are Lin Songqing's daughter, I can't bear such shame. Lin Songqing was venting his anger and forgot to control his voice, ruthlessly scolding Lin Wan, which left her speechless.
This was a celebration ceremony for Su Lingyun, the god of war. Would their father's loudness evoke public anger? Sure enough, the next instant, guests attending the celebration ceremony all turned their heads. Some people even distanced themselves from Lin Songqing, wanting to avoid trouble. A warrior dares to make a scene at a god of war celebration, this person must be crazy. Ha, I heard that Master Su's temper isn't very good. The Lin family is sure to suffer. Everyone, keep your distance from him, don't say you know him, to avoid getting entangled. At this moment, everyone took a few steps back, surrounding the Lin family and creating a conspicuous circular empty space. Just as Su Lingyun was stepping out from behind the stage to accept congratulations, he frowned at the disturbance. His butler immediately understood and signaled the guards to come and inquire. "Send someone to check what's going on over there. How dare they cause trouble on our Su family's territory, do they want to die? If they can't provide a reason, treat them as troublemakers, confiscate all their equipment, and expel them from the event." Upon hearing the butler's orders, the guards quickly rushed over to gather information. Some people wanting to curry favor with the Su family immediately began exaggerating. "I report that the Lin family is causing trouble at the venue. Su family guards, hurry and kick them out." Upon hearing this, the guards rushed fiercely toward Lin Songqing and the others. These guards were all at the warrior level, with more than a dozen present. Lin Songqing's face changed instantly. He realized that he had made a huge mistake by not controlling his voice. Now, even if he regretted it, it was too late, so Lin Songqing simply steeled his heart. Standing there unafraid. "What do you want? Do you know I'm your family head Su Lingyun's elementary school classmate? How dare you act rough with me, you must be very bold." Seeing the guards' unfriendly gazes, Lin Songqing continued to shout nervously. "What? You don't believe me? You can ask your family head Su Lingyun if he borrowed an eraser from me when he was little and never returned it." Lin Songqing had completely thrown caution to the wind, he wanted to take a gamble, hoping Su Lingyun could still recognize him. After all, Su Lingyun had really been his classmate for half a day before transferring. Seeing Lin Songqing so confident, the guards were a bit unsure for a moment. Is there really some kind of relationship here? Hearing Lin Songqing's words, the guards stopped immediately, hesitating and unwilling to step forward. The other guests, however, looked at Lin Songqing with a mixture of schadenfreude. At this point, he still doesn't admit his mistake and wants to act like a big shot. Truly audacious. A big warrior actually claims to be the classmate of a battle king? He really must be crazy to curry favor, but it might backfire and completely ruin his chance to flatter the Su family. I'm increasingly interested in what happens next. What do you think will be Lin Songqing's outcome? These guests were all from prestigious families in Jiang City, some even came from other cities specifically to visit the highborn. At this moment, they all mocked Lin Songqing in unison, believing he had completely messed up. At this time, the guards conveyed the information to Su family's steward. The steward frowned, but still decided to report to Su Lingyun. "Family head, the troublemaker is Lin Songqing from a small family in Jiang City. He keeps saying he's your elementary school classmate. How do you want to handle him?" "Elementary school classmate? Su Lingyun thought for a long time but couldn't recall the name Lin Sansheng, feeling it very unfamiliar.
I can't remember, but today is a good day for celebration, so let's not make things difficult for him.
Just let him leave the venue quickly. The steward nodded, about to. But suddenly, a flash of inspiration surged into Su Lingyun's mind. Wait, steward, don't go yet. You just said he's from Jiang City's Lin family? Quickly check his relationship with Lin Dong.
Su Lingyun vaguely remembered that Lin Dong came from a small family in Jiang City, and he had even looked it up back then, but there were too many things to juggle, and he had forgotten the exact names of the Lin family members. Now that he thought of it, he felt a flicker of connection in his heart. A few minutes later, the steward hurried back, whispering in his ear. Family head, this Lin Sansheng is indeed the father of Lin Dong, whom the eldest daughter often mentions, but it is rumored that their father-son relationship seems to be quite strained. He didn't know that Lin Dong had already severed ties with Lin Sansheng, he only understood that anyone connected to Lin Dong couldn't be offended. Even if Lin Sansheng's relationship with Lin Dong wasn't good, he couldn't afford to offend him. What if one day, Lin Dong reinstates relations with Lin Sansheng and holds him accountable for offending his father? So, to be cautious, he should go check it out personally, at least, he mustn't offend the other party. Thus, Su Lingyun adjusted his luxurious clothing and walked towards Lin Sansheng.
Oh my, it's my old classmate. What have you been busy with all these years? It's been so long. Su Lingyun wore a warm and lively expression, as if he truly regarded Lin Sansheng as an old classmate.
This left the other guests stunned. In an instant, all their gazes towards Lin Sansheng became serious.